Intern Lin Chen faced a devastating dismissal, compounded by the betrayal of his girlfriend of 4 years who had chosen to pursue a wealthy heir. Struck by the dual blows of lost love and career, Lin Chen's heart felt as if it had turned to ash. Unexpectedly, however, he stumbled upon a daily check-in system. Ding! Check-in successful. You have obtained a Lamborghini. Ding! Check-in successful. You have acquired a seaside villa on the West Coast. Even more absurdly, rewards included sultry black stockings, high heels, and a fiery female secretary. Gazing at his account balance of 108 million, a mountain of property deeds, and thousands of limited edition sports cars, Lin Chen could only shake his head in resignation. Young man, you cannot possibly fathom the extent of my joy. Chapter 1. Dismiss me, and I shall acquire you. In Jiangbei City, within a real estate sales company. Good day, sir. I am Lin Chen, a sales representative from Jialan Real Estate, here to provide you with professional home buying services. Place your order now to enjoy a 30-year installment plan with a 0 interest rate. Scammer? Huh. Sir, how could I possibly be a fraud? This is our company's newly launched promotion. Beep, beep, beep. Amidst a cacophony of curses, the call abruptly ended. Has the fundamental trust between people completely eroded? Upon graduating from university, Lin Chen secured a position in real estate sales, and today marked the final day of his internship, making it crucial for him. As he stretched his limbs, preparing to continue making calls, a middle-aged man approached, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles. The man was unremarkable in appearance, his plump face dotted with freckles, a belly reminiscent of a life buoy, and a disingenuous smile gracing his lips. He was Huang Guangda, the sales manager at Jialan Real Estate. Lin Chen, today is your last day of internship, correct? Pack your belongings and head to finance to collect your salary. Vacate your workstation for the next intern. Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement. Manager Huang, have I successfully transitioned to a permanent position? Jiangbei City, a global super first-tier international metropolis, where the wealthy abound and luxury vehicles line the streets. Daily, he witnessed extravagant spectacles. Yet none of this pertained to Lin Chen. His most pressing concern was securing stable employment. Permanent position. Huang Guangda let out a derisive laugh, feigning regret as he said, "Your performance has been commendable, and I would like to retain you. But this is a decision from above. I apologize. Please gather your things. Do not put me in a difficult position." Lin Chen stood frozen in shock. In pursuit of a permanent position, he had been the first to arrive at the office daily, diligently performing his duties while also serving tea, fetching parcels for colleagues, and collecting takeout. Yet now, all he received was an apology. Realizing the contemptuous smirk on Huang Guangda's face, Lin Chen understood. From the very beginning, there had never been an intention to retain him. He was merely viewed as a cheap and useful intern, laboring for 2 months without compensation, only to be discarded at the time of potential employment, thereby saving unnecessary expenses. What a deceitful scheme! Did they truly think they could manipulate him so easily? I demand triple compensation, otherwise I shall report you. Lin Chen declared, indignant. Triple compensation? Huang Guangda appeared to have heard the most ludicrous joke. A mocking smile crept across his lips. Just you? Lin Chen, I advise you to be realistic. Many have reported us. We do not need one more. That if you insist on reporting, don't expect to leave with a single penny. At that moment, the colleagues seated at their desks wore expressions of disdain, mocking him openly. Triple compensation? It's amusing to hear Lin Chen say such things. Does he think the company is a charitable institution? Indeed, if Lin Chen dares to report, he will not only walk away empty-handed, but will also be blacklisted by the entire industry, making future employment impossible. He's merely indulging in wishful thinking. Even with 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to report. Ding. Binding the check-in system. Binding successful. Would the host like to check in today? What is this? A check-in system. Lin Chen had read numerous online novels and was quite familiar with such systems. Finally, it's my turn. This system that descended from the heavens was enough to make anyone's blood race. Calming his excitement, Lin Chen declared, check-in, ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 ownership of Jialan Real Estate, valued at 50 million renminbi. Related documents have been automatically stored in the system's repository. Is this real? How utterly absurd. He had inadvertently acquired the very company that sought to dismiss him. Without hesitation, Lin Chen opened the system's repository. He observed a file folder floating in midair, unmistakably the acquisition documents for Jialan Real Estate. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him as the discontent of his dismissal evaporated. With the system, did he even need to work anymore? Kid, what you dawdling for? Stop lingering, your internship salary has been paid. Just leave. Huang Guangda sneered. He seemed utterly convinced that Lin Chen would not dare to retaliate. Oh, is that so? Lin Chen chuckled lightly. Lazily reclining in his chair, he nonchalantly replied, the one who should leave the company is you, you little. Huang Guangda was taken aback by Lin Chen's audacity. Momentarily dumbfounded, he soon regained his composure and roared vehemently. Kid, don't push your luck. Do you know what happens when you provoke me? Provoke you? Lin Chen responded with a faint smile. What are you even worth? You do not possess the standing to provoke me. Silence. An oppressive silence. The surrounding employees gasped in unison, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. How dare Lin Chen speak to Huang Guangda in such a manner? You. Huang Guangda was incensed, his fury reaching its zenith. Facing so many witnesses, being publicly rebuffed by an intern jeopardized his standing in the company. You are utterly insolent. Today, I shall demonstrate the consequences of inciting my wrath. He waved his hand and bellowed, Security, teach this brat a lesson and toss him onto the street. Immediately, 2 security guards surrounded Lin Chen. Kid, are you frightened now? If you kneel and apologize, I might be magnanimous enough to forgive you. Huang Guangda sneered. Lin Chen merely raised an eyebrow. Slowly parting his lips, he uttered 2 words. Fool. Huang Guangda was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in a fit of rage, stomping his feet furiously, his nostrils flaring with indignation. Crush him. Beat him to a pulp. I will take full responsibility for any consequences. 2 security guards charged towards Lin Chen, fists raised. Ding. Host detected to be under physical assault, acquiring master-level martial arts. Bang. A surge of formidable power erupted from within him. In an instant, Lin Chen sprang into action, his fists flying like shadows, the air whistling with an intensity that was nothing short of lethal. Bang! Bang! Before anyone could comprehend the scene, the 2 security guards were sent hurtling backwards, crashing violently into a tempered glass door 3 meters away. Shards of glass scattered across the ground as the 2 men groaned in agony, their bodies battered and bruised. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Gulp! The sound of someone swallowing echoed in the stillness. Is this even human? One punch sends 2 burly security guards flying. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Lin Chen's mouth. He fixed a piercing gaze upon Huang Guangda, advancing step by step. What do you want? If you don't come any closer. Huang Guangda, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground. His eyes were filled with terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. Dragging himself along the floor, he left behind a puddle of yellowish liquid, panicking. Do you realize you are breaking the law? I warn you, my uncle is the chairman. Oh, do you believe I am afraid? Lin Chen planted his foot firmly on Huang Guangda, grinding it down mercilessly. Try calling out again. Go on, why aren't you shouting now? Weren't you so tough just moments ago? The surrounding colleagues stood in stunned silence, a sense of profound satisfaction swelling within them. For Huang Guangda had been a tyrant in the company, having bullied nearly everyone at some point. At that moment, they reveled in the sweet taste of revenge. Lin Chen, what are you doing? Remove your foot from Manager Huang's face immediately. It was unclear who reported the incident, but a swarm of company executives rushed over, their faces paling at the sight of Huang Guangda beneath Lin Chen's foot. Huang Guangda's bloodied visage twisted into a menacing grin. Kid, if you dare to keep up this charade, you will soon meet a grisly end. Wise up and kneel to apologize. Or, Lin Chen let out a cold chuckle, applying even more pressure with his foot, calmly stating, if I decide not to let you go, no one can save you. Chapter 2. Even I am working for him. Although Lin Chen exerted merely a fraction of his strength, it was more than what an ordinary person could withstand, prompting Huang Guangda to wail in anguish. Lin Chen, do not act recklessly. There is still room for negotiation. If you release Manager Huang, the company will acquiesce to any conditions you propose, shouted a stout supervisor. Oh, Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. And what if I choose not to release him? What can you do? Such arrogance. You, a mere intern, dare to defy authority, disregard the rules, and resort to violence. I will call the police this instant, and you will be imprisoned for years, ruining your life. The stout supervisor threatened. At that moment, Lin Chen's phone rang unexpectedly. Is that you? A nervous voice came through the line. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Wu Cheng, the chairman of Jolin Real Estate Sales Company. You have just acquired 100 of the company's shares, and I wish to discuss the future development of the company with you. Before he could finish, Lin Chen interjected. I am at the company. Please come down. There are some misunderstandings that need clarification. After hanging up, Lin Chen forcefully kicked Huang Guangda away. In the chairman's office, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit put down his phone, his brow furrowed with worry. Who exactly is Lin Chen? How could he have so decisively taken over his company? Although Jialan Real Estate Sales Company was valued at only 50 million, it was insignificant among the multitude of trillion-yuan conglomerates in Jiangbei City. However, a wealthy individual capable of suddenly producing 50 million was certainly not someone he could afford to offend. Without delay, he stood up and hurried towards the employee area. You little bastard, how dare you hit me? You're finished, Huang Guangda shouted, sporting a swollen visage. Yet, a single glance from Lin Chen sent him trembling in fear, causing him to cower behind the stout supervisor. At this moment, the stout supervisor felt an overwhelming sense of pride. He believed that it was his persuasive words that had swayed Lin Chen, leading to Huang Guangda's release, thereby affirming his esteemed position in the eyes of the employees. In truth, Lin Chen had merely grown fatigued and had kicked Huang Guangda away in exasperation. Lin Chen, though you have realized your error and avoided a grave mistake. Everyone witnessed your assault on Manager Huang. You should confess. Of course, I will speak in your favor in court to secure a lighter sentence, the stout supervisor said with a sneer. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and retorted, What are you even? Who do you think you are to speak to me? The stout supervisor nearly lost his footing, almost tumbling to the ground. Such insolence. Someone, bind this brat and take him to the police station. The two security guards who had been knocked out earlier still lay in a pool of blood, while the remaining guards exchanged glances, retreating a step as if they had heard nothing. What are you all doing? Are you not ashamed of the salary you receive? When no security personnel stepped forward, the stout supervisor, fuming, glared at Lin Chen, ready to unleash another threat when a powerful voice rang out. What is all this commotion? What has happened? Upon hearing the voice, the stout supervisor quickly turned around, forcing a smile. Chairman, what brings you here? He then turned back, pointing at Lin Chen with righteous indignation. Chairman, a violent incident has just occurred. This brat indiscriminately assaulted Manager Huang, but rest assured, with my efforts, I have managed to contain the situation. We will escort him to the police station now. Wu Cheng's expression darkened at this, anger bubbling within him. To dare strike someone in the company is inexcusable. He must be punished severely. Second uncle, look at what he has done to me. You must stand up for me. Hire the most expensive lawyer and demand a life sentence. Huang Guangda exclaimed. Lin Chen, you are finished. Just as Huang Guangda prepared to unleash a torrent of threats, Wu Cheng, standing behind him, suddenly pushed him aside and hurried to Lin Chen. He bowed deeply, saying, Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for not recognizing you earlier. Please do not take offense. His tone was exceedingly humble. Everyone present was taken aback, unable to believe their eyes as their minds raced to comprehend the situation. What on earth? What is happening? Isn't Lin Chen just an intern? Why is the chairman behaving so subserviently? Pinch me quick. Am I dreaming? What is Lin Chen's true identity? Good heavens. Could it be that Lin Chen is a super-rich heir, deliberately posing as an intern to experience life? How utterly kitsch. In an instant, Lin Chen's identity became shrouded in mystery. Huang Guangda swallowed hard, increasingly baffled by the unfolding events, and nervously asked, Second uncle, isn't Lin Chen just an intern? Why are you? Intern? Wu Cheng's face turned crimson with rage as he slapped Huang Guangda across the face. How dare you speak so foolishly? Mr. Lin has just acquired 100 of the company's shares. He is now the new owner of the entire company. Even I am merely working for him. Who gave you the audacity to provoke Mr. Lin? What? A deathly silence enveloped the room, quickly followed by a cacophony of astonished gasps. Acquired 100 of the company's shares. Our new boss. Even the chairman is working for him. At that moment, everyone's worldview shattered into fragments. I had long suspected Lin Chen was not an ordinary individual. He exudes an air of nobility. You mean to say he entered the company under the guise of an intern simply to get close to me? My heavens. He truly is the Prince Charming of my dreams. Young, wealthy, and even somewhat handsome. Too perfect. The female employees blushed, their eyes fixated on Lin Chen with fervor. No, second uncle. You. Huang Guangdao was utterly devastated. Enough. Stop talking. You have brought this upon yourself, and no one can save you from the wrath of Mr. Lin. And you, Fat Da, you lack any discernment. You couldn't even recognize Mr. Lin. Leave the company at once along with Huang Guangda. Wu Cheng bellowed. Security, throw these two out and ban them from ever setting foot in the company again. Fat Da's face fell in despair. He had no foresight to predict Lin Chen's true identity. After being thrown out of the company by the security guards, the two unexpectedly began to brawl in the street. It's all your fault. You got me fired. Huang Guangda, still seething from Lin Chen's earlier humiliation, finally let loose. They exchanged blows, caught in a fierce struggle, until a police car arrived to escort them away in handcuffs. "Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with my handling of the situation?" Wu Cheng inquired with a forced smile. "Not bad. Let us keep it this way. Please transfer 100,000 from the company account to me. I have matters to attend to," Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. 100,000? Wu Cheng paused, somewhat perplexed by Lin Chen's request. After all, someone who could spend 50 million to buy an entire company would find 100,000 trivial. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it and promptly instructed his staff to carry it out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden show-off task. Receiving a special reward, a Lamborghini Veneno. The item has been stored in the system warehouse and can be retrieved at any time. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, then a smile crept across his lips. "Mr. Wu, please dismiss the employees. You will continue to oversee the company. Just report the revenue to me each month, and I won't be staying longer. Mr. Lin, allow me to see you off." Wu Cheng offered with utmost eagerness. "No need," Lin Chen replied curtly before turning to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Wu Cheng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Indeed, what a titan of industry. He had even conducted an investigation under the guise of an intern before acquiring a company. Chapter 3, A Wretched Match, Eternal Bonds. In the underground parking lot, Lin Chen found a secluded corner, opened the system warehouse, and clicked on the sports car icon. A flash of white light flickered, and suddenly, a striking black supercar appeared before him, a Lamborghini Veneno. Wow, Lin Chen swallowed hard. This was a supercar worth 100 million. No man could possibly turn it down. After a brief moment of exhilaration, doubts crept in regarding its legality. After all, driving a motor vehicle on the road required numerous procedures. He immediately summoned the system. Will this car be roadworthy? A prompt echoed in his mind. No need to worry. The vehicle is duly registered, and all pertinent documentation is securely stored in the system warehouse, ready for retrieval at any time. Incredible. With his concerns alleviated, Lin Chen confidently opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat. Every area his hands could touch was enveloped in the finest Napa leather, offering a delightful tactile experience akin to the gentle caress of a first love's hand. Simply exquisite. Virum. Lin Chen pressed the accelerator, and the powerful engine roared to life. The Lamborghini Veneno transformed into a streak of black lightning, swiftly darting out of the parking lot and racing along the bustling streets of Jiangbei City. What an exhilarating experience! Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Indeed, this world is a temptress, revealing her most enchanting side only to the affluent. At the Zhu Dafu jewelry store, we look forward to your next visit, sir. A woman clad in a professional suit performed a deep bow as she watched Lin Chen depart. She had just made the easiest money of her life. Moments ago, Lin Chen had entered the store and casually tossed a bank card onto the counter, nonchalantly stating, "ID like a diamond ring worth 100,000 yuan. I'm in a hurry, please hurry." It was as if he were purchasing a soda from a convenience store. Stunned, the woman retrieved a 2-carat, for C-quality diamond ring. But before she could even begin her sales pitch, Lin Chen had taken it, swiped his card, and left. The entire transaction took less than 3 minutes. At a 3 commission, she earned 3,000 yuan. Is this the dull life of the wealthy? The woman couldn't help but ponder. Back in the car, Lin Chen gazed at the diamond ring in his hand, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Lily, from this day forth, I want you to be the happiest woman in the world." Young Lily was his girlfriend of 4 years from university. During their college days, they were inseparable, often visiting motels to ignite the flames of youth. Now, Lin Chen was capable of providing her with a happy home. It was time to conclude this chapter of their romance on a perfect note. Vroom vroom. The supercar roared as it sped towards young Lily's workplace. Outside an Automobile 4S store, Lin Chen exited the vehicle and stood by the roadside, dialing young Lily's number. "What? Lin Chen? How dare you come to see me without my permission? Lily, I'm about to surprise you. Are you ready?" Young Lily on the other end paused, then sighed. "All right. I happen to have something to tell you too. Just wait, I'll come out right now." Before long, young Lily emerged from the 4S store, dressed in a professional outfit. While not conventionally beautiful, her fair skin and curvaceous figure, accentuated by black stockings and high heels, made her appear tall and alluring. "Lily, you are here," Lin Chen began, but before he could finish, he noticed a young man in a suit following young Lily. Lin Chen recognized him as Lu Lei, a wealthy second-generation student from their school. He had modest family assets and had driven an Audi A4 during university, attracting many innocent female college students. He had once pursued young Lily but had been rejected. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "What is going on here?" "Lin Chen, don't ask," young Lily replied. Her expression flustered. Her almond-shaped eyes dared not meet his gaze, and she hesitated, words unspoken yet heavy with meaning. At that moment, Lu Lei stepped forward, wrapping his arms around young Lily's slender waist. casting a disdainful glance at Lin Chen. So, you must be Lin Chen. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't bother Lily anymore. She's mine now. I can provide her with the life she desires, while you, are nothing. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, shaking his head with a smile. How materialistic love has become. He had thought he found a good girlfriend, only to discover she was just as mercenary. Love? It turned out to be worth so little. Yet, he felt a strange sense of relief. Had he not encountered this situation, he might never have seen through this woman's true colors. Young Lily bit her red lips, her eyes reflecting a flicker of regret before she steeled herself, coldly stating, Lu Gu is right. I am his woman now. Please do not contact me again, or I will call the police. You cannot provide the life I want. Let us part ways amicably. Just leave. Huh. Lin Chen laughed, the sound natural and carefree. He casually tossed the diamond ring into a trash bin, eyeing the wretched couple before him. A wretched match, eternal bonds. Lulei, don't think you've won. Young Lily is a woman I've had my share of. This worn-out shoe is what you desire? Well, someone like you deserves to wear what others have discarded. With that, Lin Chen turned to leave, feeling no trace of disappointment. On the contrary, he felt an immense sense of liberation. With the god-tier system at his disposal, did he still need women? Little beggar, I let you go, and you dare insult me? You're asking for trouble. Lulei, enraged, lunged forward, ready to teach Lin Chen a lesson. Useless. Get lost. Lin Chen delivered a punch to his face, releasing pin-up frustration. With his mastery of martial arts, dealing with a spoiled rich kid like Lulei was effortless. Lulei clutched his swollen face, his eyes bloodshot with fury. You little beggar. Do you even know who I am? How dare you hit me? You're asking for death. Lin Chen kicked him to the ground, stepping on him and grinding his foot down, his tone icy. If you utter another word, I'll make you regret ever being born. He then turned to young Lily. Speaking bluntly, remember, it was I who ended things with you. I wish you and this dog to have eternal bonds. With that, Lin Chen walked towards the Lamborghini Veneno parked by the roadside, leaving behind a mysterious silhouette as he strode away with grace. Lin Chen. How could he? Young Lily stood frozen as she watched Lin Chen drive off in the Lamborghini. She, being an employee at the 4S store, recognized the car instantly. The Lamborghini Veneno was a global limited edition, with only 10 units available, priced at a staggering 100 million yuan. Suddenly, it dawned on her. It is said that the heirs of elite financial families often train in society under the guise of ordinary individuals before inheriting their family's assets. Could it be Lily? What are you thinking? Help me up. Wait, I want to let that little beggar off easily. Lulei shouted. However, young Lily was deaf to his pleas. Casting a cold glance at Lulei, she let out a disdainful huff and turned away, leaving without a second thought. Hey Lily, what's wrong? Don't leave. Help me up. Chapter 4. A fortuitous acquisition of Villa No. 1 at Uni Manor. I wore a carefree expression, bouncing with a nonchalant grace that was unattainable for others. Lin Chen hummed a cheerful tune as he navigated the bustling streets of Jiangbei City in his Lamborghini Veneno, feeling an unparalleled sense of exhilaration within. In the brief span of a morning, he had metamorphosed from a penniless wretch into a super-rich magnate. Who could truly comprehend such a sensation? Regrettably, a 100,000 yuan 2-carat diamond ring had been carelessly discarded into a trash bin. Lin Chen sighed, feeling a twinge of remorse for his earlier impetuosity. It had been rash. Yet, within moments, he regained his composure. With the aid of a miraculous system, his life had undoubtedly been enhanced. A mere 100,000 yuan was hardly worth lamenting. At a crossroads, he turned the car around, speeding homeward. Lin Chen resided in a modest apartment in Building 1, Room 204 of a low-end community. The rent for Room 204 was 50 lower than other units, as a year prior, a female tenant had tragically hung herself there, rendering it infamous as a haunted residence. Many shunned it, fearful of attracting unwanted spirits. Lin Chen, however, was unperturbed by such tales. As a youth nurtured under the red flag and raised in the gentle spring breeze of the new era, he moved in with fervor and passion. Indeed, under the aegis of materialism, nothing supernatural had transpired. Time flew by. At midnight, 12 o'clock, Lin Chen's expression was one of excitement as he stared intently at his phone screen. It had arrived. It had finally arrived. As the clock struck 0:01, Lin Chen sprang upright from his bed and declared, System, initiate today's sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a standalone villa at Uni Manor, valued at 530 million yuan. Relevant documents have been automatically stored in the system's repository. I've struck gold, Lin Chen exclaimed. He promptly opened the system's repository and retrieved the property purchase documents housed within an envelope. Address: Villa No. 1, Uni Manor. Built area: 1,500 square meters. Owner: Lin Chen. Purchase price: 530 0.00000 yuan. A villa, a 1,500 square meter villa, a luxurious estate valued at 530 million. Lin Chen beamed, his smile stretching ear to ear. Just when he was fretting over how to pay next month's rent, he had now secured a top-tier mansion. After calming his excitement, he slipped into slumber. The following morning, while Lin Chen was still in a drowsy state, his phone, charging on the bedside table, suddenly rang. He answered, and a woman's melodious voice greeted him. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin?" "Yes, this is I. May I ask who you are?" Lin Chen replied, a hint of confusion in his tone. After a brief pause, the woman continued with evident delight. "I apologize for calling you so early, Mr. Lin. I am Ling Shui, the property manager of Manor. You purchased Villa number 1 outright last night, and I refrained from disturbing you due to the late hour. May I inquire when you plan to move in, so we can prepare accordingly?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen chuckled lightly. "I'll be there shortly." "Excellent, Mr. Lin. On behalf of all the property staff at Manor, we warmly welcome your arrival." After ending the call, Lin Chen quickly freshened up and headed out. Upon reaching the ground floor, he was captivated by a gathering of people. "Wow, am I seeing things? Is someone in our community actually driving a supercar? Let me take a look. That's a Lamborghini Veneno. Only 10 units exist globally, priced at 100 million yuan. What a joke. It's worth a small fortune. Who does he think he is? Clearly, he has never seen such a car. This vehicle is crafted entirely from expensive titanium alloy, powered by a V12 engine, achieving a 0 to 100 km/h acceleration in just 3.1 seconds. The sight of the supercar parked in a low-end community indeed drew attention. Numerous onlookers pulled out their phones, snapping pictures beside the Lamborghini, the sound of cameras clicking incessantly. Lin Chen chuckled softly, choosing not to comment. After all, he was in no rush. Allowing his neighbors to indulge in their vanity posed no loss to him. He made his way to a nearby electric scooter, intending to wait until they finished taking photos before departing. However, as Lin Chen prepared to sit down, a young man taking pictures pointed at him, his expression filled with suspicion. "Hey, what are you doing? Trying to steal the car?" The surrounding crowd began to murmur, casting scornful glances at Lin Chen. "What the hell?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, quickly retorting, "Who is trying to steal anything? I'm merely looking for a place to sit while you finish your photos." Before he could finish, the young man interrupted. "You can't sit on my Teddy electric scooter. I just bought it for 4,000 yuan, scram." Lin Chen's expression darkened. He decided against further argument and stated firmly, "You can take your photos, but did you seek my permission?" The young man's face lit up with glee as he sneered. "Who do you think you are? I can take photos if I want. Who are you to tell me otherwise? You're just a nobody." Lin Chen's lips curled into a slight smirk as he replied coolly, "I'm sorry, but this car actually belongs to me." With that, he pulled out the car key and pressed a button. Beep. The Lamborghini Veneno's sharp headlights illuminated. "Get lost. Good dogs don't block the road. I'm about to drive away." Ignoring the astonished crowd, Lin Chen hopped into the supercar and pressed the accelerator, departing with effortless flair. The young man stood frozen in disbelief, swallowing hard as he held up his phone, utterly bewildered. Laughter erupted around him. "Serves you right. What were you trying to act tough for? That handsome guy is driving a supercar. Why would he steal your electric scooter?" "Exactly. Thankfully, that guy didn't take offense. Otherwise, you'd be in trouble. Acting all high and mighty without any money. You've just met a true wealthy person. You deserve it." After leaving the community, Lin Chen set the navigation and leisurely drove towards Manor. Half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of the estate. The sight before him left him utterly awestruck. Though termed a manor, it was actually situated in an exceptionally advantageous location. The developers had secured a beautiful scenic area in the heart of Jiangbei City, spanning over 1,000 mu, yet had constructed only over 100 villas. Even the least expensive units were priced at over 50 million yuan. Moreover, the demand far exceeded the supply. Those fortunate enough to reside in Manor were not only wealthy, but also occupied the pinnacle of the social hierarchy in China. The most prestigious Villa number 1, revered as the crown jewel of Jiangbei City's luxury estates, had never been sold since its inception, gradually becoming a non-saleable property. Rumors suggested it served as a safe haven for the elite. Now, however, it had fallen into Lin Chen's possession, causing a broad smile to spread across his face. He casually picked up his phone and dialed the property manager, Ling Shui. "Mr. Lin, have you arrived?" Ling Shui's voice was exceptionally pleasant, soft, and melodious, reminiscent of a lark. "Yes, I'm right at the entrance. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Lin. Please hold on a moment. I'll come out to welcome you right away." After hanging up, Lin Chen waited for a few minutes. As I gazed towards the entrance, a group of women clad in maid outfits approached. Their voluptuous figures accentuated by black stockings and high heels. Their ample bosoms seemed almost ready to burst forth, and their exquisitely delicate faces radiated a youthful glow. Each one could be described as a paragon of beauty. My goodness, are these truly the property staff? Lin Chen inhaled deeply. Indeed, the joys of the affluent are beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful woman walked over, her fair complexion adorned with a warm smile, her cherry lips glistening, and her long, smooth legs tightly encased in black suspenders. Beneath her short skirt, a glimpse of her creamy thighs captured one's attention. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Ling Shui, the property manager. On behalf of the entire staff at Univilla, I warmly welcome your arrival. Chapter 5, Property Manager Ling Shui. How intriguing. A smile graced Lin Chen's lips as he appraised the woman before him. She possessed an outstanding appearance, one that was captivating yet not overly striking, perfectly balanced. For an excess would render her gaudy, while a deficiency would lead to plainness. Her pair of clear, phoenix-like eyes grew more enchanting with each glance, exuding femininity. Her figure, needless to say, was a true masterpiece, exquisite and alluring. Mr. Lin, shall I show you the property now? Ling Shui inquired with a smile. Certainly, let us proceed. Lin Chen replied softly, preparing to step into the estate. Just then, Ling Shui smiled gently and clapped her hands. In the next moment, the women in black suspenders and maid outfits flocked towards Lin Chen, surrounding him like stars encircling the moon as they entered the villa. Young Master Lin. My name is Xiao Su. I just turned 20 today. Should you have any needs, you can call upon me anytime. Young Master Lin. I'm Xiao Qian, and my specialty is ample. Would you like to experience it? Young Master Lin. Do you think I have developed normally? The sensation of soft, full flesh brushed against his elbow. What a delightful experience. After all, a super-rich young man capable of purchasing the #1 villa at Univilla is undoubtedly a figure of prominence on the global stage, particularly since Lin Chen also bore a hint of handsome charm. Young and affluent, who among the young maidens would not be smitten? He was the embodiment of their dreams, a Prince Charming. To become Lin Chen's woman, even if merely as a clandestine lover, would promise endless riches and the happiness of a lifetime, wouldn't it? Marrying into a wealthy family is the ultimate aspiration of every woman. Faced with the enthusiastic advances of the women, Lin Chen did not decline. Being a spirited young man, he felt compelled to graciously indulge in the attention bestowed upon him. He could not help but muse. Being wealthy is indeed an exquisite pleasure. However, Lin Chen found himself puzzled. Unlike the other women, Ling Shui did not join the throng, but rather maintained a measured distance, following behind with a serene smile on her fair and lovely face. For a moment, Lin Chen was uncertain of her intentions. Yet, he did not dwell on it, recognizing that not every woman is so readily available. Before long, they arrived at a splendid villa. Ling Shui dismissed the other women, preparing to offer Lin Chen a private introduction. Mr. Lin, please step inside, and do mind the steps. Upon entering, they were greeted by a beautifully landscaped garden spanning over 100 square meters, adorned with rare flowers and meticulously trimmed greenery. A flourishing ginkgo tree rustled softly in the summer breeze. Mr. Lin, this entrance garden was designed by Tsinghua University's Academy of Fine Arts. Each plant has been thoughtfully positioned, creating a vibrant scene at a glance. Are you satisfied? Ling Shui introduced with a smile. Indeed, I am quite satisfied. Lin Chen replied with a hint of indifference. Mr. Lin, please follow me into the villa and take care on the steps. Upon entering, the first impression was one of opulence. Truly, it was exorbitantly lavish. Natural marble tiles, crystal chandeliers, mahogany furniture, pure gold ornaments, and priceless antique paintings adorned the space. The air itself was infused with the scent of wealth. Mr. Lin, the #1 villa is undoubtedly the pinnacle of Jiangbei City South real estate. Although its area is merely 1,500 square meters over 5 levels, every corner of this villa is exquisitely detailed, reflecting the efforts of over 100 top designers, both domestic and international. Its security is on par with presidential residences, capable of withstanding a magnitude 10 earthquake and a category 9 hurricane. The basement even houses a safe room, ensuring safety even in the event of a nuclear attack. A nuclear attack? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a bit excessive? Yet having such measures is better than none, just in case. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, smiling. In that light, this investment of 530 million truly seems worthwhile. Thank you for your introduction. Miss Ling Shui covered her mouth with a smile. Oh, Mr. Lin, you jest. It is our property team's duty to ensure every homeowner feels a sense of homecoming. With that, Ling Shui produced a button and handed it to Lin Chen, explaining, Mr. Lin, we offer 24-hour service. Should you require anything, simply press this button, and someone will arrive within 10 minutes to meet your every need. Every need? A smile crept across Lin Chen's lips as he scrutinized Ling Shui, inquiring, I wonder if this includes. Before he could finish, Ling Shui hurriedly interjected, rest assured. Mr. Lin, it encompasses every need. The emphasis on the last 4 words was unmistakable, as if she feared Lin Chen might miss it. All right, I understand. I shall call upon you if necessary. At that moment, Ling Shui bit her red lips, her fair face displaying a hint of anxiety, as if she wanted to say something more. Is there something you wish to express? Lin Chen asked, puzzled. And no, Mr. Lin, I won't trouble you further. I shall take my leave now. Observing Ling Shui's departing silhouette, Lin Chen smiled faintly, murmuring to himself, this young lady is quite intriguing. Outside the villa, in the entrance garden, Ling Shui stepped out in her high heels. Just then, her phone rang, and upon glancing at the caller ID, a smile blossomed on her face. She pressed the answer button. Did you just finish class, considering you're calling me at this hour? A youthful voice came through. Sis, I just missed you. By the way, I need to buy some study materials. I'm short 2,000 yuan. Could you transfer it to me? Didn't I just give you some money last month? Why do you need more? Ling Shui inquired, puzzled. The voice on the other end grew impatient. Oh, come on. Sis, just don't worry about it. It's for study materials. Ling Shui hesitated for a moment, then sighed. Very well, I'll transfer it to you shortly. Study hard, and if you need money, just let me know. Thanks, sis. Once I graduate, I'll definitely repay you. The youth's excitement was palpable. Ling Shui initially intended to offer more advice, but the call was abruptly disconnected. She exhaled a resigned sigh. Opening her WeChat, she transferred 3,000 yuan to an account labeled Younger Brother, attaching a message. If studying tires you out, treat yourself to something nice. If you need money, just tell me. Take care of yourself. Transfer accepted by the recipient. Yet, there was no reply. In the heart of Jiangbei City, within a luxurious bar, a group of youths in their early 20s congregated around a booth, the table littered with empty bottles, each one thoroughly intoxicated. Hey, has your sister transferred the money yet? A crew-cut young man asked. Hey, rest assured, my sister dotes on me the most. She directly transferred 3,000 yuan. Let's continue drinking, tonight. We shall not return until we are inebriated. A youth with tousled hair remarked beside him. How delightful. Lin Chen reclined on the sofa, holding a glass of Romani Conti, freshly retrieved from the wine cellar. He had never heard of this wine before. Upon searching online, he was astounded by what he discovered. A wine favored by European royalty. With a lineage spanning over 3 centuries, crafted from grapes grown in the world's most exquisite vineyards, its annual production is lamentably low, coveted by collectors across the globe. A bottle of this vintage commands a price of 188,000 yuan. The bottle Lin Chen was savoring, aged 15 years, was valued at over 1 million. Each sip cost him several thousand yuan. Chapter 6, worth billions. A 7-star hotel in his grasp. It was simply terrifying. Although Lin Chen was not particularly fond of alcohol, he downed it in one go, for the taste of money blossoming in his mouth was exhilarating. After several rounds of drinks, he found himself in a hazy stupor and eventually succumbed to sleep. Upon reopening his eyes, he realized it was already evening. Grabbing his phone, he discovered numerous missed calls. All from the same person, his landlady. Oh no, I forgot to inform her about moving out, and I still owe her 2 months' rent. Thinking of the landlady's fierce temperament, he felt a pounding headache. After a moment's hesitation, he returned the call. So you do know how to call. Where have you been this afternoon? You didn't answer my calls or respond to my knocks. Do you intend to continue defaulting on your rent? I've already given you 2 months' grace. My patience has worn thin. Tonight, you must pay your rent, or else. A torrent of furious shouts assaulted Lin Chen's ears, causing him discomfort. He quickly interjected. I apologize, Aunt Zhang. I forgot to inform you that I have moved out. There was a brief pause on the other end before Aunt Zhang's tone shifted, now laced with a smile. Xiao Chen, why did you move out? You didn't say anything like that before. My apartment may have a history, but what does a young man like you have to fear? Even if there are ghosts, they be female ones. I tell you, the tenant who hanged herself was actually quite attractive. What on earth? Lin Chen's lips quivered slightly, and he quickly interrupted. Aunt Zhang, the truth is, I have secured stable employment, so I moved out. There's no other reason. Oh, I see, Aunt Zhang murmured, then added, that won't do. You still owe me 2 months' rent. Lin Chen had anticipated her response and smiled, saying, of course, I must thank you for accommodating me during this time. But I cannot pay you the rent. Are you selling this apartment? Aunt Zhang asked, astonished after a moment of silence. Xiao Chen, do you want to buy this apartment? You are just a fresh graduate. Where would you get that much money? Moreover, my apartment has a dark history. Others wouldn't even want to approach it. And yet you wish to buy it? Lin Chen nodded gently, saying, this is my first home in Jiangbei City. It holds significant sentimental value. As for the finances, don't worry about that, Aunt Zhang. I will come by tomorrow to sign the contract for the transfer. What do you think? At this point, Aunt Zhang still found it hard to believe. After all, she knew Lin Chen well, just a young lad fresh out of school. Although her apartment was notorious, its location was quite decent. No one could dream of acquiring it for less than 300,000 000. Seeing Lin Chen's resolute demeanor, which seemed sincere, she hesitated before replying. All right, I'll wait for you tomorrow. If you don't show up, I'll have no choice but to call the police. Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. He didn't say much more, readily agreeing. He then contacted Wu Cheng. Mr. Wu, is there something you wish to discuss at this late hour? Not particularly, just in need of some funds. Please transfer 500,000 from the account. I'll require it tomorrow. Wu Cheng paused, perplexed. You need 500,000? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Is it not possible? Mr. Lin, you're joking. The entire company is yours, so of course, the transfer can be made. Wu Cheng hastily clarified. It's just that the real estate market is saturated. The company hasn't landed a significant deal in a while, and our liquid funds are limited. Mr. Lin, please be cautious with your spending. Lin Chen was taken aback. Is that so? One doesn't comprehend the cost of living until they manage a household. He empathized with Wu Cheng's predicament. All right, I understand. Please transfer the 500,000 first. I will find a way to handle the liquidity issue. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Although he resided in a mansion worth 500 million and drove a sports car valued at 100 million, his cash on hand barely exceeded 5 digits. He couldn't possibly resort to selling cars or homes. If word got out, he would surely become the laughingstock of other web novel protagonists. Not an option. Absolutely not. As time trickled by, midnight approached. In the opulent bedroom of the villa, Lin Chen fixated on his phone screen. As the clock struck midnight, he declared, System, initiate today's sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 100 ownership of Huatai Hotel, valued at 9 billion yuan. Continuous sign-in reward for 3 days, 50 million yuan. The acquisition paperwork for Huatai Hotel is stored in the system's warehouse. 50 million yuan has been credited to the hostess account. Please check. Holy moly, I've hit the jackpot. Lin Chen sprang up, brimming with enthusiasm. Huatai Hotel, the most luxurious 7-star hotel in Jiangbei City. The entire establishment boasts 33 floors, over 1,000 rooms, and 2 banquet halls, crafted to the highest international standards. It is rumored that the most prestigious presidential suite even features a toilet made of pure gold. A standard economical double room costs around 100,000 yuan per night. After some time, Lin Chen managed to calm his racing heart. Dear user, your account has received a deposit of 50 million. Glancing at the deposit notification, Lin Chen felt no stirrings within. He opened his mobile banking app and transferred 25 million to Jolin Real Estate Sales Company for daily expenses. Once everything was settled, he charged his phone and fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, Lin Chen rose, refreshed himself briefly, and departed from Uni Manor in his Lamborghini Veneno. Half an hour later, he arrived at an old residential complex, parking beneath a unit building. Naturally, his presence attracted the attention of many passers-by. When they saw Lin Chen step out of the car, their astonishment deepened. A young man driving a supercar. How could this be justified? Damn it. I've worked my fingers to the bone for a year and can't even afford a tire. A tire? You overestimate yourself. Just one screw from a supercar costs tens of thousands. How enviable. I wonder which rich family's heir is here to rendezvous with a mistress. A young man in short sleeves and jeans clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. What's there to be arrogant about? My father is working hard. Under the envious, jealous, and shocked gazes of the crowd, Lin Chen entered the building. Upon reaching the second floor, he noticed the door to the rental unit ajar. And Zhang, you're here quite early, Lin Chen teased, stepping into the room. Upon entering the abode, Lin Chen was met with an unsettling emptiness. The furnishings remaining in the same state as when he had last departed. However, the curtains were inexplicably drawn, casting a pall of dimness over the room. And a chilling draft permeated the air, causing him to shiver involuntarily. How strange, he pondered. Who could have opened the door? And Zhang. He called out several times. Just then, his phone rang, and upon answering, he heard Aunt Zhang's voice. Xiao Chun, my daughter has returned from abroad. I'm at the airport to pick her up, but I'm stuck in traffic. Don't worry, I'll be back in half an hour. He reassured her. Oh, it's no trouble at all. Take your time, I'll wait here. After hanging up, Lin Chen's curiosity deepened. Who had opened the door? Perhaps it was left ajar when he departed, swayed by the wind. Feeling a sudden urge to relieve himself, he made his way to the restroom, where the sound of trickling water brought him a sense of ease. Unbeknownst to him, a shadow materialized behind him, surging forth. Chapter 7. The Landlord's Daughter, an Exquisite Beauty. Chengij, you finally arrived. A youthful voice called out. In an instant, delicate, supple hands encircled Lin Chen's neck, while slender legs entwined around his waist. The girl's gently rounded form pressed against his back, reminiscent of a sloth clinging to a tree. By way, what brings you here? Lin Chen exclaimed in surprise. The girl leapt down, her ethereal white dress swaying with the breeze. With a playful grimace on her fair face, she tugged at Lin Chen's hand and exclaimed, "I missed you so much that I came right over as soon as I got off the plane." Her large, sparkling eyes widened with curiosity. "I heard you broke up. Is it true? You're abroad, yet you hear everything so quickly?" Lin Chen sighed. The girl, Bai Wei, was the sole daughter of Aunt Zhang, just turned 18. With an audacious personality that was undeniably drawn to Lin Chen. During his initial days of moving in, her relentless teasing had compelled Aunt Zhang to reluctantly lower the rent by 200 yuan. However, Lin Chen had only regarded her as a younger sister, as he was in a relationship at the time. Upon learning of Lin Chen's breakup, Bai Wei joyfully danced, her twin ponytails swaying in rhythm, exclaiming, "Does that mean I can be your girlfriend now? How delightful." Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the girl's unfiltered excitement. Ruffling her hair, he replied, "You're still too young to comprehend the complexities of romantic relationships." Unexpectedly, Bai Wei puffed out her chest, playfully accentuating her figure, her innocent eyes shimmering as she said, "Chingij, I'm not that young. If you don't believe me, why not test it?" Lin Chen's lips twitched at the sight. Truth be told, Bai Wei was quite attractive, her fair skin and tall stature complemented by a youthful exuberance that made her innocent face alluringly tempting. He struggled to view her as merely a sister. "What on earth are you doing?" Just then, a fierce voice broke through the moment. Aunt Zhang strode into the room with a commanding presence, seizing Bai Wei and pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Chen. "I can't believe you would take advantage of my Wei in my absence." "Wait, Lin Chen barely had a chance to explain. Bai Wei stepped forward, embodying the defiant little princess as she declared, "Mom, you've misunderstood. Chen Gij is not that kind of person. Besides, I'm his girlfriend now. So you needn't concern yourself." With that, she wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's, rising on her toes to plant a kiss on his cheek. "Let me be your girlfriend, Chen Gij." Lin Chen looked at Aunt Zhang with exasperation. "I'm also a victim here." "All right then, I won't hold this against you." Aunt Zhang, aware of Bai Wei's headstrong nature, recognized her mistake and cleared her throat. "Aren't you planning to buy a house? It must be a full payment of 300,000, not a penny less. Do you have that much money?" At this moment, Aunt Zhang still harbored some doubt regarding Lin Chen's financial capabilities. "Chen Gij, are you really going to buy my family's house?" Bai Wei lowered her head, a blush adorning her fair cheeks as she fiddled with her slender fingers, shyly adding, "Isn't it a bit early to be thinking about a wedding house? I'm not ready yet, but if you truly want to marry this soon, I wouldn't be against it." Then, her demeanor shifted back to that of a proud little princess. "Mom, you're really something. Selling to Chen Gij at such a high price, 300,000, is too much. I think 150,000 is fair." Not only was Lin Chen taken aback, but Aunt Zhang too stood in stunned silence. This daughter of hers was truly her flesh and blood. Cough, cough. "Aunt Zhang, let us go with your 300,000. You needn't move any furniture out. I'll pay you an additional 100,000, totaling 400,000. What do you think?" "How much?" Aunt Zhang asked, astonished, unsure if she had misheard. 400,000. "If you agree, I can transfer it to you right now." Upon receiving confirmation, Aunt Zhang swallowed hard. Her face lighting up with joy, agreed. "We'll sign the contract right away. Please transfer the money." After all, the furniture in the room had been procured from second-hand markets, costing only a few thousand yuan in total. Selling it again might yield barely 1,000. Thus, receiving an extra 100,000 was a delightful surprise. Lin Chen wasted no time, promptly retrieving his phone to make the transfer. As Aunt Zhang received the funds, she beamed. "I always said Xiao Chun is a talented young man with a bright future ahead. Have you landed a good job?" Lin Chen offered a faint smile, something like that. Aunt Zhang nodded thoughtfully, then, with a sly grin, pulled out her phone. "Oh dear, I almost forgot. Old Wang has invited me for a game of mahjong. Xiao Chun, Wei, you young ones continue your conversation. I'll take my leave." Once Aunt Zhang departed, Bai Wei mysteriously opened her suitcase, beckoning Lin Chen over. "Chen Gij, come here. I brought you a gift from abroad." "A gift?" Lin Chen felt a surge of warmth. The girl hadn't brought anything for Aunt Zhang, but had remembered him. He smiled and asked, "What is it?" "Tada." Bai Wei produced a squashed gift bag, and upon opening it, she quickly drew out a cream cake, now flattened into a creamy disc. "How could this happen?" "The vendor assured me the bag was sturdy enough not to get squashed." Bai Wei lamented. "Ha!" Lin Chen burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. Who would have thought there were unscrupulous vendors, even abroad, targeting innocent girls? He gently ruffled Bai Wei's hair to soothe her. "I appreciate the sentiment, but the gift isn't necessary." You're the best, Chen Gij." Bai Wei beamed, taking his hand and suggesting, "Let me treat you to dinner." Feeling a bit hungry himself, Lin Chen agreed. "However, for your first meal back in the country, let us dine at any restaurant in Jiangbei City, My treat. Thank you. Brother Chen. Bai Wei stood on her tiptoes, her delicate, cherry-like lips brushing against Lin Chen's cheek. Hand in hand, they strolled towards the door. Lin Chen shook his head in resignation. This little girl certainly possessed a certain charm. The pair descended the stairs and arrived beside the Lamborghini Veneno. Bai Wei gazed at the sports car, her excitement palpable. Brother Chen, is this your car? It's so cool. I recognize it. It's a Maserati. It must cost over $1 million, right? Lin Chen chuckled and replied, close enough. Come on, hop in. I'll take you for a spin. Yes. This is my first time in a sports car. Thank you, Brother Chen. Bai Wei eagerly opened the car door and obediently settled into the passenger seat. Whipping out her phone to snap pictures furiously. Hold on tight. This is going to be quite the ride, Lin Chen cautioned as he pressed down on the accelerator. The V12 engine roared to life with a feral growl, reverberating through the entire neighborhood. Whoosh! The sports car surged forth like a wild stallion, racing out of the community and onto the bustling streets of Jiangbei City. No, I can't take it. Brother Chen, this is too intense. Slow down. I can't handle it. Bai Wei clutched the seatbelt tightly, her fair face flushed with excitement and a hint of panic. Chapter 8. Is this what you call English? Can't handle it already? Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. After all, she was just a young girl with low tolerance. He had yet to unleash the full power of the car. Gradually easing off the accelerator, the Lamborghini Veneno glided smoothly along the asphalt road. Brother Chen, where are you taking me? Bai Wei inquired, her gaze fixed on the scenery outside the window. I'm treating you to a sumptuous meal. Don't ask too many questions. You'll find out when we arrive, Lin Chen replied with a mysterious smile. Oh, I won't ask anymore. I'm quite looking forward to it. Bai Wei said, her eyes sparkling with innocence. Half an hour later, the sports car came to a halt outside a high-end hotel. A keen-eyed valet immediately approached, opened the car door, and bowed deeply, saying, Welcome, sir, to Huatai Hotel. Lin Chen and Bai Wei exited the vehicle. He casually tossed the keys to the valet, instructing, Take good care of my car. Don't let anyone scratch it. Understood, sir. Please, you and the young lady go ahead. I will watch over the vehicle. Responded the valet. As a member of the 7-star hotel's valet service, he possessed keen insight and was well acquainted with various luxury brands. This Lamborghini Veneno, with only 10 units produced worldwide, was priced at 100 million yuan, and with a stunning beauty seated in the passenger seat. It was evident that Lin Chen was no ordinary individual. He was certainly not someone a mere valet could afford to offend. Lin Chen smiled, appreciating the valet's professionalism. He pulled out a 50 yuan note from his pocket and said casually, Here's a little tip for you. The valet was momentarily taken aback. 50 yuan? Was he joking? Guests driving cars worth 1 or 2 million typically tipped at least 100 yuan. Yet, this young millionaire in a top-tier supercar only offered 50? Thank you. Sir, your kindness is appreciated. The valet replied respectfully, accepting the bill. Bai Wei, let us head inside, Lin Chen urged. Yes, Brother Chen. I feel like I'm making you spend too much, Bai Wei said, wrapping her arm around his, displaying a sense of intimacy. In the hotel lobby, a group of security personnel stood watch, accompanied by a middle-aged man in a suit. The man appeared anxious, pacing back and forth with a furrowed brow. Just then, one of the security guards stifled a yawn, looking somewhat fatigued. The middle-aged man immediately approached him, slapping his face in frustration. I didn't pay you to sleep. Get your act together. The guard looked aggrieved, cradling his swollen cheek. Manager Fong, we've been standing here all day. Who exactly are we waiting for? The middle-aged man's expression darkened. Don't ask questions that don't concern you. You're just a security guard. This morning, the middle-aged man had received a notification from management that the hotel had been fully acquired by a mysterious tycoon the previous night. The former owner had moved abroad with his sister-in-law, and the new owner remained an enigma, only known by the name Lin Chen. During a management meeting, it was unanimously agreed that the new owner would likely conduct a covert inspection before revealing himself. Thus, every employee was instructed to remain alert and attentive until the new owner made his appearance. At the hotel front desk, Lin Chen smiled and inquired, Excuse me, are there any tables available in the restaurant? The restaurant, located atop the building, offered breathtaking views of the city while dining, with prices naturally steep, averaging over 10,000 yuan per person. However, Jiangbei City was never short of wealthy patrons. To dine at the Huatai Hotel's Sky restaurant, reservations were typically required at least 3 days in advance. Yet, Lin Chen was unconcerned. He sought to assess the service quality as an ordinary patron. The front desk attendant, lounging in her chair, glanced at Lin Chen, a hint of disdain crossing her face as she replied nonchalantly, Do you understand the rules? Besides hotel guests, anyone wishing to dine in the restaurant must make a reservation 3 days in advance. Is this the level of service one could expect from a 7-star hotel? In any other establishment, Lin Chen would have turned on his heel and left without a word. However, Huatai Hotel was now his property. If the staff exhibited such an attitude, it was indeed troubling. Miss, I merely wish to inquire if there is a table available. You can simply inform me if there is, or isn't, Lin Chen said patiently. The front desk attendant rolled her eyes, barely acknowledging Lin Chen. Brother Chen, the service here is dreadful. I don't want to eat here anymore. Let us go. Bai Wei pouted. Don't be upset, Wei Wei. Do you believe that with just a word from me, I could change their attitude? Lin Chen said, a smile playing on his lips. Really, Brother Chen? Bai Wei asked, her eyes wide with anticipation. Just then, a portly man approached. He was stout, with a gaudy gold Rolex adorning his thick wrist, and his balding head was slicked back with heavy gel, glistening under the light. He leaned over the front desk, showcasing his ostentatious watch. His face a mixture of arrogance and lewdness, with oversized yellowed teeth on display. Excuse me, I'm Jack, and I would like a table in the restaurant, he announced. The front desk attendant stared at him blankly for a moment before understanding his request. Sir, are you requesting a table in the restaurant? She asked. The man nodded enthusiastically. Yes, I'm a gold member of Huatai Hotel and can enter the restaurant without a reservation. I'd like a window seat, please. The front desk attendant smiled politely. Please hold on, sir. I will find you a suitable table. Thanks, the man replied, noticing Bai Wei standing nearby. His eyes lit up with lewd interest as he glanced at Lin Chen, a smirk of disdain crossing his lips as he approached her. Excuse me, lovely lady. I hope to dine with you tonight. Bai Wei was momentarily stunned, then covered her mouth and burst into laughter. Brother Chen, I didn't understand a single word of what he said in English. It was utterly hilarious. After all, Bai Wei had spent several months abroad and was quite proficient in English. However, the man's accent was so heavy and his pronunciation so irregular that, apart from himself, no one could decipher his words. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle as well, while the man's face turned beet red, his eyes brimming with resentment. Lin Chen paid him no mind and strode directly to the reception desk, inquiring, why is he allowed to enter the restaurant? The receptionist cast a disdainful glance at Lin Chen. Mr. Wang, Mr. Jack, is a golden member of our hotel, entitled to enter the restaurant without a reservation. And you? Well, you are nothing. Upon hearing Lin Chen's humiliation, Wang Fuguei smirked, slicking back his shiny hair. Do you even know what a golden member is, kid? The membership fee is a staggering 100,000 yuan per month. Of course, they have the privilege to dine whenever they please. You probably can't even scrape together 1,000 yuan, yet you dare to bring your girlfriend to Huatai Hotel. It's truly laughable. He then turned, revealing a lecherous grin, saying, Little beauty, how about dining at the Sky restaurant with your uncle? What do you say? Chapter 9. Tell him to appear within 5 minutes. Don't be afraid. Uncle is very gentle. Wang Fuguei approached Bai Wei, his smile growing increasingly lascivious. Brother Chen, there's a pervert. Bai Wei exclaimed, covering her face, her delicate frame trembling. This was indeed crossing the line. Lin Chen had always regarded Bai Wei as his younger sister, and the lecherous old man daring to bully her in front of him was intolerable. In a swift motion, Lin Chen charged forward, kicking Wang Fuguei away, and spat on his face. Get lost, scum. He then embraced Bai Wei's trembling form, reassuring her, don't be afraid. With me around, no one can hurt you. Brother Chen is the strongest, Bai Wei replied, nestled against Lin Chen's sturdy chest, a sly smile playing at the corners of her lips. Wang Fuguei scrambled to his feet, wiping the spit from his face, and stomped his foot in frustration. You little wretch, how dare you hit me? Is there no security? I am a golden member of Huatai Hotel, and taking your girlfriend is a favor to you. You'll regret this. Lin Chen's gaze turned icy. Do you think I'm afraid of you? You pathetic loser. I could crush you with a single finger. Wang Fuguei gulped, feeling the chill in Lin Chen's eyes, as if he were sitting on needles, instinctively taking 2 steps back. At that moment, the hotel manager, Fong Hao, arrived, accompanied by a team of security personnel. What is going on? He asked, visibly irritated. The receptionist recounted the events in detail. After listening, Fong Hao pondered for a moment and instructed, delete the surveillance footage. I will handle this. Understood, Manager Fong. Once the receptionist left, Fong Hao's demeanor shifted, and he spoke apologetically. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Jack, for my tardiness. Wang Fuguei, fuming, pointed at Lin Chen. Manager, I'm a regular here, having spent at least several 100,000 in your establishment. Now, I've been assaulted by this little wretch on your turf. I demand an apology, or this will not end well. Fong Hao nodded repeatedly, smiling. Mr. Jack, please calm down. Leave it to me. I will ensure you are satisfied with the outcome. Yes, handle it quickly. This kid hits hard, and I'm still in pain. Wang Fuguei replied. Fong Hao turned to Lin Chen, a hint of disdain curling the corners of his mouth. Kid, I don't want to escalate this. But you did hit Mr. Jack, so kneel and apologize. Bai Wei, hands on her hips and her cheeks flushed with indignation, retorted. Why should he? He was merely defending himself from his advances. The surveillance clearly shows that. However, Fong Hao shook his head with a cunning smile. I'm afraid the surveillance just malfunctioned and recorded nothing. But everyone present witnessed your boyfriend assaulting Mr. Jack. If the police are involved, he could face imprisonment for 10 days to a month. The surrounding security nodded in agreement. Yes, I saw it. He was just jealous of Mr. Jack's wealth and acted out in shame. Indeed, Mr. Jack is a regular here with an excellent temperament. He would never strike first. This poor boy dared to hit Mr. Jack. Manager Fong, I suggest we call the police and have him arrested. Lin Chen merely laughed, a natural and disdainful expression crossing his face. With a resounding clap, he drew everyone's attention. His eyes glinted with frost as he fixated on Fong Hao. Very well, had I not arrived, I would never have known the true character of your staff. It seems a thorough reorganization is in order. Just then, the valet who had parked Lin Chen's car rushed over. Sir, your car is ready. Please take your keys. I'll keep an eye on it. Lamborghini. Everyone's eyes widened, fixated on the emblem on the keys. A profound silence enveloped the room, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Lin Chen accepted the keys, patting the valet's shoulder. Here's a task for you. Go find the hotel manager and tell him I'm Lin Chen. The valet looked troubled. Knowing his position, didn't he typically allow him access to management? Lin Chen. Fong Hao, upon hearing the name, trembled, his legs weakening as he swallowed hard, nervously stating, Are you the Mr. Lin who purchased the hotel outright? Lin Chen chuckled softly, showing no inclination to converse with Fong Hao. Instead, he smiled at the valet and said, Don't worry, just go find him. Tell him if he doesn't appear within 5 minutes, he will be dismissed on the spot. Yes, I understand. I'll go right away. The valet swallowed hard. Even if he were dim-witted, he could tell that this handsome young man was the mysterious wealthy individual who had bought the hotel. Not daring to delay, he rushed to the elevator to find the hotel manager. I won't interfere with your internal matters, Manager Fong. I'll take my leave now. Wang Fuguwei, sensing trouble, attempted to slip away. Just as he had taken a few steps, Lin Chen called out, Did I permit you to leave, Mr. Jack? Wang Fuguwei turned around, forcing a smile. Not at all, young Master Lin. You can call me Fuguwei. My pig is about to give birth, so I must return to help. We can meet another time. Bai Wei couldn't contain herself and burst into laughter. But just a moment ago, you wanted Brother Chen to kneel and apologize. Wang Fuguwei, feeling weak, fell to his knees, knocking his head 3 times on the ground. Young Master Lin, I was blind to your greatness. Please forgive my foolishness. Lin Chen chose not to dwell on the matter further, as he had more pressing concerns regarding the reorganization of Huatai Hotel. He waved his hand dismissively. Leave. You are not to set foot in Huatai Hotel again. Thank you, young Master Lin. I'm leaving now. Wang Fuguwei fled as if for his life. Which one of you is Mr. Lin? At that moment, the elevator doors opened. A middle-aged man clad in a black suit hurriedly exited, followed closely by the young valet from earlier. Mr. Chun, that is Mr. Lin, he announced. The middle-aged man jogged to Lin Chen's side and bowed deeply, exclaiming, Mr. Lin, I am Chun Tianwu, the supervisor of hotel management. I sincerely apologize for not being able to greet you promptly. I have been informed of the situation, and I will address it immediately. Please bear with me for a moment. He then turned to Fong Hao, speaking in a stern tone, Manager Fong, it's disappointing that, as a long-standing employee, you lack such discernment and dared to slander Mr. Lin. You are hereby dismissed. And you, security personnel, stop fabricating lies. Your bonuses for the past 6 months will be forfeited. Is there any objection? The guards quickly shook their heads, expressing their gratitude. No, thank you, Supervisor Chen. Fong Hao slumped on the ground like a puddle of mud, his eyes vacant, and pleaded, Supervisor Chen, I only acted for the good of the hotel. You can't just fire me like this. Chun Tianwu feigned ignorance and signaled to the nearby security. Several guards understood the implication and escorted Fong Hao out of the hotel. Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with how I handled this? Chapter 10. Brother Chun is a bad egg. Supervisor Chun. Individuals like Fong Hao are surely not an isolated case within the staff. To prevent future incidents, we shall close the hotel for 3 days starting tomorrow for a thorough review. As you are the primary responsible party, your entire bonus for this year will be deducted. Do you have any objections? Chun Tianwu smiled wryly, shaking his head. He neither dared nor wished to contest this decision. With a new manager in place facing such a predicament, he naturally bore some responsibility. If not him, then whom would they hold accountable? Lin Chen's move was a clear warning, a demonstration for the seasoned employees. Regardless of previous management's policies, he intended to conduct affairs with utmost propriety following his takeover. Anyone who dared to overstep the boundaries would face dismissal without exception. Mr. Lin, please proceed to the Sky restaurant. I have already instructed the kitchen to prepare the meals. Despite the penalty imposed on him, Chun Tianwu bore no resentment. Given such a significant blunder, Lin Chen's decision not to terminate him outright was already a display of magnanimity. Wei Wei, if you wish for anything specific, feel free to inform Supervisor Chen. Lin Chen smiled. I would like lobster, abalone, and steak. No, wait, also truffle caviar. And if there are any desserts, that would be splendid. Brother Chen, what do you wish for? Chen Tianwu noted everything down and instructed the staff. Quickly notify the kitchen to make preparations. Mr. Lin, do you have any dishes in mind? Lin Chen chuckled lightly. I'm fine with anything. Just a bowl of egg fried rice will do. Egg fried rice. Is that truly how one flaunts wealth? Dining on egg fried rice at a 7-star hotel is something only Lin Chen would dare to do. Sensing the peculiar glances from the crowd, he inquired, is there a problem? Chen Tianwu quickly shook his head, praising, Mr. Lin is indeed frugal. This spirit is one to be emulated by all employees. Henceforth, the only staple for employee meals will be egg fried rice. The staff shuddered, their lips twitching in response. Mr. Lin, please accompany Miss Wei Wei to the Sky Restaurant. Chen Tianwu said respectfully. As they made their way to the elevator, preparing to ascend to the top floor, Lin Chen suddenly recalled something and halted, turning back to the valet standing at the hotel entrance. A smile crept upon his lips as he remarked, Supervisor Chen, that young man is quite competent. He can be entrusted with significant responsibilities. Mr. Lin, do you mean? Chen Tianwu paused in surprise. Understood, the lobby manager position is currently vacant. Shall we consider him for the role? Lin Chen smiled enigmatically. As he entered the elevator with Wei Wei, he added, you will have full authority over the hotel. I shall not interfere. It is up to you to decide. Up to you to decide? These 4 words, seemingly simple, carried profound implications, especially when articulated by a leader. Chen Tianwu comprehended the weight of this directive and summoned the HR manager, inquiring, did you grasp Mr. Lin's intent? The HR manager, wearing a sycophantic smile, replied, Supervisor Chen, Mr. Lin has immense trust in you. The decision is yours to make. Chen Tianwu shook his head, patting the HR manager on the shoulder with a sigh. Though you are the manager, I am still the supervisor. Promote that young man to fill the vacancy of lobby manager. At the pinnacle of Huatai Hotel, in the Sky Restaurant, under the dazzling glow of crystal chandeliers, a rosewood table was laden with exquisite dishes. Boston lobster, Australian abalone, truffle caviar, crispy tempura, and butter-seared tenderloin. Each dish crafted from the finest ingredients, airlifted directly from their origin to Jiangbei City within 24 hours, paired with the culinary artistry worthy of a state banquet. Each dish was a feast for the senses, capable of making one's taste buds explode with delight at a mere glance. At that moment, a stunning foreign beauty with golden locks and azure eyes approached, adorned in a V-neck red dress that accentuated her voluptuous figure. Her alluring smile was framed by inviting crimson lips. Mr. Lin, this is the finest Lafite red wine from 1976, rich in flavor. I shall uncork it for you now. Thank you. The blonde beauty struggled with the corkscrew, exerting considerable effort, but to no avail. Shall I give it a try? Lin Chen offered with a smile. That would be much appreciated. The blonde beauty grinned, but as she handed the bottle to Lin Chen, her stiletto-clad foot stumbled, causing her to lurch forward, her ample bosom pressing squarely against Lin Chen's face. In a moment of sheer surprise, Lin Chen nearly found himself suffocated. The sensation was overwhelming. Risking asphyxiation, he instinctively took a gentle bite. The blonde beauty quickly composed herself, adjusting her disheveled attire, a flush creeping across her fair cheeks as she stammered, I apologize, Mr. Lin. It was unintentional. Lin Chen merely smiled faintly. He took the corkscrew, aimed it at the cork of the precious wine, and pressed down with considerable force. Opening such a rare vintage required finesse. Initially, it was challenging to penetrate, but with a few forceful attempts, it became easier. Once it was more manageable, he could ease up on the pressure, and the cork would come free. See, it's already opened. The blonde beauty, understanding his method, licked her luscious lips and remarked, Mr. Lin seems quite experienced in uncorking wine. Perhaps we could exchange insights in depth? Lin Chen chuckled. Let us save that for another time. We can schedule a meeting to discuss the finer points. Very well, I won't intrude further. Wishing you and Miss Wei Wei a delightful dining experience. The blonde beauty sauntered away, her curvaceous figure swaying enticingly. Brother Chen, you are incredibly knowledgeable. How impressive. Wei Wei clearly misunderstood the deeper implications of the conversation, her wide, sparkling eyes filled with admiration for Lin Chen. I also wish to exchange experiences with you. Lin Chen, caught off guard, sputtered, nearly spitting out the red wine he had just sipped. Gazing at Wei Wei's innocent face, he was momentarily at a loss, unsure if the young girl was genuinely oblivious or simply feigning ignorance. After a brief moment of hesitation, he managed to smile. Of course. We can discuss it in due time. Thank you, Brother Chen. You are the best. After finishing their meal, the evening had grown late, transitioning into twilight. Gazing through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the vibrant cityscape of Jiangbei unfolds in all its splendor under the night sky. Towering skyscrapers shimmer with dazzling lights, while the bustling streets resemble serpents of illuminated brilliance weaving through the heart of the metropolis. The night breeze of Jiangbei carries a refreshing hint of early summer, a delightful chill in the air. At this moment, Bai Wei, intoxicated, sports a rosy complexion, her delicate face resting on the dining table as she murmurs in a dreamy haze. Chen Gij is a bad guy. He doesn't love me at all. Lin Chen offers a faint smile, gently stroking Bai Wei's head, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Silly girl, how could I not love you? Bai Wei seems to catch a whisper of his words, her half-dazed state prompting her to part her lips, enveloping Lin Chen's fingers with her mouth, her tongue tenderly caressing them. Chapter 11. A brother cannot treat his sister this way, no. Mr. Lin, the room is ready for you, and Miss Weiwei, Chen Tianwu, ever perceptive, had prepared accommodations without seeking Lin Chen's consent. As the supervisor of Huatai Hotel, he was acutely aware that a wealthy young man bringing a lady to a hotel was rarely just for a meal. After all, dining options abound throughout Jiangbei, with countless renowned restaurants. The underlying reasons were all too evident to any normal man. Lin Chen caressed Bai Wei's supple face and nodded, "Take me there." He then leaned down to cradle Bai Wei's soft form in his arms. She murmured softly, nestled against his solid chest, the gentle fragrance wafting from her petite nose. Chen Tianwu escorted them to the entrance of the presidential suite. Coming to a halt, he respectfully stated, "Young Master Lin, I wish you and Miss Weiwei a delightful evening. I remain on standby for the next 24 hours. Feel free to summon me with any requests." Lin Chen nodded lightly, "You may go now." Upon entering the presidential suite, he confirmed the opulence was indeed as advertised online. Every surface within reach was adorned with 24K gold, and the floor was carpeted with luxurious Persian wool. A grand bed awaited in the master bedroom, invitingly soft, akin to resting upon a cloud. Lin Chen gently laid Bai Wei upon the bed, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him as he retreated to the bathroom for a wash. The sound of water trickling filled the air. After freshening up, Lin Chen emerged from the bathroom only to find female garments strewn about near the bed, dresses, high heels, and lingerie. Bai Wei's petite head peeked out from beneath the covers, her cheeks flushed from the remnants of alcohol, her head tilted on the pillow as she slumbered soundly. "This little girl certainly trusts me." Lin Chen chuckled softly. As he approached the bed to pick up the discarded clothing, a delicate, snowy hand emerged from the blankets, ensnaring Lin Chen's neck, followed by the girl's gleeful voice. "Hee, Chen Gij, I'm actually not drunk. I tricked you." The sensation of her soft back against him was intoxicating. Not needing to ponder further, Lin Chen glanced at the lingerie in his hand, instantly recognizing what it was. Weiwei, why don't you put on some clothes first? It might get chilly at night." Bai Wei nestled her head on his shoulder, exhaling softly. "But I'm not cold at all. It's warm under the covers." "Chen Gij, you should come in and feel it too." Before Lin Chen could collect his thoughts, Bai Wei had already tugged him into the bed with her. Her innocent, pure face was mere inches from his, her large, watery eyes reflecting innocence, vulnerability, and a hint of mischievous triumph. "Chen Gij, could you help me open a bottle of red wine?" Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement. Given the circumstances, he couldn't afford to think too much. Bai Wei became flustered. "Chen Gij, you can't see me as just a sister. Brothers shouldn't treat their sisters this way." Yet, every word dripped with temptation. As time slipped away, dawn broke, casting golden rays of sunlight. Lin Chen was already dressed by the bedside, a smile gracing his lips as he gently ruffled Bai Wei's hair. "Sleepyhead, wake up. The sun's shining on your backside." Bai Wei opened her eyes, her lovely orbs holding a newfound allure, shyly avoiding Lin Chen's gaze. "Are you regretting it?" Lin Chen inquired. She shook her head, gazing at his handsome face, her small hand retreating under the covers, her brow slightly furrowed. "It still hurts a bit. Apologies if you didn't enjoy it." "I want to do it again," Lin Chen reassured her. "No, it's not that. Weiwei really liked it. Just be a little gentler next time." Bai Wei blushed furiously, pulling the blanket over her head. "Chen Gij is a big bad guy, a bad guy bad." Lin Chen chuckled, suddenly recalling he hadn't checked in for the day. He called up the system. "Proceed with today's check-in." Ding. Check-in successful. "Congratulations, host has obtained the invincible skill. Consecutive check-in for 4 days rewards. 10x cashback on expenditures within 24 hours. Good heavens. The invincible skill?" Lin Chen's lips twitched slightly. As the saying goes, only a dead cow can't be overworked. Was this designed to leave him utterly exhausted? While the invincible skill might seem trivial in everyday life, it could prove invaluable during crucial moments. For instance, the second reward, 10x cashback. This meant that every expenditure Lin Chen made within the next 24 hours would yield a tenfold return. Spend 10,000, receive 100,000. Spend 100,000, receive 1 million. If he were to spend 100 million, wouldn't he directly receive 1 billion? The thought alone was exhilarating. At that moment, Bai Wei poked her head out from under the covers. Chingij, let us go shopping at the mall later. I want to buy some pretty little dresses. The mall? Lin Chen was contemplating where to spend money when Bai Wei's words jolted him from his reverie. In the heart of Jiangbei lies the largest luxury shopping center in the country, the Guomao Mall. Renowned international brands such as Gucci, Chanel, Hermes, and Louis Vuitton all have flagship stores there. There could be no better place to indulge in shopping. Lin Chen couldn't help but cup Bai Wei's face, planting a kiss on her alabaster forehead. Wei, thank you. Her face instantly flushed crimson. She playfully swatted his arm, oblivious to her lack of clothing as the blanket slid down to the floor. Bathed in the golden sunlight, her supple skin appeared even more radiant. Lin Chen swallowed hard, a surge of desire igniting within him, nearly compelling him to pull Bai Wei back against him. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Mr. Lin, have you and Miss Wei risen? Breakfast is ready. Please proceed to the dining room. What terrible timing. After breakfast, Lin Chen and Bai Wei departed from the Huatai Hotel, stepping into the Lamborghini Veneno en route to Guomao Mall. Half an hour later, the sports car came to a gentle stop outside the shopping center. The spectacle did not create much of a stir, for those who frequent the International Trade Center for shopping are the elite of society, already accustomed to the sight of supercars. Nevertheless, Lin Chen's Lamborghini Veneno, of which only 10 units exist globally and priced at a staggering 100 million yuan, certainly captured the attention of numerous onlookers. They were eager to discover the identity of the young master indulging in such extravagant consumption. As the passenger door swung open, a pair of slender, snow-white legs adorned in high heels emerged, followed by the graceful figure of Bai Wei, clad in a white dress. A gentle summer breeze wafted through, causing the hem of her dress to dance in the wind, revealing her fair skin and ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a celestial being untouched by the mortal world. She was breathtaking, truly the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. My goodness, those long legs, a veritable embodiment of allure, complemented by a physique that could only be described as exquisite. If only I could marry her, I would willingly sacrifice a decade of my life. Oh, but do not indulge in such fanciful dreams. Did you not notice that she alighted from a Lamborghini? She is undoubtedly just another plaything of a wealthy young man, someone beyond your reach. Chapter 12. I shall take none of these, wrap up the rest. The captivating beauty, accentuated by the supercar, intensified the curiosity among the gathered crowd regarding the identity of the car's owner. Who could possibly be the young master of such ostentation? Amidst the anticipation, the Lamborghini's door opened. My goodness, someone gasped in awe ahead of time. In the next moment, the previously restless atmosphere fell silent. What the hell? Emerging from the vehicle was Lin Chen, clad in a simple white t-shirt and denim jeans, his feet encased in counterfeit Adidas sneakers, his entire ensemble no more than 300 yuan. He bore no resemblance to the image of a wealthy heir that had formed in the minds of the onlookers. In fact, his attire marked him unmistakably as an underdog. Each face in the crowd bore a large question mark. Their cognitive dissonance was palpable. Brother Chen, why are they all staring at you? Bai Wei asked, clutching Lin Chen's arm, her expression one of confusion. Lin Chen chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. Pay them no mind. Let us head inside. The two entered the shopping mall, leaving behind a group of onlookers grappling with their shattered perceptions. Wow, this store has the most beautiful dresses. Brother Chen, come quickly. Shopping is an inherent skill of women. The mall's management was well aware of this, with prime retail space on the first floor dedicated entirely to women's apparel. Behind the glass displays hung exquisite dresses, shimmering under the lights, deeply captivating Bai Wei. They stepped into a boutique, where the sales associate, upon noticing Bai Wei's stunning looks and the unassuming young man accompanying her, could surmise their relationship. A smile crept across her face. Typically, when a man and a woman enter a store together, it is the devoted admirer accompanying the goddess on a shopping spree. Once the goddess expresses interest in an item, the admirer, regardless of the financial toll, would purchase it to win her favor, inevitably leading to a few months of instant noodles. Yet, the sales associate was indifferent to such dynamics. She was solely focused on her sales performance. Madam, do you have a particular style in mind? I can make some recommendations. Bai Wei shook her head. We're just browsing. She then took Lin Chen's hand, wandering through the store, occasionally pointing at dresses and asking, Brother Chen, do you think I would look good in this? Lin Chen smiled gently. Wei, you would look beautiful in anything. Hee, while these dresses are lovely, I suspect Brother Chen prefers the sight of me without any clothes on, Bai Wei teased, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. The sales associate, observing from behind, was taken aback. Their relationship seemed to defy her expectations. What goddess would speak so casually to her admirer, in the presence of such a devoted follower? The goddess must maintain an air of aloofness, even if they had shared intimate moments the night before in a lavish hotel. The next day, the admirer would still be solicitous, inquiring about the goddess's sore throat. "Brother Chen, look at this dress. It's absolutely stunning. I adore it." At that moment, Bai Wei halted, her sparkling eyes fixed on a blue dress showcased in the window. The sales associate immediately beamed. "Madam, your taste is impeccable. This dress is a limited edition for the season, the only one in Jiangbei City, and it was reserved just a day ago." Before she could finish, Bai Wei lamented. "It's been reserved? What a pity, then let it be." The sales associate's smile faltered slightly, and she hurriedly added, "It's no problem. The reservation hasn't been paid for yet. If you truly love it, we can sell it to you. We're running a promotion at the moment, and it's priced at just 800 yuan. With this pitch, and considering it was the admirer footing the bill, the sale seemed nearly secured in the bag. The sales associate was internally elated, envisioning another successful transaction. Just as she reveled in her triumph, Bai Wei tugged at Lin Chen's hand and began to exit the store. Muttering, "Brother Chen, we've encountered a swindler. How can a simple dress be priced so high? We cannot be taken for fools." The sales associate stood frozen, utterly flabbergasted. This scenario was not at all what she had anticipated. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He currently possessed over 20 million yuan in his account. Spending 800 yuan on a dress seemed rather trivial. "Wei, if you really like that dress, let us purchase it." "But Brother Chen, I haven't received my allowance from my mother yet. I don't have that much money on me." Bai Wei, still a university student studying abroad, had returned home for the summer, and 800 yuan was indeed a luxury for her as a student. Lin Chen smiled gently, taking Bai Wei's hand and returning to the store. "Wrap that dress up and charge it to my card." The sales associate furrowed her brow but quickly regained her composure, smiling as she replied, "Please hold on. I'll fetch it and wrap it up for you." "Wait a moment," Lin Chen suddenly interjected. What is it?" The sales associate, fearing he might be having second thoughts, inquired. Lin Chen flashed a subtle smile, casually pointing at the dresses in the window and nonchalantly stating, "Wrap this one, and this one, and this one, too." The sales associate was taken aback. "All of them?" Bai Wei, grasping Lin Chen's hand, shook her head. "Brother Chen, that is too many. I can't possibly wear them all." Lin Chen affectionately ruffled her hair, addressing the sales associate. "Forget the ones I just mentioned. Wrap up the rest." He then leaned down, smiling. Wei, please share your address with her so they can be delivered to your home." At that moment, everyone around was left in stunned silence. Had they encountered a top-tier rich heir? Was he buying clothes as casually as one would purchase a car? Yet, Lin Chen's attire, valued at no more than 300 yuan, painted a stark contrast to the image of a wealthy heir. "Good day, sir. I am Gu Qin, the store manager. May I ask for your name? I would be delighted to assist you personally." At that moment, a woman in a professional suit approached. In her early 30s, tall and graceful, her long legs clad in black heels and skin-toned stockings, her face radiated a warm smile. Surely, purchasing a few items of clothing would not warrant the attention of the store manager. Lin Chen replied with a calm smile, "I am Lin Chen, Manager Gu. Let's just process the payment. We still have other items to buy." "Certainly, Mr. Lin. Please hold on while I calculate the total amount." Gu Qin took the bank card from him. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that it was merely an ordinary savings card, prompting a slight arch of her brow. As the proprietor of an upscale clothing boutique, she had encountered numerous signs of wealthy families and was well aware that when family assets reach a certain threshold, the cards issued are not standard bank cards, but rather privileged VIP cards. This Lin Chen, who had purchased over 100 dresses without so much as a blink, was using a basic bank card? That seemed rather implausible. "Notify the mall security and prepare them," Gu Qin instructed, summoning a staff member. Moments later, the total cost for the dresses was calculated. "Mr. Lin, your total comes to 1.36 million, but as it is your first visit to our store, I will use my authority as the manager to waive 60,000, making the total 1.3 million. Does that work for you?" Waiving 60,000. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and immediately responded, "No, I do not prefer discounted items. Charge the full amount. Let us proceed with the card payment. The password is 6/8. Chapter 13. Reluctantly acquiring these two watches. "Mr. Lin, I Gu Qin intended to confirm, but, seeing Lin Chen's resolute demeanor, she had no choice but to acquiesce. She then instructed the staff to bring over the POS machine. After entering the password, the machine emitted a beep, and over 1 million was deducted in one fell swoop. Payment successful. Gu Qin was momentarily stunned, then her expression brightened. "Mr. Lin, the total is 1.36 million. Thank you for visiting our store with Miss Wei, and may you both enjoy a pleasant life." At that moment, Lin Chen's mind was flooded with notifications. Ding. Detected that the host spent 1.36 million, activating a tenfold rebate. 13. 6 million has been transferred to the host account. Please check your balance. Dear user, your account has received a transfer of 13.6 million. Glancing at the notification of the deposit, a subtle smile graced Lin Chen's lips, and his heart swelled with joy. Truly, the system was efficient, transferring funds without delay. Mr. Lin, is there anything else I can assist you with? Gu Qin had essentially concluded that the young man before her, though dressed modestly, exuded an air of nobility. Spending over 1 million without batting an eye. He could only be a top-tier heir. It is often said that the scions of the wealthiest families maintain a low profile, and it appeared to be true. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen inquired, Manager Gu, does the mall have any shops that sell wristwatches? I wish to purchase a few. Wristwatches? The mantra goes, the poor indulge in cars, while the wealthy adorn themselves with watches. How could a successful individual be without a respectable timepiece? Although Lin Chen was not a successful person, it did not preclude him from owning a watch. Mr. Lin, what price range are you considering for a watch? Gu Qin inquired with a smile. Lin Chen replied with a casual smile, the more expensive, the better. Money is not an issue. It simply needs to match my status. You understand. Of course, a man of your understated sophistication deserves nothing but the finest. How do you feel about Patek Philippe? Patek Philippe? The pinnacle of luxury watches. A Rolex may be the standard for successful individuals, but it pales in comparison. Even historical figures like Tsar Peter the Great, President Kennedy, and Queen Elizabeth II have treasured this brand. The prices, naturally, were astronomical, with even a basic model starting at 6 figures. Often referred to as the Rolls-Royce of watches. A smirk of disdain crept onto Lin Chen's face. Patek Philippe was acceptable. It seemed he could not procure anything more precious, so he might as well take a look. In an instant, the surrounding crowd was rendered speechless, and once they regained their composure, they felt an overwhelming urge to confront Lin Chen. How brazen. Mr. Lin, Miss Weiwei, please take care. And we hope to see you again. After bidding farewell to Lin Chen, Gu Qin exhaled deeply. Engaging with top-tier heirs was outwardly calm, yet internally fraught with tension. Every word had to be weighed carefully, which was exhausting. As Lin Chen and Bai Wei turned to exit, they made their way to the adjacent store to purchase a watch. Upon entering Patek Philippe, Lin Chen observed the interior and noted the sparsity of customers, with staff appearing rather lackluster. It was understandable, as such high-end luxury brands did not rely on foot traffic for profit. 3 years without opening, yet when they do, they thrive for 3 more. They catered solely to the elite few atop the social pyramid. Upon entering the store, Lin Chen and Bai Wei immediately attracted several glances. Noticing Lin Chen's plain attire, a subtle smirk formed on their lips as they shook their heads in amusement. They had no intention of extending a greeting. After all, their enthusiasm was reserved for the affluent. In their eyes, Lin Chen appeared to be merely a penniless boy accompanying his girlfriend for a fleeting glimpse of luxury, not worthy of their time. Lin Chen paid little heed. As the watches were prominently displayed in the showcases, their prices crystal clear. Weiwei, do you see anything you fancy? He inquired with a smile. Brother Chen, you've already spent so much on me. Patek Philippe's watches are far too expensive. Let us leave, Bai Wei replied anxiously. Lin Chen shook his head with a smile, ruffling Bai Wei's hair. Why don't you help me choose one? I'm keen on buying a watch. Of course. I'll help Brother Chen find the perfect one, Bai Wei beamed, revealing her small tiger teeth, exuding a charming innocence as she leaned closer to examine the watches in the display case. At that moment, a young saleswoman in her early 20s approached, recently employed. Her voice was somewhat inexperienced, yet her demeanor was exceedingly warm. Sir, are you looking to select a watch? Lin Chen glanced at her, noting her fresh-faced appearance. Likely a recent graduate. Her bright eyes reflected a naive enthusiasm, and her name tag read in Yusin. It must be said that in Yusin was quite fortunate as a newcomer, for Lin Chen intended to boost her sales performance. Ha ha. The nearby sales staff could not suppress their laughter. Look at how eager in Yusin is to serve that poor boy. Does she truly believe he can afford a Patek Philippe? Indeed, she is still too young. A boy like that is clearly just indulging his girlfriend's whimsy. He is likely to buy as a ghost is to appear. Look at how delighted in Yusin is. She genuinely thinks he is a customer. Someone needs to set her straight. At that moment, Lin Chen had already selected 2 watches, each priced over 1 million. It wasn't he overly extravagant. Please package these 2 watches. I'll pay by card, Lin Chen said with a smile. And Yusin hesitated, kindly cautioning, Sir, these 2 watches are limited editions for the season, priced at 1.47 million. Are you certain you wish to proceed? She emphasized the amount, fearing Lin Chen might overlook it. 1.47 million? Lin Chen hesitated. So, this was the price for a Patek Philippe watch. Raising an eyebrow, he considered the cost. Sir, you might want to reconsider. And Yusin nodded, assuming Lin Chen was deterred by the price and would ultimately decline the purchase. Such a bargain, only 1.47 million. I wonder if there are any timepieces priced in the 8-digit range. If not, I suppose I will have to reluctantly settle for these 2 watches, Lin Chen sighed. Well, and Yusin swallowed hard. She could see that Lin Chen was dressed quite ordinarily, clearly not a target customer for Patek Philippe. However, noticing Lin Chen's somewhat handsome features and the presence of his charming girlfriend, she, being kind-hearted, couldn't bear to let him lose face. Since there were hardly any customers in the store, she decided to let Lin Chen experience the lifestyle of the affluent. Little did she expect him to be so unreserved, immediately mentioning an 8-digit luxury watch, thus squandering her good intentions. Perhaps it was a mistake to entertain him, she thought with a hint of regret. While maintaining a smile and patiently explaining, "Sir, it's important to note that top-tier watches valued in the 8-digit range typically require a reservation of at least 6 months in advance. Unfortunately, we do not have any watches of such exorbitant value in the store at the moment." Chapter 14. A chance encounter with ex-girlfriend Yang Lily, is that so? Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Just as he was about to say something, a voice filled with astonishment suddenly rang out behind him. "Lin Chen, what a surprise to see you here." That voice sounded somewhat familiar. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, turning around in confusion, only to see a man and a woman entering the store, the latter pouting and saying, "You two are here too?" The newcomers were none other than Lin Chen's ex-girlfriend, Yang Lily, and her boyfriend, Lu Lei. Upon seeing the adorable girl by Wei standing next to Lin Chen, Yang Lily's eyes flickered with regret and a hint of resentment. Lin Chen, however, regarded the two with an impassive expression, feeling no stir of emotion. In his eyes, Yang Lily had become as foreign as a stranger. "Brother Chen, isn't that Lily?" Bai Wei blinked her large, watery eyes innocently and exclaimed, "The man next to her is quite unattractive. I simply cannot fathom why Lily would abandon you for him. It makes no sense at all." With that remark, everyone in the vicinity erupted into laughter. Without comparison, there is no harm. Lu Lei was decent-looking, but when juxtaposed with Lin Chen, he paled in comparison, left only to be overshadowed. As for Yang Lily and Bai Wei, the disparity was even more pronounced, with one soaring high and the other sinking low. "You." Lu Lei clenched his fists, his expression twisted in disgust. Having harbored resentment since Lin Chen had last taught him a lesson, he now found himself at the peak of fury, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Yet, upon noticing Lin Chen's shabby attire, his anger dissipated in an instant, replaced by a smirk of disdain. "I am magnanimous and will not stoop to the level of a young girl. But you, Lin Chen, dressed in what appears to be street vendor goods, dare to peruse Patek Philippe? What makes you think someone like you, a mere pauper, belongs in a place like this? What good is your handsome face? I have plenty of money. In this materialistic society, money reigns supreme. Even the most aloof goddess must kneel and sing of submission when faced with wealth. Yang Lily is the perfect example." With this thought, Lu Lei's confidence surged. However, at that moment, Bai Wei, with her large, innocent eyes, asked, "What do you do for a living?" Lu Lei was momentarily taken aback, a look of joy spreading across his face. Could it be that this adorable girl was so taken with him that she was inquiring about his profession? What a splendid opportunity to flaunt. "Work? Ha, little beauty. I don't have a job. Someone like me." Before Lu Lei could finish his sentence, Bai Wei pouted and interjected, "So you're just a jobless drifter? I thought you were a mall security guard. Otherwise, why would you be stopping, Brother Chen? Do you live by the sea? Seems you're overstepping your bounds." With that, Bai Wei's words once again sent laughter rippling through the store. This adorable girl was simply too sharp-tongued. The best part was her innocent tone, which rendered any retort utterly ineffective. "You bastard." Lu Lei's face turned crimson with rage. "Calm down." He took a deep breath, attempting to quell his inner fury. Rolling up his suit sleeves to reveal a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, a limited edition worth several $100,000. "Lin Chen, have you seen this watch? It's worth 5 figures. I doubt you could afford it even if you pooled all your savings." The surrounding staff momentarily fell silent, their eyes igniting with fervor. "Welcome to the Patek Philippe flagship store, sir. May I ask if you have any particular model in mind? I would be happy to retrieve it for you," inquired a female attendant in her 30s, who had earlier mocked Lin Chen as a pauper. Lu Lei sneered, looking down at Lin Chen with a sense of inflated vanity, nonchalantly stating, "Lily, if you fancy that watch, feel free to take it. I am a gold member of Patek Philippe, entitled to VIP privileges and a 5 discount. We are not the kind of impoverished losers who merely window shop while dragging along a young girlfriend." What a sight to behold. After delivering that remark, Lu Lei cast a challenging glance at Lin Chen, as if to say, "Little brat, in the face of absolute financial power, you, a mere pauper, are nothing but a plaything. Ha ha ha." Meanwhile, the female attendant seized the opportunity, smiling at Yang Lily and asking, "Miss, do you have any particular model in mind?" Yang Lily's gaze fell upon a lady's watch, exquisitely crafted, adorned with a circle of diamonds that sparkled under the light, making it exceptionally eye-catching. With a price tag that was decidedly steep, 46 million renminbi. Miss, you have impeccable taste. This lady's watch is a seasonal new arrival, with only 5 pieces available in Zhongbei City. Although it is merely a base model, its design is unique and highly sought after. Why not purchase it now? Just swipe your card. It's a mere 46 million, a trifling sum for someone of your caliber, unlike some impoverished souls who come merely to gawk. This wave of mockery was utterly overwhelming. Lu Lei felt a surge of delight at this turn of events, but just as he basked in his own world, he realized Lin Chen was utterly disinterested in the scene unfolding. The audacity of this pauper to ignore him. It implied his earlier boast had not affected Lin Chen in the slightest, which was a bit disconcerting. Lin Chen, how could this be? Just then, Lu Lei suddenly froze. He saw Lin Chen nonchalantly holding 2 limited edition watches, each valued at 1 million. Pieces he himself lacked the courage to purchase, yet Lin Chen toyed with them effortlessly. Not bad. Let's just swipe the card, Lin Chen said with a faint smile, pulling out his bank card and handing it to Yusin. Sir, the total for these 2 watches exceeds 3 million. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this purchase? Yusin queried, a note of concern in her voice. After all, Lin Chen's attire did not resemble that of an affluent individual capable of spending over 3 million on luxury watches. Those who could typically adorn themselves in Armani or Versace. Kid, you sure know how to put on a show. Let's see how this plays out for you. Lu Lei chuckled coldly. He held no belief that Lin Chen could produce over 3 million in funds, especially since Yang Lily had left him for being poor. He stood by, ready to witness Lin Chen's embarrassment. Over 3 million. Lin Chen murmured. Haha, are you frightened? Lu Lei immediately mocked upon seeing Lin Chen hesitate. Standing beside them, Yang Lily wore an expression of utter indifference. It was one thing for Lin Chen to be poor, but to act pretentiously was quite another. During their last breakup, he had even gone so far as to rent a sports car to save face, leading her to mistakenly believe he hailed from a wealthy family. In retrospect, he was nothing more than a pitiable jester, both impoverished and ostentatious. She regretted ever having developed feelings for someone of such caliber. Perhaps it was still lacking. How about adding a basic wristwatch worth several hundred thousand, which would serve nicely on her bedside to check the time? Let us round it up and say 5 million. Chapter 15. Is Animus so cheap? Let us make it an even 5 million. Is this a vegetable market? Ha ha ha. This poor fool truly loves to show off. Why not say he spent 5 billion? It's laughable. Lu Lei guffawed. Yang Lily shook her head in exasperation, her face a canvas of disdain. Just charge it. Lin Chen said with a calm smile. The password is 6/8. I'm in a hurry and need to buy other things afterward. All right, please hold on. Yusin replied, taking the bank card, her heart racing. 5 million was an astronomical figure for her. If the transaction succeeded, with a 3% commission, she would earn 150,000 RMB, more than her annual salary. After retrieving the POS machine and entering the password, it beeped. Lu Lei sneered. Insufficient balance, right? Hurry and kick this poor guy out. Yusin swallowed hard, staring at the small screen of the POS machine, her emotions settling after a long while, only to be replaced by exhilaration. She had earned 150,000. Sir, the transaction has been successful. Here is the wristwatch you purchased. Would you like to wear it now, or should I wrap it in a gift bag for you? Lin Chen replied coolly, the 2 pieces costing over 1 million each. I'll wear them now. As for the several hundred thousand piece, I'll just put it in my pocket. No need for a gift bag. With that, he took Bai Wei's delicate hand and fastened the watch around his wrist, then adorned himself with the other, casually slipping the remaining piece into his pants pocket. Witnessing this, everyone present gasped in astonishment. Although a watch worth several hundred thousand wasn't considered exorbitantly valuable, it was still a rare luxury. Ordinary people treated such purchases like family heirlooms, fearing even the slightest scratch. Yet, Lin Chen simply tossed it into his pocket. Was he not afraid of it falling? Impossible. I must be mistaken. This cannot be Lin Chen. It's all a fade. Lu Lei's pride suffered a severe blow. Though a second-generation wealthy scion, he had to ask his family for money before every expenditure, even for items worth several hundred thousand, whereas Lin Chen spent 5 million without a second thought, casually pocketing luxury goods. Who was the true pauper here? Yang Lily stood in a daze, 100 thoughts swirling in her mind. For years had passed, the young master. The elder had sent for me to bring you home. He was a city's wild young heir, concealing his identity for love, and at that moment, he decided to drop the act. I'm done pretending. I am indeed a second-generation wealthy scion. In any case, Yang Lily regretted her choices. It turned out that the sports car Lin Chen had driven was not rented. Desiring to attach herself to a wealthy heir, she failed to realize that the true wealthy heir was right beside her, lamenting her own blindness that led to losing the chance to enter high society. Beep. Detected that the host has spent 5 million, activating rebate rewards. 50 million has been credited to the host's account. Please check your balance. A faint smile crept onto Lin Chen's lips. This money came too easily, devoid of any challenge. Was the life of a wealthy magnate truly so dull? Missin, I wish to purchase a few everyday clothing items. Nothing too extravagant, just something befitting my status. Do you have any recommendations? People dress to impress. And Lin Chen had no inclination to endure ridicule while clad in cheap attire. As a magnate, possessing a few decent outfits was essential. After a moment of contemplation, and Yusin smiled slightly, Mr. Lin, I'm not very familiar with luxury fashion, but there's an Armani flagship store next door where you might find what you're looking for. Armani? A top-tier, global luxury brand. Lin Chen had heard of it. Even a short-sleeved shirt could cost several thousand. The average person could only dream of affording such items. Previously, Lin Chen wouldn't have dared purchase such expensive clothing. With that money, he could have enjoyed a modest barbecue feast and indulged in a few massages at a foot spa. But now, a few thousand seemed trivial. Thanks to the tenfold rebate, the more he spent, the more he earned. Thus, the pricier the clothing, the better. Brother Chen, are you buying clothes? I can help you pick. Bai Wei was even more enthusiastic than Lin Chen, grabbing his hand and leading him from Patek Philippe to the Armani store. A few shop assistants cast a dismissive glance at Lin Chen's ordinary attire, but one keen-eyed female assistant noticed the Patek Philippe watches on Lin Chen and Bai Wei's wrists, her eyes lighting up with fervor. The limited edition Patek Philippe of the season. As staff from the neighboring store, they were well aware of the watch's worth. Goodness! At that moment, the other employees also spotted the million-dollar watches and gasped, rushing over. Sir, do you have a style you favor? A fresh-faced female assistant inquired, blinking her eyes. Before Lin Chen could respond, Bai Wei had already set her sights on a white suit, smiling. Brother Chen, you'd look incredibly handsome in this suit. Sir, I must say, your girlfriend has excellent taste. This suit is an Armani Spring Limited Edition, and there's only one in Jiangbei City. In my professional opinion, it's practically tailored for you and perfectly complements your aura, the female assistant eagerly stated. Lin Chen smiled slightly. All right then, seeing your enthusiasm, I'll take it. The assistant was momentarily taken aback. Sir, aren't you going to ask about the price? Price? What's that? Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Let us do this. Wrap this suit up, and I'll take 10 of the most expensive suits in the store, 5 for spring and 5 for summer. After settling the bill, have them delivered to Villa No. 1 at Uni Manor, and tell them Mr. Lin from Villa No. 1 made the purchase. Someone will coordinate with you. Villa No. 1 at Uni Manor. At that moment, the assistant fully understood why Lin Chen hadn't inquired about the price. To reside in Uni Manor indicated that one was already a billionaire. The handsome young man before her, living in Villa No. 1. What did that signify? It was rumored that Villas 1 to 10 housed not ordinary wealthy individuals, but families with assets exceeding 10 billion. Understood, Mr. Lin. Please hold on while I make arrangements, she said, her voice tinged with nervousness. She then retrieved a calculator, and after a few minutes, the total for the 11 suits was calculated. 58 million. That's an average of 326,000 each, equivalent to the price of an Audi A4. Upon seeing this price, the assistant swallowed hard, her voice trembling. Sir, the total comes to 26 million. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the purchase? 11 suits for only 58 million? Is Armani this inexpensive? Lin Chen replied with a hint of disappointment. The onlookers were utterly taken aback, and once they regained their composure, they were filled with a fervent desire to confront Lin Feng. Listen to him. Does that even qualify as human speech? How utterly arrogant. Very well. Let's just bear with it for now. I shall swipe my card directly. The password is 6/8. Chapter 16. The Sports Student in Stasis, a Direct Explosion. After purchasing their garments, Lin Chen and Bai Wei departed from the Guamao shopping mall, intending to seek a restaurant for lunch. Upon reaching the parking lot, they beheld a group of young girls clad in JK uniforms, gathered around a Lamborghini Veneno, fervently snapping photographs with their phones. The incessant clicking of cameras filled the air. These girls, aged around 15 or 16, were adorned in vibrant attire. The length of their skirts barely concealed their backsides, revealing their long, fair legs. They were likely students from a nearby high school, taking advantage of their holiday to revel in the delights of Guamao. Observing these budding blossoms, Lin Chen offered a faint smile, choosing to remain silent. The vanity of youth is often overwhelming. The photographs they were capturing would undoubtedly serve as a source of boastful pride for an entire semester. Miwei, let us sit over there and wait for them to finish before we approach, he suggested. All right, I'll follow Brother Chen, she replied. The two settled on a bench by the street, and after a span of several minutes, the group of JK girls showed no signs of dispersing. Instead, their enthusiasm grew, and their poses became bolder. With no one around to deter them, One girl audaciously climbed atop the hood of the sports car, striking a pose. Her pale face displaying what she believed to be an endearing expression. Did you get it? Did you capture the shot? Worry not, we surely have. Hurry down so I can take a picture. The girls lined up, clamoring to ascend the Lamborghini's hood. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. These were not the nation's flowers. They were akin to predatory man-eating plants. Instead of focusing on their studies, they had come to Guimao merely to take photos. And as if that weren't enough, they were trampling on his sports car while posing. Were it not for their tender age, Lin Chen would have rushed over and kicked them off. Bai Wei pouted, Brother Chun, look at them. They're going to damage the car. You should do something. Do not be vexed. I shall send them away and then take you out for a lavish meal, Lin Chen reassured her, gently ruffling her hair before striding towards the girls engrossed in their photography. Clearing his throat, he addressed them, young ladies. Have you obtained permission from the car owner to pose on the hood of the vehicle? Who the hell are you to say that? One girl retorted. But as soon as she laid eyes on Lin Chen's handsome visage, her expression transformed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Wow, so handsome. Like a prince straight out of an idol drama. Handsome brother, is this sports car yours? The JK girls abandoned their photo session, flocking to Lin Chen, each face alight with infatuation. Handsome brother, can I have your WeChat? Yes. We could hang out together. Handsome brother, do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of me? Lin Chen shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. The thoughts of today's youth are far too liberated. Just as he was about to speak, the roar of motorcycles pierced the air. In the next moment, 5 or 6 sleek scooters sped into view. Ridden by a group of male high school students. Clad in tight-fitting outfits and skinny jeans, their arms adorned with tattoos of English letters. Their hair a riot of colors and cigarettes dangling from their lips, they approached. Ting Ting, finally found you. You went out to play without telling me. Let me treat you to some milk tea. One green-haired boy called out. What relationship do we share that I should inform you? Stop bothering me. I no longer have feelings for you, a heavily made-up JK girl retorted, rolling her eyes. The green-haired boy was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of despair as he clutched his chest. I would forsake everything for you, even my life, and yet you are so heartless, shattering my heart. Ting Ting, love me once more, I shan't disappoint you. Hearing this, Lin Chen felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Such an overwhelming display of sentimentality. Just leave me alone. I already have someone I like, the JK girl asserted, wrapping her arms around Lin Chen's, directing her words at the green-haired boy. See, this is my new boyfriend. No. Ting Ting, what does he possess that I lack? The green-haired boy scrutinized Lin Chen, gulping as he noted. He is merely a bit taller, more handsome, and has a better physique. As he continued to speak, his confidence dwindled, nearly collapsing under the weight of his own words. Unexpectedly, the green-haired boy inhaled deeply, rolled up his pant leg to reveal white socks and counterfeit Air Jordans, proclaiming, But I have been training in sports. After a few years of honing my skills, I shall surpass you. How will you respond then? Lin Chen chuckled softly, shaking his head. After a morning spent wandering the mall, he was famished and had no time to engage with this group of youngsters. Yet the green-haired boy obstructed his path, flexing his arms to reveal 2 not-so-prominent muscles. Let us have a fair duel, just between men. If you win, Ting Ting is yours, and I shall leave without further ado. What do you say? What is this nonsense? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Is this the mindset of today's youth? Beside him, the JK girl's eyes glimmered with anticipation. Handsome brother, you should accept the challenge. I truly despise him and wish to be rid of his incessant pursuit. Sighing, Lin Chen relented. Very well, what shall we compete in? Without hesitation, the green-haired boy declared. Push-ups. I am the recognized athletic champion of our school, with a sprint time of 96 seconds, nearly rivaling Bolt. I wouldn't dare bully you, considering your age. Push-ups are my weakest point. Lin Chen was taken aback by the absurdity of the claim. 96 seconds, nearly rivaling Bolt? This green-haired boy really dares to say that? He chuckled lightly. No problem. Let us see who can do more in 1 minute. We shall begin immediately. I won't let you lose too embarrassingly. Prepare yourself. I shall start now. With that, the green-haired boy lowered himself, commencing his push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 13, 24, 31. The minute passed swiftly. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he completed 31 standard push-ups. It was evident he had some skill. Now it was Lin Chen's turn. He smiled faintly, saying little, and promptly lowered himself to begin his push-ups. The JK girls, enraptured, began counting for him. 1, 2, 31. In less than 20 seconds. Lin Chen had completed 31, utterly eclipsing the green-haired boy. In the next moment, he lifted one hand, performing one-handed push-ups. 32, 54. 20 seconds elapsed. Finding the challenge too easy, Lin Chen abandoned 4 fingers, balancing solely on 1. 55, 56, 84. The sound of gulping filled the air. In the final 20 seconds, Lin Chen executed 31 finger push-ups. The green-haired boy stood frozen, his pride as an athlete utterly shattered in that moment. Lin Chen, unfazed, stood up, brushing off the dust from his hands, and remarked with a calm smile, "That was my first attempt. I'm still not quite adept." This was his first attempt. The crowd was left in a state of astonishment. Lin Chen offered no further explanation. Before they could gather their wits, he and Bai Wei slid into the sports car, revving the engine as they sped away. "Brother Chen, let us dine at this restaurant." Chapter 17. Mr. Lin, it is evident that you possess a profound understanding of gastronomy. However, I have read online that this restaurant operates on a reservation basis, accommodating merely 10 patrons a day. I wonder if there are any available seats today. White Wei pouted, her rosy lips forming a delicate expression. "Reservations are required, and only 10 diners are welcomed each day?" Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. "Wei Wei, if you wish to indulge, we shall proceed there immediately. The reservation matter is entirely inconsequential." "Really? Brother Chen, you are simply wonderful." The restaurant is named Pearl Bay No. 18. Once Lin Chen set the navigation, he pressed the accelerator, and the sports car surged forward, gliding through the bustling streets of Jiangbei City. Other vehicles swiftly made way. For even with ample insurance, a collision with this $100 million steel behemoth would lead to ruin. Half an hour later, the Lamborghini came to a gentle halt at Pearl Bay No. 18. Lin Chen glanced up at the sign, a somewhat upscale Western restaurant with an air of subtle sophistication. The interior hosting only a few diners, rendering it rather desolate. "Wei Wei, let us enter." Hum. Brother Chen, my stomach is already growling. I am eager for a sumptuous feast." White Wei grasped Lin Chen's hand and made her way toward the restaurant. "I apologize, sir, but we are fully booked today, and the establishment is not accepting any more patrons. You may try to reserve for tomorrow online." A doorman clad in a black tailcoat greeted them with a smile, his tone respectful. He had observed Lin Chen arriving in a Lamborghini and donned in a limited edition Armani outfit, alongside a luxurious watch on his wrist, indicating that Lin Chen was no ordinary individual. As merely a doorman, he could not afford to offend. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and replied with a serene smile, "We are not here to dine. Please summon your owner. I wish to acquire this restaurant." "Sir, you wish to acquire the restaurant?" The doorman gulped. Had it been anyone else making such a statement, he would have promptly called security to eject them. After all, Pearl Bay No. 18 is one of Jiangbei City's renowned high-end dining establishments, with a minimum per capita expenditure of 10,000 yuan and daily revenues reaching hundreds of thousands. Most crucially, the restaurant's owner and head chef, Peter, is a world-renowned culinary master, known for his exacting standards in gastronomy. He opened this restaurant primarily to promote Western cuisine, with profit being a secondary concern. However, the young man before him emanated an air of nobility that left the doorman momentarily uncertain. He could only say, "Sir, this matter is beyond my purview. Please wait a moment while I inform the owner." Lin Chen smiled faintly. "Go ahead, but do not keep me waiting too long." "Very well, sir." The doorman turned and hurried inside, heading toward the kitchen. A foreign chef, engrossed in creating a delicate dessert, did not lift his head as he inquired, "What is it?" "Mr. Peter, a wealthy young man at the door, claims he wishes to acquire the restaurant. I was uncertain, so I came to ask you," the doorman reported. The foreign chef paused, momentarily taken aback, before his eyes ignited with fury. "Preposterous. Can gastronomy be measured in monetary terms? My purpose for opening this restaurant is to share culinary artistry with the world. Selling it would be an affront to the divine. Tell him that if he wishes to dine, he must make a reservation in advance. Acquisition is out of the question. Now leave." The doorman had not anticipated Peter's vehement reaction and trembled as he replied, "Understood. Mr. Peter, I shall convey your message." He turned and returned to the entrance. "I apologize, sir, but our owner is not interested in selling the restaurant, so please take your leave." "Not interested in selling?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. A hint of amusement playing at the corners of his lips, run back and informed them that I am offering 50 million, while also retaining his position as head chef, without interfering in the restaurant's daily operations. Upon hearing the offer, the doorman shivered slightly. 50 million to acquire a restaurant. This young man was indeed extravagant. He wasted no time and rushed back to the kitchen. But before he could speak, Peter's deep voice interrupted. "Are you not committed to your work?" "I am in the process of creating an exquisite dessert. Do not disturb me." The doorman quickly explained, "Mr. Peter, I deeply apologize. However, the wealthy young man mentioned he is willing to purchase the restaurant for 50 million. Absurd, in my eyes. Culinary art is a priceless treasure that cannot be quantified by money." Peter paused, then a spark ignited in his eyes as he stopped his work, asking, "Wait. How much did you say he is willing to pay?" "Mr. Peter, it is 50 million. Ha ha." Peter burst into laughter, unable to contain his joy. "My culinary creations are meant for those who appreciate them. Clearly, This gentleman who offers 50 million possesses a deep appreciation for gastronomy. Quickly, take me to meet him. The doorman was left speechless. This foreign chef was indeed a paradox. One moment he was passionately adamant, and the next, he was bending to the allure of wealth. Truly, the simplest of truths cannot escape the law of irresistible allure. Brother Chun, I read online that the restaurant owner is quite principled, only allowing 10 guests per day. And the 11th, regardless of the offer, would not be accommodated. Will he consent to the acquisition? To be frank, Lin Chen too felt uncertain. What if Peter was indeed a culinary master who regarded wealth as trivial? Just then, hurried footsteps echoed through the air. Which one is Mr. Lin? Chef Peter of Pearl Bay number 18 wishes to meet you. A foreign chef approached, clad in a chef's uniform. You are the Mr. Lin who offered 50 million for the restaurant, correct? Peter greeted him with utmost respect, firmly grasping Lin Chen's hands. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Peter, did you not just declare your unwillingness to sell? What has changed? Mr. Lin, you misunderstand. I do not sell to those who do not appreciate fine cuisine. However, it is evident that you possess a profound appreciation for gastronomy. Even the divine would not consent to my refusing to sell to you. Peter shook his head vigorously. Appreciation. I absolutely possess. However, before any purchase is made, we must sample your culinary prowess. Is that a reasonable request? Lin Chen replied with a serene smile. Not at all unreasonable. Why are you standing there in a daze? Quickly, prepare to welcome Mr. Lin. The doorman, shaken from his stupor, promptly exclaimed, Mr. Lin, please follow me. Peter wore a beaming smile, addressing Lin Chen as boss with an endearing familiarity, as if he were about to exalt him. Mr. Lin, please allow me a moment to prepare a special meal for you and Miss Wei Wei. Shortly, a dedicated staff member will attend to your service. Upon entering the restaurant, a few patrons were already dining. As Lin Chen and Wei Wei sat down, a gaze was immediately cast upon them. At a nearby table sat a portly middle-aged man in a black suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and a gaudy gold Rolex on his wrist, his mouth curling into a smirk that revealed yellowed teeth. Opposite him sat a heavily made-up woman clad in a revealing red dress, her ample bosom catching the eye, though her features were rather ordinary. As the middle-aged man beheld Wei Wei, his lecherous eyes sparkled with interest, and he plotted his next move. Chapter 18. How dare he show disrespect to Mr. Lin? My dear young lady, why not join me at my table? Only the premium package allows one to experience authentic Western cuisine. As for the paupers package you two have ordered, it is merely a substandard imitation, incapable of showcasing Chef Peter's true artistry, the middle-aged man declared, his demeanor oozing arrogance and disdain. At restaurant number 18 in Pearl Bay, the menu does not offer la carte options. Instead, patrons may choose from 3 set meal packages priced at 18,000, 88,000, and 188,000 yuan. Unsurprisingly, middle-aged individuals typically opt for the premium 188,000 yuan package, while the 18,000 yuan option has been disparagingly dubbed the pauper's meal, reserved for those with limited funds who nonetheless wish to indulge in a high-end dining experience. Upon entering, Lin Chen and Bai Wei noted the absence of any waitstaff, an unmistakable indication that they were likely to be served the pauper's meal. Such a blatant attempt to undermine their dignity? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. Uncle, that won't be necessary. You appear far too aged, and I fear it may diminish my appetite, Bai Wei retorted with disdain, her feelings toward middle-aged men steeped in aversion. Such ingratitude. How could you speak to your elder brother in such a manner? Exclaimed the woman seated opposite the middle-aged man, her heavily made-up visage resembling a ghastly mask, with an excessive layer of foundation rendering her face a ghastly pale. She regarded Bai Wei with suspicion, her own insecurities evident in her eyes. Rolling her eyes, she added, Your brother kindly invited you to dine, and you failed to appreciate his goodwill. Youngsters like you, how much could you possibly have? I wager you squandered half a year's salary to feign sophistication. It truly is pitiful. Brother, do not be angry. Let us eat, she said, affectionately grasping the middle-aged man's hand, her scarlet lips pressing against his cheek. Humph. Chenggu, look at them. I can hardly stomach this meal, Bai Wei declared, stamping her petite foot in frustration. At that moment, the kitchen door swung open, and a procession of waitstaff clad in maid uniforms emerged, each carrying exquisite dishes. The premium package certainly lived up to its reputation. The middle-aged man's face lit up with satisfaction upon seeing the waitstaff approach, casting a smug glance at Lin Chen, as if to proclaim, Behold, the power of wealth. As he straightened in his seat, ready to savor the top-tier service, he was dismayed to find the waitstaff entirely disregarding him, instead serving the dishes to the table beside them. Lin Chen offered a calm smile and said, Thank you. The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned. Brother, what is happening? Were you not supposed to receive the premium package? Why are they serving them first? The woman inquired, astonished. I do not know, the middle-aged man stammered, his face twitching in confusion. Just then, a foreign chef in a chef's uniform hurriedly approached. The middle-aged man exhaled deeply, a smile breaking across his face. Dear, fret not. We have Chef Peter attending to us personally, a service far superior to theirs. He waved enthusiastically. Hi, Peter, we are over here. However, Peter merely glanced at him before his gaze fell upon Lin Chen. His eyes sparkling with recognition as he rushed over and respectfully addressed him. Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with my culinary skills? Lin Chen replied with a mild smile. Quite satisfactory. You possess the qualifications of a master chef. To receive such acknowledgement from Mr. Lin is a tremendous honor, Peter responded, seemingly awestruck. What is this? Wasn't it said that Peter was rather conceited? Who exactly is that young man? The middle-aged man swallowed hard, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Peter, have you lost your mind? We reserved the premium package. Why are you not serving us and instead fawning over that pauper? The woman seethed angrily. The air grew thick with tension. The middle-aged man nearly slipped from his seat in shock. It was evident to anyone with functioning eyes that having Chef Peter personally attend to Lin Chen indicated his esteemed status. How could this foolish woman fail to recognize the gravity of the situation? Peter turned away, a dark cloud settling over his expression. I apologize, I was merely jesting. Please, continue your meal, I shall take my leave. The middle-aged man plastered on a forced smile, eager to exit swiftly. Yet, the woman grew increasingly animated, standing defiantly with her hands on her hips. What a dreadful establishment. We paid 188,000 yuan and received no basic service. This restaurant deserves to go bankrupt. The middle-aged man tugged at her arm, whispering urgently, Stop it, let us leave. Leave? Are you not a man? They must provide an explanation. How much did that pauper actually pay? She challenged, glaring at Lin Chen. Peter's eyes glinted with cold intensity. Who are they? The doorman hurried over, reporting. Today's guests have reserved the 188,000 yuan premium package. Peter nodded and turned to Lin Chen, offering a conciliatory smile. Mr. Lin, please hold on for a moment while I address this. He then waved his hand, summoning several security personnel. Remove them, blacklist them, and ensure they are never permitted to set foot in this restaurant again. The woman stood frozen, watching the approaching security with disbelief. Have you lost your minds? We are patrons. How dare you attempt to eject us? Who is that pauper, anyway? Peter, with palpable frustration, declared, Mr. Lin has not paid a single penny. However, he purchased the restaurant for 50 million yuan, making him the owner. What are you, to dare show disrespect to Mr. Lin? That foolish woman. At that moment, the middle-aged man deeply regretted bringing her to Pearl Bay number 18. The fact that Lin Chen could buy an entire restaurant for 50 million yuan signified his net worth in the billions at such a young age. Just imagine the formidable power behind him. Offending him would mean losing any standing in Zhangbei City. As these thoughts raced through his mind, cold sweat trickled down his back, and he shivered involuntarily, stuttering, And Mr. Lin, we were blind and have wronged you. Please forgive our transgressions and let us depart without further incident. He then yanked the woman away, pulling her toward the exit. You continue your meal, we shall take our leave. The two exited the restaurant in disgrace. Peter bowed deeply. Apologizing, Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for our oversight. We should have arranged a private room for you and Miss Wei. Lin Chen merely smiled, remaining unperturbed. After all, his current status was far too elevated to sully himself with the likes of such trifles. No worries, the window seat is quite delightful, allowing us to enjoy the scenery while we dine. Peter breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Lin Chen was satisfied. I shall now introduce the dishes to you and Miss Wei. Bai Wei picked up her cutlery, eyeing the exquisite dishes on the table, and with a delighted pout, exclaimed, Those two annoying individuals have finally left. I can hardly wait to feast. Peter raised a glass of chilled beverage, presenting, Mr. Lin, Miss Wei, please observe. This drink is my carefully crafted appetizer, a crystal jelly infused with grape juice and brandy, perfectly blended to awaken your taste buds with just one sip. Please, do indulge. Chapter 19. Milk tea in Zhangbei City is quite expensive. Wow. Chenggu, you must try this. It is truly delicious. Bai Wei exclaimed, lifting the drink to Lin Chen's lips, her big, glistening eyes sparkling with anticipation. Chenggu, let me feed you. Lin Chen smiled lightly and took a small sip. The flavor was indeed delightful. The harmonious blend of fruit and alcohol, frozen to perfection, offered a smooth, refreshing taste that awakened his palate entirely. Peter, standing nearby, beamed with expectation. Mr. Lin, how does it taste? Quite excellent. It suits my palate very well, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Peter was overjoyed, responding fervently. To receive Mr. Lin's approval is an immense honor. Please, continue your meal. I shall not intrude further. After finishing their meal, the afternoon hours arrived. Lin Chen, Having concluded the acquisition matters concerning Pearl Bay number 18, drove Bai Wei home. At the foot of her apartment building, Bai Wei reluctantly grasped Lin Chen's hand, her delicate lips pouting. Brother Chen, in a few days my vacation will end, and I shall be going abroad to study. You must not forget me. I will miss you dearly. With that, she tiptoed and placed a gentle kiss on Lin Chen's cheek. Ha ha, silly girl. How could I possibly forget you? Take good care of yourself while you're abroad. Lin Chen affectionately ruffled Bai Wei's hair, his face radiating tenderness. Thank you, Brother Chen, for your concern. I will take care of myself, Bai Wei replied with a sweet smile. She then produced a ring from her pocket and slipped it onto Lin Chen's finger. Hee hee, Brother Chen, this is a gift for you. I'm heading upstairs now. Remember to call if you miss me. With that, she turned and dashed into the building. Stopping at the stairwell's corner, she made a playful face at Lin Chen, gesturing to call him, before disappearing from his sight. Silly girl, Lin Chen chuckled softly. Gazing at the ring on his finger, which was likely worth no more than 4 digits, a warm current flowed through his heart. Ding, ding, ding. A sudden ringtone interrupted his reverie. Lin Chen picked up his phone, glancing at the caller ID, a smile gracing his lips. Miss Ling, what can I do for you? On the other end was Ling Shui, the property manager of Uni Manor. Mr. Lin, the clothes you ordered have arrived. Would you like us to place them in the wardrobe of Villa number 1? We need your consent to open the door, Ling Shui explained. That's fine, go ahead. But please separate the spring and summer clothing, Lin Chen replied. Understood, Mr. Lin. With your consent, we will open the door. But the access will be limited to the wardrobe. If you cannot return to the manor, you can observe the entire process remotely through your phone, Lin Chen smiled lightly. One must admit, the professionalism of high-end property management is commendable. By the way, could you send a few people to clean the villa? I haven't yet engaged a housekeeping team. Of course, Mr. Lin, such minor tasks require only your instruction, and we will attend to it promptly. After organizing the clothes, I will leave some staff behind to assist with the cleaning. Would that be acceptable? Ling Shui replied with a smile. Very well, then I appreciate your efforts. Lin Chen concluded the call. Taking his seat in the Lamborghini, he pressed the accelerator, and the sports car roared to life, speeding towards Uni Manor. Passing by a bubble tea shop, Lin Chen slowed down and parked. He decided to head into the shop, feeling it was only right to treat the property staff to some bubble tea for their hard work in cleaning such a large villa. Having spent 50 million on acquiring Pearl Bay number 18, the system promptly rewarded him with a staggering 500 million, with the remaining balance in his account. Lin Chen's net worth was now approaching 600 million, making it effortless for him to buy a few cups of bubble tea. He could easily purchase the entire shop if he wished. Oh my, what a handsome young man. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. He looks so striking. I thought he was a celebrity. Indeed, if only I could be his girlfriend, I'd be the happiest girl in the world. As soon as Lin Chen entered the bubble tea shop, he instantly became the center of attention. The young women purchasing drinks glanced at him with starry eyes, clearly smitten. Being this handsome is quite a burden, Lin Chen sighed. Ever since receiving the martial arts award, his physique had transformed, boasting a set of impressive 8-pack abs. Dressed in an Armani suit, he exuded an air of elegance and strength, reminiscent of a suave gentleman. Even the shop attendants were taken aback, their eyes sparkling as they asked, "What would you like to drink, sir?" Just as Lin Chen was about to respond, a snide voice interrupted him. "What good is being handsome? You're merely a pretty face. A real man should have more masculinity, like me." Raising an eyebrow, Lin Chen turned to face the speaker. The young man was slender and unappealing, his designer suit ill-fitting, looking rather cheap on his frame, as if it were a knockoff from a street vendor. Beside him stood a young woman, gazing at Lin Chen with admiration, completely disregarding the young man's feelings. This was precisely what fueled his irritation. He had brought a girl to enjoy bubble tea, only to have Lin Chen steal the spotlight. Lin Chen shook his head with a smile, not wishing to engage further. He turned to the attendant and said, "I'll take 20 cups of summer lemon tea, to go, and I'll pay via WeChat." The way this young man scans is so dashing. I wonder how he is in bed. One girl mused. I am utterly smitten. If only I could get his WeChat. He was the embodiment of a perfect Prince Charming, and the girls were all aflutter. Even the young woman's gaze was glued to Lin Chen. Her heart racing as if touched by electricity, a warm sensation coursing through her as she instinctively crossed her long, slender legs. Damn it, the young man seethed. Glaring at Lin Chen, he had finally managed to invite a girl out for bubble tea, only to have Lin Chen overshadow him entirely, with the girl showing no interest in him. "Want bubble tea, huh? I'll make sure you don't get any today," he shouted to the staff. "I'll take all the summer lemon tea you have. Without my permission, no one gets to order that flavor. Just charge it to my card." He casually pulled out a card, challenging Lin Chen with a smirk. As a wealthy heir with a family fortune exceeding 10 million, money was no object for him. At 25 yuan per cup, the maximum daily sales of 100 cups would only amount to 500 yuan, a sum he could easily afford. Most importantly, It was a way to reclaim the lost spotlight. With that thought, a sneer crept across his face. Bubble tea in Jiangbei City is quite expensive. If you can't afford it, you should leave. Chapter 20. Son, your father is calling you to pick up the phone. What a ridiculous clown. Lin Chen's expression darkened. He had merely intended to buy a few cups of bubble tea and leave, dismissing the young man's earlier provocation. After all, his status was above such trivialities. However, the young man continued to escalate the situation, attempting to use his wealth to belittle Lin Chen. As a wealthy individual, Lin Chen could not tolerate such behavior. Did you secure the summer lemon tea with my consent? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, his expression one of disdain. Ha! The young man burst into laughter. How arrogant. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Do you believe that I could crush someone like you with just one finger? The girl beside him clung tightly to his arm, her ample bosom pressing against him, letting out a resigned sigh. Although Lin Chen was handsome, fit, and exuded charm, good looks alone wouldn't suffice in this materialistic society. Money was the ultimate power. With wealth, one could possess everything. Even the most unattractive man could become the dream of countless women when draped in riches. Don't ask, it's simply a case of being blinded by money. Young man, you should leave quickly. This individual is the heir of Haifeng Group, someone you cannot afford to provoke. I genuinely wish you well, the girl kindly advised. Haifeng Group? Lin Chen had indeed heard of it. It seemed to be a modest company dealing in precious metals, with assets barely reaching 10 million. Insufficient even to purchase a single seed of a Lamborghini Venom. What right did they have to act arrogantly in front of him? Just as Lin Chen was about to teach this arrogant scion a lesson, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected the current situation of the host. Triggering random task, slap the heir of Haifeng Group 10 times. Upon completion of the task, gain 78 shares of Haifeng Group. What does this mean? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Regaining his composure, a wave of elation washed over him, and the corners of his mouth curled up. This is precisely what I desire. He strode over, surveying the young man. Are you the heir of Haifeng Group? The young man chuckled faintly, adjusting his suit sleeve with pride. What? Are you afraid? If you leave now, I shall be magnanimous and let you go. Stop the nonsense. Lin Chen interrupted. I asked if you were the heir of Haifeng Group. After all, delivering 10 resounding slaps is not something an ordinary person could withstand. Lin Chen required a definitive answer before taking action. The young man raised an eyebrow. I am. Why do you ask? Then there's no mistake. Prepare yourself, Lin Chen replied, rolling up his sleeves, ready to strike. Prepare for what? The young man questioned, his expression puzzled. Smack. The crisp sound of a slap resonated. 1, 2, 3. Lin Chen unleashed a flurry of slaps, not granting the young man a moment to react. 10 resounding slaps were completed in mere moments. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the random task, gaining 78 shares of Haifeng Group. The milk tea shop fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a straw falling could be distinctly heard. The young man stood frozen, staring blankly at Lin Chen. His hand gingerly touching his swollen face, bloodshot eyes filled with fury. How dare you hit me? Do you know who my father is? Your father? Lin Chen chuckled lightly. Apologies, but I am not your grandfather. How would I know who your father is? Even if your father is Wang Gang, he would still have to address me as boss. Enraged, the young man bellowed. Get lost. Wang Gang is my grandfather. Lin Chen fell silent. This was beyond his expectations. What an audacious kid. My father is Wang Haifeng, chairman of Haifeng Group. Dare to strike me? I will ensure you have no place to stand in Jiangbei City. The young man shouted, seething with anger. Lin Chen merely smiled faintly, uninterested in further words, casually waving his arm. The young man instinctively dodged aside. The fear from the earlier 10 slaps had him trembling, and now, upon seeing Lin Chen's hand, he felt weak all over, retreating behind the girl to retrieve his phone. Gritting his teeth. You wait, this matter is far from over. I'll call my father right now, you're dead meat. At that moment, Lin Chen's phone rang. He picked it up nonchalantly and answered. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Wang Haifeng, chairman of Haifeng Group. You have just acquired 78 shares of the group, becoming the largest shareholder. I would like to discuss the future development of the group with you. Simultaneously, in a skyscraper in the heart of Jiangbei City. In the office of the chairman of Haifeng Group, Wang Haifeng, nearing 50, appeared anxious, nervously tapping his fingers on the desk. His secretary had just reported that apart from him, all other shareholders were selling their shares, with a buyer named Lin Chen, who had seized 78 and become the largest shareholder, effectively the one in control of the group. In a mere moment, he could be ousted from the group. The most critical part was that he didn't even know who this business magnate was. Terrifying. Why is the call coming so soon? Lin Chen smiled lightly. Mr. Wang, I've long admired your reputation. Let us not discuss the group's matters for now. I have encountered a situation that requires your intervention. Wang Haifeng was momentarily stunned. The business magnate who had swiftly acquired 78 of the shares was asking for his assistance? Mr. Lin, you flatter me. What exactly is the issue you are facing? Within my capabilities, I shall do my utmost to alleviate your concerns. It's not a grave matter, but it is something only you can resolve. As for what it entails, let me explain briefly, Lin Chen stated. Wang Haifeng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, smiling. Very well, Mr. Lin, I am all ears. In the milk tea shop, the young man was frantically tapping on his screen, but no matter how he dialed, it kept indicating that the other party was on another call. Dad, why aren't you answering the phone? The young man lamented. All right, Mr. Wang. It's just this matter. Can you resolve it? Lin Chen calmly recounted the events. There was a moment of silence on the speaker. Then Wang Haifeng's grim voice emerged. Mr. Lin, please don't be upset. Leave it to me. That little brat is blind to the situation. Please put the call on speaker. Lin Chen switched to speaker mode. Turning to the young man, he smiled. Son, your father is calling for you. You bastard. The young man's face contorted in rage. But the next moment, Wang Haifeng's furious voice boomed from the speaker. You little brat. Kneel down. If Mr. Lin does not forgive you, you shall not return home. The young man swallowed hard. Dad? He then looked at Lin Chen in confusion, stunned. How could my dad? Lin Chen's lips curled into a smirk, lightly chuckling. Be good, listen to your father. You little brat, do you not kneel? This Mr. Lin has just acquired 78 of the Group S shares, and I am now working for him. How dare you provoke him, you ungrateful child? Chapter 21, Manager Ling. What is your monthly salary? The young man clutched his head in despair. Clearly, he was unable to cope with the reality of his situation. His bloodshot eyes fixed on Lin Chen as he gritted his teeth and uttered a few words. I'm sorry. Lin Chen chose to ignore him and smiled at Wang Haifeng. Mr. Wang, I find your attitude quite suspect. If this matter is not handled properly, you may no longer be in charge of the company. I believe you are a wise man. In the office of the chairman of Haifeng Group, Wang Haifeng swallowed hard. A chill running down his spine as he realized the gravity of the situation. This individual had quietly acquired 78 of the shares. His nonchalant demeanor made even a seasoned player in the business world like him feel inadequate, indicating that this person was extraordinary, with an influence beyond imagination. One sneeze from him could crush Wang Haifeng's prospects entirely. With this in mind, Wang Haifeng resolved to act decisively, roaring, You ungrateful brat. Kneel and apologize to Mr. Lin. If Mr. Lin does not forgive you, I will disown you as my son. The young man hesitated. He had never knelt to anyone in his life. But the next moment, the speaker transmitted Wang Haifeng's cold command. I will count to 3. 1, 2. Thud. The young man's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, humiliation etched on his face. Mr. Lin, I was blind and disrespected you. Please forgive me and let me off the hook. Lin Chen smiled lightly. Observing the current demeanor of the young man, I chose not to pursue the matter further and remarked coolly, In the future, steer clear of me. I do not wish to see you again. Depart. Yes, yes. Thank you, young Master Lin. The youth scrambled to his feet, hastily fleeing the bubble tea shop with his petite girlfriend. Young Master Lin, are you satisfied with my work? Wang Haifeng inquired tentatively. Adequate, it will suffice. You shall continue to oversee the company affairs, providing me with regular revenue reports. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Understood, young Master Lin. Wishing you a pleasant day. Wang Haifeng hung up the phone, taking a moment to gather himself. Sighing, the Yangtze River's waves pushed forward the waves before. Sir, do you still require 20 cups of summer lemon tea? Inside the bubble tea shop, the cashier, a young lady, appeared visibly nervous, her fair complexion tinged with crimson. Unable to meet Lin Chen's gaze for fear of falling under his charm. Wealthy, youthful, and moderately handsome, he exuded an irresistible male allure that would undoubtedly captivate any young girl. Almost forgetting the matter at hand, Lin Chen scrutinized the cashier and smiled. What is your name? Zhang Fei, she replied softly. A pleasant name. I have acquired this bubble tea shop. You shall become the owner. Let us exchange WeChat information for you to report revenue to me at any time. Zhang Fei looked up in astonishment. Sir, you jest. I am merely a cashier, lacking the knowledge to manage a bubble tea shop. What if it incurs losses? Losses? Lin Chen chuckled, shaking his head. How could a bubble tea shop incur significant losses? The most appealing aspect of such an establishment is its allure to young girls. Owning a bubble tea shop grants access to the first-hand resources of every girl within a 5-kilometer radius. Can such a thing be purchased with money? Lin Chen's intent was not merely to acquire a bubble tea shop, but to provide these young girls with a warm sanctuary. After purchasing the tea, Lin Chen settled into his Lamborghini Veneno, his mind resonating with a notification. Ding! Host detected an expenditure of 800,000 for the acquisition of the bubble tea shop, with a rebate of 8 million credited to the host account. A smile graced Lin Chen's lips as he opened the car's roof, one hand on the steering wheel, basking in the sunlight and welcoming the spring breeze as he sped towards Uni Manor. Have we arrived? Gazing at the opulent villa before him, Lin Chen, despite having visited before, felt a fleeting sense of disconnection from reality. In just a few days, he had transformed from a hapless university student dismissed by his company into a lavish spender. Now, spending millions felt as trivial as purchasing a bottle of cola at a convenience store, prompting him to exclaim, "Life is but a play, and the play mirrors life." Young Master Lin, welcome home. Just as Lin Chen was lost in thought, the grand entrance of the villa swung open, revealing a tall young lady clad in a maid's outfit, the property manager of Uni Manor, Ling Shui. Her youthful, porcelain-like face radiated with collagen, appearing as though a mere pinch could elicit a drop of water. Presenting a smile, she gently stated, "Young Master Lin, as per your instructions, I have ensured the villa is spotless, and your purchased garments are neatly arranged in the wardrobe, ready for your use." As Ling Shui spoke, several tall young women emerged, their black stockings accentuating their shapely legs, drawing attention. Their sparkling eyes gleamed with admiration as they collectively bowed. "Good afternoon, young Master Lin." Being the object of such adoration from so many beautiful young women was a delightful experience. Lin Chen responded with a mild smile. "Good afternoon, lovely ladies. I brought you bubble tea as a token of appreciation for your diligent cleaning." He then opened the trunk of his sports car and retrieved the summer lemon tea. "Thank you, young Master Lin. We shall not be polite. You are truly kind, young Master Lin. Cleaning is our duty, and yet you still brought us bubble tea. How delightful." "Hee. Young Master Lin, should you require cleaning in the future, feel free to call on me, no matter the hour." The young women flocked to Lin Chen, eagerly accepting the bubble tea, their hands brushing against him, some even playfully using their assets to support the drinks as they leaned in closer, batting their doe-like eyes at him. "Young Master Lin, are you thirsty? May I feed you? Is this how it is to play?" Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, he noticed Ling Shui standing nearby with a serene smile, not rushing to join the other young women, which intrigued him. This woman possesses an interesting allure. The nature of men dictates that the more reserved and pure a woman is, the stronger the desire to conquer her becomes. However, if Ling Shui already has a boyfriend, that would only heighten the thrill. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. "Manager Ling, it may not be appropriate to trouble you so often, but I cannot manage such a vast villa alone. Do you have any contacts for a butler team you could recommend?" "Young Master Lin, you are being too formal. This is our responsibility." Ling Shui smiled, inquiring, "What level of butler team are you looking for?" "There are 3 tiers, low, medium, and high. Generally, contracts are signed annually, with prices ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. The higher the tier, the more comprehensive the services and the more specialized the skills provided." "Is it true that the more money one spends, the more services they receive?" Lin Chen's lips curled upward. "Money is not an issue. Please source me the top-tier team. However, I require that all members be female and professionally trained. I can offer the team leader a salary of 1 million per year, and the others can earn hundreds of thousands. By the way, Manager Ling, what is your current monthly salary?" Chapter 22. Indeed, it is somewhat lacking. We should recruit more. "Young Master Lin, why do you ask this?" Ling Shui's beautiful eyes filled with confusion as she gazed at Lin Chen. Yet, she soon realized that Lin Chen was also observing her, his handsome face adorned with an enigmatic smile, exuding an aura of masculinity that enveloped her. The warmth in his resolute gaze was undeniably affectionate, leaving any young woman entranced. "Young Master Lin." Ling Shui's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, lowering her head and fidgeting with her delicate fingers, appearing quite bashful. Typically, those residing in Uni Manor are of a high social standing, their ages generally exceeding 40. Maintaining mistresses and seeking concubines is commonplace. Many fair and beautiful young women aspire to join the Uni Manor property team, primarily to become the companions of wealthy men. In the face of money, morals and love lose their significance. Since my inquiry causes you discomfort, consider it unspoken. I initially believed you possessed exceptional skills and wished to appoint you as my personal butler with a 7-figure annual salary, but you seem uninterested. I would never impose upon anyone, especially a woman. Lin Chen sighed. "No, young Master Lin." Ling Shui stammered in surprise. "You merely wish for me to serve as your personal butler? There are no additional expectations? An annual salary reaching 7 figures? Currently earning 15,000 per month." She felt quite content, but in comparison to Lin Chen's $1 million salary, it was utterly incomparable, an increase of tenfold. Lin Chen nodded gently, somewhat regretfully stating, "Each person has their own aspirations. I would not force anyone. Please keep an eye out for suitable candidates. If they meet my expectations, doubling their salary would not be an issue." Doubling it again? Ling Shui swallowed hard. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with fervor as she eagerly interjected, "Mr. Lin, please forgive my earlier impulsiveness. In truth, I would be more than willing to serve as your personal secretary. The salary need not be excessively high, just the figure you initially mentioned will suffice." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, taken aback. What force could possibly have prompted Ling Shui to alter her decision so swiftly? It was utterly astonishing. However, since she had acquiesced, it spared Lin Chen considerable hassle, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Money is not an issue. A starting salary of 1 million, with an additional 10% commission if I am satisfied each month. As for the year-end bonus, I shall decide at the appropriate time. He continued, moreover, having just a personal housekeeper is insufficient. I intend to establish a professional cleaning team, and I shall recruit from among these young ladies. Starting salary of 1 million, an extra 10% commission each month, and a year-end bonus. In that moment, Ling Shui felt as though she were walking on clouds, her spirit buoyant. Ling Shui, what are you pondering? Lin Chen queried, raising an eyebrow in skepticism at her apparent distraction from his words. And no, nothing at all, Mr. Lin. From now on, please call me Shui Shui. I shall dutifully comply with any instructions you give and strive to serve you wholeheartedly. Ling Shui replied obediently. She then turned to the nearby girls and announced, Mr. Lin is recruiting a cleaning team. Any interested sisters may come to me to apply. The compensation is quite generous. No sooner had she finished speaking than a throng of young ladies surged forward, waving their delicate hands. Me, I want to apply. Shui Shui, you know my abilities. I am absolutely capable of the job. And me, the salary is irrelevant. The most important thing is to be with Mr. Lin. Just thinking about it makes me feel so happy. Ouch, who stepped on my foot? Don't push. I was here first. Ling Shui's expression turned troubled. Mr. Lin, it seems we have quite a few applicants. Indeed, it appears a bit scant. Lin Chen replied with a light chuckle and a nod. Let us do this. I will hire all these young ladies, offering a monthly salary of 50,000. You can take your time to recruit additional personnel. Considering how spacious the villa is, Ling Shui's mouth twitched in disbelief. With over 20 young ladies already, he still wanted to continue hiring? Was he attempting to form a legion of young women? What? Do you have a different opinion? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. And no, not at all. Shui Shui will absolutely comply and ensure we recruit enough staff for the cleaning team. I will not disappoint you, young master, Ling Shui assured him repeatedly. Lin Chen's lips curled upward. He found satisfaction in being addressed as young master. Moreover, to hear such a reserved woman as Ling Shui utter it filled him with a sense of accomplishment, igniting a flicker of pride within him. Soon after, under Ling Shui's meticulous organization, the group of young ladies each assumed their roles, transforming the grand villa into a model of orderliness. In the main hall, Lin Chen reclined languidly on a luxurious Becker Emperor-level sofa. The elegantly crafted crystal coffee table held an array of freshly cut fruits within easy reach. He beckoned with his hand, and immediately, a young lady approached, holding the fruit platter and kneeling before him, her doe-like eyes sparkling. Young master, may I feed you? She asked, raising a cluster of grapes to his lips. Lin Chen chuckled softly, taking a grape into his mouth. While savoring the delectable morsel, his hand wandered, gently caressing the ample curves before him. Estimating the 6th letter of the alphabet, he noted it was indeed substantial. One hand struggled to manage it all. Why, young master? Would you like to hold on? The young lady purred, her voice a sweet melody. At that moment, Ling Shui appeared in her maid outfit. Her long, elegant legs were accentuated by black stockings. With her delicate feet gliding gracefully across the floor, the pale tips of her toes peeking alluringly through the darkness, captivating all eyes. Young master, what would you like for dinner? We can prepare accordingly, Ling Shui inquired with a smile. Another monotonous day had passed. Lin Chen sighed softly, a smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the striking beauty before him. What culinary skills do you possess? He asked. To be candid, young master, Shui Shui cannot cook. But our cleaning team has a dedicated chef whose culinary prowess is exceptional, ensuring you will be thoroughly satisfied, Ling Shui replied. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. After a moment of contemplation, he said, since it is your first day on the job, as your employer, I should treat you all to a grand meal. How about this? I will have 2 chefs from Pearl Bay number 18 restaurant sent over. Feel free to order whatever you desire. They will prepare it on site. As if we were hosting a gathering at the villa. Ling Shui was momentarily stunned. Young master, you mean to have chefs from Pearl Bay number 18 restaurant come here? That establishment is quite renowned in Jiangbei City, operating on a reservation basis and only accommodating 10 guests per day. They do not accept any other forms of orders, let alone dispatch chefs directly. Her astonishment was justified. There is no need for surprise. Pearl Bay number 18 restaurant is one of my enterprises. So summoning 2 chefs is merely a trivial matter, Lin Chen replied casually as he picked up his phone and dialed the number. Once connected, a foreign voice greeted him. Hello, this is Peter. How may I assist you? It's me, Peter. Please send 2 chefs to Cloudy Retreat Villa number 1. We are hosting a party. Lin Chen instructed coolly. Peter paused for a moment before responding with excitement. My God. Forgive my oversight, boss. You mean you want 2 head chefs? Is there a problem? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. And no, none at all. Please remain calm, Mr. Lin. I will dispatch our finest chefs immediately. Peter's voice turned frantic. James, Justin, hop in a taxi to Cloudy Retreat Villa without delay. The fare will be reimbursed. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. Remember to bring the ingredients. We have over 20 people here. That will suffice for now, goodbye. After hanging up, Lin Chen reclined on the Becker Emperor-level sofa, holding a goblet in hand, savoring a glass of 1987 vintage Lafite red wine. The exquisite flavor lingered on his palate, refreshing his senses. 30 minutes later, a truck arrived outside the villa. The 10-meter-long vehicle bore the label of the Pearl Bay No. 18 dedicated cold chain, and its imposing presence in the villa's courtyard was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The throng of young ladies stood agape, their mouths watering incessantly. Did they just bring the entire Pearl Bay No. 18 restaurant here? Ling Shui exclaimed, her admiration for Lin Chen growing exponentially. As the truck's doors swung open, two foreign chefs clad in their uniforms stepped out, their faces beaming with eager smiles as they bowed respectfully. Mr. Lin, Chef Peter sent us. I am James, and this is Justin, the elite chefs from Pearl Bay Restaurant. To ensure the freshness of the ingredients, we will prepare everything on-site, using only the finest raw materials. Please feel free to order whatever dishes you and the young ladies desire. James then produced a small notebook. Lin Chen smiled lightly. I have no particular dietary requirements. Just a few dishes of Boston lobster, Australian abalone, caviar, cheese-stuffed tenderloin, and a nourishing chicken soup with ginseng. That will do for now. The rest can be ordered by them. James wiped the sweat from his brow. Mr. Lin, your choices are rather frugal. After noting down the dishes, he inquired, what would you like to drink? Drinks? Lin Chen spoke softly. There's no need for drinks. The wine cellar holds over 100 bottles of the finest Lafite. I am unaccustomed to your beverages. The two foreign chefs exchanged glances, revealing faint smiles. Justin opened the refrigerated vehicle and retrieved a wooden box, unveiling a bottle of premium red wine wrapped in silk. Young Master Lin, allow me to present to you this exquisite bottle of Romani Conti, specially prepared for you by Chef Peter. It hails from the year 1954, with only 100 bottles produced globally, valued at over $1 million. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Romani Conti? Justin paused, momentarily taken aback. It was surprising that these elite heirs residing in the Uni Manor were unfamiliar with such a legendary wine. Young Master Lin, Romani Conti is the pinnacle of red wines. This 1954 vintage is a true luxury among luxuries. You will understand once you taste it, Justin explained with a smile. Very well, let us proceed with this one. However, I wish for everyone to partake. Please send someone to procure a case immediately. The price is of no concern. At this declaration, the two foreign chefs trembled at the corners of their mouths. Romani Conti is a treasure that even ordinary wealthy individuals cherish, rarely opened. Lin Chen wanted to purchase it by the case. The crux of the matter was that this wine was not circulating on the market, though it had a price. It was virtually unattainable for the time being. Young master, this request is quite challenging. This bottle is a cherished possession of Chef Peter, kept for over a decade. Those who own Romani Conti typically do not sell. They reserve it for personal enjoyment or collection, Justin lamented with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and remarked, it's merely a bottle of wine. He sighed. Very well, I shall acquire this brand someday and indulge to my heart's content. If anyone else had made such a claim, the two would have dismissed it outright, but with Lin Chen, it was entirely plausible. After all, he had purchased the Pearl Bay No. 18 restaurant for a staggering $50 million without a blink and resided in one of the most opulent villas in Huaxia, a true symbol of power and status. Shui Shui, please escort the two chefs to the kitchen. Lin Chen beckoned nonchalantly. Ling Shui promptly approached. Upon seeing the stunning maid clad in her uniform, James and Justin's eyes widened in astonishment. Incredible, they thought, to have such a top-tier enchantress at one's disposal. How fitting for young Master Lin. Upon entering the villa, they were utterly awestruck by the sheer luxury before them. The floor, crafted from immaculate natural marble, gleamed without a speck of dust. Crystal chandeliers sparkled brilliantly, and every corner dazzled in gold and opulence, with 24K gold or premium Dutch calfskin adorning every reachable surface. The Becker royal-grade sofas in the main hall were worth a fortune, nearly impossible to procure for under 7 figures. Additionally, there was a massive round dining table made of precious sandalwood, known as the gold of trees. Sandalwood holds equal value to gold by weight, if not exceeding it. This table boasted a diameter of 3 meters, its price unfathomable, a veritable astronomical figure. This is simply outrageous, they exclaimed. Even the gas stove is adorned with 24K gold. James, pinch me, is this real? I must be dreaming. When they reached the kitchen, their astonishment only deepened. The space was expansive, at least 100 square meters, equipped with every conceivable culinary tool, surpassing that of many restaurants. and all luxuriously appointed. The utensils were crafted from either pure gold or silver, and even the steel wool was made of golden threads. This is absurdly extravagant. They laughed. This is the kitchen of my dreams. Creating culinary masterpieces here will be an indulgence. I can hardly wait to showcase my skills. Justin, let's get to work and not disappoint young Master Lin. The two, brimming with enthusiasm, busied themselves in the kitchen. Before long, an array of exquisite dishes, steaming and aromatic, graced the dining table, filling the air with delightful scents. After satisfying their appetites, Lin Chen, thoroughly content, swirled the wine glass in his hand and downed the Roman e Conti in one gulp. The food is excellent. The villa could use a chef. Have you considered joining me? Lin Chen remarked casually. The two chefs exchanged hesitant glances, their expressions faltering. Young master, we are currently employed at the restaurant, and it may not be feasible for us to, they stammered. I understand. Here is what I propose. I will speak with Peter and arrange your release. Working at the villa may indeed be a bit of an overqualification for you, but the salary will be 2 million, with a separate year-end bonus. If you are still unwilling, I want to insist. Lin Chen's tone was laid back. Wait, young master, did you say how much? They both asked in unison, swallowing hard. If 2 million is not acceptable, I am at a loss, Lin Chen sighed. Hold on, young master. We would be more than delighted to serve you. We won't return to the restaurant. We will work for you directly, they exclaimed. Indeed, it matters not where we cook. The environment here is so splendid that I truly would hate to leave. By the way, young master, what would you like for breakfast tomorrow? Chapter 24. Do you think that person is impressive? As time ticked by, night soon fell. The sky was adorned with a radiant full moon, casting its silvery glow over Uni Manor. Villa number 1 settled into tranquility, save for the master bedroom, which remained aglow. Lin Chen, having finished his bath, emerged from the bathroom draped in a natural wool bathrobe. Young master, it is getting late. You should rest early. Shui Shui will wake you in the morning. Ling Shui, clad in her maid outfit, awaited at the bedroom door. Her form-fitting attire accentuated her alluring figure, the black skirt revealing her long, slender legs, which were clad in sheer black stockings, the smoothness of her skin subtly visible beneath. In the stillness of the night, Lin Chen smiled at the vision before him, wrapping an arm around Ling Shui's delicate waist, caressing her smooth, supple skin. The beauty in his embrace shuddered slightly, seemingly unprepared for such intimacy. Why, young master? It's quite late, she stammered, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. She placed her small hands against Lin Chen's chest, turning her head away in mild resistance. I never force anyone, especially women. Since you are not prepared, I shall not press further. Sleep early. I need to inspect the hotel in the morning, Lin Chen replied, loosening his hold without any hint of anger. Instead, he found the situation rather amusing. If a woman were to throw herself at him for monetary gain, he would find it dreary. Winning a woman's heart through genuine affection and celebrating victory with applause was what truly deserved acknowledgement. Patience is a virtue, and Lin Chen understood that well. For Ling Shui to reach this point was already a significant advancement. Pressing further might lead to irreversible consequences. Lin Chen opened the bedroom door, ready to step inside. Just then, Ling Shui, standing still with her head bowed, bit her lip lightly, a complex expression crossing her features, as if she had made a decision. With her pearly white teeth nibbling her cherry-red lips, she spoke softly. Young master, wait. Not here, but if you are in a hurry, I can. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, a devilish smile creeping onto his face as he gazed at Ling Shui's delicate, rosy lips. This young lady was quite knowledgeable. Since others have spoken so, Lin Chen naturally found no reason to refuse, especially in the presence of Ling Shui, the ethereal and immaculate beauty. Merely thinking about it set his heart ablaze. The stars sparkled brilliantly that night, and the lights of Villa number 1 did not extinguish until the stroke of midnight. The following morning, Ling Shui, dragging her fatigued body, timidly cast a glance at his trousers. The memories of last night surged forth, terrifying and burdensome. Yet, there lingered a hint of anticipation, a warm current flowing within her, leaving her entire being tingling as if electrified. Young master, breakfast is ready. After you freshen up, let me assist you with your attire, she offered. Ling Shui shook her head, chiding herself for such thoughts so early in the morning. It was all too embarrassing. Lin Chen, stifling a yawn, dressed and washed up before making his way to the dining area, given the sumptuous feast of the previous night. Breakfast was rather simple. Matsutake mushrooms with toasted bread, black pearl caviar, grilled bluefin tuna belly, bird's nest and lotus seed porridge, and a stewed chicken soup with red dates. Lin Chen took but a few bites before heading out. It had been 3 days since the closure of the Huatai Hotel, and it was time to inspect the results of the renovations. In the garage, he retrieved the Lamborghini Veneno parked within. Settling into the driver's seat, he pressed the accelerator. Roar. The engine erupted with a beastly growl. With one hand on the steering wheel, he retracted the convertible roof, basking in the morning sunlight as he sped through the bustling streets of Jiangbei City. A sports car accompanied by a handsome man was undoubtedly a striking sight. As he passed, pedestrians halted, gazing in admiration, envy, or awe at the rapidly speeding Lamborghini Veneno. They clenched their fists, exclaiming, "What a wealthy individual." Lin Chen paid little mind to their reactions. As a man of affluence, he ought to embody the image of one, with a smile gracing his handsome features. He focused on the road ahead. Moments later, the sports car came to a gentle stop at the street-side parking lot outside the Huatai Hotel. As he stepped out and walked a few paces, a startled voice called out, "Is that you, Lin Chen?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, puzzled, and turned to see a young man in a security uniform approaching with a face alight with surprise. "Chen Jigang?" The young man clapped Lin Chen on the shoulder, grinning broadly. "It's me, Lin Chen. Who would have thought we'd meet again after graduation? What a stroke of fate. By the way, what brings you to the Huatai Hotel? You're not here to interview for a security position, are you?" "Interview for security?" Lin Chen thought, bemused. Chen Jigang was an old high school friend. They often skipped class together to play games. After entering different universities, they had lost touch, their conversations limited to WeChat messages. Who would have imagined their reunion would be in the parking lot of the Huatai Hotel? "Ah, Lin Chen, you're a bit late. The interviews ended yesterday. Look, I got the job. This parking lot is now under my management," Chen Jigang said proudly. "But don't be disheartened. Since we're buddies, I can hook you up with a job as a DJ at a nightclub. It pays $3,500 a month, with meals and lodging included." Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle at Chen Jigang's carefree nature, still genuine and devoid of malice. "Maybe another time. I have some matters to attend to at the Huatai Hotel. Let us catch up soon and reminisce about our school days." "Sure thing," Chen Jigang readily agreed, playfully slinging an arm around Lin Chen's shoulders. "Little Chen, let me tell you, a big shot is coming to the Huatai Hotel today. I'll take you inside. You might get into trouble otherwise." Without waiting for Lin Chen's refusal, he ushered him towards the hotel entrance. Upon entering the hotel lobby, they encountered the valet who had parked Lin Chen's car last time. Now the head of security, the valet's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing Lin Chen. He hurried over, preparing to bow, but paused as Lin Chen gestured for him to stay back. "Don't approach." The valet hesitated, retreating silently to the side. Meanwhile, other staff members in the lobby observed them intently. Unaware of the unusual atmosphere, Chen Jigang continued, "This place is extraordinary, the top 7-star hotel in Jiangbei City. The minimum cost for a night is 100,000 yuan. Many aspire to work here as security, but it's incredibly competitive. And here I am. By the way, I have some insider news. Just a few days ago, this hotel was purchased outright by a mysterious tycoon for over 100 billion. Isn't that wild? Quite impressive." Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. "Absolutely. People like that are beyond our reach. Spending 100 billion to buy a 7-star hotel is simply enviable." Chen Jigang gazed at Lin Chen with admiration. While they conversed, a couple entered through the hotel doors. The man, clad in a tailored suit, was strikingly handsome. His hair slicked back, while the woman leaned on his shoulder, adorned in a delicate white dress, her appearance somewhat appealing. However, compared to Bai Wei and Ling Shui, she appeared rather ordinary. At that moment, Chen Jigang fell silent, his gaze fixated on the woman resting against the man, his jaw clenched, and his face reddening. "Do you know her?" Lin Chen inquired, puzzled. "Know her? She's my girlfriend." Chen Jigang spat through gritted teeth, fists clenched as he stormed over. Seeing this unfold, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. "This is getting interesting." He then waved over the lobby manager waiting nearby. "What is the background of that young man?" The manager bowed deeply. "Speaking respectfully, regarding that individual, I am unaware of his details, but he appears to be a wealthy second-generation heir and a frequent visitor, often bringing different women to stay. I've encountered him numerous times." Lin Chen nodded slightly. "Carry on, but instruct your staff to keep my identity concealed for now." "Understood. I will be nearby, ready to assist you at any moment, young Master Lin." The manager discreetly stepped aside. "Ting, you mentioned shopping with your girlfriends. Why are you here with another man in the hotel?" Chen Jigang confronted angrily. Wang Tingting turned, her expression turning frantic upon seeing Chen Jigang. She hurriedly detached herself from the man's embrace, stammering, "Jigang, actually." At a loss for words, the man remained unfazed, casually wrapping his arm around Wang Tingting's waist, glancing at Chen Jigang with a hint of disdain. "So, you're Tingting's boyfriend?" TSK, just a security guard." "Tingting, how could you have fallen for him? Such poor taste." As he spoke, the man's hands wandered over Wang Tingting's chest, a mocking look directed at Chen Jigang. "Zhang Xiao, I was blind back then." Wang Tingting blushed, then steeling herself, fixed a resolute gaze at Chen Jigang, her expression icy. Chen Jigang. Let us break up. You cannot provide the life I desire. Zhang Xiao spends thousands on a single meal, while your monthly salary barely reaches a few thousand. I'm afraid we are not from the same world. Let us part amicably. A bolt from the blue. Chen Jigang stood frozen in place, his eyes bloodshot. His heart shattering into a million pieces, his body trembling, and his blood surging, as if he were on the verge of fainting. Tingting, believe me. I can provide you with the life you desire. Please grant me one more chance. Chen Jigang implored. Jigang. Wang Tingting's heart softened momentarily. Yet, she quickly shook her head, her tone icy as she declared, enough. You are unworthy of me. Zhang Xiao treats me well. I will not choose you. She then removed a necklace from around her neck and carelessly tossed it aside. The necklace traced a graceful arc through the air before landing at Chen Jigang's feet. This is the only gift you ever gave me. I return it to you. We are square now, so do not entangle me again. Chen Jigang's eyes reddened as he stared blankly at the necklace. It had been a gift for Wang Tingting's birthday the previous year, for which he had subsisted on instant noodles for a month to save up enough to buy it. Although not expensive, it was the most precious gift he could offer. Now, it lay discarded on the ground by Wang Tingting's heartless hand. Heh! Standing nearby, Zhang Hao wrapped his arm around Wang Tingting's slender waist, looking down on Chen Jigang with contempt, casually remarking, the most important thing is to recognize one's place, and yours will always be that of a security guard. Do you think you deserve someone like Tingting? Chen Jigang's fists clenched in fury. You're courting death. Chen Jigang, tall and robust, with a physique akin to that of a bull, exuded an air of intimidation. As he charged toward Chen Jigang, Zhang Hao's confidence faltered. He swallowed hard, stepping back 2 paces, hastily retrieving a black card from his pocket. What do you think you're doing? I am a diamond member of the Huatai Hotel. How dare you, a mere security guard, lay a finger on me? Do you wish to lose your job? The diamond membership required expenditures exceeding 500,000 per month at the Huatai Hotel, underscoring Zhang Hao's privileged background. Seeing the black card, Chen Jigang hesitated. Zhang Hao was correct. He was merely a hotel security guard, and publicly assaulting the hotel's most esteemed guest would not only tarnish the hotel's reputation, but also obliterate his standing in Jiangbei City. Was it truly to end like this? Chen Jigang felt a profound despair. How intriguing. At that moment, Lin Chen, standing nearby, wore a faint smile. Jigang. It's too violent to act on impulse in front of so many people. Calm down. Sensing Chen Jigang's retreat, Zhang Hao grew emboldened. Pathetic security guard, your friend speaks wisely. Believe it or not, with my status, I can have you expelled from the hotel with a single word. I am magnanimous and won't stoop to quarrel with a poor loser, so be gone. Zhang Xiao, your demeanor is truly impressive, radiating masculinity. Wang Tingting cooed, her voice sultry. This pair of shameless creatures felt quite pleased with themselves. Jigang, do not act rashly. Let me handle this. Lin Chen stretched his limbs, a knowing smile on his face as he approached Zhang Hao leisurely. What do you intend to do? I am a diamond member of the Huatai Hotel. How dare you strike me? Have you lost your mind? Although Lin Chen's build was not as solid as Chen Jigang's, an undeniable sense of pressure emanated from him, akin to a mountain descending from the heavens. Zhang Hao trembled, his eyes filled with fear as he regarded Lin Chen. Security. Where are the security guards? Zhang Hao exclaimed anxiously. What is a diamond member? It will be of no consequence soon. Lin Chen muttered, then raised his foot and delivered a forceful kick to Zhang Hao's backside. Zhang Hao flew through the air, tracing an elegant arc before landing with a thud on the floor, a prominent shoe print glaring on his blue suit pants. At that moment, a team of security guards arrived. They glanced at the disheveled Zhang Hao and then at Lin Chen standing nearby, immediately grasping the situation. Kid, how dare you kick me? Call me Grandpa 3 times, or I will ensure you have no place in Jiangbei City. You, and you, apprehend him. I am the most esteemed diamond member of the hotel. He just assaulted me. Chapter 26. Take one of his legs. Haha. Kid, are you regretting it now? Zhang Hao, seeing the security guards surround Lin Chen, reveled in his triumph. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he boasted, dare to strike me? I will make you pay 100-fold. If anything happens, I will take full responsibility. Zhang Hao's taunts were abruptly interrupted as he froze in astonishment. Lin Xiao, we are late. Please forgive us. How should we handle this person? Please instruct us. A dozen security guards bowed, surrounding Lin Chen as if welcoming a sovereign. What's going on? Zhang Hao swallowed hard, trembling in fear at the sight before him. Xiao Chen, who exactly are you? Even Chen Jigang, standing there, was momentarily stunned, watching Lin Chen in astonishment. Feeling an unfamiliarity toward a former friend he thought he knew well. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man in a black suit hurried over, none other than the Huatai Hotel supervisor, Chen Tianwu. He approached Lin Chen, bowing deeply with a humble demeanor. Lin Xiao, I was unaware of your esteemed presence. Please forgive my lack of welcome. Lin Chen smiled lightly. My friend came to work at the hotel, Yet you assigned him merely a security position. That's somewhat disrespectful to me, friend. Chen Tianwu was taken aback. He quickly turned to look at Chen Jigang in his security uniform, instantly understanding the situation. My oversight. As per your instructions, the hotel will undergo a 3-day closure for restructuring, and we will replace a significant number of personnel. There happens to be an opening for an administrative manager. Lin Xiao? What do you think? That will suffice. I can accept it. Lin Chen replied softly, then turned his cold gaze toward Zhang Hao. You dare to covet my friend's woman? Your audacity is remarkable. Since I didn't vent my anger earlier, drag him out and take one of his legs. Throw him onto the street and blacklist the Zhang family, never allowing them to enter the hotel again. Zhang Hao felt a shiver run down his spine. And no, you. Chen Tianwu delivered a powerful kick, sending Zhang Hao sprawling. What do you mean, you? Lin Xiao is the owner of the Huatai Hotel. Your Zhang family is nothing before him. Taking one of your legs is already a leniency from Lin Xiao. If you are dissatisfied, have your father, Zhang Wuda, come to find me. Now take him away. The owner of the Huatai Hotel? Zhang Hao immediately wilted. Although his family was a prominent one in Jiangbei City, with assets in the billions, the Huatai Hotel's total worth exceeded 100 billion. The fact that Lin Chen had quietly acquired it indicated an unfathomable strength behind him, possibly belonging to a super family. Realizing this, Zhang Hao's legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Lin Xiao, I was blind. Foolishly provoking you. I should not have sought to take your friend's woman. I deserve to die. Please, spare me this once. Spare you? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, his tone cool. While taking a woman can be overlooked, you have wronged my friend. Here's the deal. If my friend forgives you, I will let you go. Thank you. Lin Xiao? Zhang Hao crawled over to Chen Jigang, clutching his pant leg. Brother Chen, it was my mistake. I should not have coveted your woman. You, being magnanimous. Please don't hold it against me. I shall return that wretched woman to you at once, and I shall never again be tainted by her presence. Wang Tingting's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions as she beheld the unfolding scene. She had initially believed that by aligning herself with a wealthy heir, her later years would be spent in carefree bliss. Yet, the tides of retribution had turned swiftly, and the man she once scorned, Chen Jigang, had now become someone she could no longer aspire to reach. Even the sycophantic rich heir now lay prostrate at Chen Jigang's feet, pleading for forgiveness. Jigang, I still have feelings for you. Let us rekindle our relationship, Wang Tingting implored, biting her crimson lip. She was acutely aware of the shamelessness of her plea. Yet she deemed this minor humiliation a small price to pay for the promise of future happiness. The executive manager of Huatai Hotel commanded a minimum annual salary in the 7 figures, and with Lin Chen, a top-tier wealthy heir, as her ally, she was willing to do anything to reunite with Chen Jigang. Is that truly so? Chen Jigang responded, his heart stirred. Indeed, as long as you can overlook past grievances, we can start anew, Wang Tingting declared, her excitement palpable. However, in the next moment, Chen Jigang's expression shifted, his eyes glinting with a frigid detachment as he replied. But I have no interest in a promiscuous harlot. Wang Tingting, how did I fail to see your duplicitous nature before? Reunite? You dare utter such words? Go dream your spring and autumn dreams. Zhang Hao, I owe you my gratitude. Without you, I would not have discerned the true face of this wretched woman. Chen Jigang remarked, his demeanor shifting to one of appreciation. Zhang Hao, beaming with a smile, repeatedly affirmed, it is my duty to alleviate Brother Chen's burdens. And what of me now? Chen Jigang waved his hand dismissively. Yes, thank you for your mercy, Brother Chen. Please, continue your conversation. I shall take my leave. Zhang Hao retreated as though fleeing for his life from Huatai Hotel. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Chen sighed softly. You have been too lenient. Manager Chen, make arrangements. I want that brat's leg, he commanded. Chen Tianwu, standing nearby, momentarily stunned, quickly responded, understood, I shall arrange it immediately. As Wang Tingting departed, a trace of melancholy graced Chen Jigang's icy visage. Do not inquire. Simply know that there was once genuine love. Lin Chen placed a reassuring hand on Chen Jigang's shoulder and suggested, Jigang, how about we step out for a drink? Xiao Chen, no, Chen Ge. I cannot thank you enough. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Chen Jigang's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Come now. Lin Chen chuckled heartily, draping an arm around Chen Jigang's shoulder. I prefer the carefree version of you from high school. A real man should not dwell too much on these matters. Good days await us. Let us go out for a drink, my treat. A smile finally graced Chen Jigang's face. All right, but do watch your alcohol tolerance. Don't repeat the past and succumb after just a few drinks. As the two prepared to leave, Chen Tianwu, ever astute, bowed deeply. I bid you farewell. Young Master Lin. Upon reaching the parking lot, Chen Jigang was utterly astonished at the sight of the Lamborghini Veneno parked there. Chen Ge, this sports car must cost a fortune. I am dying to know its brand. Is it Maserati? One cannot acquire it without at least 2 million. Lin Chen, with a nonchalant smile, replied, not very expensive, just over 100 million. It's a modest ride. Chen Jigang was instantly petrified, swallowing hard. Over 100 million? Modest? Is this even humanly possible? Hey, Jigang, what are you dazed about? We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Let us reminisce about old times. Ah, yes, coming. In a corner of the parking lot, a disheveled Zhang Hao gazed at the receding Lamborghini Veneno and exhaled a breath of relief. Finally, they are gone. He then approached a BMW sedan. As he opened the car door, a burlap sack suddenly descended from above, enveloping him entirely. Who the hell ambushed me? I am the young master of the Zhang family. Do you have the audacity? In response, he was met with a flurry of fists and kicks. Beat him. It's the young master of the Zhang family. A middle-aged voice rang out. Be careful not to kill him. Lin Xiao only wants his leg. Once finished, toss him right at the Zhang family's doorstep and let them take him to the hospital. Chapter 27. The Brotherly Demon. In the heart of Zhongbei City. Outside a high-end bar, the Lamborghini Veneno came to a gradual halt. The car door swung open, and Lin Chen and Chen Jigang emerged. The valet, standing at the entrance, brightened upon their arrival and hurried over, bowing deeply. Welcome to the enjoyment bar, gentlemen. Allow me to park your vehicle. Take good care of my car. Do not let it get scratched. Here as a tip, Lin Chen casually tossed the car keys. He then produced a wad of cash from his pocket and placed it in the valet's hand. Gulping, the valet swallowed hard, estimating the thick stack of bills to be around 2,000, enough to equal half a month's salary. His smile widened as he repeatedly assured, rest assured, sir. I will guard your car diligently. Please, step inside. After the two entered the bar, the valet counted the money in his hand. 1,800. Goodness. This is truly a wealthy young master. Since it was afternoon, the bar had just opened, and the patrons were few, lending a somewhat desolate air. Lin Chen relished this atmosphere. Had it been nighttime, the cacophony of the DJ and the cheers of the crowd would have been overwhelming. The current ambience was perfect for ordering a couple of whiskeys at the bar and engaging in leisurely conversation with a friend. Lin Chen and Chen Jigang settled at the bar when a man dressed in a black suit approached, bowing deeply. Welcome, gentlemen. I am Zhao Tai, the manager of the bar. Please feel free to call upon me for any requests. Given the multitude of eyes watching outside, it was prudent for the manager to take immediate notice. The Lamborghini Veneno had barely entered the street before it drew attention. A vehicle valued at 100 million was bound to attract the gaze of the affluent. Lin Chen's identity spoke for itself. He was undoubtedly either rich or noble, and such elite clientele could easily spend millions if they found enjoyment. With a slight smile, Lin Chen replied, we will just have a few drinks. Please bring us 2 signature cocktails. Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment. Manager Zhao Tai personally served 2 signature cocktails, briefly introducing them before quietly departing. Once at a distance, he instructed the staff, those 2 are our most esteemed guests. Inform everyone that they must not be disturbed, and do everything possible to accommodate their requests. Understood, manager. Lin Chen and Chen Jigang sipped their cocktails, reminiscing about their school days. Although Lin Chen had lowered his demeanor, he still sensed a subtle barrier. After all, social status loomed large, and Chen Jigang could not engage with Lin Chen as he would an old friend. This was precisely why Lin Chen hesitated to reveal his true identity. He shook his head, a rueful smile gracing his lips. Some things must be gradually accepted. While they chatted, a group of 20-something youths entered the bar. They appeared to be regulars, navigating their way to a booth with ease. The usual. Let us start with the Supreme package and 10 bottles of champagne. Get some snacks and fruits as well. Once the drinks and snacks arrived, the group erupted in a lively commotion, transforming the bar into a cacophony of youthful exuberance. Jigang, I truly apologize. Once again, I burden you with expenses tonight. A young man clad in a leather jacket remarked. Come now. We are brothers. Why speak of such things? It's not as if it's my money. Believe me. With one call, my sister can have the funds transferred immediately. Seated in the center of the booth was a young man with golden hair, exuding an air of indifference. Beside him, another youth, with a look of envy on his face, curiously inquired, Gongzi, what does your sister do for a living that she is so wealthy? With a hint of pride, the young man replied, my sister works at the Uni Manor, serving as a private steward to a wealthy second-generation heir. Her annual salary is a staggering 1 million, and she also receives a monthly commission of 100,000. The amount we spend on drinks is a mere trifle. 1 million a year, and an additional 100,000 each month. The revelation left the entire group of young men in the booth utterly astonished. The golden-haired youth continued nonchalantly, look at your unambitious faces. Do you even comprehend the lifestyle of that wealthy heir? What kind of life does he lead, Gongzi? Please enlighten us. The eager group implored. This heir is no ordinary individual. He drives a Lamborghini Veneno worth a staggering 100 million. His villa is staffed with over 20 servants, and a single meal can cost over $1 million. The most extravagant detail? The toilets in the villa are made of pure gold. Wouldn't you agree that is extravagant? He boasted, his expression one of smug satisfaction. Moreover, his attire is all custom-made, with each piece starting at 6 figures, and his watch is a limited edition Armani, conservatively estimated to be worth 7 figures. Seated at the bar, Lin Chen initially paid little mind to the conversation, but as he listened further, he began to feel that the golden-haired youth was speaking about him. However, he was not entirely certain, as there were multiple wealthy heirs residing in Uni Manor. Unexpectedly, a subsequent statement from the golden-haired youth solidified Lin Chen's suspicion that the young man's sister was indeed one of the 20 servants in his villa, and that heir resides in Villa Number 1, which signifies what? It is the pinnacle of luxury within the world's elite estates. Now you comprehend the magnitude of it. The golden-haired youth continued his boastful narrative. Goodness, that is the life of a true wealthy heir, living like royalty. Indeed, this is even more extravagant than a royal lifestyle. It is simply outrageous. The group gasped in astonishment. In comparison to Wang Xikong, who do you think is wealthier? As the youths marveled, the golden-haired youth pulled out his phone, signaling for silence, and then dialed his sister's number, activating the speakerphone to impress his friends. Hey sis, I need to buy some study materials for the English level 4 exam, but I'm short 3,000. Can you transfer it to me? It's quite urgent. There was a brief silence before a woman's voice emerged from the speaker. Didn't I just transfer money to you a few days ago? What study materials are so expensive? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at the mention of the name Ling Shui. He recognized that delicate voice all too well. It was indeed the voice of his private steward, Ling Shui. Oh, come on, sis, don't worry about it. I wouldn't deceive you, right? Once I graduate and find a good job, I'll repay you. On the other end, Ling Shui sighed. Fine, I have some matters to attend to, but I'll transfer the money as soon as I can. Focus on your studies and don't mess around. I never attended university. Your parents hope for your success. Understand? Clearly, the young man was growing impatient. Got it, I'm hanging up. Not even a word of thanks escaped his lips. Wow, Gongzi, you're amazing. You got the money so easily. I envy you. I wish I had a sister like that. The youth lounged lazily in the booth, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he exhaled a puff of smoke. Of course, with Gongzi around, drinks and barbecues are a given. After we finish drinking, let us head to a foot massage parlor. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. How amusing. Chapter 28. Acquiring the enjoyment bar for 3 million. Who are those young men? Lin Chen beckoned Zhao Tai over to inquire. Zhao Tai bowed respectfully, stating, Young Master Lin, they are regular patrons of the bar, visiting 4 to 5 times a week. They appear to be students from a nearby university. Are you finding it too noisy? If you wish, I can have them removed. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. No need for that. Carry on with your duties. I'll call for you if necessary. Zhao Tai nodded and stepped back to wait. At this moment, Lin Chen had nearly confirmed that the golden-haired youth among the group was indeed Ling Shui's younger brother. He had previously inquired about Ling Shui's background. Both of her parents were ordinary workers, earning no more than 3,000 a month, laboring tirelessly to allow their siblings to pursue their education. Ling Shui had excelled academically, foregoing university to give her brother the opportunity. Now, this golden-haired youth squandered his chances, mingling with a frivolous crowd, lying to Ling Shui merely to appear affluent. He was indulging in the Supreme package and 10 bottles of champagne. While the enjoyment bar was not an upscale venue, its prices were considerable. A single Supreme package cost 1,999 yuan, a sum far beyond the reach of students. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, contemplating the matter. Did this golden-haired youth truly believe that his sister earned money effortlessly? Manager Zhao, summon your boss. I intend to acquire this bar, Lin Chen stated calmly. Wait, young Master Lin, you want to acquire the bar? Zhao Tai was taken aback. Yes, once the acquisition is complete, you will continue to manage the bar. I will not involve myself in daily operations, simply report the earnings to me each month. If the profits are satisfactory, I will grant you 10%. However, this is contingent upon completing the acquisition within 10 minutes. Manager Zhao, please handle this. Lin Chen's voice remained steady. Zhao Tai swallowed hard, regaining his composure as excitement sparkled in his eyes. He was merely a manager, while his salary was higher than that of ordinary employees. He had no stake in the bar. The profits were not his concern. After Lin Chen became the owner, he would receive 10% of the profits monthly. Conservatively speaking, that could amount to hundreds of thousands. Thus, he was even more eager than Lin Chen, rapidly asserting, Young Master Lin, I understand. However, the owner is currently out of the country. He recently took his sister-in-law to Las Vegas for vacation. But rest assured, I will contact him immediately. You will have a response within 10 minutes. What price are you willing to offer for the acquisition? What price? Lin Chen smiled faintly. That depends on what the current owner desires. Zhao Tai instantly realized the folly of his assumptions. For the heir driving a Lamborghini Veneno, acquiring a bar was as simple as purchasing a bottle of soda from a convenience store. The price, whether 3 or 6 yuan, was inconsequential. What mattered was the experience of the acquisition. 10 minutes was Lin Chen's bottom line. I understand now. Young Master Lin, please wait a moment. I will contact the owner right away. With that, Zhao Tai hurriedly picked up his phone and rushed to the side. Brother Chen, why are you acquiring the bar? Chen Jigang, seated nearby, inquired in confusion. Lin Chen smiled slightly, replying, to teach a lesson to a certain dishonest young man. Teach a lesson to a young man? Chen Jigang's expression was puzzled. Observing the group at the bar, he seemed to grasp the situation, a smile breaking across his face as he said, Brother Chen, you carry on. I have work tomorrow and won't tea drink anymore. Let us find another opportunity to indulge. After Chen Jigang departed, Zhao Tai returned. His expression elated as he deeply bowed, declaring, Young Master Lin, it's been negotiated. If you are willing to invest 3 million, the bar will be yours. 3 million? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a bit too cheap? Lin Xiao, to speak candidly, our boss has become enmeshed in gambling during his trip to Las Vegas, losing over 10 million in just 2 days, and now owes the casino 3 million. He is currently detained at the airport. I just called him. And without a moment's hesitation, he agreed. We are now awaiting your urgent assistance of 3 million. Zhao Tai smiled, his tone laced with a hint of joy. Had it not been for the serendipitous arrival of the boss in Las Vegas, and Lin Chen's fortuitous entry into the pleasure bar, he might have remained merely a small manager for the rest of his life. What a stroke of luck he has encountered. Lin Chen, without hesitation, transferred the 3 million. The remaining matters were to be managed by Zhao Tai. He harbored no concerns about Zhao Tai absconding with the funds. After all, a mere 10% of the monthly profits far outweighed 3 million, and it would not be long before Zhao Tai became a millionaire. Ostensibly, Lin Chen was now the new proprietor of the pleasure bar. A faint smile graced his lips as he instructed, Manager Zhao, please deliver the bill to those young gentlemen. But ensure to append an additional 0 at the end. An additional 0? Zhao Tai was momentarily taken aback. This meant charging the group tenfold for their expenses. Although he did not fully grasp Lin Chen's intention, he did not dwell on it, for the bar now belonged to Lin Chen, and he simply needed to follow orders. Zhao Tai summoned a waiter. Take this bill to them, and ensure they pay immediately. Understood, manager. The waiter, holding the inflated bill, approached the booth and stated, Gentlemen, here is your consumption bill. Please settle the payment at once. The youths were momentarily stunned, their gazes shifting to the young man with yellow hair. It was rather disappointing to be asked for payment before they had even finished their drinks. Just hand over the bill. I'll pay you with my phone, he complained, reaching for his device. Earlier, Ling Shui had already transferred the funds. Sir, the total is 23,800 yuan. How much? The yellow-haired youth's face froze, nearly leaping from his seat, as he thought he must have misheard. Upon glancing at the bill, his body trembled uncontrollably. The Supreme package was priced at 19,999 yuan, and 10 bottles of champagne totaled 3,801 yuan, amounting to a staggering 23,800 yuan. The yellow-haired youth swallowed hard. This must be a mistake. Call your manager over. This bill is absolutely erroneous. Zhao Tai, who had been prepared for this moment, strode over with a grim expression. His imposing figure emanated a powerful aura, and his gaze bore a hint of ruthlessness as he spoke in a low voice. What seems to be the problem? Manager, they wish to renege on the bill. The waiter reported. Renege on the bill? Zhao Tai's face darkened, and he brandished his prepared retort. Do you have any idea whose establishment this is? Daring to drink without paying in our bar? You're playing with fire. Settle the bill immediately, or none of you will leave this bar. With that, he waved his hand. 5 or 6 burly men rushed over, encircling the booth. The group of youths had never encountered such a scene, and they were instantly paralyzed with fear, their faces pale. Trembling, they implored, Gongzi, contact your sister and have her send the money. Yes, I'm still young. I don't want to have my legs broken. They realized they were up against hardened individuals, and calling the police would be futile. Mom, I swear I'll never drink again. Chapter 29. Ling Xiaojiang's transformation at the bar. Lin Chen held a glass of whiskey, observing the chaos at the booth with keen interest. At that moment, Zhao Tai turned his head and looked over. Lin Chen took a sip from his glass and nodded slightly. Receiving the signal, Zhao Tai immediately approached, his powerful hand grasping the collar of the yellow-haired youth, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere chick, and spoke with a fierce tone. You are the ringleader, aren't you? You will pay this bill. The other youths nodded vigorously. Yes, it was him. We were studying peacefully in the dormitory, and he was the one who lured us out for drinks. Right. He said he'd treat us. They pleaded. Big brother, please let us go. His sister is very wealthy. You can have him call her. Just moments ago, they had been calling each other brothers, eager to form a bond, but now they were quick to betray one another. No, you guys. The yellow-haired youth's lips trembled, his face a mask of disbelief. Such a swift turnaround. What kind of friends had he made? Zhao Tai let out a few dry laughs, then turned serious, stating, "All right, you may leave, but he stays." "Thank you, big brother. Thank you." The youths fled faster than rabbits. The yellow-haired youth, still in shock, found himself utterly alone. "Listen here, you have two choices. Lose a hand, or call your sister right now and have her transfer the money." Zhao Tai brandished a glinting knife, his expression menacing. The yellow-haired youth trembled. "Big brother, my sister has money. I'll call her right now. Just give me a moment." He picked up his phone and dialed Ling Shue's number. "I'm sorry, the number you dialed is currently busy." He attempted to call repeatedly, but each time he was met with the same response. Meanwhile, Lin Chen sat at the bar, engaged in a conversation with Ling Shue, a smile gracing his face as he watched the anxious yellow-haired youth from the booth. "Sister, why aren't you answering?" The youth was on the brink of collapse. "Are you messing with me?" Zhao Tai's expression darkened, and he summoned two strong men, who swiftly pinned the yellow-haired youth back against the booth sofa, placing the knife against his arm. "Listen well, I'm giving you one last chance. If you can't get through this time, my knife will fall." Tears welled in the corners of the yellow-haired youth's eyes as he nodded frantically. "Big brother, my sister dotes on me. Let me try once more. I assure you it will connect." "Hand him the phone." One of the burly men dialed Ling Shue's number and held the phone to the yellow-haired youth's ear. After a few rings, a voice came through. "Hello, Xiaojiang, what's the matter?" The yellow-haired youth exhaled a sigh of relief, slumping against the table, clearly terrified. "Speak," Zhao Tai urged. The yellow-haired youth quickly raised his head, desperation in his voice. "Sister, help me." Ling Shue, bewildered by the urgency, froze upon hearing the trembling tone. "Xiaojiang, what happened? Don't scare me." At that moment, Zhao Tai seized the phone, his voice grave. "I am Zhao Tai, the manager of the pleasure bar. Your brother has racked up a bill of 23,800 yuan and cannot pay. You must come to the bar within half an hour. If you are even a minute late, I will cut off one of his fingers." Ling Shue was taken aback for a moment, then snapped back to reality. "Please don't harm my brother. I'll come right away to settle the bill. I can only hope for your swift arrival. I am now starting the timer." With that, Zhao Tai abruptly hung up. Just then, a puddle of yellowish liquid began to trickle from the yellow-haired youth's legs. Zhao Tai shook his head in disdain. "Keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape." He then walked back to the bar, approaching Lin Chen with a beaming smile. "Lin Xiao, is there anything else you wish to command?" Lin Chen waved his hand casually, replying nonchalantly. "Step aside and wait for his sister to arrive and bring her to see me." "All right, I understand." Zhao Tai withdrew to the side. After more than 20 minutes, a stunning figure entered the bar. Ling Shue's face was anxious, her fair complexion flushed, and she approached Zhao Tai, asking, "Where is my brother?" "Miss, please do not fret. Just follow me, and you will find out," Zhao Tai replied with a smile. Ling Shue's delicate brows furrowed in confusion. Following Zhao Tai to the bar, she spotted a familiar figure sitting there, looking somewhat surprised. "Young master, what are you doing here?" she exclaimed. "You're here. Sit down and have some water. Your brother is quite safe at the moment," Zhao Tai assured her. "Please, take a seat," he added, pulling out a chair and gesturing for Ling Shue to sit. He then produced a ledger and handed it to her, smiling. "Lin Xiao is the owner of this bar. These are the recent expenditures of Ling Xiaojiang at our establishment for your review." Ling Xiaojiang was the young man with the blonde hair from earlier. "My brother is spending money at your bar?" Ling Shue asked, bewildered as she flipped through the ledger. After a few glances, her beautiful eyes flared with anger, and her expression grew cold. The ledger meticulously detailed the amounts spent and the times of each transaction. There were over a dozen entries, each exceeding 3,000 yuan, all occurring after he had asked her for money. Ling Xiaojiang. At that moment, Zhao Tai also summoned Ling Xiaojiang to be brought out. Upon seeing Ling Shue, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, a smile breaking on his face. "Sister, you finally made it. Please help me," he pleaded. Unexpectedly, Ling Shue marched over and slapped him across the face, throwing the ledger to the ground, her voice icy. "Ling Xiaojiang, what is the meaning of these charges? Explain yourself." Ling Xiaojiang was taken aback, stammering, "No, sister, I." "What do you mean I? The money I transferred to you wasn't for drinking. It was for study materials. I won't concern myself with you any longer. You can plead your case to Lin Xiao," Ling Shue said, arms crossed, and expression indifferent. "Lin Xiao?" Ling Xiaojing gasped, turning to the figure seated at the bar, his face lighting up with excitement. "You are the distinguished rich heir living in Villa Number 1, Lin Xiao. Oh my goodness. Do you know that you are my idol? I want to become like you." Seeing Ling Xiaojiang's animated demeanor, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Do you think that mingling with dubious friends and squandering your sister's hard-earned money in a bar will make you like me?" Ling Xiaojiang clenched his fists, saying, "Lin Xiao, sister, after what just happened, I've seen their true colors. Rest assured, I will no longer associate with them." I will also pay back this bar bill myself. Sister, from now on, you need not worry about me. I will strive to become a wealthy individual like Lin Xiao. It was evident that Ling Xiaojiang had truly made up his mind. However, aspiring to be like him would require more than mere effort. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head lightly, saying, "How about this? I will allow you to work part-time at the bar, using your earnings for tuition and living expenses. If you achieve the top score in your class this semester, you won't have to pay back this bar bill." Ling Xiaojing beamed with joy. "Thank you for your trust. Lin Xiao, it's a deal, and I am confident I can accomplish this task." Chapter 30. I am willing to surrender myself to the young master. Ling Xiaojing donned the bar's uniform, embarking on his journey of diligent study and work. The once menacing Zhao Tai now wore a gentle expression. Patting Ling Xiaojing on the shoulder, "I sincerely apologize for what transpired earlier, but Lin Xiao only had your best interests at heart. Do not take it to heart." "Brother Zhao, I understand completely, and I owe you my gratitude," Ling Xiaojing replied with a genuine smile. At that moment, Lin Chen rose from the bar to leave. He cast a meaningful glance at Ling Xiaojing. "I hope you keep your word like a man. Let us see the results on the report card in 6 months. For now, my sister and I shall take our leave." With that, he turned and departed. "Take care, Ling Gu. I will definitely work hard," Ling Xiaojing declared with determination. Standing nearby, Ling Shui wore a look of satisfaction. Her brother was not unintelligent. He had excelled academically, ranking in the top 5 of his class, which had earned him admission to Jiangbei University. However, upon entering university, he had succumbed to temptation. She believed that after this lesson, Ling Xiaojing would truly reform. "Sister, why are you dazed? Lin Xiao has already left. You should hurry after him," Ling Xiaojing urged. "Then you work diligently and avoid any more nonsense. I'm off now," Ling Shui replied, turning on her heel and swiftly following Lin Chen's footsteps. Outside the bar, in the street-side parking lot, next to a Lamborghini Veneno, Lin Chen retrieved his car keys and casually tossed them to Ling Shui. "I've had a drink, so I can't drive. You take the wheel." Ling Shui was momentarily stunned. Holding the keys to the magnificent vehicle worth 100 million, her hands trembled as she settled into the driver's seat, her voice quavering. "Young master, do you really trust my driving skills?" After all, she had not touched a car since obtaining her driver's license. Her first driving experience would be in a supercar, a daunting prospect indeed. Lin Chen, seated in the passenger side, chuckled lightly. "Everyone has to start somewhere. Consider this practice. If you crash it, it's on me. Drive with confidence." Using a supercar as practice? Aside from Lin Chen, it was unlikely anyone else would dare. "All right, I will give it a try. Young master, please hold on tight." Ling Shui's delicate hands trembled as she gripped the steering wheel, her foot lightly pressing the accelerator. The powerful roar of the V12 engine surged forth. The Lamborghini Veneno swayed as it navigated the bustling streets of Jiangbei City. "Young master, where are we headed now?" Ling Shui asked, her eyes glued to the road ahead, fearful of damaging the colossal machine. Lin Chen, with his eyes half closed, replied casually, "To Huatai Hotel. I'm a bit hungry and need to grab a bite. By the way, can you drive a little faster?" He glanced at the bicycles passing outside the window. "I'll do my best," Ling Shui stammered, striving to control the supercar as her foot pressed down on the accelerator. The Lamborghini Veneno sped towards Huatai Hotel at a mere 20 km/h. Passers-by stopped in their tracks, watching the sluggishly moving sports car, clenching their fists and gritting their teeth. Damn it, driving a sports car is something to brag about? Why drive so slowly on purpose? A 10-minute journey took Ling Shui a grueling 30 minutes to complete. Safety was her priority. As the Lamborghini Veneno finally came to a halt, a valet rushed over, opening the car door and bowing deeply. "Young Master Lin, please." However, upon realizing that the driver was not Lin Chen but a stunning young lady, the valet was momentarily taken aback. Recovering quickly, he hurried around to the passenger side, opening the door respectfully. "Young Master Lin, please. Thank you for your efforts." Lin Chen smiled faintly, not hesitating to pull out a handful of cash from his pocket and hand it to the valet before he and Ling Shui entered the hotel. Watching the two retreating figures, the valet swallowed hard. Wow, no wonder he's the boss. He changes women like changing clothes. This one is even more beautiful than the last little girl. I'm truly envious. Upon entering the hotel, Lin Chen and Ling Shui proceeded directly to the elevator, ascending to the rooftop restaurant of the building. The opulent decor left Ling Shui's heart in a state of astonishment. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a black suit hurried over. It was Chen Tianwu. "Young Master Lin, you have arrived. What would you like to eat today?" Chen Tianwu inquired respectfully. "I'm open to anything. Let my personal butler decide the dishes," Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. "Personal butler?" Chen Tianwu turned to Ling Shui, his expression momentarily frozen in awe. "She is stunning." In his haste, Ling Shui had donned only a simple white dress, her lustrous black hair tied in a ponytail. Her fair complexion was adorned with a touch of makeup, yet it could not conceal her ethereal aura. Beneath the hem of her dress, her long, delicate legs were accentuated by a pair of cream-colored high heels, enhancing her statuesque figure. Last time, the little lowly was exquisite. This time, however, this mature beauty was truly the epitome of perfection. Such a mesmerizing enchantress at young Master Lin's side. Truly, he is deserving of such admiration. Understood. I will ensure that young Master Lin and Miss Ling are seated promptly. I will notify the kitchen to prepare accordingly, Chen Tianwu said, bowing deeply before stepping back. Knowing Lin Chen's preferences, Chen Tianwu had specifically arranged a table by the window. During their meal, they could gaze out through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows at the bustling city of Jiangbei. As evening approached, the sun began to set, casting a golden hue across the city, as if a soft filter enveloped the view. In the distance, the skyline was illuminated by the fiery sunset, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene that was utterly intoxicating. Young master, the dishes are ready. Please enjoy your meal, and do not hesitate to call me if you need anything, Chen Tianwu announced, bowing once more before departing. Lin Chen raised his wine glass, taking a delicate sip of the 1982 Lafite. The distinctive aroma of the fermented grapes burst forth in his mouth, an exquisite delight. Thank you, young master, Ling Shui murmured, her head lowered, her fair complexion flushed crimson beneath the glow of the setting sun, as if she were about to bleed. Lin Chen set down his glass and smiled gently. What do you thank me for? If it weren't for you, my brother's life could have been irreparably damaged. Your intervention has brought him back to the right path, and I am certainly grateful, Ling Shui replied, lifting her gaze to meet Lin Chen's, her eyes brimming with gratitude. It was merely a trivial matter, Lin Chen remarked with a chuckle. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, it cannot simply be through words alone. With a hint of a smile playing on his lips, Lin Chen's gaze locked onto Ling Shui's beautiful eyes, exuding a potent masculine allure that was undeniably intense. Instantly, Ling Shui's cheeks flushed even deeper, her neck and ears aflame. After a moment's hesitation, she bit her rosy lip lightly and spoke in a soft, almost inaudible voice. Young master, I wasn't prepared last time, but I am now ready. I am willing to entrust myself to you. Indeed, winning a woman's heart is not solely relying on wealth. Sometimes, a touch of subtlety is required. Lin Chen's smile widened as he replied casually. Then let us not return to the villa tonight. Chapter 31. Just compensate me with 5 million. System. Please proceed with today's check-in. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to check in, and he promptly summoned the system. Beep. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have received an attribute enhancement card. Attribute enhancement card. Upon use, it grants a significant and permanent boost to various physical attributes. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. It wasn't a material reward. However, the attribute enhancement card seemed even more exhilarating. After all, this was something money could not buy. Lin Chen immediately opened the system's warehouse and saw a card floating in midair. Upon clicking to use it, he heard the system's voice resonate in his mind. Please select the following attributes for enhancement. 1. Appearance. 2. Strength. 3. Agility. 4. Endurance. Several options appeared. Aside from the first attribute, Lin Chen still had room for improvement in appearance. The rest of his attributes had already reached maximum level after receiving martial arts rewards, rendering further enhancements unnecessary. Just as Lin Chen was about to enhance his appearance, he suddenly noticed something peculiar about the endurance attribute. Endurance attribute. This enhancement significantly increases the durability of a certain body part. This is extraordinarily impressive. Lin Chen immediately abandoned the idea of enhancing his appearance. After all, with his current looks, he was already capable of captivating all women in China. In other words, he had reached the pinnacle of ordinary beauty. Further improvement would hold little significance. However, enhancing the durability of a certain part was undeniably relevant to Lin Chen, and it directly affected the happiness of all women in his future. Time was of the essence. He must proceed with the enhancement immediately. Beep. Attribute enhancement card used successfully. Endurance significantly increased to 200, permanently effective. Contentment washed over Lin Chen as he lifted his wine glass, downing the 1982 Lafite in one gulp, while stealing glances at Ling Shui, his heart fluttering with anticipation. Ling Shui, too, sensed Lin Chen's gaze, her fair and delicate face blushing even deeper. Gently setting down her knife and fork, she shyly murmured, "Young master, I'm full. It's getting late. Shall we rest now?" Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, "Very well." Ling Shui nodded gently, her voice a mere whisper. In the presidential suite of the hotel, beside the luxurious mattress, high heels, stockings, and the white dress lay haphazardly on the floor. Their owner, meanwhile, was nestled in the soft bedding, her face flushed, beautiful eyes shimmering with tears. biting her pristine lips as if enduring something. Even Lin Chen was taken aback. This is remarkably enduring. Truly, the reward from the system is immensely gratifying. Shwe shwe. Move a bit, let us change positions. The lights in the presidential suite remained illuminated until the early hours of the morning, while the blanket discarded by the bedside bore a striking crimson mark. Time ticked by slowly. Before long, dawn arrived. Lin Chen opened his bleary eyes to find the room empty. Ling Shui had already departed. On the bedside table lay a steaming breakfast and a note. Young master, Shui Shui has returned to the villa. Please remember to eat breakfast when you wake up. Last night was delightful. Thank you, young master. Lin Chen chuckled softly. How amusing. He then rose, dressed, and left the hotel, making his way to the parking lot. Approaching the Lamborghini Veneno parked there. He was about to unlock the door when he noticed a small poodle beside the car, lifting a paw to relieve itself against the tire. Nearby stood a woman in a red dress, her hair styled in large waves, engrossed in a phone call. After the poodle finished its business, she scooped it up, chiding gently, Sweetheart, you can't just relieve yourself anywhere. You mustn't do this again, understood? She then resumed her conversation as if nothing had happened. Observing this scene, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Although the poodle was a small breed, its temperament could be feisty and aggressive. Walking it in public without a leash was irresponsible, especially since there were children around the hotel. What if the poodle bit someone? To prevent any mishaps, Lin Chen approached with the intention of offering a gentle reminder. Excuse me, ma'am, I am the hotel manager. There are regulations stating that pets must be leashed while on hotel premises. I kindly ask for your cooperation. The woman, still on the phone, glanced at Lin Chen, rolled her eyes, and chose to ignore him outright. Ma'am, if you do not leash your pet, I must ask you to leave. As soon as Lin Chen's words fell, the woman finished her phone call, her face contorted with rage. Who the hell are you? This is my precious son, not some pet. You think you can meddle in my affairs? Do you really believe this hotel is your personal domain? A mere worker dares to give orders to me? Let me tell you, I am residing in an executive suite that costs over 100,000 a night. The customer is king. Keep your distance and do not disturb me. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, his gaze turning icy. I shall tell you this one last time. Leave without a leash. Do you understand? The woman seemed to realize that Lin Chen was not someone to be trifled with. She then collapsed onto the ground, wailing and crying out, He's hitting me. An employee of Huatai Hotel is assaulting me. Come and see. Subsequently, she picked up her phone and dialed, weeping, Honey, please come to the parking lot. I've been attacked. Sob, sob, sob. Just wait. My husband will be here soon. I will lodge a complaint against you and ensure you lose your job. A mere worker, thinking highly of himself. Observing the woman's clumsy performance, Lin Chen felt more amusement than anger. Oh, I would very much like to see how you plan to have me dismissed from my position. He replied nonchalantly. Before long, a man clad in a suit arrived, his voice booming. Who the hell bullied my wife? Are you tired of living? My wife is not someone to be trifled with. The woman on the ground pointed at Lin Chen, her demeanor resembling that of a shrew. Honey, it's him. I was standing in the parking lot making a call when he came over and hit me. Sob, sob, sob. The man glared at Lin Chen menacingly. Kid, kneel and apologize to my wife, or I will beat you so badly that your mother won't recognize you. Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. Indeed, it was true that not all families belong in the same household. Both of these individuals were unreasonable, a perfect match for one another. This dog is yours, isn't it? Lin Chen remarked coolly. I have already told you, he is my precious son, not a dog. What do you intend to do about it? The woman retorted angrily. Nothing much, just compensate me for the damages to my vehicle. Your precious son just urinated on my car. With that, Lin Chen produced his car key and pressed it. The Lamborghini Veneno parked nearby flashed its lights. This Lamborghini Veneno, valued at over 100 million, had suffered from the corrosive effects of the dog's urine on its tires and paintwork, with repair costs and labor fees amounting to over 3 million. Since such repairs could not be done domestically, it would need to be airlifted to a foreign factory, with the charter costs around 1 million. This car is my mode of transport. It has caused me considerable inconvenience during this repair period. Just compensating me a few 100,000 would suffice. I'll give you a discount. A total of 5 million will do. Chapter 32 Boss, do you really not need the money? No, you're trying to swindle me. Hearing the astronomical figure of 5 million, the man was evidently taken aback, though he lacked knowledge about cars. The appearance of the Lamborghini Veneno clearly indicated its exorbitant value. Should he actually have to pay 5 million, he would instantly find himself bankrupt. At this moment, a crowd had gathered, all guests of the Huatai Hotel with discerning eyes. A young man in a suit gaped at the Lamborghini Veneno and exclaimed, Goodness, I can't believe my eyes. This is one of only 10 Lamborghini Veneno models in the world, the king of supercars. And this paint job? A custom variant of Huaxia Xuanwu Black requires an exceptionally high level of craftsmanship, with a success rate of only 1. Completing the spray job on the entire vehicle would take no less than 6 months. To think it was tarnished by a beast's urine, what a waste. A middle-aged man beside him nodded in agreement. I own over 10 supercars, Maseratis, Aston Martins, Bugatti Veyrons, yet none can compare to this Lamborghini Veneno. They don't even qualify to carry its shoes. This young man is only asking for $5 million in compensation, which is incredibly lenient. If it were me, I would demand $10 million. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in disapproving murmurs, marveling at the extravagant lifestyle of the wealthy, which was simply unimaginable. Lin Chen smirked slightly and said, "You've heard, right? $5 million, not a penny less. I will only accept cash, transferred to me right now, or else the amount will increase." The man, trembling, produced a bank card. That was all his life savings. Yet he understood clearly that driving a supercar worth $100 million meant Lin Chen's identity was undoubtedly extraordinary, with an unimaginable backing. One word from him could render the man unable to survive in Jiangbei City. That was the true terror. Angering Lin Chen would mean his downfall in Jiangbei City. Just then, a middle-aged man in a black suit hurriedly approached from the hotel. "Young Master Lin, what has transpired? Who was this individual that commanded such respect from Chen Tianwu, especially at such a young age?" In an instant, all eyes turned to Lin Chen. Curiosity about his identity piqued. Lin Chen smiled lightly. "Manager Chen, make the necessary arrangements. From now on, all pets entering and exiting the hotel must be leashed. Anyone who fails to comply will be refused service, and those with severe infractions will be placed on the blacklist." "Understood, young Master Lin." Chen Tianwu replied respectfully. "Understood?" At the mention of those words, the crowd collectively gasped. No wonder this young man drove a Lamborghini Veneno. He was the owner of Huatai Hotel. At that moment, the man felt a tremor within him. This was no longer merely about compensation. He raised his hand and slapped the woman across the face, scolding her furiously. "You foolish woman, why did you have to provoke young Master Lin? I'm the one suffering the consequences. Hurry up and kneel to apologize to him." The woman's face turned pale as she grasped the gravity of the situation. The young man she had looked down upon was actually a top-tier billionaire owning a hotel worth billions. Terrified, her legs turned to jelly, and she collapsed to the ground, repeatedly pleading, "Young Master Lin, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Lin Chen casually waved his hand. "Just pay the compensation, and we shall consider this matter resolved." The man promptly handed over the bank card, his demeanor exceedingly humble. "Thank you, young Master Lin, for your mercy. This card contains $6 million. Consider the extra million our goodwill. Please, you must accept it." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, observing the man's eager expression, a faint smile gracing his lips. This man was rather astute, though it puzzled him why he associated with such a foolish woman. Without further ado, he accepted the bank card, entered the Lamborghini Veneno, and pressed the accelerator, departing the parking lot. "Young Master Lin, take care." The man bowed deeply. At that moment, the woman's teddy dog barked at the man. The man's expression shifted, and he viciously seized the teddy dog, kicking it away with the ferocity of kicking a soccer ball. "Damn you! You caused me to lose $6 million for nothing. Go to hell." The teddy soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc before crashing heavily onto the curb, collapsing amidst a pool of blood, twitching in its final throes. Lin Chen was wholly unaware of the chaos. He had already parked his car by the roadside and entered a milk tea shop. "Boss, you've arrived." A pure-looking young girl greeted him from behind the cash register. Zhang Fei may not be conventionally beautiful, scoring only around 8 points on a scale of 10, barely passing the threshold of attractiveness. Yet for the average person, she is a rare goddess. However, in Lin Chen's eyes, she simply does not meet his standards. Today, she dons a white t-shirt paired with snug denim jeans, accentuated by a pink apron tied around her waist. Her lustrous black hair is pulled back into a ponytail, and her fair complexion is graced with a smile, radiating youthful vitality. As soon as Lin Chen takes a seat, Zhang Fei approaches with a glass of summer lemon tea, her enchanting eyes shyly avoiding his gaze. In her heart, Lin Chen is the handsomest man, and indeed, the reality aligns with her sentiment. Observing Zhang Fei's bashful demeanor, Lin Chen smiles gently and inquires, "How's the revenue at the milk tea shop?" "It's quite good. With the recent heat wave, the clientele for milk tea has noticeably increased, averaging over 10,000 in daily earnings. Our account already boasts over 100,000 in liquid assets," she replies. "Boss, are you here to withdraw some money today?" Zhang Fei asks, her large, glistening eyes blinking innocently. "Over 100,000? Lin Chen muses, estimating that it would barely cover a single maintenance session for a Lamborghini Veneno. He shakes his head with a smile and suggests, "Let us do this. Withdraw 30,000 as your bonus and save the rest. Once it reaches 1 million, transfer it into my account. 30,000 from over 100,000? That's a minimum of 30,000, plus her salary." Zhang Fei has earned over 40,000 this month, surpassing many white-collar workers in office settings. She gazes at Lin Chen with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, boss. But saving up to 1 million might take a year. Don't you need money in the meantime?" "Need money?" Lin Chen chuckles, raising an eyebrow. "Since acquiring the wealthy system, that concept has ceased to exist in my vocabulary." "Ah, is it really going to take that long?" Zhang Fei nods. "Yes. So you should withdraw it now. Managing such a large sum troubles me. I hardly sleep well at night." "Let me ponder it," Lin Chen replies casually, surveying the milk tea shop. He notes its small size, approximately 10 square meters. Despite being located in the city center, it lacks appeal, especially when compared to the Starbucks across the street, which occupies a space of 100 square meters. In contrast, some vain consumers would undoubtedly prefer to saunter into Starbucks without a second thought. Since it is his shop, profitability is secondary. What matters is that it must be spacious to exude a sense of grandeur. Otherwise, it would severely tarnish his reputation as a wealthy individual. Chapter 33, An Unexpected Encounter with the Lolita Streamer. "What kind of shops are on either side?" Lin Chen inquires. "A breakfast shop and a roasted chicken shop." "Why do you ask, boss?" Zhang Fei responds, puzzled. Lin Chen chuckles softly, fixing his gaze on Zhang Fei's beautiful eyes as he asks, "Xiao Fei, do you have confidence in expanding the milk tea shop into the only beverage store on this street, driving the Starbucks across the way?" "Wait, boss, what are you planning?" Zhang Fei swallows hard, visibly startled. "Haha. I intend to purchase the adjacent 2 shops and establish a comprehensive beverage store that sells not only milk tea but also pastries and fried snacks. If you're interested, you could be the manager, earning 5 times your current salary." Lin Chen smiles. "How much?" Zhang Fei freezes, her mind momentarily blank. "Currently earning 10,000. 5 times that would amount to 50,000. This salary exceeds that of most middle-class citizens. Just a month ago, she was merely a cashier earning 3,000. This sudden turn of fortune feels surreal. "If you're not interested, then never mind," Lin Chen remarks nonchalantly. "No, boss. I'm very willing. Please, tell me what you need, and I will comply without fail." Zhang Fei insists eagerly. Lin Chen continues. "I'll leave the matters of purchasing the shops and hiring staff to you, as I lack the time. I'll provide you with a budget of 10 million, with one requirement. The shop's decor must be grand and luxurious to attract customers. By the way, only female employees, preferably under the age of 23. Anything older is too much. Do you have any additions?" Zhang Fei takes a deep breath, needing a moment to quell her excitement. 10 million budget? Just for opening a lavish milk tea shop? Surely, this cannot be real. Is Lin Chen's money blowing in with the wind? "Boss, I understand. Rest assured. I will do as you say. Give me 1 month, and I will make it happen." At that moment, Lin Chen finishes his milk tea. After transferring the 10 million to Zhang Fei, he rises to leave the shop. Just then, a striking figure enters, instantly capturing Lin Chen's attention. "Boss, I'd like a cup of summer lemon tea," the girl, appearing to be in her early 20s, requests. She wears a pure white Lolita dress. Her features innocent and her skin fair and tender, with a delicate, slender frame and her hair styled in twin ponytails. She sways gently in the summer breeze, truly a paragon of beauty. Her petite, fragile appearance is perfectly suited for descriptions of being easily toppled. Holding a smartphone, she engages in a live broadcast. "Darlings, this milk tea shop may be small, but it offers great quality at a reasonable price. I frequent here often. Those in Jiangbei City should come and try it." The live stream chat erupts with excitement. "Wow, I'm so touched. Goddess Chushi actually called me darling. No way. She was clearly talking to me. Goddess Chushi, can you say it again? I didn't hear it enough. Wait, what do I see? An Armani Summer Limited Edition suit. Goddess Chushi, quickly, show us that handsome guy sitting beside you." Tao Chushi furrows her delicate brows, turning to glance at Lin Chen, who sits nearby. Her big, sparkling eyes momentarily widen in surprise. A flush of crimson spreads across her fair cheeks, and her delicate hands fidget nervously with her phone. For Lin Chen is simply too handsome. Just a fleeting glance has left her utterly captivated. At that moment, Lin Chen notices the girl covertly filming him, raising an eyebrow and allowing a hint of a smile to grace his lips. How amusing. He then stands and approaches her. Tao Chushi hastily turns the camera away, her fair face flustered, her rosy cheeks glowing bright, as she dares not meet Lin Chen's gaze. The viewers in the live stream revel in her embarrassment, flooding the chat with comments. "Haha, how shy, she got caught filming. Goddess Chushi is in for it now. That handsome guy is clearly a rich second-generation heir, dressed in an Armani limited edition suit and sporting a Patek Philippe watch. His entire ensemble is worth 7 figures, a walking vault. I wonder if he punished Goddess Chushi for her sneaky filming. After all, that is not very polite." Sitting there, Tao Chushi feels a wave of anxiety wash over her as she discreetly glances at the approaching figure, her delicate feet tapping nervously in her brown shoes. How embarrassing. You were filming me. Lin Chen begins, but before he can finish, the girl looks up, bows slightly, and apologizes earnestly. I'm so sorry, handsome. I shouldn't have filmed you without permission. Nervousness causes beads of sweat to form on her pristine forehead, strands of hair clinging to it, while her fair cheeks flush a deep red, reaching all the way to her ears. Upon seeing Lin Chen up close, her heart skips a beat, coming to a halt. He is simply too handsome. He embodies the very Prince Charming she has always dreamed of. Observing the girl's flustered demeanor, Lin Chen felt a surge of interest. It had been quite some time since he encountered such an intriguing maiden. A smile graced his lips as he lightly remarked, "There's no need for covert filming. I can join you for a live stream. What is your current popularity score?" Having watched live broadcasts before, Lin Chen understood the significance of this metric to a streamer. A higher score indicated more viewers, which in turn meant greater earnings for the host. Really? Is that true? Tao Chushi responded, her surprise evident. The handsome young man before her not only refrained from punishing her, but also offered to stream alongside her. Such unexpected happiness was almost overwhelming. Of course, I can assist you in boosting your popularity score, Lin Chen replied with a smile. I'm merely a small streamer, primarily focusing on store exploration. I just started broadcasting, and my score is only 30,000. Tao Chushi confessed shyly. I'm truly sorry for filming you without permission. How about I treat you to dinner later? I happen to be heading to a barbecue place, she proposed. Dinner sounds agreeable. But how can a young lady spend money on our first meeting? Allow me to treat you instead. My name is Lin Chen. May I know yours? Lin Chen spoke softly. Tao Chushi, she replied. After finishing their milk tea, the pair stepped outside. Lin Chen retrieved his car key and pressed it gently. The nearby Lamborghini Veneno flashed its lights, immediately stunning a multitude of viewers in the live chat. Goodness, is this truly a wealthy second-generation heir with a supercar? Exclaimed one viewer. Wait, let me look this up. It seems rather expensive. No need to search. That's a Lamborghini Veneno, one of only 10 globally. With merely 3 remaining in Huaxia. Its value is a staggering 100 million. Came the reply. Goodness, what kind of family is this? A $100 million supercar? I can't even afford a single tire. Tao Chushi trembled as she gripped her phone. Brother Chen, is that your car? She had noticed the supercar parked on the roadside earlier and was astonished to discover it belonged to Lin Chen. At that moment, she realized that not only was Lin Chen handsome, but his background was also extraordinary. Indeed, it is mine. What of it? Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Tao Chushi's beautiful eyes sparkled with envy as she gazed at him in admiration. It must be worth quite a fortune, Brother Chen. May I sit in it? Isn't a car meant for sitting? Hop in. I'll take you for a ride. Lin Chen chuckled, opening the car door. Thank you, Brother Chen. I want to be polite then. Tao Chushi grasped her Lolita dress and prepared to enter, but Lin Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking, Are you planning to drive? The viewers in the live chat erupted in laughter. Haha, the goddess Chushi is too naive. That's the driver's seat. Brother Chen doesn't have the habit of opening the door for girls. I'm dying of laughter. Ultimately, it was evident that the goddess Chushi was overthinking. What status did Brother Chen hold that he would open the door for a mere streamer? Momentarily stunned, Tao Chushi's cheeks flushed as she awkwardly circled to the other side of the car and settled into the passenger seat. Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. This girl was rather amusing. Buckle up, this is going to be thrilling, he warned, pressing down on the accelerator. The supercar roared like a beast, its sound echoing down the street, and then it transformed into a sleek black shadow, speeding through the bustling avenues of Jiangbei City. Tao Chushi's face turned pale as she clutched the seatbelt tightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her beautiful eyes wide with alarm. Brother Chen, slow down. It's too fast, I can't handle it. She pleaded. Can't handle it already? You are indeed just a young girl, Lin Chen chuckled, gradually easing off the speed. By the way, where are you headed to explore? I'll take you there. The Fat Da barbecue is just ahead. It's truly delicious. Brother Chen will surely enjoy it, Tao Chushi said, her cheeks flushed. Delicious? Lin Chen smiled slightly, refraining from contradicting her. For him, the world had long lost its charm in terms of delectable cuisine. After all, the Huatai Hotel and Pearl Bay No. 18 epitomized the pinnacle of culinary excellence, offering meals that rivaled state banquets. What food could possibly entice him anymore? Before long, the sports car pulled into a food street, halting outside a barbecue restaurant. As the vehicle came to a stop, it instantly captured the attention of all passers-by. Wait, am I seeing this correctly? A supercar has come to a street food market? Exclaimed one onlooker. No way. Do rich second-generation heirs really eat street food? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the car door swung open, revealing a pair of delicate, slender legs clad in white stockings as Tao Chushi gracefully alighted from the vehicle, her Lolita dress swaying with her movements. The atmosphere reached a new height. Many young men, enjoying their barbecue, gaped at Tao Chushi, captivated by her beauty. She was a stunning young lady, a veritable siren for otaku, instantly becoming the center of attention. Meanwhile, curiosity brewed about the young man behind the wheel. What kind of affluent heir could command such an enchanting figure to bow before him? With a soft click, the driver's door opened. Lin Chen emerged, clad in a limited edition Armani suit, his tall and robust frame coupled with his handsome visage exuding a magnetic aura of masculinity. In an instant, he became the rival of every man present. In essence, any female present, from an 80-year-old grandmother to a 3-year-old child, couldn't he help but glance at Lin Chen more than once. Even some married women cast flirtatious glances in his direction. Oh dear, what kind of looks are these? Lin Chen sighed, shaking his head. Brother Chun, let us go inside, Tao Chushi said, sensing a competitive atmosphere as she quickly took hold of Lin Chen's arm. Lin Chen smiled slightly at the girl's affectionate gesture, accepting her warmth with ease. Upon entering the barbecue restaurant, a stout man approached them. He was the owner, Luo Dehai, who had dropped out of high school to learn grilling from a master. After over a decade of practice, his culinary skills had reached a remarkable level, capable of producing mouth-watering barbecue with his eyes closed. Viewers in the live chat began to send messages. Wow, I've been to this place. The owner's skills are impressive, and the prices are reasonable. Of course, the establishments recommended by Goddess Chushi are always trustworthy. I've visited many of them without encountering a single pitfall. A user sent 100 hearts, while another gifted 5 water buckets. Thanks to Lin Chen's generosity, a surge of new fans flooded into the live chat, causing the popularity score to skyrocket to 100,000. Tao Chushi's expression brightened. Her previous highest score had been 50,000, and to achieve such a record at the very start of her exploration was beyond her expectations. All of this was thanks to Lin Chen. Brother Chen, why don't you order for us? I'll treat you, she said, her big, watery eyes sparkling. Then I'll order a few things at random, Lin Chen said, picking up the menu and glancing through it briefly. Boss, we'll have this, and this. Tao Chushi swallowed hard, her heart racing with regret for allowing Lin Chen to order. He had nearly selected every item on the menu. Her beautiful eyes glistened with moisture as she quickly checked her wallet balance, realizing she might have to survive on instant noodles for the next 2 weeks. Let us just start with these. Make sure to add extra spice. Thank you. Lin Chen returned the menu to Luo Dehai. A faint smile gracing his lips as he said, I apologize, but I have a large family to cater to, and I must take some food home for them as well. Tao Chushi nodded with a gentle smile, replying, it's quite all right, if it's not enough. Brother Chen can always order more. Yet, inwardly, she felt a pang of heartache. The viewers in the live stream erupted in gleeful mockery, flooding the chat with comments. Haha, Goddess Chushi is too amusing. How dare she ask Brother Chen to order? Isn't she afraid of going bankrupt? How many people does Brother Chen have at home? Surely, this amount could feed 10. You wouldn't understand. Someone like Brother Chen, a wealthy heir, lives in a villa with at least dozens of servants and butlers. He.s. even considering the Goddess Chushi's needs by not ordering too much. Before long, a steaming array of barbecue was placed on the table. Lamb skewers, beef skewers, grilled chicken wings, quail eggs, grilled chives, roasted duck legs, and garlic eggplant. The table overflowed with an enticing aroma. Lin Chen sampled a few skewers, discovering them to be not only visually appealing but also delectable. He began to formulate a plan. The milk tea shop was set to expand. Why not incorporate a barbecue stall? With Luo Dehai's culinary skills and a touch of promotion, it would surely thrive in Jiangbei City. Chushi, how does it taste? Lin Chen inquired casually, aware that his palate did not necessarily reflect that of a young girl. The predominant clientele of the milk tea shop were young women in their 20s. If Tao Chushi found the food enjoyable, the feasibility of his plan would be significantly bolstered. Brother Chen, it's absolutely delicious. It might just be the best barbecue I've ever had. Chapter 35, Sign in. Reward, Disneyland. With Tao Chushi's endorsement, Lin Chen's conviction solidified. He then waved to Luo Dehai. Boss, your skills are impressive. Would you be interested in relocating your shop to the city center? Luo Dehai appeared somewhat hesitant, aware of Lin Chen's distinguished appearance and his luxurious supercar, which suggested he was no ordinary person. His tone was cautious as he replied, well, to be honest, I've contemplated this for a while, but the rent in the city center is exorbitant. I operate on a small scale and cannot bear such high costs. Who wouldn't want to establish a shop in the city center where foot traffic is abundant? And the profits would far exceed what I currently earn? Lin Chen smiled subtly and offered, I have a shop in the city center that I can provide you with at no cost. The condition is that I receive 30 of the profits each month. What do you think? Luo Dehai was momentarily taken aback, swallowing hard. Wait, are you serious? If I could open a barbecue shop in the city center with my skills, I could easily attract a vast clientele. achieving a monthly profit of 1 million would be out of reach, even after sharing 30 with you. Well, if you're agreeable, we can sign the contract right now. Not only will I provide the venue for free, but I will also fund the complete upgrade of the barbecue equipment. In other words, you only need to bring yourself. Upon hearing this, Luo Dahai was not the only one shocked. The viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. Wow. Is this the mindset of a wealthy individual? This is incredible. The rent in Jiangbei City Center is quite steep. How naive. Brother Chen isn't looking to profit from the barbecue. He's leveraging it to drive traffic and boost sales of other products in the shop. Truly a visionary. Uncle Luo, how are you feeling about this? If you're not interested, I won't force you, Lin Chen stated nonchalantly. And no, may I ask how to address you? Young brother? Luo Dahai quickly inquired. No need for such formality, just call me Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, I am more than willing. I wholeheartedly agree with your proposal. Let us sign the contract now and move the shop first thing tomorrow morning. Luo Dahai's tone was urgent, fearing Lin Chen might change his mind. If he could establish his shop in the city center, it would elevate his barbecue business significantly. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, leaving no room for hesitation. Let us not rush. The shop's renovation will take a month. I will give you the contact information of the person in charge, and you can communicate with her for the subsequent arrangements. Lin Chen casually handed Luo Dahai Zhang Fei's phone number. With this assurance from Lin Chen, Luo Dahai was overjoyed, and his demeanor shifted to one of deep respect as he beamed. Lin Xiao, let this barbecue be my treat to you all. It's on the house. By the way, is there anything else you'd like to eat? I can grill it right away. Lin Chen smiled lightly, casually picking up the menu. Let us add a few more items. As time passed, evening descended. Lin Chen, having indulged to his heart's content, stepped out of the barbecue restaurant, carrying several takeout boxes, which he casually tossed into the trunk of his supercar. Meanwhile, Tao Chushi was intently tapping on her phone screen, closing the live stream and returning to the platform's homepage. Her beautiful eyes wide in astonishment as she observed the projected earnings, which soared to 6 figures. In just one afternoon, she had earned hundreds of thousands, more than her annual salary, all thanks to Lin Chen. Had she not fortuitously crossed paths with him, she would still be merely a small streamer recording shop reviews, far from achieving such popularity. With this thought, her cheeks flushed crimson as she tiptoed on her delicate feet, pressing her moist cherry lips against Lin Chen's cheek. Brother Chen, thank you. Feeling the warmth on his cheek, Lin Chen smiled and playfully tugged at her twin ponytails, saying, It's getting late. Let me take you home. Yes, thank you, Brother Chen, Tao Chushi replied, her fair face radiating a sweet smile. Her delicate hands clung tightly to Lin Chen's arm, appearing petite and affectionate, which undoubtedly served as a generous serving of dog food for the onlookers. The duo settled into the Lamborghini Veneno, and with a swift press of the accelerator, the supercar transformed into a sleek black shadow, racing through the bustling streets of Jiangbei City. Outside the barbecue restaurant, a young man with yellow hair glared enviously at the departing Lamborghini, muttering angrily, Damn it. Not only is he handsome, but he is also fabulously wealthy, and his girlfriend is stunning. What a load of crap. 20 minutes later, the car gradually came to a halt outside a modest apartment complex. Tao Chushi hopped out, instantly attracting the attention of numerous onlookers. Look, that's a Lamborghini Veneno. What is it doing in our neighborhood? Did you see the girl who got out of the passenger seat? She is so fresh and beautiful. It's clear she is a rich girl being dropped off. Absolutely. She is gorgeous. If she were my wife, I'd gladly sacrifice 10 years of my life. Unperturbed, Tao Chushi flashed a sweet smile, waving her small hand. Brother Chen, I'm heading back now. Please drive safely. Lin Chen smiled lightly. Goodbye. Let us plan to hang out again soon. Yes, goodbye, Brother Chen. Tao Chushi's face flushed as she turned to run into the complex, her ponytails bouncing with each step. Capturing the attention of passers-by, she stopped on the opposite side of the street, brandishing her phone and declaring, Brother Chen, let us connect on WeChat. Then, with a playful expression, she dashed into the complex. Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. This little girl is quite something. As the silhouette of Tao Chushi faded from his sight, Lin Chen ignited the engine of his Lamborghini Veneno, pressing down hard on the accelerator. The sports car roared to life, hurtling down the bustling streets. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that he had yet to check in, and quickly summoned the system. Commencing today's check-in. As soon as he uttered the words, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in and receiving 100 shares of Disneyland in the Greater China region. A theme park? How intriguing. Disneyland is established in major cities around the globe, boasting vast assets with a total market value soaring into the hundreds of billions of RMB. In Jiangbei City, there exists the largest Disneyland in Huaxia, with assets nearing 100 million and over 500 employees. The park is replete with entertainment facilities, making it an ideal destination for holiday outings. However, The cost is not insignificant. With the most basic ticket priced at 999 renminbi, Lin Chen had never visited before, yet now he found himself as the owner, which was quite exhilarating. Before long, he returned to the Uni Manor. Just as Lin Chen reclined on the plush Becker Emperor-level sofa, a girl clad in a maid's uniform approached, removing his shoes and massaging his legs. "Young master, is the pressure satisfactory? By the way, where has Ling Shui gone?" Lin Chen surveyed the main hall, noticing the absence of Ling Shui among the more than a dozen maids, which instilled a tinge of curiosity within him. The girl performing the massage clearly exhibited a hint of jealousy, her grip tightening considerably. In response to "Young master, Butler Ling is in the kitchen, preparing dinner for you. Young master, could you check if I've undergone a second development? I feel quite heavier in the chest area lately." The girl puffed out her chest, speaking in a sweet tone. "Hee, it does seem somewhat so." A smile played at the corners of Lin Chen's lips. With 3 women vying for attention, and over 20 young ladies in the villa, one could hardly avoid the inevitable petty rivalries. As long as no significant upheavals occurred, he would refrain from interference and simply enjoy the spectacle. After indulging in the meticulously prepared dinner by Ling Shui, Lin Chen took a refreshing shower and, donning a natural wool bathrobe, lounged on the sofa while casually scrolling through his phone. Just then, an incoming call interrupted his tranquility. Noticing the unfamiliar caller ID, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and answered nonchalantly. "This is Lin Chen. Who am I speaking with?" After a brief pause, a hesitant voice emerged from the other end, belonging to a middle-aged man. "Hello, President Lin. I am Bai Tsong, the head of Disneyland in the Greater China region. You have just wholly acquired Disney's assets in Huaxia, and I would like to arrange a meeting with you to discuss the future development of the group." In a high-end office building in the magical city, within a conference room at the Disneyland Greater China headquarters, an atmosphere of tension enveloped the space. A dozen executives, clad in suits, sat around the conference table in silence, their gazes fixed intently upon Bai Tsong, who was on the phone. The voice on the other end belonged to their new boss, Lin Chen, a remarkably young man who had executed a thunderous acquisition of all Disney's assets in the region. The absence of further communication following the acquisition had left these seasoned executives puzzled. Despite their afternoon discussions, they failed to grasp their new boss's intentions, leading them to reluctantly initiate this call. Consequently, an air of anxiety pervaded the room. Should Lin Chen find them displeasing, he could easily dismiss them, transforming them into unemployed middle-aged individuals. "My apologies, the afternoon was rather hectic, and I lost track of time," Lin Chen replied casually. Lost track of time? The executives were momentarily taken aback by this response. Was it truly possible to forget acquiring a globally renowned multinational corporation? Just how busy could Lin Chen possibly be? Simultaneously, a weight lifted from everyone's shoulders. It was merely a case of forgetfulness rather than a personal disdain. Bai Tsong swallowed hard, regaining his composure as he quickly smiled and said, "President Lin, you are too kind. It was our oversight. We should have reached out to you proactively. I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at this hour. There is no need for excessive flattery. I will handle the group's business affairs," Lin Chen replied coolly. "Understood. Please allow me to take your instructions, President Lin," Bai Tsong responded respectfully. "The group will continue as usual under your management, and I will refrain from intervening in any matters. Just provide me with monthly revenue reports. Additionally, increase the salaries of frontline employees by 10, and those at the mid-level and above by 20. Exceptional contributors to the group will also receive extra bonuses, effective this month." A hint of a smile graced Lin Chen's lips. While he was indeed the owner, he was still new to the position and lacked a solid foundation. The employees beneath him would undoubtedly harbor grievances. The most effective way to win their hearts was through monetary incentives, as there was no better means to garner loyalty than through financial reward. Why not seize this opportunity? Bai Tsong, seasoned in the business realm, recognized Lin Chen's tactics and was internally astonished. Despite his youth, Lin Chen's management style was as adept as his own, if not superior. Truly, he was a business magnate. Working under Lin Chen filled Bai Tsong with admiration. "Understood. I will make the necessary arrangements. Do you have any other instructions, President Lin?" "That will suffice, nothing else." "You may end the call," Lin Chen said as he prepared to hang up, but suddenly recalled something. "Wait, I need a few tickets to Disneyland. It would save me the trouble of purchasing them myself." Bai Tsong was momentarily stunned, then, regaining his composure, responded sheepishly, "Understood. I will arrange for some to be sent to you immediately. Where are you residing, President Lin?" "Villa number 1, Uni Manor, Jiangbei City." Having concluded the call, Lin Chen took a sip of his Roman economy wine. It was prudent to save where possible. While he was indeed affluent, Disneyland tickets were exorbitantly priced. The savings would comfortably cover next month's expenses. In the Disneyland headquarters conference room, Bai Tsong was queried by a high-ranking executive clad in black. "What did the new boss say?" The others leaned in with anticipation. A smile spread across Bai Tsung's face as he exhaled a sigh of relief. Rest assured, the group will continue to be under my management. President Lin will not interfere in group affairs. We will simply report monthly revenues to him. With this news, the atmosphere in the conference room lightened considerably, with the executives expressing their approval of Lin Chen as a commendable boss. After finishing a bottle of Romani Conti, Lin Chen felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Just as he was about to retire to his bedroom, a message from Tao Chushi popped up on WeChat. Brother Chen, do you have time? Come watch my live stream. A link followed, and Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Clicking the link, he was redirected to Quail Live. Entering Tao Chushi's streaming room, he noted that the viewer count was under 200, with only a few devoted fans sending small gifts, rendering the situation rather dismal. He shook his head with a smile and opened the recharge interface to add some funds to his balance. Meanwhile, in a low-end apartment within a budget rental community, Tao Chushi sat before her phone, clad in a sky-blue fluffy princess dress, her face adorned with exquisite makeup. Enhanced by beauty filters, she appeared both delicate and enchanting. At that moment, as she refreshed her WeChat messages, the absence of a reply from Lin Chen stirred a gentle sorrow within her. It dawned on her that she might not hold as significant a place in Lin Chen's heart as she had hoped, as he had not even responded to her message. But then again, what was his status? The pinnacle of the affluent second-generation elite, surrounded by innumerable women, would hardly spare a thought for a mere online streamer. Tao Chushi came to the realization that she had been overly sentimental. However, at that moment, an animated rocket ascending appeared on her phone screen. Tao Chushi's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. This animation signified that a fan had bestowed upon her the most extravagant gift on the Kuai2A platform, a super rocket. Each super rocket is valued at 999 yuan. After deducting platform fees and taxes, this single gift would allow her to withdraw 4,000 yuan. Who could be so extravagant? As Tao Chushi discerned the fan ID of the generous gift giver, her fair complexion radiated delight. Welcome, Brother Chen, to the live stream. I've missed you dearly. Chapter 37. Just strike. Brother Chen will back you up. Brother Chen, have you eaten? Remember to nourish yourself. If you don't, I will be quite worried. She added, by the way, Brother Chen, do you think this little dress suits me? Tao Chushi stood up, playfully lifting the hem of her dress, twirling her graceful figure. The taut white stockings hugged her slender legs, subtly revealing the delicate flesh of her thighs. Captivating the audience's attention, the male viewers in the live stream could hardly contain themselves, blood rushing to their faces, wishing they could lick the screen. Simultaneously, a wave of jealousy surged within them. How could their goddess, Chushi, be so fervent towards a mere novice account? They bombarded the chat with complaints. Goddess Chushi, who is this Lin Chen? He merely gifted you one super rocket. Is such enthusiasm warranted? Yes, Goddess Chushi, wait a moment. I'll recharge right now and gift you 2 super rockets. I've taken a screenshot. I'm waiting for the super rockets from above. Why isn't Lin Chen speaking? Did he run out of money after gifting one super rocket? Tao Chushi pouted her delicate lips, reading the comments with a hint of annoyance. Lin Chen was her prince charming in her heart. How dare they speak of him that way? She promptly returned to the backstage, blocking and silencing all the fans who had insulted Lin Chen, and the live stream fell into a sudden silence. With a huff, she declared, "You are not allowed to speak ill of Brother Chen. All of you can go to hell." Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, he remained puzzled as to why the once lively chat had turned so quiet and decided to send a message. Chushi, you need to engage in PK to bring some excitement to the live stream. PK? Tao Chushi furrowed her brows. She had never participated in a PK before. After all, she was merely a small streamer, and her viewer count rarely exceeded 200. Seeking out others for a PK would be tantamount to humiliation. After all, PKs are all about numbers and the volume of gifts. Upon noticing Lin Chen's comment, the fans were quick to mock. Yes, Goddess Chushi. You should find someone to PK. Brother Chen will surely shower you with gifts. He could take on an entire fan club by himself. Exactly. Brother Chen will gift you a super rocket right off the bat. He won't mind the small change. Goddess Chushi, hurry and find someone for a PK. Let us hope Brother Chen doesn't get scared off. You need capital to play the role of a wealthy patron. Lin Chen had already exited the live stream and had blocked it. In Villa number 1 of Yunyi's Wang, Lin Chen reclined on a luxurious Becker Emperor-level sofa, holding his phone and reading the comments from the live stream. A slight smile graced his lips. He easily discerned the sarcasm. However, he felt no anger, for quarreling with keyboard warriors hidden behind screens was beneath him and devoid of significance. He dismissed them entirely. Then, he typed a single word and hit send. Strike. A man of few words, yet wealthy. This was his persona. Fine, since Brother Chen has said so, let us attempt this once. But I must clarify. We will only engage in one PK, and you all must contribute gifts. Brother Chen shouldn't be the only one giving. Tao Chushi expressed with a hint of trepidation. The spectators in the live stream flooded the chat. No problem, Goddess Chushi, just connect. I will definitely gift. Let us go. Brother Chun, don't turn into a turtle and flee at the last moment. Otherwise, you'll become a laughingstock. Goddess Chushi, commence. I just recharged 2,000 yuan. Eagerly waiting for the PK, Tao Chushi swallowed nervously, her small hand clicking the button to find an opponent. After only a brief moment, the PK opponent appeared. Upon seeing the opposing streamer's face, her rosy cheeks turned pale, beads of sweat forming on her fair forehead, her heart racing to a halt. Her mind was consumed with 2 words, this is bad. The opposing streamer was none other than the immensely popular top-tier female streamer, Day's little sister, boasting 20 million followers. At that moment, Day's little sister noticed that Lin Chushi's live stream had only over 200 fans, and a smirk of disdain curled her lips. For her own stream had over 20,000 fans. The disparity was staggering. Winning was a far-fetched notion. Yet, out of courtesy, Day's little sister smiled and inquired, Sister Chushi, it's a pleasure to connect with you. Would you like to engage in a PK? However, her smile was laced with condescension and a hint of scorn. Without a second thought, Tao Chushi shook her head. I am sorry, I must have made a mistake. Day's sister, please find someone else for the PK. I wouldn't want to disturb you. Saying this, she prepared to disconnect. Wait, Sister Chushi, don't rush to leave. In Day's little sister's live stream, numerous comments flooded in. Haha, the streamer on the other side is adorably naive. How cute. Why haven't we encountered her before? Is she a newcomer? With such pure and charming looks, she could easily break into stardom with proper marketing. Only over 200 viewers? How pitiable. I'll go over and support her with gifts. Day's little sister, witnessing these comments, felt a pang of jealousy. Though it was her live stream, everyone was discussing Tao Chushi, with some even rushing to gift her. Who could tolerate such a situation? Since her opponent was merely a small streamer, as the top-tier female streamer, she felt compelled to teach Tao Chushi a lesson. Day's sister, do you have something to say? Tao Chushi blinked her large, watery eyes in inquiry. Her innocent demeanor caused many of Day's little sister's fans to switch sides, flocking to Tao Chushi's live stream and showering her with gifts, causing her viewership to soar to 2,000. Day's little sister clenched her fists, yet her smile remained intact. Sister Chushi, since our connection is fate, let us have a friendly competition. Losing doesn't matter. It's all about building rapport. And rest assured, I will go easy on you. Tao Chushi's beautiful eyes glimmered with worry as she pouted. But you have so many people in your live stream. I want to be able to win. Day's sister, let us just forget about it. This display of vulnerability attracted even more of Day's little sister's fans to switch allegiance, pouring into Tao Chushi's live stream. Sister Chushi, don't worry. I'll back you up. It's just Day's little sister. We'll go all out. Yes. Day's little sister just went online, and her wealthy patrons haven't shown up yet. With our support, who knows who will win? Goddess Chushi, just go for it. I've charged enough. Let us show this old woman our strength. At this moment, Tao Chushi was still wavering until she noticed a barrage from a novice fan. Lin Chen Ben Chun. Chushi, just go for it. Brother Chen will have your back. Chapter 38. The top streamer Datian Gu is on the run? Alright, Dai Dai Jia. Let's have a simple spar. You must go easy on me, Tao Chushi resolutely declared. Dai Dai Mei's lips curled into a slight smile. Rest assured, Chushi, I will definitely take it easy on you. Yet, she picked up her backup phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message in a fan group named Daddy Investor. Dear brothers, my sister is about to go live for a PK. Could you please come online and help me out? If we win, there are special rewards. Clearly, Dai Dai Mei had no intention of going easy on Tao Chushi, and she was poised to make her suffer a crushing defeat. This old woman harbored a fierce sense of vengeance. As soon as the group message was sent, a dozen eager fans, overly enthusiastic, quickly replied, I'm online, and I'll definitely help you in the PK. Who dares to bully my Dai Dai Mei? They'd better check with me first. Dai Dai Mei, don't break your promise. If we win, remember to distribute the rewards. I can hardly wait. Dai Dai Mei beamed at the replies from her fans. This PK was as good as one for her. In Villa number 1 of Uniazwang Garden, Lin Chen reclined on a luxurious Becker Emperor-grade sofa, taking a sip of Roman Iconi wine. He opened the recharge page on the Kuaitue platform, hesitating for a moment before recharging 10 million renminbi, not out of stinginess, but because the platform's maximum recharge limit was indeed 10 million. He wished to add more, but was powerless to do so. Once all the eager fans were online, Dai Dai Mei smiled and asked, Chushi, are you ready? We shall begin now. I'm ready, Tao Chushi nodded gently. Alright, the PK starts now. Chushi, you better not cry if you lose. With that, Dai Dai Mei muted her microphone. From the screen, it was evident that Dai Dai Mei was exhilarated, her fair, slender legs resting on the chair as she unleashed a torrent of words into the microphone. the live stream's heat value skyrocketing. Gift effects flashed across the screen, luxury cars, yachts, rockets. An array of 4-digit gifts bombarded the screen without pause. In contrast, Tao Chushi's live stream left her fans dumbfounded, staring agape at the extravagant gift effects on the opposite side, swallowing hard. What the hell? How is this even a fight? Dai Mei has so many fans. There's no way to win. The ordinary fans might have held their ground, but with Dai Mei's numerous Golden Daddy supporters showering her with gifts, it was enough to obliterate her rock. This is against the rules. You promised to go easy on Chushi, and this is your idea of easy? At that moment, a fan named Gu Jiaozhatian sent a barrage. Chushi, don't panic. Brother Jiaozhatian is here to help you. It's just Dai Mei. We can wipe them out in a minute. Following that, the screen was filled with images of several super rockets launching, astonishing the onlookers. Tao Chushi's heat value surged past Dai Mei's. Wow, Brother Jiaozhatian is amazing. 15 super rockets, that's 150,000 RMB. Brother Jiaozhatian is the real top streamer. Please accept my admiration. On the other side, Dai Mei noticed Tao Chushi's heat value rising and frowned slightly, her expression showing some surprise, but she quickly regained her composure and smirked. Hee, a little streamer thinks she can win against me? What a dreamer. I still have my trump card. She then picked up her backup phone and messaged a WeChat contact named Licking Dog Number 1. Wang Gu. I'm being bullied in Kuai Live. Please come online and help me. If we win, I'll grant you any wish for the weekend. Ding dong. The reply came instantly. Who dares to bully my sweetheart? They must be tired of living. I'm logging in right now. Okay. Dai Mei's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Soon, a fan named Chun Feng Wei Fu entered her live stream and, without hesitation, sent 20 super rockets. The screen exploded with excitement. The entire live stream fell into a deathly silence, punctuated only by the dazzling visuals of 20 super rockets soaring into the sky. Dai Mei held the microphone, her tone ecstatic. Thank you to Brother Chun Feng Wei Fu for the 20 super rockets. Dai Mei will always love you. Surprised at being overtaken, Tao Chushi's fans were left in shock. No way. This can't be happening. Chun Feng Wei Fu is a super internet tycoon, dominating the top female streamer rankings for years and has given millions in gifts. The old woman actually called him over. How can we possibly win? Chushi goddess. It's not that I'm not trying. I genuinely can't compete. Don't panic. Stay calm. We still have Brother Jiaozhatian. Yes, Brother Jiaozhatian. Quickly send gifts. We believe in your strength. A chorus of hopeful voices filled the public chat when suddenly a notification popped up. Gift leaderboard number 1. Jiaozhatian has exited the live stream. The fans gasped collectively. The one they had pinned their hopes on, Brother Jiaozhatian, had fled. Dai Mei, seeing that Tao Chushi's top supporter had run away, smirked disdainfully, shaking her head with a smile. What good looks will do for you? You're just a rookie streamer. It's a miracle anyone gives you gifts at all. Not every wealthy supporter is reliable. Facing a true tycoon, you'll flee in terror. In the heart of Kyoto, in a lavish villa, an old balding man sat on a sofa in the main hall, his small, lustful eyes glued to the screen displaying Dai Mei. A lewd grin spreading across his face as he wiped the drool escaping his mouth. Old master, while Dai Mei looks decent, you really don't need to spend so much money. I feel sorry for you. A voluptuous woman in a sheer black dress, her fair skin barely concealed, leaned in, murmuring with a soft, sultry voice, Old master, is your rear end itching again, looking for a beating? Wang Yukai puffed on a cigar, seemingly indifferent. Don't be angry. I know I'm wrong. The enchanting woman shot him a flirtatious glance, returning to her tasks. What is going on? How dare someone challenge me? They must not know the illustrious name of Chun Feng Wei Fu. Chapter 39. The internet is truly spectacular. Wang Youcai's expression froze, his small eyes wide with shock as he stared at the screen bursting with gift effects. Congratulations. Lin Chen sent 30 super rockets. Tao Chushi's delicate cheeks broke into a smile as she exclaimed, It's Brother Chun. That is wonderful. So Brother Chen has been here all along. Thank you for the gifts. I miss you so much. Lin Chen. Upon witnessing this ID, the fans in the live stream were instantly flushed with embarrassment. Just moments ago, they had been mocking Lin Chen for merely sending a single super rocket, questioning his pretentiousness as a wealthy patron. Yet now, he had boldly gifted 30 super rockets, daring to confront the internet tycoon known as Chun Feng Wei Fu, who was so formidable that even the likes of Gu Jiaozhatian hesitated to clash with him. The slap to their faces was resounding. Oh dear brother, look. I've been surpassed again. You must send gifts quickly. I cannot allow myself to be outdone by a mere small streamer. At this moment, Dai Xiaomei sent a desperate plea for help. It's a trivial matter, don't fret. Let me recharge some funds, and I shall obliterate him in an instant. Wang Yukai was also somewhat incensed. He had reigned supreme in the realm of online streaming, and it was a rarity for anyone to dare challenge him. Now, a novice account was openly belittling him, a profound humiliation that he found intolerable. He navigated to the recharge page, swept his hand dramatically, and deposited 2 million renminbi into his wallet. Lin Chen, is it? To dare contend with me is to court disaster. Today, I shall demonstrate the terrifying might of the Wang family from Kyoto. Tremble in fear. Wang Youcai's eyes blazed with fury. Almost immediately, Dai Xiaomei's live stream was inundated with a barrage of super rocket effects. Congratulations. Chen Feng Wei Fu sent 50 super rockets. The health bar of Dai Xiaomei plummeted to 2/3, and with only a few minutes left in the PK, the situation for Tao Chushi was perilous. The fans in both live streams felt their hearts leap into their throats, palms slick with sweat. It was evident to all that this was no longer a mere competition between Dai Xiaomei and Tao Chushi, but rather a fierce struggle between two internet magnates, Chen Feng Wei Fu and Lin Chen Ben Chen, regardless of who triumphed. This PK would be etched into the annals of online streaming history. In Villa No. 1 of Uni Manor, Lin Chen took a sip of the exquisite Romanée-Conti wine, a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of his mouth. How intriguing. He then nonchalantly increased his gift count to 100. Since Chen Feng Wei Fu had chosen to engage him in battle, Lin Chen was more than willing to indulge him. It had been quite some time since he had relished the thrill of being financially superior. His competitive spirit ignited. He was eager to see how much capital Chen Feng Wei Fu truly possessed. Congratulations. Lin Chen Ben Chen sent 100 super rockets. To prolong the excitement, Lin Chen casually typed out a message. Chushi, I have your back. It won't matter who comes. You should concede now while you still can, or else the defeat will be quite embarrassing. Upon sending this message, the live stream erupted in fervor, fans flooding the chat. Wow, Brother Chun is so charismatic, even I, a man unmoved, I would rage for the fair maiden. Brother Chun is incredible. Do you need any charms? What Brother Chun? He should be called God Lin. I can't wait to see how Chen Feng Wei Fu responds next. Will he retaliate? Regardless, Brother Chen will forever be a deity in my heart. In his luxurious villa in Kyoto, Wang Youcai sat upright, gripping his phone tightly, his teeth clenched in rage. A provocation, a blatant provocation. I have never bowed my head to anyone online. You have successfully incited my wrath. Brace yourself for my thunderous retaliation. Without hesitation, Wang Youcai increased the gift count to 150, trembling as he sent them out. Congratulations. Chen Feng Wei Fu sent 150 super rockets. Boom. The screen exploded with gift effects, akin to underwater detonations, leaving the onlookers in awe. He just gifted 5 million renminbi in the blink of an eye. This was truly extravagant. Wang Youcai wore a victorious smile, attempting to appear nonchalant as he sent a message. Kid, you possess considerable talent, but unfortunately, you have crossed paths with me. Do not challenge my pocket change with your entire fortune. The live stream, which had attracted tens of thousands of viewers, fell into a stunned silence. All the onlookers were frozen, their eyes glued to the rapidly flashing gift effects on their screens. In that moment, they experienced a profound shock. 150 super rockets, valued at 5 million renminbi, were sent in mere seconds. Chen Feng Wei Fu was indeed a well-known internet magnate, possessing such wealth and capital. For those with only a meager allowance, to flaunt wealth was sheer folly. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat fatigued, and promptly sent 888 super rockets before exiting the live stream. The outcome was predictable. Chen Feng Wei Fu would certainly be left reeling. As the 888 super rockets soared into the air, the live stream plunged back into silence, particularly after Lin Chen completed his gifting without uttering a single word. His departure was reminiscent of a grand figure who discreetly withdrew from the limelight, a true titan. All rise. In his opulent villa, Wang Youcai sat in stunned silence on the sofa, his expression a mixture of horror and disbelief, his self-esteem shattered. I've hit a brick wall. Though he was wealthy, he hadn't anticipated such extravagance, especially since he was spending his family's savings. With only a few billion left to his name, he was merely crushed when compared to the true tycoon Lin Chen. Wang Youcai quietly deactivated his account, vowing never to flaunt his wealth online again. The internet was simply too terrifying. Upon seeing Lin Chen leave, Tao Chushi lost interest in continuing her live stream. After hastily bidding farewell to her fans, she quickly reviewed the streaming data. Total earnings, 91 million renminbi. After deductions for platform fees and taxes, her net earnings would reach over 5 million. Tao Chushi's beautiful eyes trembled with excitement. Such a substantial sum was something she had only dared to dream of. After a fleeting thrill, she bit her lip, determined in her heart. Brother Chun, I truly feel guilty for the expense. I cannot accept such a large amount. Please send me your card number, and I will return it to you. After sending the WeChat message, Tao Chushi anxiously awaited a response. At that moment, Lin Chen noticed his account on Quail was rapidly gaining followers. increasing by over 1 million in just a few minutes. It turned out that the recent battle of magnates had been recorded by some fans and uploaded to online platforms, causing the name Lin Chen Ben Chun to explode across the Chinese internet. Simultaneously, Tao Chushi also received significant exposure, amassing over 1 million followers and becoming a prominent figure on the Quail platform. Wow, the internet, is this thrilling? Lin Chen casually clicked on the fan messages and discovered a shocking reality. Thousands of female netizens had sent him messages, some even including daring selfies. Chapter 40 Lin Chen. However, I find it distasteful. Return it to me? Glancing at Tao Chushi's WeChat message, Lin Chen smiled lightly. The money he had spent was but a trifling amount. How could one even speak of extravagance? This young lady was still unaware of Lin Chen's true nature. There was no reasoning to return the gifts once given. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, let it be in another manner. But Chushi is quite foolish and doesn't he know how to thank Brother Chen? How about this? Let us go shopping at the Guimao Mall tomorrow. Whatever you fancy. I'll pay for it. The items will serve as gifts, representing my heartfelt appreciation. Tao Chushi suggested nervously. Of course, I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Sleep well. Goodbye. Yes, okay. Brother Chen, you too, get some rest and don't stay up late. See you tomorrow. Upon Lin Chen's agreement, a rosy blush adorned Tao Chushi's delicate cheeks, and an uncontrollable joy surged within her. Her petite feet, clad in white cotton socks, swayed playfully in the air. She then turned off the screen and gently placed her phone against her chest, drifting off into a serene slumber. In her dreams, Lin Chen's handsome visage and his robust, masculine form filled her thoughts, along with his captivating presence. Soft murmurs escaped her lips as the sheets became increasingly disheveled. In Villa No. 1 of Uni Manor, a voice broke the tranquility. Young master, it's getting late. You should rest. Ling Shui approached, adorned in a black silk lace camisole dress. The delicate straps rested on her flawless, porcelain shoulders, while her short skirt revealed a pair of long, elegant legs that were intoxicating to behold. Further down, her exquisitely delicate, snow-white feet left one breathless. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, perplexed. What are you up to? With a coy smile, Ling Shui's fingers, akin to tender green onions, traced Lin Chen's face, her crimson lips whispering near his ear. Young master, I wish to attend to some duties befitting a maid. Woman, do you realize you are playing with fire? A tempest of desire surged within Lin Chen. And what of it? Does the young master not desire this? Ling Shui's voice was laced with mischief. It has been days since we shared intimacy. Before she could finish, Lin Chen swiftly embraced her delicate form, charging into the bedroom with the fervor of a sprinter. The door creaked shut behind them. Time flew, and the next day arrived. Check-in. Lin Chen's first action upon awakening was to summon the system for his daily attendance. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received 1,000,000,000 RMB. 1 billion RMB? How mundane. Lin Chen shook his head in disappointment. After all, he lacked nothing but money. To him, wealth was merely a cold string of digits on a balance sheet, devoid of any allure. At that moment, his phone, charging on the bedside table, chimed with a WeChat message. Chenggu, are you awake? I've already arrived outside Uni Manor to let you sleep a bit longer. But the security guard at the gate is rather intimidating, and I don't dare to enter. Lin Chen chuckled softly, replying, wait 2 minutes, I'll be right out. This young girl was truly intriguing. After a quick wash, Lin Chen entered the wardrobe and donned a diamond-level custom suit from Stuart Hughes. Whistling a cheerful tune, he made his way to the garage, driving a Lamborghini Veneno out of the villa. Soon, he arrived outside the manor, spotting a petite figure standing by the roadside. At that moment, Tao Chushi noticed Lin Chen's car, her fair face breaking into a smile as she skipped towards him. Chenggu, you finally came out. I dreamed of you last night. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air. Tao Chushi vanished from Lin Chen's sight. Where did she go? Lin Chen peered through the car window, unable to see her. Stepping out, he discovered a banana peel discarded on the ground, where Tao Chushi had slipped. Tao Chushi, small in stature, lay on the ground like a tiny duckling. From his vantage point inside the car, Lin Chen couldn't see her. Her pale pink Lolita dress was now dusted with dirt, and her rosy cheeks bore the marks of a small mishap, with a trickle of blood seeping from a scraped elbow. Yet, she radiated joy as she retrieved a lunchbox imbued with the fragrance of youthful innocence, grinning foolishly. Fortunately, I didn't break it. Chenggu, I made you breakfast. Please taste it. A warm current surged through Lin Chen's heart. In a world driven by material desires, where money could buy many things, it could never procure genuine affection. He could sense that Tao Chushi truly cared for him. Silly girl, you fell and didn't protect yourself. Promise me you won't do that again. He affectionately tousled her hair, his expression warm and paternal. I know. Chenggu, please try it. I woke up at 6 to prepare this. It wasn't easy. Tao Chushi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. All right, I'm quite hungry. Let's eat together. No need. Chushi won't eat. It's all for Chingu. Lin Chen chuckled softly, amused by her innocent demeanor. He opened the lunchbox to reveal several exquisite glutinous rice cakes, taking one and placing it in his mouth. However, as his tongue met the cake, he sensed something was amiss. Chushi, do you know the difference between sugar and salt? Tao Chushi's beautiful eyes widened in confusion. She quickly grabbed a rice cake and took a bite, immediately spitting it onto the ground. Tui, Chingu can't eat this. It's poisonous. Lowering her head, guilt washed over her. I'm so sorry, Chingu. This is my first time cooking, and I followed an online tutorial, but Lin Chen smiled gently, ruffling her hair. It's all right. I'm already very happy. Let's go shopping. Tao Chushi clasped Lin Chen's arm affectionately. Yes, Chingu is the best. Next time, I'll make something delicious for you. There's really no need for that. With a roar, the Lamborghini Veneno unleashed a feral growl, transforming into a streak of black lightning as it zipped through the bustling streets of Jiangbei City. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the National Trade Center. Familiar with the area, Lin Chen skillfully parked the car, and he and Tao Chushi entered the mall. A plethora of luxury boutiques greeted them, the scent of wealth palpable in the air. Chingu, let us go to that one. Tao Chushi pointed at the Armani flagship store, eager to treat Lin Chen. Naturally gravitating towards the most extravagant shop, Lin Chen shook his head lightly, assessing her. Not so fast. You just dirtied your dress. We should first buy you a new one. But Chingu, I don't mind. I'm not bothered by my dirty clothes, she insisted. However, Lin Chen had already stepped into the Balenciaga women's store, softly saying, I mind. Upon entering, a saleswoman greeted them warmly. Welcome to Balenciaga. Are you here to see our new arrivals? As they entered, the sales assistant's gaze swept over Lin Chen, her eyes widening slightly. This suit, the Stuart Hughes Diamond Level Custom version, is worth over 100,000. Those shoes, the Royal Custom Edition from Baluti, are worth several 100,000. And that watch, a limited summer edition from Patek Philippe, exceeds 1 million. The aura of nobility exuding from Lin Chen was akin to that of an emperor, capable of captivating anyone. The saleswoman swallowed hard, her enthusiasm palpable. Sir, how may I assist you? Lin Chen glanced at the dresses on display, noting they were all standard stock, lacking any unique flair, and their prices hovered just above 5 figures, failing to ignite his desire to purchase. Bring me your 10 most expensive dresses. I'll take them all. Lin Chen spoke softly. Of course, please hold on a moment. I'll fetch them right away. The saleswoman, not daring to delay, promptly arranged for her colleagues to bring 10 dresses. Sir, these 10 dresses are all limited editions, each uniquely designed by top international fashion masters, with unparalleled fabric and craftsmanship. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, growing impatient. Simply state the price. It is far too inexpensive for my taste. The sales associate, momentarily taken aback, managed to smile and replied, Sir, the total for 10 dresses amounts to 1.36 million. If you possess a Balenciaga membership card, you may enjoy a 2 discount. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, expressing his discontent. 1.36 million? Is that truly worthy of a luxury label? Yes, indeed, sir. However, if you find it excessive, you are welcome to selectively purchase a few items, and I can assist you with that, the sales associate offered with a smile. Are you jesting? A mere 1.36 million, and you believe that suffices for luxury? Lin Chen retorted. Chu Shi, let us depart. They exhibit no sincerity whatsoever. With that, he prepared to escort Tao Chushi away. Sir, wait a moment. The sales associate, sensing his intent to leave, became flustered. Lin Chen was undoubtedly a high-spending client, one who would not blink at prices exceeding 1 million. He could not be allowed to slip away easily. I apologize, sir. I am merely a sales associate with limited authority and cannot show you more expensive dresses. Please wait a moment while I fetch the manager. I assure you a satisfactory resolution. Clearly, she was genuinely intent on retaining Lin Chen's patronage. With that in mind, Lin Chen halted his departure and remarked coolly, Go ahead. Consider this your final opportunity. Should you attempt to deceive me with these trivial items once more, the existence of Balenciaga will become moot. Very well, sir. The sales associate hurriedly departed. Before long, a woman clad in a white professional suit approached, her expression apologetic as she extended a black and gold card. Smiling as she spoke, Sir, I am the manager, Xiaoran. I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant shopping experience caused by my staff. I present this black gold membership card to you as a token of goodwill. I hope you will not be upset. There are regulations from headquarters stating that to purchase Balenciaga's top-tier garments, one must provide proof of assets, with personal wealth exceeding 1 billion. This is to ensure the garments maintain their value post-purchase. I trust you understand. Xiaoran discreetly assessed Lin Chen's attire, though it was undoubtedly valuable. It comprised items available on the market, leaving her uncertain of his wealth. Is that so? Lin Chen mused. Indeed, sir. In fact, The 10 dresses my staff presented earlier are already considered exquisite and align perfectly with your girlfriend's temperament. Please take some time to contemplate, Xiaoran suggested, having deduced that Lin Chen's personal assets likely fell short of 1 billion. Yet, she could not undermine Lin Chen's dignity, so she wore a smile, offering him an escape route. If Lin Chen were wise, he would not embarrass himself further. Is 10 billion truly an exorbitant sum? Is there a means to substantiate that? Lin Chen nonchalantly produced a keycard. Upon recognizing the address inscribed on the keycard, Xiaoran's expression became momentarily frozen, and once she regained her composure, she nodded emphatically, Sir. Of course, residing at Villa Number 1 of Uni Manor is sufficient to demonstrate that your personal assets far exceed 1 billion. I must apologize for my oversight. At this revelation, all the sales associates turned their gazes toward them, astonished. What? That young man resides in Villa Number 1 of Uni Manor? This is unbelievable. It is rumored that Villa Number 1 is not for sale. Gaining access is akin to a Herculean task. Though it was not for sale, if one possessed sufficient influence, it was not entirely impossible. The young man's power was unfathomable. Villas numbered 1 through 10 were inhabited not by ordinary wealthy individuals, but by families whose assets soared into the hundreds of billions. Goodness. No wonder he looked down upon those 10 dresses. He is a super-rich second-generation heir. It is one thing to be wealthy, but he is also incredibly handsome. Where can one find a reasonable explanation for this? Xiaoran promptly instructed the staff to retrieve a splendid long gown. Sir, this dress is the pride of our store. There are only 2 in the world. It embodies the dedication of over 100 designers, with meticulous attention paid to both fabric and craftsmanship. Ordinary clientele lack the qualifications to even appreciate it, let alone purchase it. As Xiaoran beheld the resplendent long dress, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Although she was the manager of Balenciaga, she too could not indulge in mere admiration without some association with Lin Chen's presence. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, displeased. If there are 2, why not present both? I shall acquire them both. Chuckling lightly, Xiaoran explained, Sir, you jest. There is one dress that not even you, let alone the world's richest individuals, could secure, as it has already been claimed by a queen of a European royal family. A European royal queen? Lin Chen's gaze narrowed as he coolly remarked, The European royals? There will come a day when I shall be acquainted with them. For now, I shall procure this dress. How much is it? After completing the transaction, Lin Chen promptly urged Tao Chu-shi to try it on. After a brief wait, the fitting room door opened, revealing a blushing Tao Chu-shi who lifted the hem of the gown, asking, Brother Chun, do you think it looks good? Quite impressive. The European royal queen possesses a discerning eye. Chu-shi, you truly resemble a princess in that attire, though it appears slightly oversized. Standing nearby, Xiaoran quickly interjected with a smile. Sir, please consider that it is not a custom-fit gown, so there will inevitably be some discrepancies. However, your girlfriend's poise is exceptional, and she looks absolutely splendid as is. Even the most precious garment is of little use if it does not fit. Manager Xiao, do you have a tailor? It requires some adjustment. Lin Chen, a pragmatist at heart, believed that regardless of the price tag, practicality was paramount. Anything deemed precious, yet impractical held no value in his eyes. Certainly, sir. We shall proceed as you suggest. Your satisfaction is our priority. Xiaoran replied with a rueful smile. After all, each dress at Balenciaga is a masterpiece, and ordinary buyers often cherish them as treasures, sometimes even hesitating to wear them. The pride of their store, a true gem among gems, was now to be transformed into a daily wear item by Lin Chen. The mindset of the wealthy was indeed unfathomable. One could only imagine the thoughts of the European royal queen upon learning of this. Before long, Xiaoran returned with the tailored gown, speaking respectfully. Sir, the dress has been adjusted by our chief tailor. Please allow your girlfriend to try it on. We are prepared to make further modifications if necessary. Tao Chu-shi entered the fitting room once more, and after a brief wait, she emerged. The gown fitted perfectly, accentuating her graceful silhouette, her fair skin glistening with a youthful radiance, and the skirt flowing down to reveal her slender, elegant legs, captivating all who beheld her. Absolutely stunning. Sir, this dress has been tailored as if it were custom-made for your girlfriend. Even Xiaoran could not help but exclaim in admiration. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, replying matter-of-factly, it is acceptable. The 10 million spent is justified. Xiaoran's lips twitched slightly. In Lin Chen's eyes, the pride of Balenciaga, the most exquisite gown, was merely acceptable. However, upon reflection, it was likely that for someone of Lin Chen's elite status, few items would truly captivate him, and she found herself at ease with this realization. Mr. Lin, Miss Tao, have a pleasant journey, and we welcome you back anytime. Xiaoran and the entire Balenciaga staff bowed deeply, bidding farewell as the two departed the store. Chu-shi, is there anything else you desire? I shall procure it for you, Lin Chen suggested nonchalantly. No, there's no need for that, Brother Chun. It is I who should be expressing my gratitude to you. I didn't expect you to be so generous once again. Please refrain from buying anything else for Chu Shi. Allow me to present you with a gift instead. Lin Chu Shi glanced around, and her eyes brightened as she spotted a Patek Philippe watch store ahead. Linking her arm with Lin Chen's, she said, Brother Chun, let me gift you a watch. That way, each time you check the time, you will think of me right away. A watch. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. He found his current watch, worth millions, rather unsatisfactory and considered that swapping it for a more elegant timepiece would not be a bad idea. He nodded gently. All right. Let us take a look. Yes, okay, Brother Chun. Chu Shi exclaimed joyfully, pulling Lin Chen's hand as they made their way to the Patek Philippe store. Since this was not Lin Chen's first visit, having spent several million during his last purchase, he had left a significant impression on the staff. Upon entering, he was instantly recognized. It was the same intern, and Yusin, who had assisted him last time. However, after successfully completing Lin Chen's transaction, she had been promoted to manager. Seeing Lin Chen again, her smile radiated warmth. Mr. Lin, it is a great honor to see you again. Are you here to help your girlfriend select a watch? And Yusin paused, glancing at the beautiful girl beside Lin Chen, feeling somewhat astonished. After all, the last companion, Bai Wei, was already exquisite, but this girl surpassed even her. Lin Chen nodded. Speaking casually, the watch I bought last time was unsatisfactory. I wish to exchange it for a more upscale model. Managerin, please bring out your most expensive watch. And Yusin's body stiffened. Was he truly dissatisfied with a watch worth millions? Had it been anyone else, she would have summoned security immediately, but for Lin Chen, that watch truly seemed inadequate. All right, Mr. Lin, please wait a moment while I prepare. With that, and Yusin turned and walked towards a concealed room at the back of the store, inputting an 18-digit code to retrieve a small wooden box from a safe, which she then carefully presented to Lin Chen. What is this? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. This is our store's treasure, the Patek Philippe Ref 6300A, valued at 15 million. Due to its exorbitant worth, it has always been kept in the safe. If it weren't for your interest, Mr. Lin, I would not have the authority to take it out. In truth, I am fortunate to have your patronage, and Yusin smiled. 15 million. Upon hearing the price, Chu Shi swallowed hard, covertly glancing at her wallet balance, taking a deep breath, and murmuring, if Brother Chen likes it, I will buy it for him. Interesting. I'll take it. Let's proceed with the payment. Lin Chen responded nonchalantly. No, wait. And Yusin was momentarily petrified, staring at Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, are you not going to take a look first? Well, it seems unnecessary since I intend to purchase it regardless. However, if you insist on showing it to me, please do so now. Lin Chen smiled. Very well, Mr. Lin, I will open it for you now. And Yusin took a deep breath, scanned her employee badge over the wooden box, and the sound of a mechanical lock disengaging echoed. With a soft click, the lid opened automatically, revealing a mechanical watch enveloped in yellow velvet. Mr. Lin, here is the Patek Philippe Ref 6300A. Only 2 pieces have been released globally. The dial is made of natural sapphire, with both the movement and case crafted from 24K gold, and the surface adorned with a circle of diamonds. Painstakingly handcrafted by over 10 top international watchmakers over the course of a year. From any angle, it radiates exquisite luxury, and Yusin explained with a smile. Lin Chen nodded slightly, casually picking up the watch to examine it. He frowned. If it weren't for its price, I wouldn't consider such an unattractive watch. I'll take it, I suppose. And Yusin's smile froze, her mind racing with disbelief. She could hardly contain her frustration at Lin Chen's audacity. How arrogant. By the way, please bring out your store's most expensive lady's watch. It would be fitting to purchase a pair together. Upon hearing lady's watch, and Yusin glanced at the lovely Chu Shi beside Lin Chen and immediately understood. With a smile, she nodded. Please wait a moment, Mr. Lin. I will fetch it for you. After a short while, and Yusin returned with a delicate mechanical watch. Its rose gold design featured a diamond-encrusted dial. And beneath the sapphire crystal, 3 hands crafted from expensive 24K gold represented seconds, minutes, and hours, sparkling brilliantly under the light. Mr. Lin, this watch is the Patek Philippe Henry Gress, the most complex ladies' watch crafted entirely by hand. It includes a perpetual calendar, minute repeater, chronograph, Westminster chime, star phase, and moon phase, among 24 functions, priced at 8.6 million renminbi, and Yusin introduced. Lin Chen picked up the Patek Philippe Henry Gress, examined it for a moment, then placed it on Chu Shi's slender, delicate wrist, smiling gently. Not bad, quite lovely. I'll take it. Brother Chun, this watch is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. It was initially my intention to buy you a gift to express my gratitude, and now it has turned into you buying things again. Oh dear. I truly do not wish for you to spend so much, Chu Shi said, her expression troubled. Ha ha. In my heart, you are more precious than this watch. Lin Chen replied with a faint smile, taking out his bank card and handing it to Yusin. Please proceed with the payment. The password remains the same as before. All right then. And Yusin accepted the card, a hint of envy coloring her fair complexion. She too longed for a boyfriend like Lin Chen, who could effortlessly buy million-yuan watches. What girl could resist such a lure? Ding. The payment was successful. The POS machine chimed with a crisp notification. Mr. Lin, the payment has been processed. Here is your receipt. On behalf of Patek Philippe, I sincerely thank you for your trust. After communicating with headquarters, we would like to present you with an exclusive gold card. Limited to only 100 pieces worldwide, granting you lifetime 24-hour free maintenance service. Please be sure to accept it, and Yusin said with a smile, handing over a card made of 24K gold. The card bore gleaming text, Patek Philippe Supreme Gold Card, number 01, signifying that Lin Chen was the first esteemed customer in the Greater China region to receive such an honor, its significance being self-evident. Thank you. Lin Chen was not overly concerned, casually slipping the Supreme Gold Card into his wallet before leaving the Patek Philippe store with Chu Shi. At this point, Chu Shi felt hesitant to step into any luxury store, fearful that Lin Chen might purchase her yet another extravagant item. Conveniently, they passed a shop selling small gifts, and with a sweet smile illuminating her rosy cheeks, she grasped Lin Chen's hand, saying, Brother Chen, let us go in and browse. Inside the gift shop, Chu Shi headed straight to the men's section, selecting a 925 silver ring adorned with a diamond, priced at 146 renminbi. Without hesitation, she purchased it. Brother Chen, this ring is for you. Though it is not very expensive, it represents my heartfelt gratitude, she said, her cheeks flushed. The significance of exchanging rings between a man and a woman was unmistakable. Many couples in established relationships would hesitate to give such a sensitive gift. Chu Shi's heart raced with anxiety, concerned that Lin Chen might not accept it. Observing the anxious demeanor of Tao Chu Shi, Lin Chen offered a gentle smile and effortlessly accepted the ring, adorning his finger with it. He affectionately ruffled her hair and said tenderly, Chu Shi, thank you. I shall treasure this ring dearly. Tao Chu Shi lifted her head, her beautiful eyes trembling as they locked onto Lin Chen's gaze. Her fair complexion blossomed into a radiant smile. And on tiptoe, she planted a kiss on his cheek, her voice brimming with delight. Yes, Brother Chen, let us go. The two departed the gift shop, intending to stop by a nearby beverage store for a drink and to rest a while, as they had grown weary from a morning of shopping. At that moment, an outdoor female streamer approached, wielding a selfie stick. Clad in a white t-shirt and blue denim shorts, her sporty shoes exuded vitality. While not conventionally beautiful, her looks were decent, perhaps scoring an 8 out of 10. With a smile directed at the camera, she announced, Hello, family. Here we are at Jiangbei City's largest luxury shopping center, the Guamao Mall, hosting dozens of luxury brands with an average spending of over 10,000 yuan. Now, we shall randomly select a passerby to see what they have purchased. Family, let us show some love with free little hearts as the streamer prepares to select a passerby. Her gaze swept across the area, landing on a couple at the entrance of the beverage store, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The man was handsome and poised, exuding charm, while the woman was petite and strikingly beautiful, a perfect match for him. Most importantly, they were both exceptionally pleasing to the eye. An interview with them could undoubtedly attract a wave of curious onlookers. With this thought, the streamer smiled and approached. Hello, sir. I'm conducting outdoor interviews. May I disturb you for a moment? Just as Lin Chen lifted his drink, a microphone was thrust toward him. As the camera focused on Lin Chen, female viewers in the live chat lit up with fervor, flooding the screen with comments. Oh my, what a handsome young man. Can the streamer ask for his WeChat? I'm waiting, it's urgent. How can such a handsome young man already have a girlfriend? I'm fainting in the bathroom. Lin Chen chuckled softly and replied casually, Sure, ask away. Thank you, sir, the streamer said, sizing him up with a smile. If I were to give you 1 million yuan to spend freely in the mall, what would you choose to buy? Her question drew the attention of onlookers nearby, all curious about how the young man would respond to such a generous offer. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, 1 million? What a joke. What can you buy with such a meager sum? Are you trying to put me in a difficult position? Sorry, but I must decline to answer that question. The streamer and the surrounding crowd were taken aback, and the viewers in the live chat were collectively stunned. The situation seemed rather unusual. Could it be that they had stumbled upon a top-tier rich second-generation heir? The streamer scrutinized Lin Chen's attire, noting that his suit bore no brand label, clearly a cheap knockoff from a street vendor, while the watch on his wrist was unsightly, reminiscent of industrial waste sold online for a mere 99 yuan. Thus, the streamer assumed Lin Chen was merely putting on airs, sighing internally at the waste of such good looks. Sir, you truly have a sense of humor, she replied dismissively, then continued. What did you purchase today at the Guamao Mall? Could you share with our viewers? Not much, just a dress and 2 watches, costing a few tens of millions. Lin Chen shrugged casually. What? The streamer was momentarily speechless, her mouth twitching as 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind. She had encountered pretentious individuals before, but never one quite like this. You spent tens of millions on a dress and 2 watches. Are they from some fairy tale? Somewhat exasperated, she said, Sir, I understand you want to maintain your image with your girlfriend, but honesty is key, especially during an interview. I am a serious outdoor interview streamer, so please don't joke around. Who is joking? If you don't believe me, take a look at this. Lin Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he opened the shopping bag, revealing a Patek Philippe watch box alongside a pure gold card and a receipt that displayed an impressively lengthy number in the amount section. Sir, what exactly do you do? The streamer gulped, her expression frozen in disbelief. She had assumed Lin Chen was merely boasting, but the reality hit her like a freight train. Just an unemployed wanderer, Lin Chen replied coolly. At that moment, a viewer in the live chat recognized the Patek Philippe Supreme Gold card and gasped, wait. That's the Supreme Gold card from Patek Philippe, limited to just 100 globally, not for sale to the public, only given to top clients. To my knowledge, no one in China possesses this card. This young man possesses it. That implies his net worth is at least over 1 billion. Wait, I just remembered. I thought the girl beside him looked familiar. She is Tao Chushi from the Kualei live stream last night. If she is Tao Chushi, then this young man is likely Lin Chen, the Lin Chen. No wonder he speaks of spending tens of millions so casually. The viewers were in awe, and the streamer's live chat transformed into a fan meet and greet, with thousands rushing in to catch a glimpse of Lin Chen. As they beheld him, they clenched their fists in envy. How can someone be so wealthy and yet so handsome? Is there no justice in the world? Realizing Lin Chen's identity, the streamer was momentarily stunned, then elated, casting a flirtatious glance at him. Brother Chen, I was just impulsive earlier. I'm sorry. Can you forgive me? If she could win Lin Chen's favor, she would need no more live streams. Lying in bed would be enough to earn her fortune. Such is the dream of every woman. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, assessing the streamer. Her figure and charm paled in comparison to Tao Chushi's, and he had no interest in such women. Meanwhile, Tao Chushi pouted, her displeasure evident. Brother Chen, I'm hungry. Let us go eat. Lin Chen nodded lightly, completely disregarding the streamer as he took Tao Chushi's hand and exited the Guamao Mall, heading to the parking lot to retrieve his Lamborghini Veneno. Once seated inside, he pressed the accelerator. Vroom. The sports car roared like a dragon, transforming into a streak of black lightning as it surged onto the bustling streets. With one hand on the steering wheel, Lin Chen gazed forward and smiled. Chushi, where would you like to eat? Let me think. Tao Chushi pondered for a moment before an idea struck her, and a radiant smile graced her fair visage as she exclaimed, Brother Chen, let us go to the Huatai Hotel. I've heard that the dishes served at their Sky restaurant are exquisite, and dining there allows one to relish the splendid views. You must surely adore it. You've treated me to so many things. This time, allow me to treat you to a meal. The Huatai Hotel? Lin Chen chuckled softly, shaking his head. Although the food there was indeed delightful, he had grown weary of it. His interest was somewhat diminished. Yet upon noticing the eager expression on Tao Chushi's face, his heart softened. With a gentle tone, he replied, Very well, we shall go to the Huatai Hotel. Hold on tight. I'm going to accelerate. Vroom. Vroom. Brother Chen, you're too fast. I can't bear it. In no time, the Lamborghini Veneno came to a halt at the designated parking space outside the Huatai Hotel. A valet promptly approached, opening the car door with a deep bow. Sir, welcome. However, the valet noticed Lin Chen signaling him, and his brow furrowed slightly as he glanced at Tao Chushi seated in the passenger seat, seemingly grasping the situation. He quickly amended his greeting. Sir, welcome to the Huatai Hotel. Are you two here to dine? Lin Chen responded with a casual smile. Just a light meal. It's my first visit, and the food looks promising. Do you understand? A light meal? Looks promising? The valet swallowed hard, repeatedly affirming, Why yes, understood. Please, follow me inside. I'll arrange a table by the window for you. After Lin Chen and Tao Chushi were seated, the valet hurriedly found Chen Tianwu. Upon seeing Lin Chen, he was about to approach when the valet urgently cautioned, Manager Chen, it seems young Master Lin prefers to keep his identity concealed. It would be best not to approach him. Preferring to keep his identity concealed? Chen Tianwu frowned, casting a glance at Tao Chushi beside him. Swallowing hard, he mused. He has changed women again. This one is even more exquisite than the last. Truly, young Master Lin is remarkable. The previous companion, Ling Shui, was beautiful in her own right, exuding a mature allure, whereas the girl before him radiated youthful innocence and charm. Men, after all, have an affinity for the youthful. In the presence of such cuteness, seduction pales in comparison. All right, I understand. You may leave. I will personally attend to young Master Lin. Chen Tianwu waved his hand. Understood. Manager Chen, the valet replied before departing. Chen Tianwu then donned a server-s attire and approached Lin Chen's table to provide personal service, pouring red wine and clearing the empty plates with meticulous attention, embodying the epitome of exemplary service. Brother Chen, the service at the Huatai Hotel is exceptional. No wonder it's a 7-star establishment, Tao Chushi exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Lin Chen merely smiled faintly, offering no explanation. Chen Tianwu felt elated. Receiving acknowledgement from Lin Chen's companion was a tremendous honor for him. With a smile, he said, Miss Tao, you flatter us. This is simply our duty. Once the two finished their meal, Chen Tianwu departed for a brief moment, only to return moments later with an excited expression, announcing, Congratulations to you both. Today, the hotel is hosting an event, and you are our 100th guests. Your meal is complimentary, and you may enjoy a night in our luxurious presidential suite, free of charge. Lin Chen's lips quivered slightly. This Chen Tianwu, it was no surprise he was appointed manager. He anticipated the boss's needs. Satisfied, Lin Chen nodded and asked casually, Is this for real? Are there any hidden charges? Yes. Please don't try to deceive us with offers of free stays only to charge us later. We are not easily fooled, Tao Chushi said, pouting her lips, her expression wary. Rest assured, there are no additional charges. I, as the manager of Huatai Hotel, guarantee you a completely complimentary experience. Chen Tianwu asserted earnestly. Tao Chushi's cheeks flushed with joy as her enchanting eyes sparkled. Brother Chen, this is wonderful. I've never stayed in a presidential suite before. Will you accompany me for a night of enjoyment? Lin Chen smiled softly. All right. I, too, have never experienced such luxury. I am quite curious about what the presidential suite entails. Mr. Lin, Miss Tao, please follow me. I shall show you to your room, Chen Tianwu beamed. Lin Chen glanced at his Patek Philippe watch. It was just past 2 in the afternoon. This seemed a tad hasty for the business at hand. Unexpectedly, Tao Chushi, with her sparkling eyes, said, Brother Chen, after shopping all morning, I'm rather tired. I don't wish to move this afternoon. Why don't we just play in the room? Very well, Lin Chen replied with a gentle smile, nodding in agreement. Let us proceed to see the presidential suite. Chen Tianwu bowed respectfully. Before long, they arrived outside the presidential suite. Without waiting for Lin Chen to speak, Chen Tianwu, displaying great insight, prepared to take his leave. He respectfully said, Mr. Lin, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. I shall take my leave now. Creaked the door closed behind them. Tao Chushi removed her high heels, revealing her smooth, stocking-clad legs as she entered the main hall. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment at the lavish sight before her. Everywhere she looked, opulence reigned supreme. Genuine leather sofas, mahogany furniture, and crystal chandeliers radiated brilliant light. Tao Chushi, her lips forming an O, exclaimed, Brother Chen, this is extraordinarily luxurious. It truly lives up to the name of a presidential suite. I wish I could reside here forever. With that, she dashed barefoot into the bedroom, her petite frame collapsing onto the soft, plush mattress, as if she were floating on clouds. Ah, this is so comfortable. Brother Chen, come quickly. This bed is truly delightful. Lin Chen smiled faintly, fully aware of the bed's comfort. Tao Chushi nestled under the covers, revealing only her delicate head and a pair of long, smooth legs. Beneath the lace-trimmed dress, her fair legs, encased in nude stockings, were exquisite, and her petite frame exuded an alluring femininity. Brother Chen, could you please draw the curtains? I want to show you something special, Tao Chushi said, biting her rosy lip. Such innocence. In a room devoid of outsiders, she still desired to close the curtains. Lin Chen's lips curled into a smile as he nodded. What do you wish to show me? Brother Chen, just pull the curtains first. Tao Chushi licked her lips, her playful allure evident. With a gentle laugh, Lin Chen complied, drawing the curtains closed. He then removed his suit jacket and strolled toward the plush mattress. Tao Chushi's cheeks flushed with shyness as she buried her head beneath the covers, her soft voice rising. Brother Chen, look. This watch has a luminous feature. What is it? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, momentarily distracted as Tao Chushi unveiled her wrist adorned with the Patek Philippe. Her face alight with excitement. Brother Chen, it glows. How marvelous. The 3 hands on the Patek Philippe shimmered with a blue-green luminescence, shining brilliantly in the dimly lit bedroom. Lin Chen's lips quivered slightly. Indeed, it is quite marvelous. Seeing Lin Chen's reaction, Tao Chushi's lips curled into a mischievous smile, a glimmer of triumph in her eyes. In the next instant, she rose from the bed, her long, slender legs wrapping around Lin Chen's waist as her delicate hands encircled his neck, her gaze sparkling as she playfully bit her lip, saying, Brother Chen, I'm no longer teasing you. Your kindness towards Chushi is truly commendable. Allow me to repay you in kind. Lin Chen shook his head with a smile, playfully pinching Tao Chushi's nose as he remarked, You little rascal, daring to tease your elder brother Chen. Just wait and see how I will deal with you. Ah! Tao Chushi exclaimed, her delicate form collapsing onto the bed, her small hands gripping the blanket tightly as she trembled in feigned fright. Tears brimming at the corners of her eyes, looking utterly pitiful as she pleaded, "No, Chen brother, please don't." A thespian among us, complete with a storyline. Lin Chen mused, thoroughly amused. "Why not?" he countered with a mischievous grin. Tao Chushi lowered her head, blushing as she stammered, "Chushi is still too young for such things. Dear Chen brother, let me repay you in another way, anything but that. What if I insist on that very thing?" Lin Chen pressed, having approached the edge of the bed. "Well, Tao Chushi stuttered, "then, just be gentle." Lin Chen swallowed hard, struck by the unexpected boldness of the seemingly innocent girl before him. The juxtaposition of her pure appearance and her audacious words held a staggering allure. The intensity of the moment was overwhelming. As time ticked by, dawn broke. The sun's rays streamed through the window, warming Lin Chen's face as he awoke, feeling utterly content and pondering. Is this the sense of security that comes with being a wealthy man? Turning his head, he found Tao Chushi still lost in slumber. Her exquisitely adorable cheeks were rosy and inviting, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch them. Lin Chen reached out and gently poked her, marveling at the softness and plumpness of her youthful skin. Tao Chushi murmured dreamily. Observing her serene slumber, Lin Chen smiled softly. It was indeed a challenge for the young girl, encountering such formidable trials on her first experience. With the enhancements granted by the system, Lin Chen's physical prowess had significantly escalated, rendering him a veritable titan among men. "Chen brother, you're awake." Tao Chushi's beautiful eyes fluttered open, gazing dreamily at Lin Chen, illuminated by the golden sunlight. "From this angle, you look incredibly handsome, Chen brother." "No, regardless of the angle, you are the most handsome in my heart." Lin Chen chuckled lightly, ruffling her hair affectionately. "Time to rise, my little lazy cat. We must have breakfast." No sooner had he spoken than a knock resounded at the door. "Mr. Lin, Miss Tao, are you awake? Breakfast is ready. Please proceed to the dining area." As if summoned, Chun Tianwu stood respectfully at the door, waiting patiently. Lin Chen and Tao Chushi soon emerged, fully dressed, prompting him to bow deeply. "Are you both enjoying your stay?" Lin Chen nodded lightly, casting a meaningful glance at Chun Tianwu, replying nonchalantly, "Quite well, I am very satisfied." Chun Tianwu's face lit up with joy at Lin Chen's affirmation, repeatedly expressing, "It is my duty. Breakfast is prepared. Please follow me to the dining area." After their meal, Lin Chen and Tao Chushi departed the hotel and entered the Lamborghini Veneno. With a firm press on the accelerator, the sports car surged out of the parking lot, racing through the bustling streets of Jiangbei City. 20 minutes later, they halted outside a modest residential complex. Tao Chushi exited the car, waving her small hand with a sweet smile. "Chen brother, I'll head home now. Drive safely, and let us plan to have fun again soon." Chapter 46, Reluctantly Becoming a Landlord. Lin Chen, one hand on the steering wheel, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he activated the system for his daily check-in. Beep. "Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. You have acquired extraordinary driving skills. Consecutive check-in for 15 days reward. 100 premium apartments in the Southern City Mansion, valued at approximately 1 billion renminbi. All relevant documentation has been securely stored in the system's warehouse." Extraordinary driving skills? Just as Lin Chen contemplated this revelation, a rush of unfamiliar knowledge surged into his mind, causing his entire body to tremble momentarily, his eyes gleaming with newfound clarity. At that moment, he felt as if he had fused with the Lamborghini Veneno, his control over the accelerator becoming exquisitely precise, acutely aware of the feedback from the tires on the pavement, fully attuned to every dynamic nuance of the vehicle. "Is this to transform me into a race car driver?" Lin Chen grinned, pressing down firmly on the accelerator. The Lamborghini Veneno erupted with a thrilling roar, seemingly answering Lin Chen's call. Ahead lay a near 90-degree turn. With few cars on the road and the surface smooth, it was the perfect opportunity to showcase a drift. With his newfound extraordinary driving skills, Lin Chen was brimming with confidence, pushing the pedal down harder as he approached the corner. Screeching to a halt, the braking calipers gripped the rear wheels tightly, and the Lamborghini Veneno elegantly slid through the turn, producing a cloud of white smoke from the tires, an almost textbook-perfect drift. "How exhilarating!" Lin Chen exclaimed, reveling in the thrill. Given that this was a main thoroughfare, he refrained from continuing his display of skill. Safety first. After all, reckless driving could lead to tears from loved ones. As the Lamborghini Veneno slowed to a gentle pace, Lin Chen, one hand on the steering wheel, opened the car's top, basking in the morning sun as he hummed a tune, leisurely cruising down the street. Passers-by paused in their tracks, young girls gazing starry-eyed at Lin Chen, while married women cast him affectionate glances. Lin Chen sighed, shaking his head, muttering, "Being this handsome is a double-edged sword." He then abruptly turned the car towards the southern city mansion. This complex boasted an enviable location, situated at the heart of Jiangbei City's new district, near a subway station. With a university town within a 500-meter radius, and in proximity to a science museum and government buildings. Naturally, the property prices were not low. The latest listings indicated an average price hovering around 10 million renminbi. With 100 units, that amounted to a staggering 1 billion renminbi. More importantly, the demand for housing in this area was so high that even wealth could not guarantee a purchase. The system had generously rewarded him with 100 units. Amidst his excitement, Lin Chen contemplated how to manage these properties. Selling was out of the question. With the resurgence of China, property prices in major cities were on the rise. And Jiangbei City was no exception, having maintained the highest average prices in the nation for the past decade. At this rate, a 20% increase within 5 years was hardly an unrealistic prospect. Selling now would be foolish. It seemed he would have to embrace the role of a landlord. Lin Chen smiled faintly. A 3-bedroom apartment could yield a monthly rent of 30,000 RMB. For 100 units, that would total 300,000 RMB a month, an annual income of 3.6 million renminbi. Everyone despises capital, yet when it is my own, it becomes quite a different story. Lin Chen grinned widely. Before long, the Lamborghini Veneno came to a stop outside the southern city mansion. Lin Chen exited, casually surveying the environment of the upscale complex before entering a nearby real estate agency, 69 City. Welcome to 69 City Real Estate Agency, sir. Are you looking to rent a property? A woman dressed in a professional OL suit approached him as soon as he stepped inside. At approximately 25 years of age, she possessed a commendable beauty, rated around 85 out of 100. For the average person, she was undoubtedly a rare goddess. However, in Lin Chen's eyes, she fell short of his expectations. The woman was elegantly attired in a professional ensemble, a black blazer paired with a gray pencil skirt that accentuated her graceful figure. Beneath the skirt, her long, straight legs were encased in sheer nude stockings, leading down to delicate, well-proportioned feet adorned with black high-heeled shoes featuring red soles, exuding the mature allure characteristic of a career woman. I have a batch of properties I wish to rent out, and the sooner, the better. I wonder if your services can keep up, Lin Chen remarked nonchalantly. Sir, you need not worry about that. I am Li Tong, the manager of 69 City Real Estate, and I assure you that if you entrust us with your properties, we will certainly find tenants within 10 days. May I inquire how many units you have and the geographical conditions? This will help me estimate the rental price, Li Tong responded with a smile. Just across the street. In the Chengnan Gongfu community, not too many, about 100 units, Lin Chen replied casually. Chengnan Gongfu? How many units exactly? Li Tong's fair complexion paled slightly, her eyes widening in disbelief, as if she could hardly trust her ears, fearing she had misheard. 100 units, Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Sir, are you joking? Li Tong swallowed hard, her face a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Chengnan Gongfu was one of the most prestigious developments in Jiangbei City, with the lowest transaction price since its inception hovering around 10 million. Properties there were in high demand. It was even her dream to own a unit there. The young man before her, seemingly younger than herself, possessed a staggering 100 units, and he intended to rent them out? Lin Chen, anticipating her skepticism, returned to his car and retrieved 100 property certificates from the system's database. He placed them on Li Tong's desk and stated calmly, I hope to have them all rented out within 10 days. Li Tong stared in awe at the stack of property certificates, her mind racing. No wonder she had felt a twitch in her eyelid earlier. It was a sign of impending fortune. Securing Lin Chen as a client meant a commission of 1,000 yuan per unit, a total of 100,000 yuan, equivalent to her annual salary. Is there a problem? Lin Chen inquired. And no, Mr. Lin. Rest assured, we will have them all rented out within 10 days. Await my good news. Li Tong assured him with utmost sincerity. Acquiring 100 properties was no simple feat, and Lin Chen's identity could not be trivialized, especially considering his striking good looks. In college, Li Tong had been regarded as the campus belle, pursued by many suitors upon graduation, yet none had captured her interest. The handsome young man before her perfectly matched her ideal. Let us exchange WeChat. I await your message, Lin Chen said casually. Yes, of course, Mr. Lin. I'll scan you now. This little cat avatar is mine. You can reach me at any time, and I am available 24/7, Li Tong replied eagerly. Mr. Lin, take care. Li Tong bowed deeply, her gaze lingering as she watched Lin Chen depart. Once the Lamborghini Veneno vanished from sight, she shook her head, her lips parting in a soft sigh. I really wish I could be his girlfriend. Lin Chen hummed a tune, driving leisurely through the streets. Suddenly, he sneezed, momentarily distracted, and failed to notice a white bicycle emerging from an intersection. When he finally reacted, the front end of his car was less than 10 meters away from the cyclist. Traveling at 60 kilometers h, there was no way to brake in time. A collision would send the cyclist into a chaotic somersault. Beep. Host situation detected. Activating extraordinary driving skills. A voice echoed in his mind. In the next instant, Lin Chen, as if guided by an unseen force, skillfully shifted gears, utilized engine braking, and pressed the brake pedal, turning the steering wheel. The left wheels of the Lamborghini locked up, executing a dramatic tank turn. Screeching tires left a trail of white smoke as he came to a halt a mere 10 centimeters from the bicycle. Phew. Lin Chen exhaled deeply, gripping the steering wheel tightly as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. It was impossible to deny the adrenaline rush. He had genuinely believed a collision was imminent, but the system had proven invaluable, leaving him feeling fortunate. At that moment, the female cyclist realized the danger and slammed on her brakes. Her bicycle wobbled precariously, and if she had possessed extraordinary driving skills, she might have avoided the inevitable. Instead, she and her bike toppled into the nearby greenery. Lin Chen swallowed hard, stepping out of the car, frowning as he surveyed the scene. Where is she? Just then, a girl in a white dress emerged from the bushes, her gaze fierce enough to pierce through him. She pointed an accusing finger at Lin Chen, ready to unleash a tirade, but upon seeing his remarkable looks, she stifled her words. How could you drive like that? She exclaimed, brushing dust off her dress with a look of indignation. Apologies, are you all right? Lin Chen replied with a mild smile. As he regarded her, he noted her delicate features and slender figure. The white dress accentuated her fair, rosy skin, and her long, smooth legs were clad in Adidas sneakers, exuding youthful vitality and beauty, easily rated a 95 out of 100, a true gem. How could I be fine? You came barreling at me with that massive car, so fast and so recklessly. I'm so small. How could I withstand it? She rolled her eyes in exasperation. Well, you seem quite lovely, so I want to hold it against you. Just let it go, she added, her demeanor softening slightly. Seeing her act like a wronged party elicited a smile from Lin Chen. How amusing. He felt intrigued. It had been a while since he encountered someone so entertaining. You really okay? Then I shall take my leave, Lin Chen said lightly. Go on, go on. I have classes to attend. I'm already late. The girl checked her phone, her expression turning anxious. She propped up her fallen bicycle, her fair legs pedaling swiftly, leaving behind a captivating silhouette that gradually faded from Lin Chen's view. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Chen climbed back into the Lamborghini Veneno and, in a matter of moments, caught up with her, maintaining the same speed beside her. Keep going. Just ahead is Jiangbei University. It's less than 3 kilometers away, Lin Chen called out cheerfully. The girl turned her head, glaring at Lin Chen from the driver's seat, and huffed, quickening her pedaling pace. Lin Chen remained unfazed, lightly pressing the accelerator, saying nothing as he kept pace beside her. Passers-by observed the scene with bemusement, whispering amongst themselves and pointing at the girl. What are you doing? She exclaimed, realizing Lin Chen was deliberately teasing her. Without hesitation, she halted abruptly, positioning her bicycle directly in front of the Lamborghini Veneno, hands firmly placed on her slender waist. Her expression radiating fury as she glared at Lin Chen in the driver's seat. I was merely trying to cheer you on, yet you failed to recognize my good intentions. Lin Chen quirked an eyebrow in response. What you deem as good intentions is but blatant bullying, the girl replied with a look of indignation. At that moment, Lin Chen exited the vehicle, his gaze fixated on the girl. Her complexion was a delicate pink, her skin luminous with a rosy glow, and her fair forehead glistened with beads of sweat. Her beautiful eyes resembled a tranquil spring, captivating in their allure. Let me make it clear. I am not one to be easily intimidated. I initially intended to let you off the hook, but now you've angered me. As a law student, you should be aware that you have already committed an offense, she declared, her voice tinged with irritation. Oh, what law have I broken? Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. The girl snickered, crossing her arms defiantly, her eyes sparkling with keen intelligence. You collided with me, indicating that you were not focused on your driving. The law stipulates that one must remain vigilant while operating a motor vehicle and maintain a safe distance from non-motorized vehicles. That's one. Secondly, you were crawling along the road, monopolizing public resources and hindering the flow of traffic behind you. If I were to report you, you could face a fine of 1,000, no, 2,000 yuan, she asserted, raising 2 slender fingers with utmost seriousness. Lin Chen chuckled softly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. It's amusing that you're studying law. Yet I must enlighten you. I was driving properly in the motor lane while you illegally merged into it on your bicycle, and your slow pace is hardly relevant. This lane is designated for the rightmost traffic, where the speed should be maintained at 15 kilometers per hour. Apologies, but I was exactly at that speed. As for you, stopping a moving vehicle in the road indiscriminately. If an accident were to occur, could you bear the consequences? And if it resulted in casualties, wouldn't your conscience weigh heavily? Upon hearing this, the girl furrowed her brow, her eyes widening in surprise. As she bit her lip, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she suddenly burst into tears. Her voice laced with sorrow. "You're bullying me." Lin Chen swallowed hard, taken aback by her fragile emotional state. Was it truly so easy to make a college student cry these days? Perhaps you should stop crying. It's quite dangerous here, he suggested gently. She lifted her head, her eyes glistening with a hint of red. Are you actually concerned about me? Who is concerned about you? If you get hit here, I'd share the blame. If you must cry, do so by the roadside, he retorted. Just then, a truck laden with goods rumbled by, crushing her bicycle beneath its wheels, leaving the frame mangled and parts scattered across the ground. The truck showed no sign of stopping, continuing on its way. Lin Chen smiled faintly, remarking, "See, that is a true violation of the law." The girl's eyes widened in disbelief, tears brimming as her cheeks flushed with indignation. She flung open the door of the Lamborghini and plopped into the passenger seat, her anger mixed with a sense of grievance. "I don't care. This is all your fault. I want to make you pay for the bicycle, but you must drive me back to school." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, responding coolly. "I can certainly take you back to school, but you should consider carefully. My car is not as comfortable as you may think. Don't regret it later." "What do you mean by that?" she asked, perplexed. Lin Chen chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. He activated his extraordinary driving skills, pressing down on the accelerator. The V12 turbo engine roared to life, and the Lamborghini Veneno shot forward like a bolt of black lightning. Slow down, this is too fast. I can't take it, let me out." The sudden acceleration pinned her firmly against the seat, her pale face reflecting sheer terror as she clutched the seatbelt tightly. "What's wrong? Are you frightened? Apologize to me," Lin Chen teased. "No, just slow down. I understand my mistake, I'm sorry," the girl exclaimed in panic. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "I didn't quite catch that." "You." She bit her lip, her pale complexion flaring with anger. But as she caught sight of Lin Chen's concentrated expression while driving, her gaze froze. His chiseled features, profound and resolute eyes, and robust physique exuded the charm of a mature man, filling the cramped space with a palpable masculine aura. Noticing her silence, Lin Chen turned to face her. He discovered she was staring down, seemingly lost in thought, while fiddling with her delicate fingers. "Apologies, I was just teasing you. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lin Chen," he said slowly. The girl looked up, her gaze locked onto his deep-set eyes, her cheeks turning a delicate shade of pink as she quickly turned to gaze out the window. "I don't want to get to know you." Then, in a hushed tone, she added, "I'm Lu Shi, a student at Jiangbei University." "A university student?" Lin Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. "A university student? Indeed. Quite commendable. Hold on tight. I'll take you back to your classes." Lu Shi, oblivious to the nuances in his words, furrowed her brows in complaint. "What is so great about university life? It's just attending classes every day, accumulating credits, and the cafeteria food is terrible." Suddenly, she grasped the implication of university student, living well, and her fair complexion blushed crimson. She quickly turned her head to the window, her heart racing, whispering, "He is definitely a pervert." Yet, there was an undertone of excitement in her bashful tone. "By the way, you drive such an impressive car. What do you do for a living?" Lu Shi inquired with curiosity. "Work?" Lin Chen chuckled softly, the concept of work non-existent in his vocabulary, as he replied lightly. "A practitioner." "A practitioner? What kind of job is that? I've never heard of it before. It sounds so grand. But judging by your appearance, it must be quite lucrative. Could you recommend me?" Lu Shi asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Chen smiled. "A practitioner is suited for men. You should ponder over the meaning of practitioner." "Pervert," she exclaimed in shock as the Lamborghini Veneno accelerated once more. Before long, the sports car came to a gentle stop at the entrance of Jiangbei University. Before them, a crowd had gathered, all gazing enviously at the sky. "Wow, how romantic. A hot air balloon. I wonder who is confessing. They must be incredibly wealthy." "Wait, you don't know? That's the campus heartthrob Chun, he confessing to the campus belle Lu Shi. It was already leaked on the school forum last night. My goodness. If I were senior Lu Shi, I'd be moved to tears." Floating in the air was a heart-shaped hot air balloon, trailing a banner that read, "Lu Shi, would you be my girlfriend?" It captivated many innocent younger students, their hearts overwhelmed with admiration. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, intrigued by the sight of the hot air balloon. "The person he is confessing to is you, isn't it?" Lu Shi clenched her fists, her expression tinged with annoyance. "That disgusting guy again. He just wants to go away. How infuriating." Turning to Lin Chen, her cheeks flushed, she asked, "Brother Chen, could you do me a favor? Just pretend to be my boyfriend and get rid of this disgusting guy." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, finding the situation amusing. A faint smile graced his lips as he replied, "I suppose I could assist you, but what will you offer in return for my help?" "Wait, you." Lu Shi was momentarily taken aback. As the campus bell, suitors flocked to her from the dormitories to the school gate, if she wished. Hundreds of admirers would instantly shower her with affection. Now, to have Lin Chen masquerade as her boyfriend, she found herself negotiating terms? A wave of insecurity washed over her. Was it possible that she had lost her allure to men? Taking a deep breath, she adopted a pleading tone. Brother Chun, could you please help me just this once? Afterward, I'll treat you to a meal. How does that sound? Very well, I shall reluctantly agree. But let it be clear that I will only assist you this once. Anything beyond that is out of the question, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. At that moment, the roar of a sports car echoed in the distance. A yellow Ferrari sped toward Jiangbei University and came to a halt at the school gate. The door swung open, revealing a young man clad in a tailored Armani suit. With striking good looks, his hair styled in a classic slick back, his suit spotless, and his shoes gleaming. He wore the quintessential smirk of a wealthy playboy, cradling a bouquet of gypsophila roses. Unsurprisingly, this was none other than Chun He, the heartthrob of Jiangbei University. A second-generation rich kid, he hailed from a prominent family with assets worth billions, enjoying a modest fame online for posting ostentatious videos showcasing luxury cars and watches. Lu Shi? Huh, you will be the 10th campus belle I conquer. Before the absolute power of wealth, even the purest of women shall bow down to me. Chun He smirked, having already claimed the hearts of belles from 9 other universities, only to cast them aside after a night of indulgence. After all, the world is replete with women, and he relished the thrill of conquest. The thought of a once untouchable belle writhing in ecstasy on his bed was exhilarating. Chapter 49. Get lost. Do you understand or not? Get out of the car. I'm curious to see what this spoiled brat has to offer, Lin Chen remarked coolly. As the door of the Lamborghini Veneno opened, Lin Chen and Lu Shi stepped out, instantly attracting the gaze of all onlookers. Wow, is that Senior Lu Shi? How did she get out of a sports car? That handsome guy beside her doesn't he seem to be from our school. Wait, is that a Lamborghini Veneno? Has Chun He missed his chance? And is Senior Lu already taken by a top-tier rich kid? No wonder she remains unfazed by his fervent pursuit. A crowd of onlookers whispered among themselves. Intrigued by Lin Chen's identity, Chun He's eyes narrowed with a hint of coldness. As a rich heir, he could tell that Lin Chen was not an ordinary person. The Patek Philippe on his wrist, though not identified, was undoubtedly valuable, and his suit appeared custom-made. Yet, Chun He dismissed it all. The woman he desired could only belong to him. No one could take her away, especially not in front of so many juniors. If he were to confess and fail, what would become of his reputation as Jiangbei's most eligible bachelor? You've finally returned. I've prepared a heartfelt confession for you. I believe our relationship should progress further, Chun He declared with a smile. He then clapped his hands, and suddenly, a hot air balloon overhead burst, showering the area with rose petals, creating an ambience of romance against the azure sky. With flowers in hand, he knelt on one knee, his expression earnest. I've waited a long time for this day. Will you be my girlfriend? This display of affection was enough to sway any innocent girl. And with the allure of wealth radiating from his romantic gestures, few women could resist. Many junior girls watched with starry eyes, filled with envy. Had they been in her place, they would have eagerly accepted. However, Lu Shi frowned slightly, her expression impassive. Chun He, you're truly repulsive. Are we that familiar? To confess to me so shamelessly? What? Chun He was momentarily stunned, quickly rising to his feet. What about the iPhone 14 Pro Max 512GB rose gold phone I gifted you a few days ago? You accepted it, didn't you? Huh. Lu Shi rolled her eyes. Who accepted it? You're being overly sentimental. I never went to pick it up. I had the delivery guy toss it in the trash. It's probably been reduced to ashes by now. If you regret it, go find it at the dump. Chun He's face fell. He had assumed that with his looks and status, winning Lu Shi's heart would be effortless. To his shock, she had never taken him seriously. Why? His pride took a severe blow. At that moment, he noticed Lin Chen beside her, his brow furrowing as understanding dawned. No wonder she rejected me. It seems she has latched onto a wealthy heir. Huh, women are all the same. With that thought, Chun He regained his composure, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Chen. You kid, have some nerve. You should inquire about my reputation before daring to steal my woman. Do you want to ruin your standing in Jiangbei? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze icy. Anger was not the sentiment he felt. After all, his current status rendered him impervious to genuine emotional turmoil. Only mild annoyance lingered. He hadn't even begun to show off, yet this fool had already taken it upon himself to do so. With a calm demeanor, Lin Chen replied, "And who do you think you are?" His nonchalant attitude, exuding confidence from within, was unmistakably genuine, effectively trampling Chun He's ego into the ground. Chun He seethed with rage. He had never been so humiliated. Not only was someone attempting to take his woman, but they also dared to publicly insult him. I can't take this anymore. Do you know who my father is? Lu Shi, standing behind Lin Chen, expressed her concern. Brother Chen, his father is the chairman of the Chen Group, a powerful figure in Jiangbei. I shouldn't have involved you in this. I'm sorry. You should leave now. I can handle him. Chen He wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Interesting. A smile crept onto his lips as he reassured her. Since I agreed to help you, I will not go back on my word. This fellow will no longer have the chance to bother you. Brother Chen. Lu Shi looked up, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an unusual sentiment. In that moment, she was deeply captivated by Lin Chen's unflappable aura. Chen He, witnessing this scene, felt an even fiercer blaze of anger ignite within him. How dare they ignore him? Flirting right in front of him was an affront beyond measure. Turn around. I'm speaking to you. My father, Chen Jinyuan, chairman of the Chen Group. I don't care who you are. Disappear immediately and never contact Shi again. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. I'm not joking. Turn around. Chen He ground his teeth in frustration, stamping his feet in a fit of rage, hurling threats. Yet Lin Chen remained unfazed, completely disregarding him. After all, no matter how high a mere ant jumps, it remains an ant, incapable of shaking a towering tree. Lin Chen had no reason to take it to heart. As Chen He vented the fury that simmered within him, Lin Chen turned nonchalantly, declaring, I am Lin Chen. And Lu Shi is my woman. You may leave now, do you understand? His tone, light yet imbued with an irresistible authority, rendered the entire venue utterly silent. The stillness was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Wow, Lin Chen. How impressive. Yet, who exactly is Lin Chen? Regardless of his identity. The mere fact that he struck Chen He left me exhilarated. Chen He, known for his tyrannical behavior and poor reputation at school, was publicly humiliated by Lin Chen, providing a cathartic release for many. How reassuring it is. Senior Shi is indeed fortunate to have such a strong boyfriend. In stark contrast, Chen He appeared nothing more than a foolish clown, while Brother Chen emerged as my idol. Several younger students gazed enviously, their excitement palpable as they clasped their fair legs tightly, thoroughly captivated by Lin Chen. You are courting death. Chen He seethed, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury, igniting a raging inferno within. Typically, he was the one to bully others. He had never before endured such humiliation. The esteemed heir of the Chen family had been publicly slapped in the face, and his opponent stood before him, unfazed and composed. You wish to strike? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze shimmering with icy disdain. What of it? Even if I were to cripple you, it would be of no concern to me. You have provoked my ire. Chen He clenched his fists, launching a punch fueled by his rudimentary taekwondo training. While not particularly skilled, the force behind his strike was not something an ordinary person could easily withstand. Brother Chen, be careful, Lu Shi warned anxiously. Chapter 50, $1 million greeting gift. You seek death. Lin Chen's eyes hardened as he unleashed a swift kick. A mere foot was all it took to subdue a scion like Chen He. Employing further techniques would be a disservice to martial arts. Before the onlookers could fully comprehend the situation, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Ah, my leg. Chen He transformed into a dark silhouette, tracing an elegant arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Chen had only utilized a fraction of his strength. Yet even that was beyond what an ordinary person could bear. He intended to impart a grave lesson to Chen He, demonstrating that not just anyone could act arrogantly in his presence. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd collectively gasped. Goodness! A single kick sent Chen He flying. What manner of person is he? Brother Chen is incredible. The explosive power of that kick could likely fell a bull. Could this be true martial prowess? Lu Shi bit her lip, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration as she gazed at Lin Chen. Brother Chen, you are astonishing. You understand martial arts. Lin Chen offered a faint smile, dismissing her words casually. Just a little. At that moment, an unpleasant voice interjected. You have crippled my leg. My father will not let this go. You are finished. Just wait. Chen He, still oblivious to the dire nature of his predicament, spat through gritted teeth. Lin Chen's eyes flickered with coldness. Had he not held back, Chen He would have been dead by now, yet here he was, brazenly defiant. Lin Chen inhaled deeply and murmured, I have been too merciful. He then raised his foot and stomped down with tremendous force, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Bang! Ah! Chen He howled, clutching his groin in agony. That kick had effectively destroyed his third leg. Given the current state of medical technology, recovery was impossible. It had been reduced to nothing but a massive ruin. Lin Chen remarked nonchalantly, You should consider yourself fortunate that I did not truly lose my temper. These 2 kicks are merely to serve as a lesson. Do not act recklessly in the future. You have no idea who you are dealing with. Chen He had already succumbed to a semi-conscious state, fear evident in his eyes as he desperately pleaded for mercy. The atmosphere was thick with tension, the only sound being that of swallowed breaths. The once imperious school heartthrob, Chen He, had been so thoroughly humiliated that he had become a veritable eunuch before the public eye. under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Lin Chen wrapped an arm around Lu Shi's slender waist and vanished from sight. Soon, they arrived at the dormitory building. Lu Shi lowered her head, her lips parting as if to speak, but hesitating. Eventually, she expressed her concern, "Brother Chen, thank you for coming to my aid. However, now that you have injured Chun He, his family will undoubtedly seek revenge." "Revenge?" Lin Chen chuckled, his demeanor revealing not a hint of worry. Rather, a spark of excitement flickered within him. He had been lamenting the monotony of his daily life, and if the Chun family sought confrontation, it would surely provide the thrill he craved. "The Chun family is nothing more than a slightly larger ant in my eyes. Now, you should return to your dormitory. There is no need to concern yourself with my safety." But Lu Shi felt a pang of guilt. "This is all my fault. Had I known, I would not have asked you to pretend to be my boyfriend." Lin Chen smiled gently. "No need for guilt. With me around, no one will bully you again." Lu Shi lifted her gaze, her enchanting eyes locking onto Lin Chen's. Her cheeks flushed as she nodded slightly. "Thank you, Brother Chen." Although they had only known each other for a few hours, Lu Shi was already deeply captivated by him, her heart leaving no room for anyone else. "Brother Chen, I will head back to the dormitory now. I will find you to hang out another day." With that, Lu Shi reluctantly departed. Watching her graceful figure disappear around the corner of the staircase, Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. That young lady possesses quite the charm. However, his expression darkened, his eyes glinting with cold resolve as he murmured, "The Chen family? They are no longer necessary." After all, having crippled Chun He's third leg, this enmity was irreconcilable. The Chun family would undoubtedly seek retribution, and rather than wait for them to retaliate, it would be far simpler to eliminate the insignificant Chen family, much like squashing an ant. Lin Chen retrieved his phone and dialed Chun Tianwu's number, speaking coolly, "Within a day, I expect the Chun family to cease to exist." "Young master, I understand. I will take care of it immediately." Though Chun Tianwu felt puzzled as to why Lin Chen would take action against such a minor family, he refrained from questioning further. As an employee, it was taboo to pry into his employer's personal matters, something the astute Chun Tianwu understood all too well. After detailing his instructions, Lin Chen tucked his phone away and hummed a tune as he returned to his Lamborghini Veneno. With a swift press of the accelerator, the sports car surged forward, speeding through the bustling streets of Jiangbei City. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the number 1 villa in Uni Manor. Upon entering, a maid clad in a uniform approached with slippers, eagerly assisting Lin Chen in removing his shoes. Her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Young master, you are finally home. We have all missed you dearly." Lin Chen smiled in response, reclining on a regal Becker sofa. He casually flipped through television channels with the remote control, while 4 maidens stood nearby, attending to him, one kneading his shoulders, another massaging his legs, a third offering water, and yet another playfully teasing him. Just then, a maid named Ling Shui, her long, slender legs adorned in black stockings, approached. She gently placed a gift bag on the crystal coffee table, smiling as she said, "Young master, while you were out, the owner of the No. 2 Villa sent a butler with a gift, hoping for a chance to meet you." "The owner of number 2 Villa?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, a hint of intrigue dancing in his expression. "How interesting." As she unwrapped the gift bag, a sandalwood box was revealed, sealed at the opening with beeswax. The mere value of the box itself was considerable, leaving one to ponder the treasures it might contain. Ling Shui fetched a small knife and carefully sliced through the wax, causing the box to open with a satisfying pop. Inside, a bottle of exquisite red wine, ensconced in yellow velvet, came into view. The bottle, a deep brownish yellow, exhibited a dense froth when gently shaken, exuding an air of rarity. However, the label adorning the bottle consisted solely of the 26 letters of the English alphabet, which left Lin Chen in a quandary. As a staunch patriot, this puzzled him. Ling Shui stifled a giggle and took the bottle. "Young master, allow me to have a look." "Ah, this is the 1992 Red Eagle Dry Red Wine, a century limited edition, number NO100, originating from Panama," she explained softly. Her fair complexion lit up with excitement. "Young master, this is a legendary wine, produced in 1992. If memory serves me right, only 100 bottles of this century limited edition were ever released, and this one is the last remaining. It is conservatively valued at over $1 million. Truly, truly precious." Chapter 51. Offending the wrong person with trembling hands, Ling Shui cradled the wine bottle, fearful of causing it harm. Why would the owner of Villa Number 2, whom she had never met, bestow such a priceless gift upon her? How intriguing. Lin Chen squinted, lost in thought. He then shook his head, dismissing further speculation. Perhaps it was merely a gesture of neighborly courtesy. After all, the residents of Villas 1 to 10 were all affluent tycoons, and what seemed extraordinary to outsiders might merely be a commonplace gift for them. "Shui Shui, take this to the wine cellar for chilling. Then open it, and let everyone in the villa have a taste." "What? Young master, can we really drink such a precious wine? Ling Shui's beautiful eyes sparkled. It's merely a bottle of red wine. It's not that extraordinary, Lin Chen replied casually. What bliss! Long live the young master. I have never tasted $1 million wine before. I can't wait to discover its flavor. It must be divine. Regardless of the circumstances, the young master remained the most dashing man in her heart. She thought with a chuckle. The other young women dressed in maid attire echoed their cheers, surrounding Lin Chen as if serving a sovereign. Lin Chen smiled faintly, embracing the moment with a sense of unrestrained joy, inwardly reflecting. Being wealthy is indeed a splendid affair. Soon, evening descended upon them. In Villa Number 1. On the second-floor open terrace, Lin Chen sat leisurely in a chair, a platter of fruits and a bottle of champagne adorning the small table beside him. As he basked in the fiery sunset, he savored the scenic beauty. Younger master, have some oranges, Ling Shui, her long, slender legs elegantly folded, squatted beside him. Peeling an orange and offering it to his lips, Lin Chen took a bite, noting its slight acidity. He lifted the champagne flute from the table, taking a delicate sip, his hand resting upon Ling Shui's thigh, venturing toward the hem of her skirt. Have you worn anything? He raised an eyebrow. Ling Shui bit her lip, her complexion flushed, and murmured, yes. A flicker of displeasure crossed Lin Chen's face. In the villa, you need only wear clothing and stockings. Nothing else is necessary, otherwise it becomes quite troublesome. Ling Shui, suppressing her discomfort, furrowed her brow. I understand, young master. At that moment, Lin Chen's phone on the small table suddenly rang. He picked it up, glancing at the caller ID, which displayed Chen Tianwu. A smile crept onto his lips as he answered casually. How did it go? Lin Chen inquired. Young Master Lin, as per your instructions, we utilized substantial funds to disrupt the stock prices of the Chen Group, purchasing over 60 of the shares at a low price through short-selling tactics. You are now the actual controller of the Chen Group, Chen Tianwu reported respectfully. Only 60? I mentioned that I wish for the Chen family to disappear from Jiangbei City forever. You have 4 hours. See to it, Lin Chen stated before abruptly hanging up. With a sudden, forceful grip, he clenched his other hand. Ling Shui, squatting nearby, let out a yelp. Meanwhile, in the office of the Huatai Hotel's general manager, Chen Tianwu swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Anxiously, he summoned his subordinates, urging, continue. Do not stop. We must acquire 100 of the Chen Group shares before midnight today. Yes, I will take care of it at once, his subordinate replied earnestly. In the study of a luxurious villa in the heart of Jiangbei City, a man clad in a butler's uniform hurriedly entered, his expression fraught with urgency. Master, there's grave news. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man with a darkened countenance. Is he or S condition worsening? This man was Chun He's father, the chairman of the Chen Group, Chen Jinyuan. The butler shook his head, hastily responding, young master S condition is stable. The surgery has been completed, but he has permanently lost his ability to bear children. Bang! Chen Jinyuan slammed his hand on the desk in fury. Investigate. Find out who harmed here, and I want them to pay dearly. Master, we have already identified the assailant. The butler paused. Speak. No matter who it is, I, Chen Jinyuan, will not rest until I avenge this. Please calm down. Based on our investigation, the person who attacked young master is a young man named Lin Chen, residing in Villa Number 1 of Uni Manor. His enterprises include the Huatai Hotel, Disneyland, and Jolin Real Estate Sales Company, among others, powerful conglomerates renowned throughout Jiangbei City. Chen Jinyuan slumped into his chair, appearing to age a decade. Avenge? What do I have to avenge with? The top-tier wealthy individuals residing in Uni Manor. Who among them is not a figure of immense influence? In the presence of Lin Chen, the Chen Group is insignificant. A mere spit could drown them. Master, there's one more thing, the butler said nervously. Speak, I can handle it. Chen Jinyuan took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Just now, the group's stock price was interfered with by a mysterious force. Major shareholders are selling off their shares, and they have acquired 70 of the shares, becoming the actual controllers of the group. What? Chen Jinyuan fell into despair once more. 70. So aside from the 30 I hold, the remaining shares have all been bought. Disaster struck at the worst moment. Chen Jinyuan's face turned ashen. Who has he offended? Just then, the phone on the desk rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, a middle-aged voice echoed through the speaker. Mr. Chen, this is Chen Tianwu. You should know my identity. And I assume your butler has informed you that 70 of the Chen Group's shares have been acquired. Let us not beat around the bush. It was my doing. Mr. Chen, why? I don't believe we have any enmity. Chen Jinyuan inquired, perplexed. I cannot divulge that. I can only say that your son has offended the wrong person, and I am merely following orders. Here's a piece of advice. Relinquish the remaining 30 of shares and leave Jiangbei City, or perhaps the Chen family may have a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, Chen Tianwu's cold laughter resonated as he chose not to elaborate further. Offended the wrong person? In an instant, Chen Jinyuan realized who it must be, Lin Chen. A tremor coursed through him, and cold sweat trickled down his back. Lin Chen, employing a thunderous strategy, swiftly annexed 70 of the Chen Corporation, proving himself to be a formidable tycoon residing in the luxurious Uni Manor. Offending such a powerful figure meant that Chen Jinyuan would find no foothold in Jiangbei City. Manager Chen, could you, out of respect for our shared surname, speak a few kind words on my behalf to young Master Lin? I shall no longer pursue the matter concerning my son's injury. I merely seek a path to survival. Chen Jinyuan's humility had reached its zenith. A path to survival? Chen Tianwu scoffed. If I may be frank, young Master Lin has already shown great mercy. As long as you sell your shares, you shall be allowed to leave Jiangbei City safely. With that said, you can gauge the consequences for yourself. Upon hearing these words, Chen Jinyuan trembled, his expression akin to one mourning a lost mother. He then sighed heavily. I understand the tides of change. I am willing to sell my shares. Excellent. Those who recognize the shifting winds are indeed wise. Manager Chen, I commend your decisiveness. Starting anew in another city is undoubtedly the best choice. Let it be so. After concluding the call, Chen Jinyuan was overwhelmed with distress, his vision darkening as he fainted. Chapter 52, Lu Shi's Comic Exhibition Invitation. Young Master Lin, as per your instructions, we have completed the full acquisition of the Chen Corporation. It now belongs to you. Chen Tianwu reported respectfully over the phone. Haha, splendid, old Chen. Well done. Henceforth, you shall oversee the operations of the Chen Corporation, transferring it under the banner of Huatai Hotel. I shall not meddle in the management. Simply report the monthly revenue to me, Lin Chen remarked nonchalantly. Old Chen. Chen Tianwu on the other end of the line was overjoyed. Lin Chen had chosen to address him as Old Chen instead of Manager Chen, signifying that he had earned Lin Chen's trust. A smile graced Chen Tianwu's face as he eagerly replied, Understood, young Master Lin. Is there anything else you require? On the second-floor outdoor balcony of Villa No. 1 in Uni Manor, Lin Chen raised his goblet, finishing the last remnants of champagne. With his eyes narrowed, he softly mused. Use your connections to investigate the identity of the owner of Villa No. 2 in Uni Manor. I am quite curious about her. Young Master, that. Chen Tianwu hesitated. After all, the residents of Villas 1 to 10 all had substantial backgrounds, making it challenging to ascertain details quickly. However, since Lin Chen had requested it, he nodded in acquiescence. I understand, young master. I will report back to you once I have the information. That will be all. I shall hang up now. Lin Chen said coolly. All right, young Master Lin. Wishing you a pleasant evening. Chen Tianwu responded before ending the call. After putting down his phone, Lin Chen stretched lazily, gazing toward the horizon from the expansive outdoor balcony. As night approached, the silvery moonlight bathed the manor in its glow, and a gentle summer breeze rustled through, prompting Lin Chen to yawn instinctively. The night air in Jiangbei City was quite refreshing. At that moment, footsteps echoed behind him. Ling Shui had changed into a new outfit. Her slender and graceful figure adorned in a sheer black lace-trimmed short skirt that barely concealed her curves, showcasing her long, shapely legs clad in black stockings. Barefoot, her smooth and fair feet glided gracefully as she approached. Young master, it is getting late. You should rest, Ling Shui said, her lips parting to release a fragrant breath of allure. With captivating eyes, she subtly caressed Lin Chen's robust back, her delicate fingertips teasing his skin, exuding an irresistible charm. My dear, are you so eager? Lin Chen remarked indifferently. Anything given by you, young master, I desire, Ling Shui replied, her tongue delicately tracing her lips, her gaze sultry. A smile crept onto Lin Chen's lips. They had explored every corner of the house, on the bed, the sofa, the kitchen, the bedroom, and even the bathroom, but never on the grand outdoor balcony illuminated by the resplendent moonlight. Thus, Lin Chen's hands encircled her slender form, delving beneath her skirt. The moment was unimpeded. Very obedient, Lin Chen noted. Whatever young master commands, I shall comply. As time slipped by, dawn soon broke. Sign in. Lin Chen awoke and immediately called upon the system for his daily check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in. You have acquired master-level piano playing skills. Additionally, receiving a Heinzmann crystal piano, valued at approximately 2,800 renminbi, now automatically stored in the system's warehouse. What is this? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Opening the system's warehouse, where he found an icon representing a piano. Upon extracting it, a flash of white light revealed a classical piano crafted entirely from crystal, its exquisite craftsmanship allowing a clear view of every internal component. Lin Chen chuckled and shook his head. He had little interest in music. He had scarcely listened to a few pop songs, let alone elevated piano compositions, which to him were merely lullabies. However, possessing an additional skill could never be a detriment. He pondered how formidable this master-level piano-playing skill might be and resolved to find an opportunity to test it. After returning the piano to the system's warehouse, Lin Chen retrieved his phone from the bedside charger and casually scrolled through his WeChat messages. Lin Chushi, good morning, Brother Chen. I have moved into a new home and have been busy organizing my belongings. Once I finish, I'll come to visit you. Photo of the upscale neighborhood. Chun Tianwu, young master, the acquisition of the Chun Corporation is complete. Here are last month's revenue figures, a total of 56 million. Please review. Huatai Hotel's financial report for last month. Chun Corporation's financial report for last month. Zhang Fei, boss, great news. The newly expanded milk tea shop is in its trial operation, and profits have tripled. Hee, the official opening will surely be a hit. Daily sales report of the milk tea shop. Most of the messages were financial reports from various groups. Lin Chen perused them briefly, provided a few directives, and then set his phone aside, rubbing his stomach as he made his way to the dining room for breakfast. Young master, you're awake. Good morning. The dining table was laden with a sumptuous spread, and several maidens in maid outfits bustled about, their faces lighting up with joy upon seeing Lin Chen. Young master, this is the red date and old hen soup that Butler Ling specially prepared for you. She said it would nourish your body. And this is exquisite bird's nest and goji berry porridge, ginseng lotus seed stew, snow lotus red bean soup, crab roe grain porridge. Gazing at the array of dishes aimed at invigorating his vitality, Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Was it truly necessary to indulge so early in the morning? In the expansive kitchen on the basement level, Justin wiped the sweat from his brow, somewhat embarrassed. Butler Ling, are you certain young master can consume all this? At that moment, Ling Shui was holding a comprehensive recipe book for nourishing dishes, her brows slightly furrowed. What matters is not what he eats, but that he nourishes himself. Young master deals with numerous affairs daily. His body surely cannot withstand it. I sensed something was off last night. Justin, brew another pot of red date and old hen soup. Understood, Justin replied dutifully. In the dining room, Lin Chen found himself unable to eat any further, as a maid eagerly served him more dishes. At that moment, a new message arrived on WeChat. Lin Chen glanced at it and softly stated, I'm heading out. I want to be back for lunch. Also, please keep breakfast simple from now on. Arriving at the villa's garage, he drove the Lamborghini Veneno out of the estate. 20 minutes later, the sports car came to a halt at the entrance of Jiangbei University, where a striking figure awaited on the street. Lu Shi donned a JK uniform, her black pleated skirt accentuating her long, elegant legs, clad in pristine white knee-high socks, while her delicate brown leather shoes added to her allure. Passers-by, regardless of gender, couldn't help but steal glances at her. At that moment, Lu Shi spotted a Lamborghini Veneno, and her fair complexion brightened with a smile as she hurried towards it, her skirt swaying gracefully in the breeze, revealing her smooth, porcelain-like skin. Opening the car door, she slid into the passenger seat, her small face radiating joy as she exclaimed, Brother Chen, thank you for picking me up. This comic convention is the largest of the year, and I have longed to attend, but I could never find a companion. Thankfully, I met you, Brother Chen, otherwise, it would soon be over. Chapter 53. A high-quality woman from Chuan University dares to accuse me of spying. A comic convention? Lin Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. He had only heard of such events, typically involving a gathering of youthful maidens clad in flamboyant costumes, engaging in playful antics to see who could be the most provocative. As a gentleman of refined stature, how could he possibly miss out on such an occasion? Brother Chen, what are you thinking about? Lu Shi blinked her beautiful eyes, her small face filled with curiosity. Nothing much. Just hold on tight. I'm about to drive. Lin Chen replied with a subtle smile. He pressed down on the accelerator, and the sports car roared to life, speeding through the bustling streets of Jiangbei City. Before long, the Lamborghini Veneno came to a gentle halt outside a grand exhibition hall. All around, one could see girls in their 20s adorned in Lolita dresses, JK skirts, gymnastics outfits, and maid costumes, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. The sight of countless fair legs was simply mesmerizing, truly a paradise for the senses. Brother Chen, let's go inside, Lu Shi said, producing 2 entrance tickets. After showing them to the security guard at the entrance, she took Lin Chen's hand, and together they stepped into the convention hall. Inside, performers dazzled the crowd, while many attendees wielded their phones and cameras, capturing every moment and wearing lewd grins as they peered through their viewfinders. Brother Chen, look at that beautiful Lolita dress, Lu Shi exclaimed, pointing at a girl striking a pose. A crowd had gathered around her, and Lin Chen and Lu Shi had to exert considerable effort to push their way to the front, discovering that the girl's popularity was well-deserved. With a score of around 85 in looks, she was undoubtedly a goddess among otaku, especially in her unique dark-themed Lolita outfit, predominantly adorned with black lace. The hem barely covered her thighs, revealing her slender, fair feet, while her back was partially exposed, and her chest area was unadorned, showcasing a captivating cleavage. A true testament to the philosophy of minimalism in fashion. After wandering for a while, Lu Shi's cheeks flushed. "Brother Chen, please wait for me. I need to use the restroom." "Go ahead. I'll wait for you here," Lin Chen replied with a calm smile. Finding a nearby seat, he took out his phone and casually browsed through it. After a while, seeing that Lu Shi had not yet returned, he looked around, but instead of spotting her, he noticed a woman in a white dress glaring at him with evident fury. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Chen thought it strange. He had no acquaintance with this woman. So why was she directing such a hostile gaze at him? Just as he pondered this, the woman approached him, her anger palpable as she extended her hand and coldly demanded, "You there? Did you just take a picture of me without permission? Hand over your phone. I want to check." "What nonsense is this?" Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, internally incredulous. While the woman was certainly attractive, perhaps an 8 out of 10, she paled in comparison to Ling Shui, Lu Shi, or Tao Chushi. And he would not have even glanced her way, let alone taken a surreptitious photo. What's wrong? Lost your tongue? Feeling guilty, are we? Disgraceful behavior. Taking clandestine photos in public. Even I, a mere fairy, feel disgusted, she said, crossing her arms with a look of disdain. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, replying, "Do you have any evidence to support your claim that I took a picture of you?" "Evidence?" The woman scoffed, gesturing towards Lin Chen's phone. "That phone in your hand is evidence enough. Do you have the courage to let me inspect it?" "Sorry, but this is my private property," Lin Chen stated flatly. The woman reacted as if she had heard the most absurd joke, her demeanor turning aggressive. "Huh, you must be feeling guilty. How could a distinguished student from Chuan University wrongfully accuse you? Look at yourself, just a pathetic loser, hiding in the shadows to take pictures. Probably going home to solve it with your own hands. You really make me sick." At this point, a crowd had gathered, pointing fingers at Lin Chen. "What a disgrace. Someone should call the police and have him arrested." One voice shouted, "Yes, we must uphold gender equality. It's unacceptable to take photos of women without consent. If he isn't arrested, how will society progress and women's rights be upheld?" The weight of their words was almost overwhelming for Lin Chen. Yet, amidst the uproar, there were a few discerning voices defending him. "The situation isn't settled yet. Why are you all shouting? This young man looks kind, and doesn't he seem capable of such deeds? I suspect that woman is just looking for trouble. Wait, could she be one of those influencers? No wonder she is so aggressive. She must be a seasoned user." The crowd buzzed, their opinions clashing like thunder. Just then, a security guard stepped in to restore order, signaling for silence. He turned to the woman and asked, "Miss, do you have any evidence to prove that this gentleman took a photo of you?" "Who are you calling miss? You're all a bunch of idiots," she retorted, rolling her eyes. "Just check his phone. The truth will be clear. I wouldn't falsely accuse anyone." The security guard shook his head, clearly exasperated with the woman's attitude. However, he had no choice but to approach Lin Chen, his expression apologetic. "Sir, I'm truly sorry, but could you please cooperate and allow me to check your phone?" Seeing the security guard's sincere demeanor, Lin Chen replied calmly, "Are you sure you want to check my phone?" "Sir, I sincerely apologize, but rest assured, I will only glance at the photo album. I want to pry into your private content," the guard assured him earnestly. "Fine, go ahead," Lin Chen acquiesced. After receiving the phone, the guard opened the album and, upon a cursory glance, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Sir," the woman, standing beside him, jumped to conclusions, thinking he had found incriminating evidence. "See, I told you he was a bad person, a sleazy man. I will expose you online." Lin Chen smirked. "Did you see anything? Any incriminating photos?" The security guard swallowed hard, trembling as he held the phone. The album contained hundreds of images, all featuring luxurious items worth millions, photos Lin Chen had taken out of sheer boredom. Additionally, there was a video of him lounging on a regal Becker sofa within a lavish villa, surrounded by numerous girls in maid outfits attending to him like a king. The guard quickly realized that Lin Chen was no ordinary person. Hastily returning the phone, his tone shifted to one of deference. "I apologize, sir. Please forgive me. Upon my examination, there are no clandestine photographs on your phone. This woman speaks nothing but falsehoods. She is merely defaming you." "What? No clandestine photographs? Impossible. You must be in cahoots. Why would I falsely accuse him, you two lowly men?" Chapter 54. What? An entertainment scout. Oh, I understand now. He must have concealed the recording device on his person. "You wretched security guard, why haven't you searched him yet? My reputation as a fairy is at stake." The woman crossed her arms defiantly. "Shut your mouth, you foul harlot. This Mr. Lin has neither photographed you, nor could he possibly have. After all, the maid in the video moments ago is of a beauty that eclipses yours by several leagues. With a plethora of such maids at Lin Chen's residence, it is absurd to suggest he would resort to covert photography." The security guard thought it ludicrous that she would dare to belittle someone of Lin Chen's stature. Lin Chen, a man of considerable means, was not to be trifled with. His wealth was akin to drinking water from a bottle of Romanicani. Offending him could cost the security guard his job and jeopardize the entire event. Realizing this, beads of cold sweat trickled down the guard's back as he hurriedly said, "Mr. Lin, please calm down. I will expel this foolish woman at once." Lin Chen chuckled softly, a glint of coldness crossing his gaze. Rising nonchalantly, he stated, "If you wish to see what I have on me, I shall oblige. However, if I possess no such recording device, this matter will not end here. You shall pay a heavy price." With that, Lin Chen casually revealed the items he had on him. The onlookers were instantly dumbfounded, collectively inhaling sharply, their expressions reflecting profound astonishment. "Goodness, that is a Lamborghini key. By its design, it appears to be the top-tier model, valued at no less than 50 million. A young man remarked, fixated on the key in Lin Chen's hand. What astonished them further was what Lin Chen produced next, a keycard for Uni Manor. As a premier luxury estate, the card was a magnificent titanium alloy piece, radiating opulence. The moment it was revealed, the crowd fell silent, only to erupt into a cacophony of discussions. Wow, this young man resides in Uni Manor. His net worth must exceed 1 billion RMB. Would such a top-tier magnate engage in covert photography? What a joke. Given his youth, the influence of his family must be formidable. Does such a wealthy second-generation rich man lack for women? I can only imagine that with a mere word, countless women would eagerly flock to him. Oh my, I have encountered a top-tier rich heir. At that moment, a striking figure squeezed through the crowd, approaching Lin Chen. Brother Chen, what has transpired? Why are there so many people here? Lu Shi had just returned from the restroom, having exerted considerable effort to push through the throng, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. The surrounding spectators were once again engulfed in shock. With such a stunning companion accompanying him at the event, Lin Chen had no need for underhanded tactics. After all, Lu Shi's beauty was unparalleled, a radiant vision that eclipsed the self-importance of the woman who had just caused the ruckus. I knew that face looked familiar. Isn't that Lu Shi, the campus belle of Jiangbei University? She is indeed Lu Shi. No wonder she is so beautiful. It's no surprise she is the campus belle. With the campus belle conquered, would this young man still resort to covert photography? How ridiculous. I propose we call the police and have that woman arrested for her unfounded slander in a public space. It would serve her right. Yes, and as a high-achieving student from Sichuan University, she has truly embarrassed her institution. In a flash, the entire assembly turned to condemn the woman. And no I. The woman stood rooted in place, stunned. She could hardly fathom the extent of Lin Chen's identity. How extraordinary. Regrets surged within her as she realized she had provoked Lin Chen. She quickly bowed and offered her apologies. I am truly sorry. I understand my mistake. Given that I am a woman, could you find it in your heart to forgive me? You are exceedingly wealthy, and surely you wouldn't be petty. Otherwise, it would be unbecoming of your status. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. To his astonishment, the woman continued to moralize, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Forgive you? That is utterly impossible. Security. Sir, I am here, the nearby guard responded promptly. You shall handle this matter. Call the police and demand a compensation of 10 million for my defamation. I do not accept mediation. If you can manage to have her incarcerated for a few days, that would be even better. You may proceed as you see fit. Lin Chen spoke coolly, wishing to spare further words. After all, he had come to enjoy the day with Lu Shi, and it was not worth his ire to be upset over a self-righteous little fairy. I understand, Mr. Lin. Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. No sooner had he spoken than the security guard dragged the woman away. In the commotion, one of her shoes was lost, leaving her looking utterly disheveled. After this incident, it was clear that remaining at the event was no longer feasible. With Lin Chen's identity revealed, word would spread like wildfire, and soon everyone would know he was a top-tier rich heir. Women began to cast flirtatious glances his way, hoping to attract his attention. Among them was a young girl weighing 300 pounds, her belly adorned with 3 layers of flap, dressed in a JK uniform, her chubby legs straining against tight white stockings that threatened to burst. The stockings must have been in anguish, wishing they had been made in a factory instead. This Titan girl dashed over, blowing Lin Chen a kiss with her heavily lipsticked lips, then produced a piece of paper and a pen, her face beaming with shyness. Excuse me, could you please give me your autograph? Lin Chen's lips quivered. If others' women could be described as alluring and charming when they acted coy, then this Titan girl's approach felt like an earthquake, shaking the very earth beneath him. All right, you just stay there. I'll sign it for you. The Titan girl held the autograph paper, her expression filled with joy as she bounced in excitement. Thank you so much, big brother. I adore you. This was utterly overwhelming. Lin Chen quickly took a step back, forcing a strained smile. No need for thanks. We have matters to attend to, so we must take our leave. With that, he grabbed Lu Shi's hand, and hurried away. Ah, Brother Chen, look. There's a cotton candy stall ahead. It looks delicious. Lu Shi giggled, covering her mouth. Reaching the stall, the proprietor donned a frog costume, selling not only cotton candy, but also holding a string of small frogs, creating quite the comical sight. Lu Shi pointed at a large pink cotton candy. Brother Chen, I want this one. It looks so soft and fluffy. After purchasing the cotton candy, Lin Chen and Lu Shi prepared to leave the event. As they approached the parking lot, just as he was about to enter the Lamborghini Veneno, a man clad in a black trench coat and mask approached, bowing with a smile. Greetings. I am a scout from 91 Entertainment. I noticed both of you earlier. Your looks are exceptional and perfectly aligned with our standards for cultivating a new generation of idols. May I inquire if you have any interest in becoming stars? Chapter 55. Brother Chen, can you play the piano? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at the mention of a talent scout from 91 Entertainment. He was not particularly intrigued, for he was a man endowed with a system of immense wealth. Why would he feel the need to pursue a career in acting? I'm afraid we have no interest in becoming stars, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. The man nodded, a smile gracing his face. That's quite all right, sir. Here is my business card. Please accept it. Should you have any interest in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. With that, he turned and departed. Lin Chen casually tucked the card into his wallet and opened the car door, just as he noticed Lu Shi standing there, seemingly lost in thought. Was this little girl contemplating a career in stardom? Lin Chen made a mental note of it, then smiled gently. What are you thinking about? Get in the car. I'll take you for a spin. Oh, thank you, Brother Chen. Once settled in the driver's seat, Lin Chen pressed the accelerator, and the sports car surged forward, racing down the streets. By the way, Brother Chen, in a few days, our school will hold a graduation party, and my dorm mates and I will be attending. We need to buy a few dresses for the stage. Dresses? Lin Chen chuckled lightly. What brand are you looking for? Something ordinary will suffice. We are still students and don't have much money, and since we'll only wear them once, they don't need to be extravagant. If we could rent them, that would be even better, but I'm not sure if any shops would agree to that, Lu Shi said, her voice tinged with uncertainty. That is simple enough. Leave it to me. Hold on tight. I'm about to speed up, Lin Chen replied casually. Wait a moment. I haven't fastened my seatbelt yet, Lu Shi exclaimed, hastily grabbing the seatbelt, aware of Lin Chen's somewhat reckless driving style, which was known for its intensity and speed. Few could withstand it, and she felt a twinge of apprehension. Virum. The Lamborghini Veneno transformed into a streak of black lightning, darting through the bustling streets. Cars ahead quickly swerved aside, for no one wished to be involved in an accident with a supercar valued at a staggering 100 million. Even with a 3 million commercial insurance policy, it would scarcely cover the cost of a single tire of the Lamborghini. The road was clear, and soon the sports car came to a gentle stop outside a high-end shopping mall. This place has some fine clothes. Let us go inside and pick a few, Lin Chen suggested casually. Upon seeing the upscale mall, Lu Shi swallowed hard and quickly shook her head. Brother Chen, let's choose another place. The International Trade Mall doesn't have affordable clothing, and our budget is quite limited. After all, they were still students. Lu Shi came from a relatively well-off family, and while she could manage to buy an outfit at the International Trade Mall, the remaining half-month would have to be survived on instant noodles. Hearing this, Lin Chen smiled lightly. You needn't worry about the budget. A few dresses won't cost much. I'll cover it. Really? Is that true? Lu Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. No woman could resist a beautiful dress, and as the campus belle, Lu Shi was no exception. Her fair face broke into a joyful smile. Brother Chen, there's actually one more thing. Can you play the piano? We're planning to sing a song, but we feel that playing the accompaniment directly would be rather lackluster. If you could play live on stage, that would be wonderful. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Play the piano? The system just rewarded me with master-level piano skills. I thought I wouldn't have any opportunity to use it. How fortuitous. I have no pressing engagements, so I'll gladly agree. Just a basic level is fine. No need to be exceptional. After all, no one will be able to tell if Brother Chen plays a little off-key, Lu Shi replied. What? Lin Chen's lips quivered slightly. Did this little girl have so little confidence in him? It seemed she didn't know him well enough. He would have to find an opportunity to showcase his true capabilities. Just as they exited the car, a valet approached, bowing deeply and respectfully stating, Welcome to the International Trade Mall. Sir, may I park your vehicle in the VIP area, where it will be closely monitored? Lin Chen smiled faintly and tossed the car keys to the valet, pulling out a stack of cash. Take good care of my car. Don't let it get scratched. The valet swallowed hard, repeatedly assuring him, Of course, sir. Miss, please come inside. Once Lin Chen and Lu Shi entered the mall, another valet approached, his face filled with envy. Wow, this is a real rich kid. He tipped you so generously. How did you know that gentleman would give you a tip? This Lamborghini Veneno has been to the mall 3 times already, each time with a different stunning woman. I've been keeping an eye on it for quite some time. For rich kids who don't lack money, A few flattering words will easily earn you a tip, the valet in charge of parking said with a proud smile. Wow. Impressive observation skills. You deserve that money, the other valet exclaimed. Entering the mall, Lin Chen led Lu Shi directly to the Balenciaga flagship store. He had been quite pleased with his previous shopping experience, and the dresses there were aesthetically pleasing, aligning with his tastes. More importantly, the store manager, Xiao Ran, had left a lasting impression on him. As soon as they stepped inside, the sales associate recognized Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, you're back. Are you here to help your girlfriend shop for clothes today? The sales associate hesitated, glancing at Lu Shi, her mind racing with questions. It hadn't been long since she had seen a different woman with him. However, recalling Lin Chen's identity, she felt reassured. After all, what was wrong with a wealthy second-generation inheritor having multiple girlfriends? She even entertained the thought of becoming one of them, though she knew she was likely not his type. Both Lu Shi and Tao Chushi were exquisite beauties. Perhaps only women of such caliber could be worthy of Lin Chen. Just browsing. By the way, do you have any evening gowns? As usual, bring out the most expensive ones, Lin Chen said casually. Understood, Mr. Lin. Please wait a moment. Typically, our esteemed clients are attended to by the manager. I'll fetch Manager Xiao for you right away. With that, the sales associate hurried off. A few minutes later, store manager Xiao Ran approached, her fair face adorned with a smile. Good afternoon, Mr. Lin. It's an honor to see you again. Are you here to purchase an evening gown? Do you have any specific requirements so I can prepare accordingly? Xiao Ran was still dressed in her neat uniform, a cream-colored blazer paired with a black pencil skirt, her long legs encased in nude stockings, and her delicate feet adorned with low-heeled shoes. Her gentle smile awaited Lin Chen's response. Requirements? Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Not particularly, but it must be expensive. Don't present me with cheap alternatives. I understand, Mr. Lin. Please wait a moment. I'll instruct my staff to retrieve the gowns. While waiting, Xiao Ran brought over 2 cups of coffee, her face tinged with a hint of apology. I sincerely apologize. We don't have freshly brewed coffee at the moment. I hope instant coffee is to your liking. Chapter 56, Balenciaga Gift, Limited Edition Stockings. Instant coffee? Lin Chen was not particularly finicky. He gestured for Xiao Ran to place it on a small table beside him. After a few minutes, a staff member returned with a white evening gown. Mr. Lin, this is the most luxurious evening gown in our store, meticulously designed by a master of international fashion, with an unwavering commitment to material and craftsmanship. Based on my experience, it perfectly complements Miss Lu's figure. Lu Shi's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the evening dress. Brother Chen, can I really wear this gown? Seeing Lu Shi's enthusiasm, Lin Chen smiled gently and said, Manager Xiao, please wrap this up. Also, let us get a few more of the same caliber, otherwise, there won't be enough to wear. Mr. Lin, do you wish to purchase more? Xiao Ran asked, somewhat surprised. Yes, there are 3 other young ladies. I'm unsure of their sizes, so let's buy them first. If they don't fit, they can easily find a street tailor for adjustments. Lin Chen nodded lightly. Xiao Ran swallowed hard. Though these evening gowns were not excessively expensive, priced at only a few $100,000, they were incomparable to the millions spent on the store's signature treasures last time. Nonetheless, to buy such high-end garments from Balenciaga without even trying them on was indeed audacious. Besides Lin Chen, few in Zhongbei City could match such extravagance. Xiao Ran felt elated. With Lin Chen as a major client, the store's revenue for the month would triple, and she might even contend for the annual Best Sales Award. All of this was thanks to Lin Chen. Xiao Ran smiled and said, Understood, Mr. Lin. Please wait a moment while I personally select a few top-tier evening gowns for you. At that moment, Lu Shi turned over the label on the gown and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the price, swallowing nervously. Her fair face flickered with a hint of panic as she hesitantly said, Brother Chen, I know Balenciaga is expensive, but I didn't expect it to be this costly. Perhaps we should reconsider. It's too extravagant to spend so much for a graduation party when I won't wear it often. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, touched by Lu Shi's sincerity, and smiled lightly. A graduation party happens only once in a lifetime. I don't want you to have any regrets. This expenditure is truly worthwhile. In truth, Lin Chen wanted to say, it's just a few $100,000. How is that extravagant? However, he refrained from disrupting the beautiful atmosphere. Lu Shi's lovely eyes trembled as she gazed into Lin Chen's profound gaze, feeling a delightful thrill. Her fair cheeks flushing slightly. She nodded and said, Thank you, Brother Chen. Heh, silly girl, Lin Chen replied softly. Mr. Lin, Miss Lu, what do you think of these gowns? At this moment, Xiao Ran brought over several exquisite evening gowns and presented them before the two, briefly explaining the characteristics of each. She smiled and added, If you are not satisfied, I can fetch more options. No need, these are quite satisfactory. Let us proceed with the payment, Lin Chen said casually, pulling out his bank card. Very well, Mr. Lin. The total for 4 evening gowns is 840,000. As a premium gold card holder, you receive a 5 discount, making the final amount 798,000. The POS machine beeped, confirming the successful transaction. Xiao Ran returned the bank card to Lin Chen and instructed an employee to retrieve a gift bag, handing it to Lu Shi with a smile. Miss Lu, do you usually wear stockings? Yes, why? Lu Shi responded, puzzled. Hee, since you are a new customer, I would like to present you with a few pairs of limited edition stockings from Balenciaga, all packed in this gift bag. You can try them on at home. And if you find them to your liking, you can repurchase them, Xiao Ran said with a smile. Limited edition stockings from Balenciaga? Lu Shi's face lit up with surprise, as many first learned about the brand through its stockings, which often cost thousands of yuan per pair, far beyond what a student could afford. Receiving several pairs for free made her immensely happy. Thank you. She accepted the gift bag and opened it to find an array of over 10 pairs of stockings in various colors: white, black, nude, gray, worth conservatively estimated at 20,000 yuan. Truly, such is the extravagant strategy of a luxury brand to cultivate customer loyalty. Miss Lu, you flatter me. As long as you are satisfied. Is there anything else you would like to request? Xiao Ran inquired further. Manager Xiao, please have the gowns delivered directly to Jiangbei University. We shall take our leave now. Lin Chen softly said. Since they planned to continue shopping at the mall, carrying shopping bags was rather inconvenient, making delivery to Lu Shi's school a simpler option. After leaving the Patek Philippe store, they strolled through the mall and, feeling a bit hungry, settled down at a dessert shop, casually ordering a few fruit cakes. This Oshua dessert shop was quite renowned in China, with branches across major cities, totaling conservatively over 1,000 locations, and its headquarters located in Jiangbei City. Rumor had it that the owner of Oshua was worth over $1 billion and resided in the Uniazwang Garden. After a short wait, the server brought out several exquisitely crafted fruit cakes. Lin Chen took a small bite and found the flavor delightful. The cake was soft and delectable, the cream smooth and delicate, sweet but not overwhelming, with the fresh fragrance of fruits filling his mouth. Brother Chen, this is so delicious. Can we pack a few to take back to school for my dorm mates? They will surely love it, Lu Shi said, her lips smeared with cream, appearing somewhat comical. Lin Chen waved over the server and said casually, please pack all your signature products and have them delivered to Jiangbei University in a refrigerated vehicle. Understood, sir. I will take care of it right away, the server replied respectfully. Lu Shi's beautiful eyes trembled with astonishment. Is this how wealthy people shop? Just then, a middle-aged man in a black suit approached their table, bowing deeply with respect. Young Master Lin, I apologize for not welcoming you properly upon your arrival. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, puzzled by this man, having no recollection of him. Who are you? He inquired. Forgive me, young Master Lin, I neglected to introduce myself. I am Duan Yi, the manager of this establishment. On the orders of our young lady, I am here to present you with a token of our meeting. Please accept it, he said, producing an exquisite gift box. And who is your young lady? Lin Chen asked, even more confused. Young Master Lin, I cannot disclose that. The young lady has instructed me to keep her identity concealed for now, but rest assured, she will invite you to meet soon, Duan Yi explained. In light of this, Lin Chen chose not to press further, allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. How intriguing. Chapter 57. It's too late. The dormitory is already closed. Young Master Lin, shall I open the gift box for you? Duan Yi offered as he carefully unwrapped the box. Inside lay a stunning Patek Philippe lady's watch, crafted from 24K gold for both the case and movement, with a sapphire crystal face adorned with hundreds of tiny diamonds that sparkled brilliantly under the light, captivating all who beheld it. As a seasoned Patek Philippe user, Lin Chen estimated its value to be no less than 5 million. To present such an expensive watch as a meeting gift was indeed extravagant on the part of this mysterious young lady. How intriguing. Lin Chen squinted slightly, lost in thought. He was a man, and yet this lady had gifted him a lady's watch, which held profound implications. Clearly, she understood that Lin Chen would not be impressed by the original gift and opted for a lady's watch as a secondary choice. As for how Lin Chen would handle the matter after accepting it, that was no longer her concern. From this trivial incident, it was evident that this enigmatic young lady possessed remarkable emotional intelligence, intellect, and problem-solving skills, a trifecta of high qualities. Very well, I accept it. Please convey to your young lady that I eagerly anticipate our meeting, Lin Chen remarked with a calm demeanor. Since others had extended their goodwill, he saw no reason to decline. Understood, young Master Lin. I shall not take up more of your time. Wishing you and Miss Lu a delightful meal. Farewell. Duan Yi bowed deeply before stepping back. Lin Chen toyed with the watch in his hand before fastening it onto Lu Shi's wrist, adorned with a warmth akin to jade. He smiled gently and remarked, of all gifts, why choose a lady's watch? It's not as if I can wear it, yet it suits you remarkably well. Thank you. Brother Chen, it's so beautiful. This watch must be quite expensive, right? Lu Shi exclaimed with delight. It's worth little, merely a non-branded piece. Perhaps a couple of hundred yuan, Lin Chen replied softly. Oh, then I am relieved. I was worried it might be worth a fortune. If I accidentally broke it, I wouldn't even be able to afford the repairs, Lu Shi pouted. Lin Chen chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, it was just a watch. Whether it cost hundreds or millions, its essence remained unchanged, a mere tool for telling time. With the ubiquity of mobile phones, watches had become more ornamental than functional. As long as it was aesthetically pleasing, the price was of little consequence. Having finished their fruit cake, Lin Chen and Lu Shi prepared to leave the mall. Just then, as they passed by the Patek Philippe boutique, Lu Shi's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. The brand emblem above the store seemed strikingly similar to the watch adorning her wrist. Could it be a Patek Philippe? She suddenly realized. Swallowing hard as awe filled her heart. Turning to Lin Chen, she took in his chiseled features, deep-set eyes, and robust physique, causing her heart to flutter and her cheeks to flush crimson. Humph, what a deceitful man. Thinking I'm so easily fooled, Lu Shi's face flushed as she silently complained. Upon reaching the parking lot and settling into the Lamborghini Veneno, Lin Chen was about to start the engine when the girl in the passenger seat lightly pursed her lips. Brother Chen, I want to be returning to school tonight as it's too late, and the dormitory will be locked. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, glancing at the time. It was barely past 6. What kind of school closes at 6 in the afternoon? At that moment, he noticed Lu Shi's rosy cheeks and instantly understood. A smile crept onto his lips as he feigned ignorance. What shall we do then? Where will you stay tonight? Lu Shi's eyes widened in surprise at his response. Despite her obvious hint, Lin Chen seemed oblivious. When she looked up at him, she found him wearing a playful grin, which made her cheeks flush even more. In a coy tone, she said, if it comes to that, I suppose I could stay at a hotel tonight, but I would feel a bit scared alone. Brother Chen, could you accompany me? Lin Chen found her hesitant demeanor amusing and nodded gently. Very well. Given your timid nature, I shall reluctantly agree. Thank you, Brother Chen. I will make sure to express my gratitude. Lu Shi responded excitedly. Lin Chen smiled and said nothing further, pressing the gas pedal and propelling the car forward. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the exclusive parking space outside the Huatai Hotel. As Lu Shi gazed through the window at the opulent establishment, she swallowed hard. Brother Chen, this is a 7-star hotel. I heard from classmates that a night here costs at least 100,000 yuan. Isn't that extravagant? Though the price is steep, it is worth every penny, and since I'm staying here, I won't be spending a dime. Let us disembark, Lin Chen replied softly. What do you mean? Lu Shi's eyes filled with confusion. After Lin Chen exited the car, they entered the hotel lobby, where Chen Tianwu immediately greeted them with a deep bow. Welcome, boss. Upon noticing Lu Shi beside Lin Chen, his expression momentarily froze, and he stammered slightly. Another exquisite beauty, as expected of young Master Lin. His speed of changing women rivals that of changing clothes. He respectfully inquired, Boss, are you here for a meal? I shall notify the kitchen to prepare. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. No need. We've already dined. Please arrange for a presidential suite. We are checking in now. Understood, boss. Miss Lu, please step into the elevator. I will escort you to your room, Chen Tianwu said promptly. At this moment, Lu Shi was still somewhat dazed. She never imagined that the most luxurious 7-star hotel in Jiangbei City was owned by Lin Chen. Her perception of him underwent a significant shift. A sense of joy filled her. After all, the man she admired was so exceptional. She could only imagine how many would envy her. This thought sent delightful shivers down her spine, causing her to instinctively tighten her slender, silk-clad legs. Miss Lu, please enter the elevator. Chen Tianwu reminded her as he noticed her momentary daze. Oh right. Lu Shi's cheeks flushed as she quickly stepped into the elevator. In no time, they arrived at the presidential suite's door. Chen Tianwu respectfully stated, Boss, I shall take my leave now. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. Once Chen Tianwu departed, Lin Chen closed the door behind them, expertly opening the bedroom door. He removed his suit jacket, his eyes igniting with fervor as he embraced Lu Shi's delicate form. On the bed or the sofa, feeling the warm breath near her ear, Lu Shi's face turned beet red, and a gentle warmth surged through her. In a soft voice, she replied, Brother Chen can choose anywhere. Lin Chen chuckled softly and released her from his embrace, saying, I'll go take a shower. You can enjoy yourself on the bed for a while. Lu Shi removed her shoes, revealing her slender, flawless legs clad in silky stockings, leading down to her delicately petite feet, which elicited an irresistible desire to hold them. As she approached the soft, inviting bed and lay down, the sound of running water drifted from the bathroom. She bit her lip, feeling a mix of anticipation and embarrassment, knowing this was her first time. Chapter 58, that is also half a pervert, Night 15 armored vehicle. Am I really going to hand it over today? Lu Shi lay on the bed, her thoughts racing like a restless deer. Although Lin Chen was extraordinarily handsome and she genuinely liked him, they had only just met 2 days ago. Wasn't this all moving rather quickly? Lu Shi considered herself a reserved woman. She had never been in a relationship throughout her school years and had never even held a boy's hand. Yet here she was, having succumbed to Lin Chen so swiftly. Her fair face flushed crimson, from her neck to the tips of her ears. Creak. The bathroom door swung open. Lu Shi barely had time to think before she felt strong, powerful arms enveloping her delicate figure. The intoxicating scent of masculine allure filled her nostrils, sending delightful shivers coursing through her. A warm rush flooded her senses, leaving her feeling weak as she leaned against Lin Chen's shoulder. Wait a moment, she breathed, feeling Lin Chen's hand venture towards the hem of her skirt. What's wrong? Are you having second thoughts? I never force anyone, especially women, Lin Chen replied coolly, pretending to withdraw his embrace. Unexpectedly, Lu Shi extended her delicate, snow-white hand to hook around Lin Chen's neck, her enchanting gaze fixated on him. Her crimson lips parting to say, I shall remove a piece of clothing. No need, I rather fancy this outfit of yours. Lin Chen replied with a teasing smile gracing his lips. Today, Lu Shi donned a JK uniform, featuring a crisp white academic blouse adorned with a red bow at the collar, paired with a black pleated skirt that accentuated her slender, alabaster legs, further complemented by semi-transparent knee-high socks that subtly revealed her delicate, rosy feet. This ensemble was nothing short of a masterpiece of allure. Any man who beheld her would inevitably be compelled to pay his respects. Why would one wish to shed such exquisite attire? Lu Shi's brows knitted slightly as she bit her lip, exclaiming, pervert. What about just removing half? Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. That too would qualify as half a pervert. She pouted, devoid of any true disdain, instead harboring a hint of excitement. As time passed, the clock approached midnight. At the corridor's corner outside the presidential suite, Chen Tianwu approached one of his subordinates, inquiring, Young Master Lin, is it still not over? The subordinate nodded, visibly astonished, and replied, Director Chen, Young Master Lin is undoubtedly the most formidable man I have ever encountered. I can't even measure up to a fraction of his prowess. It's terrifying. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Comparing yourself to young Master Lin is nothing but self-degradation. Now, it is getting late. Return and rest. Make sure the kitchen prepares a lavish breakfast for young Master Lin tomorrow, so he may replenish his strength, Chen Tianwu instructed gravely. Understood, I take my leave. The subordinate responded before departing. Once alone, Chen Tianwu cast a glance at the tightly shut door of the presidential suite, shaking his head in a sigh. Truly worthy of young Master Lin, my admiration knows no bounds. In the blink of an eye, dawn arrived. The first rays of sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, warming the sumptuous bed in the presidential suite, gently coaxing Lin Chen's eyes open. He felt an immense sense of satisfaction from the previous night's exhilarating escapades. Turning his head, he noticed Lu Shi still lost in slumber, and a soft smile crept across his face as he mused. Being a university student is rather delightful. Lin Chen had long lost count of how many mornings he had awakened in this grand bed. After dressing, he made his way to the bathroom for a quick wash. Admiring his handsome visage in the mirror, his smile widening as he noted he appeared even more dashing than the day before. Returning to the bedside, he playfully poked Lu Shi's fair cheek, which was soft and springy, brimming with youthful collagen. Lu Shi murmured in her dream, as her drowsy eyes fluttered open. She was greeted by the sight of Lin Chen's handsome face. Memories of the previous night's fervor flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she shyly remarked, Brother Chen, you're up so early. Suddenly recalling something, she sprang up, exclaiming, Oh no, I forgot I have an early class today. I'm going to be late. Unbeknownst to her, she was completely unclad at that moment. Lin Chen's gaze ignited with fervor as he beheld her exquisite form, his heart racing, feeling an undeniable urge to indulge in the temptation before him. Surely, this was unnecessary. Once both were dressed, Chen Tianwu had already arrived at the door, gently knocking. Young Master Lin, Miss Lu, have you risen? Breakfast is ready. Please proceed to the dining area. After a brief wait, the door creaked open, and Chen Tianwu immediately bowed respectfully, asking, Young Master Lin, Miss Lu, did you rest well last night? I have instructed the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for you both. Please follow me to the dining area. After finishing their meal in the dining room, Lin Chen drove Lu Shi back to Jiangbei University in his Lamborghini Veneno. At the school gate, Lu Shi nervously grasped the hem of her skirt and stammered, Brother Chen, close your eyes. I have a gift for you. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What gift? Oh, Brother Chen, just close your eyes, and you'll find out. She whispered. Ah, such a little girl, Lin Chen chuckled softly. Having shared such intimacy the night before, It was amusing to see her transform into a bashful little rabbit. He closed his eyes and said, "All right, I'm looking forward to this gift." The next moment, he felt a soft, moist sensation against his face. Lin Chen's brows furrowed, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Lu Shi blushing as she dashed into the school. "Goodbye, Brother Chen, I'm off to class." Watching her graceful figure disappear from view, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. This little girl is quite interesting. Returning to his car, he nearly forgot to sign in, a crucial step towards his financial success. He promptly activated the system for his daily check-in. Check-in. Congratulations to the host for a successful check-in. Earning 10 Rolls-Royce Phantom Gold badges, valued at approximately 500 million renminbi. Continuous check-in reward. Night 15 4x4 armored off-road vehicle, valued at approximately 30 million renminbi. Lin Chen swallowed hard. Receiving a total of 11 top-tier luxury vehicles in one go. Was this the system's way of suggesting he start a rental business? Yet, what exactly was this Night 15? Upon opening the system warehouse, he spotted a fierce-looking armored vehicle icon. A quick internet search left him astounded. This vehicle was essentially a military-grade off-road vehicle, the only one in the world legally permitted on public roads. It featured bulletproof plating covering all angles, capable of withstanding a barrage of 7.62mm bullets, with a chassis armor thickness of 10 centimeters, impervious to even lightweight anti-tank mines. It was truly a mobile fortress. Well, this is rather impressive. Chapter 59. My cousin Lin Qingyu is coming to Jiangbei City for a visit. Without further ado, driving this vehicle on the road would undoubtedly turn heads, rivaling even the Lamborghini Veneno. Just as Lin Chen was about to start the sports car to head home, his phone in the glove compartment suddenly rang. Picking it up, he glanced at the screen, raising an eyebrow. What prompted this little girl to call me? He pressed the answer button, and a sweet, youthful voice came through the speaker. "Brother, are you working? It's Qingyu. I hope I'm not disturbing you." The caller was none other than his cousin, Lin Qingyu, now just over 18, with a lively and adorable personality. She was a beauty scoring over 9 points in looks, a quintessential beauty in the making. The last time he saw her, she had still been in elementary school, and now she had graduated high school. Time truly flew. A smile crept across Lin Chen's face as he casually replied, "Qingyu, what's on your mind?" "Brother, since we graduated high school, a few of my classmates and I are planning to visit Jiangbei City, but it's our first time traveling far, and we're a bit scared. Could you come to the train station to pick us up?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "How long are you planning to stay? How many of you are there?" "About 3 or 4 of us. We haven't determined the exact time yet. We still need to discuss it, but it should be in the next few days. Once we buy the tickets, I'll let you know. I just don't know if you'll have time." "If you're busy, it's perfectly fine," Lin Qingyu explained. "I see." Lin Chen nodded lightly, smiling. "Once you finalize the number of people, send me their identification details, and I'll help you book plane tickets. It's quite a distance from Guqing to Jiangbei City. Taking the train would be too slow for you and your friends." However, brother, there is a concern. We are aware that flying is considerably faster, yet our finances are rather constrained, and the travel itinerary we prepared is meticulously budgeted." Lin Qingyu hastily interjected. "Not to worry, I'll cover the expenses for you," Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. "Please finalize the number of participants promptly, as I am quite busy and may occasionally overlook messages on WeChat. This is unacceptable. I heard from Auntie that you just graduated and don't have much savings. Airplane tickets are too expensive. We can simply take the train," Lin Qingyu argued. With a light chuckle, Lin Chen reassured her, "Recently, I've been engaging in a small business venture with my classmates and have earned a bit of money. The plane tickets are well within my means, so there's no need for you to fret. Just send me your identification details, and I will handle the rest." Reluctantly acquiescing, Lin Qingyu replied, somewhat anxious, "Oh, thank you. Brother, I'll confirm the number of people and send it to you." After hanging up, she soon sent Lin Chen the requested identification information. Lin Chen briefly scanned the details, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. 3 girls and 1 boy, how intriguing. Surely, the boy must be the boyfriend of one of the girls. As long as it isn't Lin Qingyu, everything is manageable. He swiftly forwarded the information to Chen Tianwu, instructing him to book several first-class tickets. In the office of the Huatai Hotel's chief manager, Chen Tianwu was about to comply with Lin Chen's message when he noticed one of the girls was named Lin Qingyu. His brow furrowed, and he muttered, sharing the same surname as young Master Lin. Could she be his sister? This thought made Chen Tianwu hesitate as he ordered his subordinate, "Contact the airline and arrange for a private luxury jet to fly to Guqing in a few days to pick up 4 important individuals." "Chief, what significant individuals could possibly be in Guqing?" his subordinate asked, perplexed. After all, Guqing was merely a 5-tier small city, with a GDP that barely registered a fraction of Jiangbei's, and the airport had only recently opened. Chartering a plane for such a purpose seemed extravagant. Chen Tianwu's expression darkened. "Some questions are best left unasked," Knowing too much can be detrimental to you. Understood. I will take care of it immediately, his subordinate stammered, swallowing hard. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Chen was completely unaware of these developments. At that moment, he drove his Lamborghini Veneno to a bank, parked, and entered the lobby. After taking a number and waiting, it was finally his turn at the counter. As he sat down, he noticed the teller behind the glass partition wore a stern expression and spoke in a frosty tone. What transaction would you like to perform? Transfer, Lin Chen replied coolly. To whom are you transferring, and for what purpose? Raising an eyebrow, Lin Chen responded. I'm afraid that falls under my privacy. There's no need for me to disclose that. How much are you transferring? If the amount is too low, you could simply use the ATM. There's no need to come to the counter for everything. We are quite busy ourselves, the teller remarked condescendingly. Barely glancing at Lin Chen, it was hardly surprising. Facing hundreds of customers daily would wear down anyone's patience. Lin Chen didn't take it to heart and calmly produced his bank card, saying, it's not a large sum, merely 200,000. 200,000? The teller looked up, a hint of disdain curling her lips as she checked the password, while idly commenting, someone like you. It's clear you're just a young worker from out of town. It's unlikely you've saved up 200,000 in a year. Transferring all this money. You aren't being scammed, are you? Her tone dripped with a sense of superiority. After all, this teller was a local from Jiangbei, with a home and a car. Having secured her position at the bank through connections, working a 9 to 5 schedule with weekends off, a far more comfortable existence than that of Lin Chen, a struggling laborer. However, when the teller glanced at the balance displayed on her computer screen, her demeanor abruptly shifted. Her hand trembled uncontrollably while gripping the mouse. The lengthy string of numbers left her momentarily speechless. She didn't even know how much it totaled without counting it meticulously. Sir, you wish to conduct a transfer of 200,000 RMB. I just want to confirm. If everything is in order, I can commence the transaction now, she said. Her tone transformed into one of eager politeness, as if she had become an entirely different person. Lin Chen simply shook his head and smiled. Indeed, in a society where wealth reigns supreme, the impoverished are automatically regarded as inferior and denied the respect they deserve. This affirmed the adage, money may not be omnipotent, but a lack of it is utterly debilitating. Go ahead, I have matters to attend to. Please expedite the process, Lin Chen said nonchalantly. Certainly, sir. Clerk 038 is at your service. The transfer of 200,000 RMB has been completed. Here is your bank card. Please keep it safe. Thank you for trusting our bank. And we look forward to serving you again, the teller said, rising to bow respectfully, her demeanor now a stark contrast to before. Without uttering a word, Lin Chen turned and left. The teller wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, shaken by how close she had come to offending a top-tier client. Once back in the Lamborghini Veneno and ready to start the engine, his mother's call came in, as expected. Xiaoqin, I just noticed an additional 200,000 in my bank account. Please check if I've fallen victim to a scam. Mom, that money is from my transfer, Lin Chen explained. On the other end, Zhang Saidi was momentarily stunned, followed by the sound of his parents discussing the matter. After a while, his father, Lin Guoli, took the phone, speaking earnestly, Xiaoqin, while our family isn't wealthy, we have always upheld integrity since your grandfather's time. Money is important, but we must never engage in illegal activities. Please clarify how you came by this 200,000. Otherwise, your mother and I won't feel secure. Lin Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Dad, rest assured. I've been collaborating with classmates on a startup and earned some money. This 200,000 is for you and Mom. Don't be frugal, spend it as you wish. I'll transfer more in due time. His mother, Zhang Chui, still harbored doubts. Xiaoqin, I heard on the news that young people in big cities face immense pressure and often work late hours. Why not return to Guqing? Your father can use his connections to find you a stable government job, so you can save for a house and start a family. Before she could finish, Lin Guoli snatched the phone and said urgently, Xiaoqin, don't listen to your mother's nonsense. She lacks perspective. The Lin family has no slackers. If I had gone into business years ago, you wouldn't need to struggle, you'd simply inherit the family fortune. Now, listen to your father. Work hard to make a name for yourself and bring honor to our family. Lin Chen felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. His father's bold personality remained unchanged even in retirement. He had once been the head of security at a state-owned enterprise. Yet, there was warmth in Lin Chen's heart. I understand, Dad. Please take care of yourselves, he said. Before he could finish, Lin Guoli had already hung up. Taking a deep drag from his red double happiness cigarette, a smug smile plastered across his face as he looked at the 200,000 deposit notification. Old Wang, let us see how you can compete with me now. My son has far exceeded yours, haha. With that, he headed over to neighbor Old Wang's house to boast. At Villa number 2 of Uniyi's Wang, Within a lavishly elegant study, a young woman clad in a lace nightgown sat behind a desk. The maiden's skin was as pristine as snow, dewy and rosy. Beneath her swan-like alabaster neck lay a pair of exquisitely sculpted collarbones. Her slender waist, delicate and soft, was complemented by a pair of long, straight, snow-white legs that were simply breathtaking. Her fair, beautiful feet nestled within crystal sandals, crossed elegantly, with her feet swaying in the air, drawing all eyes to her. With a creak, the study door swung open, revealing a balding gentleman in his 50s, who bowed respectfully. "Miss, the gifts you sent on 2 occasions have been received by young Master Lin. As per your instructions, we conducted an investigation, but uncovered no useful information. It appears that young Master Lin is nothing more than a mysterious tycoon who has emerged from nowhere, which is quite perplexing." The woman set down the brush in her jade hand, her desk adorned with a sheet of rice paper depicting a nearly complete ink wash landscape painting. Skillfully crafted and lifelike, she gently raised her head, revealing a stunning beauty that would induce envy in all women. Her clear, beautiful eyes resembled a crystal-clear spring, devoid of any impurities, while her willow-like brows knitted slightly in intrigue. "Interesting. Uncle Fu, since we have uncovered nothing, let us cease the investigation. Young Master Lin's identity is not as simple as we presumed. We must not offend him. Arrange a lavish luncheon and invite young Master Lin to our home. We must not be remiss, lest we provoke trouble." Her voice was crisp and melodious, akin to the sweet song of a lark. Uncle Fu understood and promptly set about arranging this. He bowed deeply before retreating from the study. The woman lifted her snow-white, jade-like hand, shedding her loose lace nightgown, revealing her exquisitely smooth and delicate figure that could take one's breath away. Every curve was perfectly proportioned, embodying the essence of a flawless physique. She swiftly changed into an elegant strapless gown, her jade feet slipping into a pair of silver high heels, radiating brilliance and beauty beyond compare. "Lin Chen. Intriguing," she mused, her expression relaxed and nonchalant, her movements effortless and graceful, one that could not be emulated. Lin Chen hummed a tune as he drove his Lamborghini Veneno, speeding down the streets. 20 minutes later, the sports car glided into the villa's underground parking lot. Exiting the vehicle, he surveyed the vast, empty parking space, capable of accommodating over 100 cars, which felt somewhat desolate. He accessed the system's vault and directly retrieved 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms and a Night 15. Although he had seen images online, the sight of the Night 15 in person delivered a substantial visual impact. The vehicle measured a staggering 6 meters in length and 2 meters in height. If not for the ample parking space, it would have been a challenge to accommodate such a behemoth. The Lamborghini Veneno appeared as a mere toy car beside it. In a stable society like Huaxia, driving such a car on the road seemed somewhat superfluous. Yet, it was undeniably eye-catching. Lin Chen contemplated taking it out for a spin someday, envisioning the surge of attention it would attract. He took the elevator directly to the first floor of the villa, where several maidens donned in maid outfits were tidying up. Upon seeing Lin Chen, their faces lit up with excitement. "Young master, you have returned." Lin Chen offered a faint smile and casually produced the key to the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Placing the key on the shoe cabinet by the entrance, he instructed, "Whenever you go out for groceries or run errands, feel free to use these cars. It would be a waste for them to sit idle, and I will reimburse the fuel and washing costs monthly." The young maidens, being former property members of the Uni Manor, were discerning enough to recognize the Rolls-Royce Phantom key immediately, noting it was not just any ordinary model, but the most prestigious gold badge edition. The price of a gold badge Phantom, inclusive of taxes, reached an astounding 50 million RMB. With 10 keys in hand, they collectively represented a conservative estimate of 500 million RMB. Lin Chen casually suggested using the 10 gold badge Phantoms as grocery runners. "But young master, it's a 50 million luxury car. I have never driven before. What if I have an accident? I'm too afraid to drive." One exclaimed. "Indeed, young master. It's far too expensive. If we were to scratch it even slightly, the repairs would cost a fortune." Another chimed in, expressing their concerns. Hearing their trepidation, Lin Chen chuckled, reclining on the soft Becker Emperor-level sofa, taking a sip of Romani Conti. "Isn't it perfect? Consider it your practice vehicle. Any accidents will be on me. If you drive junk cars, it would be a disgrace to my image." The maidens stood in stunned silence, before erupting into thunderous cheers, gathering around the sofa with eagerness. "Long live the young master. We shall serve you diligently from now on." Chapter 61. We aspire to be the women behind the young master. Regardless, the young master is my ultimate idol. No one else compares. He is the most handsome man in Huaxia. No, in the universe. Amidst the jubilant cheers, Lin Chen took a leisurely sip of the exquisite red wine, lounging comfortably on the plush sofa. At that moment, Ling Shui approached, accompanied by a balding gentleman dressed in a Zhongshan suit. "Young master, The butler Fu from Villa Number 2 has come to pay his respects. Fu regarded Lin Chen, who was reclining on the sofa, a hint of surprise crossing his wrinkled brow. He was surprisingly youthful, only a few years older than his own mistress, yet residing in the coveted Villa Number 1 of Uni Manor, a place coveted by many top-tier tycoons. The power behind Lin Chen must be unimaginably formidable. With this thought, Fu bowed respectfully. Greetings, young Master Lin. I am Fu Ruetian, the butler of Villa Number 2. The young lady often calls me Uncle Fu. And you may do so as well. Lin Chen squinted slightly at the elderly gentleman, finding the situation intriguing. Despite Fu's advanced age, there was a subtle aura circulating within him, indicating that his physical prowess was far from ordinary. Speak, what brings you here? Lin Chen inquired nonchalantly. Fu hesitated momentarily, caught off guard by Lin Chen's directness, then quickly regained composure. Young Master Lin, I am here on the young lady's orders to invite you to join us for a luncheon at our residence. A sumptuous feast has been prepared, and we eagerly await your esteemed presence. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, pondering before responding. And who is your young lady? Oh, young master must have heard of the Duan family. My master is advanced in age and has retired to enjoy his later years. Family matters are now managed by the young lady, and I am here to assist her. Fu spoke with a hint of pride. For the Duan family was a well-respected lineage in Jiangbei City, boasting over a century of heritage and assets worth billions. To mention the Duan family in public was to garner respect. The Duan family? I haven't heard of them, Lin Chen replied, seemingly unconcerned. Fu was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to interpret Lin Chen's response. It was not entirely his fault. Lin Chen genuinely knew little about the Duan family, nor did he have any knowledge of other prominent families in Jiangbei City. The sudden appearance of a butler had caught him off guard. Very well, seeing your sincerity, I shall reluctantly visit your young lady and enjoy a meal, Lin Chen conceded with a faint smile. Thank you, young Master Lin, Fu expressed gratefully. As they waited, Fu began to wonder why Lin Chen had not changed his attire, prompting him to ask, Young Master, are you? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, his expression remaining enigmatic. Are we not heading to your home for a meal? Lead the way, please. Lin Xiao, are you truly going to wear this attire? Fu Bo swallowed hard. Is there a problem? A flicker of displeasure crossed Lin Chen's face. After returning home, he had changed into a pair of shorts and a white tank top, his feet adorned with flip-flops, presenting the image of a landlord collecting rent. However, Lin Chen was unconcerned about his appearance. Comfort at home took precedence. While a suit may be handsome, it felt somewhat awkward on him. Noticing Lin Chen's irritation, Fu Bo's expression shifted to one of alarm, and he quickly offered a smile, saying, Lin Xiao is indeed a carefree individual. I admire you greatly. Please, follow me. Once the two departed, a maid in a uniform expressed her concern. Shue, I have seen the young lady from Villa Number 2. She is exceptionally beautiful. I hope the young master won't be captivated by her. What are you saying? The young master is so handsome. It is the young lady from Villa No. 2 who should be enchanted by him, another girl retorted. But regardless of who is enchanted by whom, it is not good news for us, another girl murmured. In an instant, all the young women in the villa were enveloped in worry, their small hands clenched into little fists, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Ling Shue's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of melancholy. A sense of uncertainty gnawed at her heart, but she quickly came to a resolution, stating, A person as outstanding as the young master should not belong solely to us. It is entirely normal for other women to fall for him. Let us not overthink it. We must strive to be the women behind the young master. In the entrance garden of Villa Number 2, as Lin Chen stepped through the door, over a dozen house servants bowed in unison, respectfully proclaiming, Welcome, Lin Xiao, to our humble abode. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, It seems the young lady of Villa Number 2 holds me in high regard. Upon reaching the main hall on the first floor, the moment he settled onto the sofa, four maids promptly presented a fruit platter and pastries, placing them on a crystal coffee table and standing by patiently. Fu Bo smiled and said, Lin Xiao, please wait for a moment. I shall go inform the young lady. With that, he turned and ascended the staircase to the second floor. Lin Chen made himself comfortable on the sofa, though he found it lacking compared to his preferred seat. After a few minutes, a stunning figure appeared around the corner of the staircase. A woman in her 20s, clad in a silver gown that exuded elegance while also revealing a hint of allure, made her entrance. Her exquisite figure was accentuated by a pair of sparkling crystal high heels that caught the eye. Her fair complexion bore a touch of delicate makeup, and her enchanting gaze resembled a piece of jade, radiating an aura of nobility. Lin Chen found himself momentarily entranced. Indeed, the reputation of a refined young lady was well-deserved. Her presence was beyond that of an ordinary woman. Upon noticing Lin Chen seated on the sofa, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise at his casual attire, causing her to lose her footing on the stairs and tumble down. Miss, be careful. Fu Bo, following closely behind, rushed forward. He was far from the frail old man he had appeared to be. His movements were remarkably agile. Yet, he soon realized another figure was even quicker, and his expression turned to one of astonishment. Lin Chen, in his flip-flops, strode forward and extended his arms to catch the woman securely. The soft fragrance of a young girl enveloped him, refreshing and delightful. Lin Chen softly inquired, "Are you the young lady of the Duan family?" As the woman gazed at Lin Chen's face, a rosy hue spread across her fair cheeks, momentarily forgetting that she was still in his embrace. Shyly, she nodded, Realizing her situation, she quickly stood up, her cheeks flushed even deeper. "Lin Xiao, there's no need for formality. I am Duan Luer. You may call me Luer." Lin Chen found himself wanting more of this exquisite beauty before him, a smile gracing his lips. Her figure and name were indeed delightful. But he couldn't help but wonder what intentions lay behind Miss Luer's invitation to lunch. He did not believe that her invitation was merely for a simple meal. Chapter 62. A 30-year-old daughter's red wine. Is this truly of such mediocre quality? Lin Xiao, you speak too harshly. I merely wish to introduce myself. I have long heard of the remarkable Lin Xiao residing at Villa No. 1 in Uni Manor, and today, meeting you in person, you truly live up to your reputation. Duan Luer complimented earnestly. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Who on earth leaked that information? Naturally, he paid little mind to such pleasantries, responding nonchalantly, "Miss Luer, your beauty is exceptional, and your words are delightful. Coming from a prestigious family, I can only imagine your suitors are numerous." A wave of mature flattery ensued, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. "Miss Lin Xiao, the meal is ready. Please, may I escort you both to the dining room?" Fu Bo interjected respectfully. "Lin Xiao, you are the esteemed guest. Please take a seat first," Duan Luer smiled. "It is customary for the host to sit first. Miss Luer is the hostess and should take her place," Lin Chen replied calmly. Seeing the two unable to reach a consensus, Fu Bo, slightly distressed, suggested, "Miss Lin Xiao, why not both take your seats together? If we wait too long, the food will go cold and lose its appeal." Lin Chen chuckled softly. "Very well, Miss Luer, please. Lin Xiao, please sit as well." Once both were seated, Fu Bo waved his hand, and a dozen servants emerged from the kitchen, each carrying golden tableware that sparkled under the light of the crystal chandelier. Lin Chen was taken aback by the display of opulence before him. Indeed, coming from a wealthy family, even the bowls and chopsticks for dining were crafted from gold. He silently resolved to acquire a set for himself upon returning home. Such extravagance befitted his identity as a lavish individual. The table was laden with a sumptuous feast, featuring delicacies from the waters, skies, and lands. Each dish exuding an enticing aroma, presenting a true banquet for the senses. However, to Lin Chen, it seemed rather unremarkable. After all, no matter how skilled the chefs of Villa No. 2 were, they could hardly surpass the culinary talents of those at Huatai Hotel or Pearl Bay No. 18. Lin Chen picked up his chopsticks, taking a symbolic taste before courteously saying, "Delicious. Thank you for your hospitality, Miss Luer." At that moment, Duan Luer was observing Lin Chen intently, clearly not focused on the meal. With a playful smile, she asked Lin Xiao, "Were you satisfied with the 2 small gifts I sent you earlier?" "2 gifts?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, instantly recalling the Patek Philippe watch he had received at the International Trade Center, realizing it was also a gift from Duan Luer. His eyes narrowed. So, the Duan family was indeed the true owners of the Oshua dessert shop. Lin Chen smiled faintly. "I shall prepare a gift in return for you, Miss Luer. As long as Lin Xiao is pleased, I was worried that those gifts might not meet your standards. It seems I have been overly concerned." Duan Luer replied with a laugh. "Lin Xiao, this is a treasured collection from my family, a 30-year-old daughter's red wine. Please indulge in its flavor." At that moment, Fu Bo carefully retrieved a sealed jar of wine from the cellar, cautiously removing the clay seal. Instantly, a rich and fragrant aroma wafted through the air, invigorating to the senses. He poured half a cup and respectfully offered it to Lin Chen. The wine gleamed a lustrous yellow, its aroma powerful enough to intoxicate just by inhalation. It was, indeed, a 30-year-old renowned Chinese liquor, several grades above those foreign spirits. "Very nice, I like it." Lin Chen offered a faint smile, downing the entire cup of daughter's red with a lingering sense of satisfaction. Witnessing this scene, both the butler, Fu Bo, pouring the wine, and Duan Luer, seated in a chair, were momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting profound astonishment. "Lin Xiao, you drank it all in one go?" Duan Luer exclaimed in surprise. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "Isn't this wine meant to be consumed?" Fu Bo, standing nearby, hastily explained, "Lin Xiao, you may not be aware, but this bottle of daughter's red boasts an exceptionally high alcohol content, double that of ordinary white spirits. Mere mortals can become inebriated merely from inhaling its aroma. Even the most ardent of drinkers would take significant time to recover after just a sip." To witness someone drink it all in one breath, like you, is truly uncommon. At that moment, several servants brought in a piano, placing it in the center of the grand hall. Duan Luer rose, a smile gracing her lips. Lin Xiao, do you have any knowledge of piano pieces? I possess a modicum of understanding, Lin Chen replied with a smile. That is splendid. I have a bit of knowledge in this area as well. Allow me to play a piece, and I would appreciate your guidance. With that, Duan Luer gracefully approached the piano, adjusting her skirt before taking her seat. Her fingers, resembling white jade, glided over the keys like nimble larks, producing a delightful melody, Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. As the piece concluded, everyone in the villa was enraptured, yet still yearning for more. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Duan Luer's piano skills were far beyond her modest claims, reaching a proficiency level of at least grade 9. What does this imply? Achieving grade 8 is often a formidable hurdle. Those lacking talent may practice a lifetime without crossing it. Attaining grade 9 signifies a high level of innate talent in piano performance. As for the masterful skills rewarded by the system, they transcend mere levels. Even Beethoven himself would bow in deference. Lin Chen smiled lightly. In such a serene atmosphere, I too shall play a piece, as a reciprocation for Miss Luer's hospitality. Duan Luer stood, her beautiful eyes shimmering with excitement. I presume Lin Xiao's piano skills are exceptional. Please be gentle and spare my pride. My skills are but mediocre. Hardly worthy of your attention, Lin Chen waved dismissively before seating himself at the piano. His fingers danced across the keys, attuned to the pulsations emanating from within the instrument. When one reaches an extraordinary level in any discipline, they can almost hear the breath of the object itself. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen's fingers flew across the keys with both speed and elegance, so rapid that the movements were nearly imperceptible. A passionate and majestic rendition of the Yellow River Piano Concerto resonated throughout the villa's main hall. This Fu Bo swallowed hard, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Duan Luer's fair face became momentarily frozen, her bright eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Lin Chen. As someone knowledgeable in the field, she could discern that Lin Chen's performance of the Yellow River Piano Concerto was unparalleled, transcending even the highest global standards. In comparison, she felt like a mere elementary student. Is this what one calls mediocre skills? It seems there is no one who comprehends the piano. Duan Luer mused in disbelief. Truly, the system's rewards were well-founded. Lin Chen's lips curled into a smile. In truth, he had not exerted himself fully. His performance was merely a casual display of prowess. Yet it had been executed with such perfection that the entire villa fell into a profound silence, so quiet that the slightest sound would have been audible. Clap, clap, clap. Duan Luer applauded, her eyes reflecting admiration. Lin Xiao's piano skills are exquisite. I humbly bow to your superiority. In the future, I shall seek your guidance whenever I encounter difficulties. Chapter 63. The Bald, Muscular Man. Brother, I was wrong. I take full responsibility. No worries. Next time Miss Luer visits my home, I shall personally teach you, Lin Chen replied with a smile. He then glanced at the Patek Philippe on his wrist and remarked, Miss Luer, it is getting late. I am grateful for your generous hospitality, but I must take my leave. Lin Xiao, allow me to see you off. Duan Luer quickly stepped forward, escorting Lin Chen out of the villa before halting. Her demeanor shifted to a more aloof one. Fu Bo, what are your thoughts on Lin Xiao? Standing nearby, Fu Bo bowed respectfully, stating, Miss, I cannot speak lightly. But Lin Xiao is the most talented scion I have ever encountered. Hee. Duan Luer arched an eyebrow, a smile gracing her lips. In the main hall of Villa No. 1, Lin Chen had barely settled when his phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the caller ID, he answered casually. A woman's voice emanated from the speaker. Mr. Lin, I am Li Tong, the property manager at 69 City Real Estate. As per your instructions, 95 out of the 100 apartments in the South City mansion have been rented out, leaving 5 as reserve units. The rental income has been transferred to your account. Please check. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Impressive efficiency. I will entrust you with the management of these properties, as I have little time to oversee them personally. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Lin. However, there is one matter that requires your presence. Li Tong smiled. You need to pay the property fees for the 100 apartments in the South City mansion. I just calculated it, and the total is approximately 2 million. As she spoke, Li Tong's voice trembled slightly. Having worked in the industry for many years, she considered herself well-versed, and any property fee in the tens of thousands was already exorbitant. Yet the 2 million required from Lin Chen was utterly incomparable. Lin Chen smiled faintly, pondering the matter. Very well. I will come by now and take a look at the condition of the remaining 5 apartments. All right, Mr. Lin, I will wait for you at the community entrance. After ending the call, Lin Chen descended to the underground garage, retrieved the key to his Lamborghini, and pressed it, causing the sleek headlights to flash. Just as he was about to enter the vehicle, he noticed the Night 15 parked nearby. With a momentary hesitation, a smile appeared on his lips. Let us keep it low-key today. I'll drive the Night 15. He opened the door, settled into the driver's seat, and pressed the accelerator. The roar of the engine was deafening, reminiscent of a colossal titan bursting forth from the underground garage, racing out of the Uni Manor. Cruising along the pristine asphalt road, the imposing vehicle created an undeniable sense of dominance, making surrounding cars shrink in size, rendering them akin to mere toys. Now, this is the kind of car a real man should drive, Lin Chen exclaimed, thoroughly enjoying the experience. The Night 15 encountered no obstacles. No one dared to overtake, let alone cut in line. After all, a collision with Lin Chen would leave the other party's vehicle utterly wrecked. As he approached an intersection, the traffic light turned red. Lin Chen gently applied the brakes, the Night 15 coming to a steady stop. In front of him stood a Mercedes G-Class, a robust off-road vehicle that appeared almost trivial next to the Night 15. Lin Chen smiled lightly, one hand resting on the steering wheel, patiently awaiting the red light. Suddenly, a siren-blaring ambulance sped past, prompting all vehicles on the road to yield. Lin Chen guided the Night 15 to the roadside, creating a clear passage for life. Unfortunately, the Mercedes G-Class remained oblivious, unmoved by the frantic honking of the ambulance. The driver of the ambulance began to sweat profusely. Inside was a critically ill patient, and every moment delayed could have dire consequences. Observing this, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. With a swift press of the accelerator, the Night 15 surged forward like an enraged bull, forcefully pushing the Mercedes G-Class off the road and clearing a path for life. Thank you, young man, the ambulance driver exclaimed as he hastily drove away. Cheers erupted from the surrounding crowd, with all the drivers giving Lin Chen a thumbs up in appreciation. However, at that moment, the door of the Mercedes opened, and a burly bald man stepped out, his imposing physique and brutish face radiating menace as he shouted, "How the hell do you drive? Do you even know how much this car is worth?" Yet, when the bald man finally laid eyes on the vehicle that had collided with his expression froze in disbelief. This thing can even hit the road? The Night 15 was a staggering 3 times the size of the Mercedes G-Class. The military-grade bumper had crumpled the side door of the Mercedes, while the Night 15 remained unscathed, not even a scratch on its paint. Lin Chen rolled down his window, casually leaning against the door, revealing a Patek Philippe watch worth millions on his wrist, looking down at the bald man with an air of indifference. "What's the problem?" The bald man gulped nervously and quickly replied, No, my brother. You go ahead. I was the one who obstructed the ambulance. I take full responsibility. Please don't take it to heart." His demeanor was subservient to an extreme, almost bowing in respect to Lin Chen. Lin Chen chuckled lightly and waved for the bald man to approach. "Brother, you." The bald man appeared bewildered but dared not refuse, moving closer to the window with a forced smile. "If there's anything you need, just let me know." With a swift motion, Lin Chen playfully tapped the bald man's shiny head as if dribbling a basketball, his tone laced with a cold edge. "The road is not your living room. Be mindful while driving. If I see you again, it won't be as simple as just a bump, understood?" "Why, yes, understood. You're absolutely right, brother. I know I was wrong." The bald man stammered repeatedly. This display brought immense satisfaction to the onlookers, who applauded and cheered. "Well done, young man. Society needs more upright youths like you. A wealthy man who is also handsome and possesses such moral integrity. It's no wonder you drive a Night 15. It seemed not all rich second-generation individuals were spoiled. This young man was truly admirable, and I wish I could marry my daughter off to him." Lin Chen simply smiled faintly, uttering not a word, before driving away in the Night 15. 20 minutes later, the Night 15 gradually came to a halt outside the South City public residence. A mesmerizing figure stood on the roadside. Li Tong, clad in a professional suit with a black women's blazer and high-heeled stockings, possessed a graceful figure and watched the vehicles on the road, yet had not spotted the Lamborghini Veneno. It should be about time. He should be here soon. Li Tong furrowed her brows slightly, perplexed. Just then, the door of the Night 15 opened, and Lin Chen stepped out leisurely. Li Tong's eyes brightened as she quickly approached in her high-heeled stockings, her cheeks flushing as she beheld Lin Chen in his custom Stuart Hughes diamond-level suit. "Young Master Lin, you're here. Sorry to keep you waiting. I encountered a bit of trouble on the road." "Not at all. I just arrived as well." "Young Master Lin, let me show you inside. The property management has prepared a grand welcome ceremony." "A welcome ceremony?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow before entering the community with Li Tong. At the entrance of the property office, a crowd gathered, holding flowers and beaming smiles, with a banner overhead proclaiming, "Welcome Mr. Lin back home. The entire staff of South City Public Residence is here to serve you." Lin Chen was taken aback by the extravagant display, his expression darkening. After all, there were other residents in the community. It was not solely his domain, and such a spectacle felt rather intrusive, contradicting his usual low-profile demeanor. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a black suit approached respectfully. "Mr. Lin, I am Lu Deshang, the property manager. Welcome back home." Lin Chen glanced at him and replied coolly, "Did you arrange all this?" "Of course, Mr. Lin. You are our community's most esteemed resident. It's only fitting to make a grand occasion for your first visit. Are you satisfied?" Lu Deshang wore a smug grin, believing he had accomplished a significant feat in pleasing this top-tier rich second-generation individual. However, Lin Chen shook his head and stated sternly, "I'll give you 10 seconds to have everyone leave. If you waste even a second, you can consider yourself dismissed. This is a public space. Who gave you the right to disturb the residents?" "What the hell?" Lu Deshang's eyes widened, swallowing hard. His cleverness had backfired, and he was now sweating profusely, repeatedly apologizing. "Young Master Lin, my oversight. I'll have them leave right away. Please don't be angry." Meanwhile, Li Tong gazed at Lin Chen with admiration sparkling in her eyes. While others in South City public residence might boast about owning 100 apartments, Lin Chen's humility was striking. He was truly a man of substance, not superficiality. Exuding an irresistible charm, Li Tong felt her heart flutter, experiencing a shyness typically reserved for young girls. For a moment, she couldn't bear to meet Lin Chen's gaze, fearing that a single glance would. Lu Deshang hurriedly dispersed the staff and rushed over with an eager smile. "Mr. Lin, do you have any further instructions?" "None. You may take your leave." Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Take my leave." Lu Deshang was momentarily stunned, but upon seeing the stunning Li Tong beside him, he quickly understood, bowing deeply. "Understood. Mr. Lin, I shall take my leave now." As he departed, Lin Chen had his own considerations for sending away the property staff. His visit to South City public residence was not merely about paying property fees. There was clearly a woman and matters to attend to. Lin Chen turned to scrutinize Li Tong. Her beauty was enchanting. Dressed in a white blazer, she had left a button undone due to the heat, revealing a glimpse of her fair décolletage. Her form-fitting black skirt accentuated her curves, outlining a tantalizing figure. Below, her slender, straight legs were encased in sheer black stockings, with her delicate feet in elegant high-heeled shoes, radiating the mature charm of a professional woman. Men, after all, are often drawn to the allure of a fiery spirit. In the presence of such allure, the appeal of innocence and purity seemed somewhat lacking. Lin Chen smiled faintly, stating softly, "Come upstairs with me and help me tidy up the room." As a high-end community, South City public residence boasted an excellent location, just 500 meters from a picturesque lake in the center of Jiangbei City. With the 5 units Lin Chen had retained being luxurious penthouses, each unit was vast, covering 500 to 600 square meters, with prices around 20 million. Comparable to the top-tier residences at Tangchini Pen. Standing before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows in the grand living room, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed as he took in the bustling scene of Jiangbei City. In the distance, the skyline merged seamlessly with the sky, where towering buildings stood tall. Streets interwoven, and a throng of vehicles and pedestrians filled the roads. At that moment, countless indulgent escapades were undoubtedly unfolding. It turns out that Jiangbei City is indeed a fantastical metropolis. Lin Chen found himself momentarily entranced. Just a month prior, he had been a mere laborer, shackled by the whims of fate. Now, he had transformed into a master of destiny, a figure of opulence. Life resembles a grand play, and the play mirrors life. Existence is akin to an unrelenting force. Each individual's path is predetermined. Since one cannot resist, one might as well embrace the journey with open arms. "Lin, young master?" At this moment, Li Tong stood beside him, gazing at Lin Chen, who was enveloped in golden sunlight. His chiseled features and profound gaze made her pale complexion flush with warmth as she softly murmured, "Please arrange for someone to tidy up the house. My sister will be staying here in a few days." Lin Chen suddenly turned, locking his gaze onto Li Tong's beautiful eyes. "Understood," he replied. Li Tong's heart raced, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within her. Although the house was adorned with some furnishings, it still felt rather spacious and empty. With only the two of them, a man and a woman, creating a subtle tension in the air. Particularly, Lin Chen's robust physique exuded an irresistible allure. After graduating from university, Li Tong had devoted herself wholeheartedly to her career, establishing herself as a formidable woman in the workplace, never entertaining the notion of romantic entanglements. The primary reason was the lack of a suitable partner. Yet, she was a woman, and despite her outwardly aloof and strong demeanor, her inner self craved the tender care of a man. Gazing at Lin Chen's handsome visage and the unique aura he radiated, she realized it was time to open her heart. Should she miss this opportunity, she feared she would never encounter a man as exceptional as Lin Chen again. With delicate hands, Li Tong gently shed her blazer, her shirt clinging to her graceful form. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and her enchanting eyes shimmered with desire as she gracefully approached Lin Chen in her sheer stockings and high heels. Lin, young master. Standing before him. She shyly lowered her gaze, her intentions unmistakable. Lin Chen arched an eyebrow, a teasing smile gracing his lips as he drew her into an embrace, direct and unambiguous. Li Tong, clad in her professional attire, epitomized a perfect embodiment of allure. In front of the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, her spirits soared, indulging in an exquisite experience. Lin Chen never forced anyone, yet he would not refuse a woman's sincere affections. After all, if she was so forthright, who else would dare venture into the depths of temptation? Young Master Lin, let us move to the bedroom. It's visible from outside, Li Tong suggested, nibbling her red lip. No need. I prefer it here, Lin Chen playfully retorted, relishing the thrill of the moment. Time flowed steadily, and soon evening descended. Lin Chen exhaled deeply, making his way to the bathroom, where the gentle sound of water echoed. Before the floor-to-ceiling windows, Li Tong trembled slightly, her expression betraying a mixture of pain and joy. The exquisite agony of desire ensnared her, leaving her in a state of blissful despair. I truly wish Chapter 65. Not crude at all. It took Li Tong a considerable time to recover from the lingering sensations. Her beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears, exuding an enticing charm. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she dared not meet Lin Chen's gaze as he emerged from the bathroom. A tumult of emotions surged within her. She had engaged in such intimate acts with Lin Chen before the grand windows, and this was her first time. Hastily surrendered, her fair complexion burned with humiliation. Lin Chen smiled lightly. You will live here from now on, assisting me in managing the properties in the community, collecting rent, changing light bulbs, and such. Is that really possible? Li Tong's eyes widened, trembling with excitement. She had entered the real estate industry with the aspiration of acquiring her own apartment in Jiangbei City. However, as a global metropolis, the city south real estate prices soared beyond imagination, easily exceeding 100,000 yuan per square meter. To purchase a modest two-bedroom apartment of 100 square meters, one would need at least 10 million yuan. For the average individual, 1 million was already a substantial sum, while 10 million felt like an astronomical figure. Some things one is born into, while others remain elusive throughout one's life. Li Tong had envisioned that even if she became the top real estate agent, devoid of inflation considerations, she would need to work tirelessly for a century without respite to afford a single apartment. It was utterly daunting. Now, Lin Chen casually mentioned gifting her a property. How could this not astound Li Tong? It's merely a house. Consider it your compensation. Moreover, as my woman, residing in an inferior place would tarnish my reputation, Lin Chen remarked nonchalantly. Understood. Thank you, young Master Lin, Li Tong responded earnestly. Upon hearing him refer to her as his woman, a warm wave surged through her heart. She had become deeply enamored with this man, younger than herself. Finding herself entangled in his charm, Lin Chen stretched lazily, glancing at his Patek Philippe watch. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Let us go out for dinner. By the way, where would you like to eat? I know a fantastic restaurant nearby where I often dine. It's affordable and delicious, Li Tong replied, her cheeks flushed. All right, let us go there, he agreed. The two descended in the elevator, and as the heavy doors creaked open, they were greeted by a couple passing by. The man was dressed in an expensive suit, exuding the characteristic air of a wealthy scion, while the woman sported glamorous waves and a revealing black miniskirt, radiating an overtly seductive charm. Lin Chen, the woman with golden waves, halted, surprise etched across her face as she called out to him. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the strikingly made-up woman. Who was she? After a moment of contemplation, a faint recollection surfaced, and he hesitated. Wang Manny? Huh. I didn't expect to run into you here after graduation. You've donned a suit. What? Are you working as a real estate agent now? Wang Manny's tone dripped with condescension. During their school days, she had a penchant for flirting with wealthy heirs, arriving in various luxury cars. Though her looks were merely average, around an 8 out of 10, her curvaceous figure made her walk with an alluring sway. They weren't particularly acquainted. In truth, they had little interaction, as Wang Manny held a disdainful view of her male classmates, aspiring to marry into wealth and live as a pampered wife. Now observing Lin Chen, she scoffed. TSK, you're a university graduate, yet you can't seem to find a proper job? Resorting to sales? What a disgrace to our class. Although Lin Chen's custom Stuart Hughes suit was worth over 100,000 yuan, devoid of any brand insignia, it was hard for the average person to discern its value. The young man beside Wang Manny appraised Lin Chen with a dismissive glance. Aside from his good looks, he found nothing remarkable about him. Man, how do you know this poor guy? The youth mocked, wrapping his arm around Wang Manny's slender waist. Brother Wang, don't misunderstand. He is just a university classmate of mine. Not someone I'm particularly close to, Wang Manny replied affectionately, holding onto the young man's arm. Oh, I see. The young man smirked, adjusting his sleeve to reveal a gaudy gold Rolex on his wrist, exuding a sense of superiority. Since we're classmates, and for Manny's sake, I'll offer you a chance to make some money, kid. I have several properties. You can help me rent them out. Beside him, Wang Manny gazed at Wang with adoration, exclaiming, Brother Wang, you are truly benevolent. I adore you. She then turned to Lin Chen and shook her head, remarking, the plight of the impoverished is indeed severe. Shouldn't you express your gratitude to young Master Wang for the opportunity to prosper that he has so graciously bestowed upon you? Lin Chen chose to disregard the two, believing that engaging with such individuals would only diminish his stature. He coolly suggested, Li Tong, shall we go for a meal? All right, let's go, she replied. At that moment, a young man's attention was drawn to Li Tong. His eyes sparkled with desire, and a lecherous grin spread across his face. Such an exquisite woman. I must have her, he thought to himself. With that, he stepped in front of Lin Chen and arrogantly declared, Hey you, did I permit you to leave? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, an icy glare sweeping across his face as he swiftly delivered a resounding slap to the young man's cheek. A good dog doesn't obstruct the path, understand? The young man, clutching his swollen face, his eyes aflame with rage, retorted, How dare you strike me? You insignificant wretch. Do you even know who my father is? Lin Chen felt a wave of exasperation, yet another dimwit who was oblivious to his own lineage. He replied coolly, Did your mother not inform you? Uffed. Li Tong, standing behind Lin Chen, couldn't help but snicker. Young Master Lin. He is quite pitiable to be unaware of his own father. This wave of unexpected support only served to infuriate the young man further, his expression darkening with murderous intent. Brother Wang, don't be angry. You mustn't let it affect your health. Manny would be so worried. Wang Manny feigned concern, then turned her back, crossing her arms and adopting a haughty demeanor. Young Master Wang's father is a renowned real estate tycoon in Jiangbei City, worth billions. Lin Chen, you truly do not know the danger you are in for daring to strike young Master Wang. Kneel and apologize, and perhaps he will show you mercy. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Do not say I did not warn you. Before she could finish her tirade, her heavily made-up face met with a slap, sending powder flying. However, it was Lin Chen who refrained from retaliating. He never struck a woman lightly. Li Tong, visibly displeased, brushed the powder off her hands and coldly remarked, Vixen, who do you think you are? This is not your place to speak. A mere fortune of billions is hardly worthy of boasting before young Master Lin. She then turned to Lin Chen, her expression shy, her small hands nervously clenching. Young Master Lin, was I a bit too harsh? Lin Chen smiled gently, assuring her, Not at all. You were not harsh in the slightest. Chapter 66, Fast Food Restaurant, A Touch of Excitement. You shameless wretch. How dare you strike me? Woe is me. Young Master Wang, you must avenge me. Wang Manny lamented, clutching her face and weeping. The young man was seething with rage, incensed that not only had his face been struck, but that even his woman was not spared. I cannot endure this. I absolutely cannot. You have successfully enraged me, and you will pay dearly for your foolish actions, the young man declared. Lin Chen merely raised an eyebrow, unfazed. I am curious to see how you intend to make me pay. Stepping back, the young man pulled out his phone, boasting, A true man does not suffer humiliation in silence. Just wait. My father is nearby, and I will summon him to deal with you. I hope you won't be reduced to begging for mercy. Having made the call, he spoke with a whimper. Dad, I've been wronged. He doesn't even regard you. Hurry over. A furious voice echoed from the other end. Do not panic, son. I am on my way right now. Who dares to bully my son? They must have a death wish. Lin Chen frowned, recognizing the voice. It seemed familiar, though he couldn't place it immediately. How intriguing. He was eager to discover the identity of this young man's father. Moments later, a battered Mercedes G-Class sped into the city's southern residential area, screeching to a halt beneath the apartment building, its passenger door visibly dented. Lin Chen observed the middle-aged man behind the wheel, a smirk playing on his lips. What a small world it was. The door swung open, revealing a burly, bald man with a cigar clenched between his teeth, exuding an air of arrogance. Who dares to bully my son? Step forward. I will obliterate you. The young man's eyes lit up as if he had seen a savior. Dad, you've finally arrived. He pointed at Lin Chen, seething. It's this brat. He slapped me just now. It hurts so much. He did not forget to boast. You're finished. My dad will not let you off easily. Prepare to beg for mercy. The middle-aged man's face twisted in fury as he coldly replied. You are truly living on borrowed time, daring to strike my son without knowing my reputation. However, when he laid eyes on Lin Chen, his anger evaporated instantly. The cigar fell from his mouth, and his legs trembled uncontrollably as he stammered. Son, he struck you? The young man nodded, gritting his teeth. Dad, it's him. Avenge me. Before he could finish, The middle-aged man delivered a swift kick to his son's backside, sending him sprawling to the ground in disbelief. Dad, brother, I was foolish. I dared to defy you. Fool, why did you provoke this man? Kneel and apologize at once. If he does not forgive you, consider yourself no longer my son. The young man was left dumbfounded, while Wang Manny stood nearby, equally astonished, gazing at Lin Chen with a mix of fear and confusion. What on earth was his true identity? No, Dad, I. The young man swallowed hard, unable to discern the unfolding situation. What do you mean, I? This esteemed gentleman is someone I would not dare offend, and you have made a monumental error. Fool. The middle-aged man lamented with a pained expression. Now kneel. I will count to 3, 1, 2. With that, the young man stumbled and fell to his knees before Lin Chen, his previously arrogant demeanor replaced by utter humiliation as he muttered, I'm sorry. Lin Chen, maintaining a stoic expression, inquired, Have you not eaten? The middle-aged man smacked the young man on the forehead, barking, Fool. Speak louder. Beg for this gentleman's forgiveness. I'm sorry. I was blind to your status and spoke out of turn. Please forgive me. Though reluctant, the young man had no choice but to shout. At that moment, the middle-aged man beamed with a humble demeanor, addressing Lin Chen, Esteemed sir, has your anger subsided? If not, I can have him bow repeatedly until you are appeased. Very well. However, I do not wish to see you both here again. As for the consequences of your actions, consider them carefully, Lin Chen stated, waving his hand dismissively before turning to leave with Li Tong. Understood, understood. Thank you, esteemed sir and madam. Please take care. The middle-aged man bowed deeply, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Once Lin Chen and Li Tong had departed, Wang Manny cautiously approached, attempting to comfort, Young Master Wang, please calm down. Smack. The young man struck Wang Manny across the face in a fit of rage, exclaiming, You foolish woman. It is because of you that I have attracted the wrath of that formidable figure. Get as far away from me as possible, you idiot. Damn you. Without a backward glance, she entered the luxurious Mercedes-Benz G-Class, fleeing the scene with the middle-aged man, not daring to linger in the neighborhood. Wang Manny's composure shattered, and she collapsed onto the ground, weeping inconsolably. The affluent young man she had meticulously seduced had taken advantage of her for 2 nights, but now she was left empty-handed. Her dreams of becoming a wealthy lady shattered in an instant. Inside a modest fast food restaurant, Lin Chen and Li Tong took their seats and casually ordered a few homestyle dishes. Before long, the food arrived, and after indulging in extravagant feasts, the simplicity of these humble stir-fries offered a unique flavor. Moreover, Lin Chen was genuinely famished after the exhausting encounter earlier. Lin Xiao, I frequent this restaurant. What do you think of the taste? Li Tong inquired with a smile. Quite satisfactory. To my liking, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. However, before he could finish his thought, he felt something brush against his thigh. Glancing down, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. At some point, Li Tong had slipped off her high heels, discreetly extending her slender leg clad in sheer black stockings beneath the table, her delicate foot captivatingly alluring. Though the fast food joint was sparsely populated, a man at the neighboring table, engrossed in his meal, could easily catch a glimpse of the tantalizing scene unfolding below. My dear, you are playing with fire. Lin Chen remarked with a smirk. Ah, what is Lin Xiao saying? I didn't quite catch that. Li Tong suddenly exclaimed, startled, as Lin Chen firmly grasped her silk-clad foot, rendering her unable to withdraw it. A peculiar shriek drew the attention of several diners nearby, who turned their heads in confusion. Lin Xiao, I understand my mistake. Please let me go, Li Tong implored, biting her rosy lip as her fair complexion flushed crimson. Let you go? Lin Chen released his grip, and Li Tong hastily retrieved her foot, slipping it back into her high heel, panting nervously, having narrowly escaped detection. It was utterly embarrassing. Yet, a peculiar thrill coursed through her veins. My dear, you have ignited my desires, Lin Chen noted with a knowing smile. Lin Xiao, I want to go back now. Li Tong confessed shyly, her cheeks aflame. Such urgency? No need to rush back. Let us go to the car, Lin Chen suggested, a playful smile gracing his lips. Thankfully, he had arrived in a Night 15, a vehicle spacious enough to accommodate their clandestine activities. In the car, Li Tong hesitated, her expression one of surprise. Before timidly nodding and murmuring, I will follow Lin Xiao's lead. The two departed the fast food restaurant and approached the Night 15 parked at the roadside. Opening the door and stepping inside, the world outside fell silent. The military-grade armored vehicle not only offered bulletproof protection, but also boasted remarkable soundproofing. No matter how intense the activities within, not a single sound escaped to the outside world. It was the epitome of perfection, a mobile fortress. As time slipped away, the night swiftly passed, ushering in the dawn of a new day. Outside the Chengnan Gongfu community, in a street-side parking space, the Night XV's door swung open to reveal a stunning woman clad in an OL uniform. Li Tong, her fair face bearing signs of fatigue. Her legs ensconced in black stockings that had developed several holes, her skirts slightly disheveled. How terrifying, Li Tong thought, still shaken by the night's escapades that had left her feeling like a human whirlwind. Lin Xiao, I will head back now. Please drive carefully and stay safe, she said, her legs trembling. Goodbye, take a proper rest, and we shall meet again soon, Lin Chen replied casually. His body, enhanced by the system, felt no fatigue. Even after a night of exertion, he pressed the accelerator, and the Night 15 surged forward like an enraged bull, racing through the bustling streets of Jiangbei City. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly remembered he had not yet checked in and promptly summoned the system. Check in, he commanded. As soon as the words left his lips, the system's cold voice echoed in his mind. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in and received the Bobo milk tea weight loss recipe, which has been automatically stored in your inventory for immediate use. Continuous check-in reward. 100,000,000 RMB has been deposited into the host account. Please check your balance. 1 billion RMB? How mundane, Lin Chen remarked indifferently. Money held little interest for him. He yearned for rewards that could not be purchased, truly priceless treasures. What exactly is this Bobo milk tea weight loss recipe? Lin Chen pondered aloud. He opened the system's inventory to find an A4 sheet detailing the recipe for a milk tea concoction, made from commonplace ingredients typically found in tea shops. Yet this particular brew purportedly possessed weight loss properties. Now that is a paradigm shift, he mused, for milk tea was renowned as a high-calorie beverage, easily exceeding thousands of calories in a single sip, an absolute caloric bomb. System, are you certain that drinking milk tea can aid in weight loss? Lin Chen questioned skeptically. Rest assured, host, this recipe is non-toxic, harmless, and devoid of side effects, delivering remarkable results specifically designed for those seeking to lose weight. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. Now that is rather impressive. 20 minutes later, the Night 15 came to a gradual halt in front of a milk tea shop. Exiting the vehicle, Lin Chen stepped inside, where a young lady in a JK uniform greeted him with a bright smile. Sir, what milk tea would you like? I'll take your order. She chirped cheerfully. Did I walk into the wrong store? Lin Chen questioned, slightly perplexed. Just then, Zhang Fei approached, apologizing. Boss, welcome. I was busy preparing the milk tea recipe and didn't notice you. She then introduced the new hire. This is our shop's latest addition. The JK uniform is our staff attire, designed to appeal to the younger crowd. Lin Chen offered a faint smile. Not bad, quite the business acumen. How is the revenue lately? Thank you for the compliment, boss. Since expanding, our profits have increased over threefold, with a daily minimum revenue exceeding 30,000. We already have hundreds of thousands in liquid assets, she beamed. But rest assured, in 2 months, we will reach the million mark. Lin Chen paused, surprised. He had merely suggested it in passing, never expecting this young woman to take it to heart. Shaking his head with a smile, he said, let's do this. Keep some funds for daily expenses, but withdraw the rest to open a few more stores and establish a chain. As for the number of branches, I won't interfere. You can decide. Just one requirement. Achieve a profit of 10 million within a year. At that moment, Lin Chen glanced at the young lady standing beside him, his lips curling into a smile. We need more employees like her. Open more branches. Zhang Fei exclaimed, astonished. That idea seemed audacious. She had barely dared to dream of managing this store successfully, let alone expanding. Overwhelmed with anxiety, she asked, Boss, what if we incur losses? Lin Chen shrugged casually. Any losses will be on me. After all, how much loss can a few milk tea shops incur? Judging by Zhang Fei's current performance, she evidently possesses a natural flair for managing a milk tea establishment. With ample support, she might indeed thrive and expand her business significantly. By the way, I have a milk tea recipe on hand. Why not prepare a few cups according to this recipe for the staff to sample? With that, Lin Chen requested Zhang Fei to fetch paper and pen, jotting down the recipe for the weight loss milk tea, albeit omitting any mention of weight loss. Boss, this seems akin to bubble tea, though the ingredients differ slightly from the bubble tea we offer at our shop. Is this a modified version? Zhang Fei inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Well, you could say that, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. A few minutes later, Zhang Fei had prepared several cups of milk tea according to the recipe, distributing them to the wait staff. Holding 2 cups, she handed one to Lin Chen, saying, Boss, do give it a try. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. No need, just enjoy it yourselves. It wasn't that he lacked trust in the system. He simply wasn't thirsty at the moment. Zhang Fei thought little of it, pursing her lips around the straw and taking a delicate sip. Instantly, her brows knitted together in surprise, her fair complexion reflecting her astonishment. The ingredients are similar, but the flavor is remarkably better. It's sweet without being cloying. If we added some concentrated fruit juice, it would be even more delightful. She then exclaimed with excitement, Boss, I believe we can launch this as our new product for the month. Lin Chen smiled faintly. There's no rush. There's another function of this recipe that I'm yet to ascertain. Let us wait until after tonight to discuss it further. Please make a few more cups for me to take home and study. Understood, boss, she replied eagerly. Chapter 68. The maids in the villa are utterly astonished. Boss, here are your milk teas. Please take care of them. Zhang Fei placed over 10 cups of weight-loss milk tea in the passenger seat of the Night 15 and smiled. Drive carefully, boss, safety first. We need you back at the tea shop. Lin Chen nodded. Let us head back. The tea shop relies on you. With that, he pressed the accelerator, and the Night XV's engine roared to life, akin to a roaring ancient beast, exuding dominance as it sped along the expansive road. Half an hour later, he arrived at Uni Manor, slowly parking in the underground garage of Villa Number 1. Turning off the engine, he removed the key and opened the door. As he stepped out, several young maids in uniform approached him eagerly. Young master, you're back. Wow. You've brought so much milk tea. How delightful. I was just yearning for some. Young master, despite your busy schedule, you still think of us. It truly touches our hearts. They cheered. Lin Chen shed his suit for a more relaxed outfit and reclined on the regal Becker sofa, waving his hand dismissively. I was in a rush and only managed to buy a few. First come, first served. As soon as he finished speaking, the maids, who had been tidying up, gathered around him. Young master, I've swept the floors all afternoon. I'm exhausted. May I have a cup? And I've washed dozens of clothes. My hands are sore and need the refreshing touch of milk tea. Hey, don't step on my feet. I was here first. The quicker maids eagerly sipped their milk tea, while those who hesitated appeared disheartened. After all, this was not just any milk tea, but the sweet bubble tea bought by Lin Chen, bearing a significance beyond mere refreshment. Lin Chen chuckled softly. My oversight. I should have purchased more. Immediately, one maid shook her head and quickly replied, No worries, young master. We're content just to see you every day. At that moment, Ling Shui approached, her shapely legs accentuated by her black stockings as she half-squatted before Lin Chen, smiling. Young master, may I give your legs a massage? Lin Chen returned her smile. I saved a cup just for you. See how it tastes. Ling Shui's beautiful eyes sparkled. Amidst so many maids, Lin Chen had reserved a cup just for her, filling her with warmth as she blushed and gently nodded. Thank you, young master. This evoked envy from the nearby maids, yet none felt jealousy, for they understood their own positions and knew they could not compare to Ling Shui. At that moment, Ling Shui retrieved several paper cups from the storage room, pouring a bit of the weight-loss milk tea into each and distributing them to the maids who had not yet had a taste. Here, try some. I'm not particularly fond of milk tea. The maids cheered, eagerly grabbing the paper cups. Thank you, Sister Shui. We love you, regardless of the circumstances. Sister Shui would forever be the most beautiful woman in their hearts. Observing this scene, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. With over 20 maids in the villa, rivalry and jealousy were inevitable. However, with Ling Shui's adept emotional intelligence, she had skillfully diffused any potential discord, sparing Lin Chen from unnecessary troubles. Behind every successful man, there surely exists a supportive partner. Entrusting Ling Shui with the villa's daily affairs gave Lin Chen peace of mind, and he considered finding an opportunity to grant her a raise. Young master, this milk tea is simply divine. Indeed, it's unlike any milk tea I've had before. Sweet, yet not overwhelming, smooth on the palate. One could drink it endlessly without feeling satiated. I wish I could have another cup. The maids, after finishing their milk tea, expressed their genuine delight and offered high praises. Seeing this, Lin Chen felt reassured. Even without the promised weight loss effects, the unique flavor alone would ensure this milk tea became a bestseller. In a market saturated with similar offerings, this bubble tea stood out. Truly one of a kind, so distinctive that imitation would be impossible. It possessed all the potential to become an exclusive hit product. System. How long until we can observe the weight loss effects? Lin Chen inquired. Please be patient, host. The initial effects of the weight loss milk tea will become apparent approximately 12 hours after consumption. The system's icy voice echoed in his mind. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, feeling a twinge of anticipation for the dawn to arrive. Young master, what would you like for lunch? Ling Shui asked with a smile. Something simple. I'm not very hungry, Lin Chen replied coolly. Before long, night fell. Lin Chen undressed and entered the bathroom, enjoying a thorough wash under the attentive care of several maids. Following his usual routine with Ling Shui, they engaged in their intimate moments before he drifted into slumber. Time passed steadily. Soon, the morning sun filtered through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the bedroom on the second floor of the villa. As Lin Chen lay in a hazy sleep, the sound of excited shrieks from the young maids broke the morning tranquility. I can't believe my eyes. I lost 3 pounds overnight. Quick, help me check how much I've lost. The young maid stared at the scale, her hands covering her mouth in disbelief. You've lost 2 pounds too. What is happening? I've dropped 25 pounds, but I did nothing yesterday besides drinking the milk tea young master brought back. This can't be right. Why did I lose a pound as well? One after another, the young maids took their turns on the scale, and without exception, all had shed varying amounts of weight. The least had lost half a pound, while the most had dropped a full 4 pounds. In an instant, all the young women were overwhelmed with joy, for no woman would ever refuse the prospect of shedding pounds. Yet, a sense of bewilderment lingered in their hearts. What could possibly account for their simultaneous transformation overnight? Just then, one girl suddenly had a revelation, exclaiming in astonishment. Could it be the milk tea we had? No way. It's already a blessing that drinking milk tea doesn't make one gain weight. How could it possibly aid in weight loss? That defies logic. Nothing is impossible. After all, it was brought back by the young master, and that must be the explanation. Otherwise, how could we collectively have lost weight? Sister Shui, could you ask the young master what the reason is? It would be best to find out the name of the tea shop too. I want to buy out that place. At that moment, a look of shock appeared on Ling Shui's delicate face, for even she had lost an entire pound. Don't worry, I will inquire with the young master about the cause, she assured them. Chapter 69, The Low-Key Business Van. Young master, are you awake? Shui has come in, she announced at the entrance of the bedroom, gently knocking on the door with her slender, jade-like hand. Come in, I just woke up, came Lin Chen's casual reply from within. With a creak, Ling Shui pushed the bedroom door open, stepping in gracefully with her beautiful legs clad in black stockings. Young master, Shui and the maids have a question to ask you. About the weight loss, right? Lin Chen said, having dressed and sporting a smile. It seems the weight loss coffee has shown its effects. How did you know? Shui hadn't even asked yet. You're amazing. But is our weight loss truly because of the milk tea? Ling Shui's fair face displayed a hint of surprise. After all, losing weight is a consistent endeavor. Many falter midway, and now merely drinking a cup of milk tea could lead to weight loss. It completely subverted common sense. Is there truly such a miraculous milk tea? Observing Ling Shui's eager expression, Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. Indeed, it was the milk tea from last night, but it was no ordinary milk tea. It is weight loss milk tea, set to hit the market in a few days. Upon hearing Lin Chen's response, Ling Shui was elated, impatient to share this news with all the maids in the villa. Just then, Lin Chen seemed to remember something and said casually, by the way, I will share the weight loss milk tea recipe with you. Make a few cups and deliver them to Villa number 2 as a return gift for Miss Luer. Why you want to share the recipe with me, young master? Isn't that confidential? Ling Shui was taken aback. After all, the weight loss milk tea had yet to be launched, and if the recipe were to leak now, the consequences could be dire, especially for such a remarkable product. Did Lin Chen truly trust her this much? A warm sensation flowed through her heart as she gently nodded. I understand, young master. I will do as you say. Go ahead. I trust you to handle it, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Afterward, he finished breakfast in the dining room when suddenly his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Chun Tianwu and answered it casually. Young Master Lin, the distinguished guests from Gu City are already on the plane. They will land at Jiangbei International Airport in about 2 hours. Do you have any new instructions? Chun Tianwu spoke respectfully. Distinguished guests from Gu City? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he replied, You mean my cousin and her friends, right? Today is precisely when my cousin Lin Qingyu arrives in Jiangbei. Having been quite busy these past few days, Lin Chen had nearly forgotten about it. If it weren't for Chun Tianwu's call, he might not have recalled this at all. Cousin? Chun Tianwu was momentarily stunned, but his heart leaped with joy. Just as he had surmised, the girl named Lin Qingyu was indeed Lin Chen's sister. He felt immensely fortunate for having the foresight to arrange a private jet for her transport. Such grand arrangements would surely please Lin Chen. However, he couldn't help but wonder why Lin Chen's sister resided in a fifth-tier city like Gu City. Not daring to inquire further, Chun Tianwu hastily added, Young Master Lin, I must apologize for arranging a private jet without your consent. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. You did well. I hadn't even thought of using a private jet for this. Then, his tone shifted to a colder demeanor as he continued. But remember to report to me before making decisions next time. I do not appreciate my subordinates acting independently. Do you understand? Why yes, I understand, young master, Chun Tianwu replied, filled with trepidation. Although his intentions were good, he had acted without the owner's approval, a serious workplace taboo. As a savvy individual, he understood that defying his boss's decisions was a grave matter. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he felt a sense of dread. How could he have made such a blunder? Enough, let this matter pass. Arrange for a business vehicle to pick me up in an hour from Uni Manor and take me to the airport, Lin Chen said nonchalantly. Of course, young master. Which model of business vehicle do you prefer? Chun Tianwu asked cautiously, aware that Hua Tai Hotel had numerous luxurious vehicles, including Mercedes, BMW, Audi, and other high-end brands. Learning from earlier, he was more careful and sought Lin Chen's preference. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. It doesn't need to be too extravagant, just spacious enough. I believe my sister will have for companions. Not too extravagant. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Tianwu recalled a low-profile business vehicle and smiled. Understood, young master. We will depart punctually in an hour, and I will call you again upon reaching Uni Manor. After hanging up, Lin Chen reclined on the regal Becker sofa, casually flipping through channels on the television to pass the time. Before long, an hour had passed. A black Volkswagen T6 van arrived punctually at the entrance of Villa No. 1 at Uni Manor. Chen Tianwu alighted from the vehicle and stood by the door, dialing Lin Chen's number. Young master, I have arrived at the entrance. Please come out. Shortly after, Lin Chen, clad in an exquisite custom-made suit, exited the villa. Chen Tianwu quickly opened the car door and bowed deeply, saying, Young master, please take a seat. Lin Chen smiled and entered the vehicle. Although it was a Volkswagen business van, with an unremarkable exterior, perhaps even less impressive than a domestic car costing over 100,000, the interior was akin to a mobile palace. Ample seating space featured 6 zero-gravity aviation seats, with every touchable surface wrapped in premium first-layer calfskin. Each seat was equipped with an independent 20-inch LCD screen. The rear of the vehicle housed a mobile refrigerator stocked with top-tier wines, alongside essential beverages like cola, orange juice, and mineral water. Young master, Miss Qingyu will land in 40 minutes. We should leave now, Chen Tianwu remarked, glancing at the time respectfully. Yes, drive on, Lin Chen replied, reclining in his seat and closing his eyes to rest. Receiving the directive, Chen Tianwu immediately instructed the driver to start the vehicle. This driver had been meticulously selected by Chen Tianwu, ensuring a remarkably smooth ride as they glided through the bustling streets of Jiangbei City. The passengers inside scarcely felt the vehicle's movement. Such skill was truly commendable. 40 minutes later, the Volkswagen T6 van came to a gentle stop outside Jiangbei International Airport. Meanwhile, a luxurious private jet glided gracefully across the sky, making a smooth landing on the runway. A flight attendant, clad in uniform, opened the cabin door and, with a warm smile, announced, Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived in Jiangbei City. Please disembark carefully. At that moment, 3 young ladies and a young man stepped out of the aircraft. Qingyu, what exactly does your brother do? A private jet? This is simply extravagant. Chapter 70. The car costs over $1 million, and the interior must be around $2 million, right? I have no idea, Mingwei. Please stop asking. I'm just as confused, replied a girl in a white dress, shaking her head, her delicate features displaying evident perplexity. The girl in the blue dress, standing nearby, remarked, Regardless, we ought to thank your brother. I've never been on a private jet before. A private jet? What is there to be excited about? A charter flight from Guqing to Jiangbei is just a domestic route. It doesn't cost much, probably only a few tens of thousands. Scoffed a young man clad in trendy attire, his demeanor nonchalant. It was evident that his family possessed some wealth. As he brandished an iPhone 16 Pro Max with 1 terabyte storage, a non-duty-free version from Hainan, valued at 15,999 yuan. Han, please refrain from speaking. Qingyu's brother means well. I apologize on his behalf, said a girl who was clutching the young man's arm. It's all right, Jejia. Let us head out. My brother seems to be waiting in the terminal. The girl in the white dress smiled. At that moment, Lin Chen stood at the entrance of the waiting hall, casually scrolling through his phone, while Chen Tianwu stood respectfully beside him, awaiting Lin Chen's instructions. That little girl, I hope she hasn't lost her way, Lin Chen mused, raising an eyebrow as he noticed Qingyu's absence. Just as he contemplated whether to announce a search over the airport intercom, a sweet voice called from behind, Brother? Turning around, Lin Chen instantly recognized Lin Qingyu in her white dress. It had been months since they last met, and she still appeared as petite as ever, her head barely reaching his neck. He recalled the summers spent playfully tussling with her, where a mere hand on her forehead would suffice to subdue her. As they both entered university, their interactions diminished, and the bond they shared gradually faded. After all, Lin Qingyu had matured, no longer the innocent girl she once was. She now possessed a semblance of understanding regarding the nuances between genders. Upon seeing Lin Chen in his tailored suit, a blush crept onto her fair cheeks. The older brother, once a source of affection, had transformed into a striking figure, stirring unfamiliar emotions within her heart. Brother, allow me to introduce my 2 close friends, Su Minghui and Zhang Jejia. This young man is Tang Mohan, Jejia's boyfriend, and we are here to enjoy Jiangbei City, Lin Qingyu beamed. I see. Intriguing, Lin Chen remarked, casting a glance at the 2 girls standing beside her. Both possessed striking beauty, with scores surpassing 9, certainly not lacking. Su Minghui was adorned in a light blue dress, radiating youthful charm, while Zhang Jejia appeared more mature, perhaps benefiting from the presence of a boyfriend. Lin Chen smiled lightly. Greetings, lovely ladies. I am Lin Chen, Qingyu's brother. You may refer to me as Chen Go. Welcome to Jiangbei City. Chen Tianwu bowed respectfully. I am Chen Tianwu, an employee under Lin Xiao. You may call me Uncle Chen. Uft. Hiring someone so much older, Chen Go. It seems you aren't doing too well in Jiangbei City. A true big boss would travel in a luxury vehicle, escorted by bodyguards, with an impressive entourage, Tang Mohan remarked disdainfully. Chen Tianwu's gaze darkened momentarily. He had navigated the Jiangbei business landscape for decades, earning substantial renown. Everyone addressed him with the utmost respect, referring to him as Manager Chen. To be openly mocked by a mere youth was an affront. Lin Chen merely smiled faintly. Old Chen, ignorance is no crime. Please inform the driver to bring the car around. We should head out for a meal. Understood, Lin Xiao. At that, Lin Xingyu, her face alight with surprise, exclaimed, Brother, you bought a car? Huh, just picked up a random one to get by. I'm sure you're all hungry. I'll treat you to a nice meal. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Just then, Tang Mohan sneered, Chen Go. I'll take Jia and the others to dine at a high-end restaurant, one where the average cost exceeds 500 yuan per person. If you can't afford it, we'll find somewhere else. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, sensing a hint of audacity in the young man's words. Tang Mohan's arrogance seemed to know no bounds. Noticing Lin Chen's displeasure, Zhang Jia quickly smiled, attempting to smooth over the situation. Chen Go, please don't mind him. Yes, just like that. We're fine with whatever. What matters is the fun we'll have during our outing. This girl holds promise, Lin Chen thought, smiling faintly without further comment. Lin Xiao, ladies, please board the vehicle. At that moment, a Volkswagen Caravelle T6 came to a gentle stop before them, with Chen Tianwu opening the door and bowing respectfully. Upon seeing the Volkswagen emblem on the tires, Tang Mohan scoffed, a shabby Volkswagen, and it even comes with a driver? Chen Go, you really have money to burn. My family wouldn't even consider buying a lowly car like this. It must be a luxury vehicle worth several $100,000. As his words faded, Lin Xingyu's cheeks flushed with indignation. Tang Mohan, if you can't speak nicely, then don't say anything at all. I didn't even want to bring you. It was Jia who insisted on you coming along. Humph. Mingwei, Jia, let us get in the car. Ignore him. The three young ladies boarded the vehicle. Immediately astonished by the lavish interior, their expressions betraying a mix of nervousness and wonder. A shabby Volkswagen? Look at how scared you all are. Have you never seen the world? Tang Mohan taunted. Yet, as he himself entered the vehicle, his expression shifted, his eyes widening in disbelief, swallowing hard. Is this truly a Volkswagen? The driver, with a cold smirk, replied, If you don't understand, refrain from speaking. This is a Volkswagen Caravelle T6 Luxury Custom Edition, worth around 1 million yuan. The entire interior set cost nearly 2 million. It is our hotel's most understated reception vehicle, typically sitting idle in the garage. 1 million for the car, and 2 million for the interior. This seemingly ordinary business vehicle is worth over 3 million. The girls gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape. Tang Mohan, equally taken aback, queried in disbelief. Your hotel's vehicle? What hotel? From the passenger seat, Chen Tianwu replied coolly, I am the manager of Huatai Hotel, the only 7-star hotel in Jiangbei City. Lin Xiao is the owner of the hotel and typically does not frequent it, as he has many other enterprises. Huatai Hotel, as a prestigious 7-star establishment renowned throughout China, boasting assets exceeding 100 billion yuan, the realization struck Tang Mohan like a thunderbolt. How could this colossal enterprise belong to Lin Chen? The middle-aged man beside him was the hotel manager? Tang Mohan's heart raced, filled with regret for his earlier insolence. What have I just done? He lamented internally, wishing he could disappear into the ground, his face flushed with embarrassment and anxiety. Chen Go, I was just joking. Please don't take it to heart. I realize my mistake. Chapter 71. Chen Go, allow me to toast you once more. Brother Chen, please don't be upset. Mohan is usually like this, but he is not a bad person at heart. I apologize on his behalf, Zhang Jia interjected. Upset? Lin Chen smiled faintly. To be angry at a teenager in his teens seemed rather petty, did it not? Throughout the encounter, his heart remained unperturbed as he casually remarked. Let's all get in the car. This matter is behind us. From here on, I will take you all out for some fun. First, let us grab a bite to eat. Thank you, Brother Chen. I was truly out of line just now. You have a great mindset. I admire you, Tang Mohan exclaimed, completely transformed into Lin Chen's devoted admirer. The three young ladies seated nearby were equally captivated by the masculinity that Lin Chen exuded, their beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration, their fair cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Drive us back to the hotel, Chen Tianwu, sitting in the front passenger seat, instructed. The driver turned the key in the ignition, engaging the clutch and shifting gears, as the Volkswagen T6 smoothly set off, gliding steadily through the bustling streets of Jiangbei City. Lin Qingyu and Zhang Jejia gazed transfixed out the window at the fleeting scenery. Is this Jiangbei City? It's astonishingly prosperous. Indeed. I've never seen so many luxury cars on an ordinary street. Such sights are rare in Guqing. Lin Chen chuckled, shaking his head. Just then, he noticed something amiss with the girl beside him, Su Minghui. Her petite face was flushed, her delicate hands tightly clasped, and her beautiful eyes were glancing at Lin Chen with a hint of unspoken thoughts. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, turning to look at Su Minghui. The very next moment, she hastily turned her head towards the window, feigning innocence as she said, Yes, it's my first time visiting Jiangbei City, and I'm really looking forward to the fun. Chen Tianwu, observing this through the rearview mirror, couldn't he help but smile. As a seasoned veteran, he understood perfectly well what was going through Su Minghui's mind. A man as successful as Lin Chen would surely attract admiration from any woman, especially with his striking looks. For an innocent girl, he was utterly irresistible. Who wouldn't he be enamored by a young, wealthy gentleman? Half an hour later, the Volkswagen T6 came to a gentle stop in front of the Huatai Hotel, where a valet in a tailcoat promptly approached, opening the car door and bowing respectfully. Boss. Ladies, Mr. Chen, please alight. The luncheon is ready. The three young ladies' eyes widened in astonishment. Private jets, chauffeur services, and such respectful treatment from the hotel staff were spectacles they had only ever witnessed on television. They had never imagined they would one day be the protagonists of such a dreamlike scenario. After disembarking, Lin Qingyu covered her mouth with her hand and exclaimed, Brother, is this hotel yours? The other two girls looked up in awe at the towering seven-star hotel, their eyes filled with astonishment. Upon entering the lobby, the opulent decorations left no doubt that this was a super luxurious establishment. Moreover, Chen Tianwu had arranged for a group of staff to be waiting in the lobby, standing in neat rows. As Lin Chen and his companions stepped through the entrance, everyone bowed simultaneously, their voices booming. Welcome, young Master Lin and esteemed ladies. The grandeur of the scene was truly overwhelming. At that moment, Tang Mohan felt a staggering impact. His earlier arrogance completely evaporated. His family was considered a prestigious clan in Guqing, with assets exceeding hundreds of millions, allowing them to command respect in a small city. As the only son, he had been spoiled since childhood, naturally adopting a somewhat flamboyant demeanor. Before this trip, he had thought little of Lin Chen, Lin Qingyu's cousin. Now, however, he felt utterly dwarfed, his self-esteem severely bruised. In Lin Chen's presence, he was inconsequential. The Tang family of Guqing was utterly insignificant, a mere blip in comparison. Tang Mohan realized that he had been like a frog in a well, ignorant of the vast world beyond. Immersed in his own little bubble, he had been completely oblivious. Young Master Lin, esteemed ladies, please proceed. The Sky restaurant has prepared the luncheon, Chen Tianwu said respectfully. Lin Chen ambled ahead nonchalantly, while the three young ladies and Tang Mohan appeared somewhat apprehensive as they took the elevator directly to the Sky restaurant located on the hotel's top floor. To honor Lin Qingyu and her friends, Chen Tianwu had specifically ordered the Sky restaurant to close for the day, refusing entry to other guests and diners. All the chefs were dedicated solely to serving Lin Qingyu and her companions. Once seated, Chen Tianwu promptly presented the menu with a smile, saying, Ladies, here is the menu. Please let me know if there is anything you wish to order. If it's not on the menu, I will arrange for the chef to prepare it. Thank you. Lin Qingyu replied, taking the menu, while Su Minghui and Zhang Jejia leaned in to take a look. Suddenly, the three young ladies were taken aback, with Lin Qingyu's hand trembling as she held the menu. Steamed golden crab, 800. Braised Thai by vinegar fish, 800. Immortal goose soup, 800. They flipped through the menu, finding no dish priced below 5,000. For them, a meal at Haidaleo was already a luxury. Now, a single dish cost as much as 10 meals there, far exceeding their understanding of dining. Lin Chen, seated nearby, chuckled softly, taking the menu back and handing it to Chen Tianwu. He casually stated, just order the signature dishes. Oh, and please prepare some takeaway boxes for later. We might get hungry while out having fun. Understood, young Master Lin. I will make the arrangements immediately, Chen Tianwu replied, stepping back. Before long, the dishes were served, and the table was adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies, releasing an incredibly enticing aroma. The three young ladies were momentarily dazzled, unsure of how to proceed. Once they regained their composure, they eagerly pulled out their phones to capture the moment. After all, this was a rare experience. Should they miss it, they feared they might never have such an opportunity again. At this moment, Tang Mohan also came to a realization. Comparing himself to Lin Chen was nothing short of self-deprecation. He raised a glass of red wine from the table and filled it generously, proclaiming, Brother Chen, you will forever be my idol, regardless of the past. It was my fault, so please don't take it to heart. I toast to you. With that, he straightforwardly downed the drink. Raising an eyebrow, he murmured, "This wine is quite delightful." The attendant standing nearby smiled and replied, "This is the top-tier Lafite from 1992. There were fewer than 30,000 bottles produced that year, and it retails for around 180,000 yuan. It was specially prepared by Mr. Chen." 180,000. Tang Mohan smacked his lips. That single sip must have cost several thousand. He quickly poured another glass. "Brother Chen, let me toast you again." After a brief moment, Lin Chen lifted the elegant glass and took a delicate sip of the red wine. Minutes later, the three young ladies finally finished taking their photos. "Brother, we won't hold back any longer. Let us dig in." "Thank you, Brother Chen. I've never dined in a 7-star hotel before. This is such a rare experience." "Brother Chen, we're starting now," Lin Qingyu exclaimed. Meanwhile, Tang Mohan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, cradled his flat stomach and lamented, "Finally, we can eat. I was nearly starving." With that, he eagerly picked up his chopsticks and selected a meatball to place into his bowl. The golden lion's head, priced at an impressive 66,000 yuan, consists of 5 succulent meatballs, each valued at 13,200 yuan. It stands as a pinnacle of exquisite Chinese cuisine. Su Minghui and Zhang Jejia each selected a lobster lavishly coated in honey pomelo sauce. Upon tasting, the tender flesh released juices that trickled from the corners of their mouths. The Boston lobster, freshly caught from abroad, was promptly refrigerated and airlifted to Jiangbei City, reaching their plates within a mere 12 hours. Its rarity justifies its steep price of 38,000 yuan per lobster. The accompanying dipping sauce, honey pomelo, is crafted from rare wild honey sourced from the remote peaks of the Alps, with an annual yield of fewer than 10 kilograms. The flavor is nothing short of divine, sweet yet not cloying, exuding a unique floral fragrance that perfectly complements the lobster's exquisite meat, creating a veritable feast for the palate. Lin Qingyu, on the other hand, lifted a spoonful of cabbage soup. The broth, clear and sweet, was adorned with a delicate layer of butter, proving to be an appetizing delight that showcased the cabbage's natural, wholesome sweetness to perfection. This seemingly simple dish is, in fact, a meticulous test of a chef's skill. A moment's inattention could lead to overcooked cabbage, resulting in a bitter broth, a misstep even seasoned chefs might falter on. It was simply delectable. Indeed, I initially thought such expensive dishes were merely attacks on intelligence, but now I understand that their high cost is well justified. If only we could enjoy such delightful fare every day. As the young ladies dined, they couldn't help but express their admiration. Lin Chen smiled lightly, saying, "Eat every day? This table of dishes costs at least 1 million. Even the world's richest would hesitate to squander like that." "Ah, so expensive." The girls' eyes widened, and they hurriedly resumed their meal. For each bite they skipped represented a loss of thousands. The lavish feast, worth 1 million, was effortlessly consumed. The young women sat back in their chairs, rubbing their full bellies, murmuring, "Brother Chun, we are completely stuffed. How satisfying." At that moment, Chun Tianwu approached. "Lin, this is a nutritious bento prepared with care by the hotel chef, containing several high-value dishes to replenish your energy and that of the young ladies while you are out." With that, Chun Tianwu presented an exquisite bento bag. Lin Chen smiled faintly, turning to the young women. "Are you all full? I'll take you to Disneyland to help with digestion. We have an even more luxurious dinner tonight." "Disneyland? That's wonderful, Brother Chun. We've wanted to go for ages." "Yes, indeed. I've seen so many pictures online. I'm so envious. It must be incredibly fun." I had already planned to visit this must-see attraction in Jiangbei City before I arrived. Sitting aside, Tang Mohan twitched his lips, feeling as though he had become an inconsequential presence. Upon hearing about Disneyland, a smile graced his face as he pulled out several tickets, saying, "Hee. I knew you would want to go to Disneyland, so I foresaw this and bought the tickets in advance." After all, for large amusement parks like this, tickets are usually sold in advance and are impossible to obtain on the day itself. With a smug expression, he prepared to bask in the young lady's admiration, only to be met with Lin Chen's nonchalant voice. "Where did you buy those tickets? They seem counterfeit." "Counterfeit?" Tang Mohan was taken aback, repeatedly insisting, "Impossible, Brother Chun. How could they be fake? I paid a high price to get them from a source, spending several thousand yuan." Seeing his disbelief, Lin Chen produced the genuine tickets that Bai Tsong had given him, stating coolly, "These are the real tickets, featuring a security QR code. Your tickets are clearly counterfeit, with illegible markings." At this moment, Tang Mohan still refused to believe it, and took out his Apple 16 Pro Max 1 terabyte, complete with a receipt for the non-duty-free version. Scanning the indistinct QR code on his tickets, instantly, a laughing emoji popped up on the screen, accompanied by a message, "Fool, you've been scammed. Pay more attention next time." Damn it, Tang Mohan cursed. The tickets he had purchased for thousands were indeed fake. If not for Lin Chen's warning, he would have remained blissfully unaware. Beside him, Zhang Jejia crossed her arms and coldly remarked, Tang Mohan, you waste money again. Jejia, let me explain. I truly didn't know they were fake. Tang Mohan lamented, on the verge of tears. Humph, I want to talk to you. Zhang Jejia turned her head away, visibly annoyed. Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. All right, you can use my tickets. Let me count how many there are. Oh, I'm one short. Who among you is willing to stay at the hotel? As soon as he finished speaking, the three young women simultaneously turned their gazes toward Tang Mohan, the implication clear. I think I'll stay behind. I'm too full. I'll rest at the hotel. Tang Mohan initially considered protesting, but, upon receiving a sharp glare from Zhang Jejia, quickly surrendered, forcing a smile as he said, Old Chun, please arrange an executive suite for him. He can freely use the hotel's entertainment facilities. If he becomes bored, he can head to the arcade across the street. Lin Chen said casually, Brother, let us go? Lin Qingyu affectionately clung to Lin Chen's arm. Su Minghui and Zhang Jejia quickly followed suit, and the group vanished through the exit of the Sky restaurant, leaving Tang Mohan alone, bewildered in the wind. Tang Xiao, brother, the room has been prepared. The hotel's 13th floor features a gym and a cinema. Feel free to enjoy. If you need anything, just call for room service, Chen Tianwu said before turning to leave. Since Lin Chen had consumed alcohol earlier, he couldn't drive. So he took the young women into the hotel's VIP shuttle. Boss, ladies, please buckle up. I'm about to drive, the driver said with a smile. Drive slowly and be careful. Lin Chen reclined in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. The young women beside him leaned together, whispering and occasionally stealing glances at Lin Chen, who sat with his eyes closed. Unbeknownst to them, after receiving his martial arts reward, Lin Chen could sense the slightest shifts in his surroundings within a 5-meter radius, fully aware of the little antics of the three girls. How intriguing. Chapter 73, An Astonishing Revelation. Brother Chen, what exactly do you do to be so wealthy? Su Minghui asked, her cheeks flushed. Lin Qingyu and Zhang Jejia also turned their heads, looking at Lin Chen with curiosity. Lin Chen smiled faintly, replying, a practical person. Upon hearing this response, the three young women furrowed their brows in confusion, asking, what is a practical person? It sounds so grand. We want to be practical people after we graduate from university. That won't do, Lin Chen replied with a gentle smile. Why not? Why can Brother Chen be practical, but we can't? We are quite capable too, the girls inquired. Puzzled, Lin Chen offered no further explanation, cryptically stating, you'll understand when you grow up. 20 minutes later, the luxurious Volkswagen T6 business vehicle came to a gradual halt outside Disneyland. The driver exited, walked around to the other side, opened the door, and respectfully announced, Boss, ladies, please disembark. Lin Chen adjusted his suit and, after stepping out of the car, calmly instructed the driver, wait for us outside, always on standby. Understood, boss. I hope you and the ladies have a splendid time. The driver replied with a smile before returning to the driver's seat, activating the air conditioning, and quietly awaiting their return. As it was the weekend, a long queue had formed at the entrance of Disneyland, with visitors waiting to pass through security checks. Lin Chen, unhurried as he was, joined Lin Qingyu and the three young ladies in line. After all, this was his establishment, and it was imperative to lead by example when it came to adhering to rules. Seizing the opportunity, he also intended to assess the staff's capability. After waiting for about 10 minutes, it was finally their turn to have their tickets checked. Lin Chen presented their tickets to the staff in the booth, who glanced at them and casually inquired, You don't have any prohibited items on you, do you? Prohibited items? Lin Chen shook his head and replied nonchalantly, None. Are you absolutely certain? The staff member regarded him skeptically, her gaze landing on the lunchbox he held. She immediately declared, Food from outside is not allowed in the park. You'll need to dispose of that lunchbox right here or throw it in the trash. Next to the security checkpoint stood a trash bin, already filled with food discarded by various visitors. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. The ethos of thriftiness has always been a commendable tradition of the Chinese people. It is crucial to remember that 30% of the world's population still lives in poverty, unable to meet even their basic needs. To see perfectly good food discarded so carelessly, who granted them the authority to do so? I apologize, but this is my own food, and I must bring it into the park to replenish our energy as needed, Lin Chen stated calmly. We're not insisting you throw it away, but if you wish to enter the park, food is strictly prohibited. You may resolve this elsewhere and then rejoin the line without delaying the others. The staff member replied dismissively. Visitors in line behind them quietly advised, Hey there, handsome, I assume this is your first visit to Disneyland? Their policy is just like this. Food and drinks can only be purchased inside, and they are outrageously overpriced. Indeed, the prices are exorbitantly marked up, often 10 times the market rate, but to gain entry, one must endure, another added with a sigh. In fact, foreign Disneyland parks do not impose such restrictions. It's perplexing why they would implement such an unpleasant rule here in China. Truly, the foreign monk recites scriptures well. Hearing the collective grievances, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. It seems this policy needs to be revised. You there, stand up and fetch the supervisor immediately. I have matters to discuss, Lin Chen stated calmly. The staff member, lounging in an air-conditioned room while playing on his phone, looked taken aback. You wish to see our supervisor? He showed no inclination to move, reclining leisurely in his office chair. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. 1 minute, if you do not come before me. You, and he will find no reason to remain here. I shall only say this once. Upon hearing Lin Chen's tone, the staff member chuckled. This is Disneyland. Not a place for your antics. You and your friends should leave now, for you have been blacklisted and will never gain entry to Disneyland again. He then added in a mocking tone, a poor loser bringing his own food to Disneyland? If you can't afford it, spare yourself the embarrassment. Standing beside him, Lin Qingyu tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve, her brows furrowing in concern. Brother Chen, he seems rather fierce. Perhaps we should just let it go. We can always find another amusement park to enjoy. Su Minghui and Zhang Jieji nodded in agreement, looking a bit disappointed. I never expected Disneyland to be so disappointing. I had been eager about it for so long. My childhood dreams have crumbled. Lin Chen smiled faintly, ruffling Lin Qingyu's hair in reassurance. Do not fret. Just wait a moment. We will gain entry, and this lunchbox will accompany us. The rule against bringing food will soon be abolished. Hey, are you still not leaving? Do you want me to call security to throw you out? The staff member said with an air of arrogance. As soon as he finished speaking, a resounding slap echoed as Lin Chen swiftly struck the staff member across the face. Playing on your phone during work hours while hiding in the air-conditioned booth? You, a mere service worker, certainly carry yourself with an inflated sense of importance. Lin Chen said coldly. He then picked up his phone and dialed the number of Baizong, the head of Disneyland's Greater China headquarters. Baizong here. How may I assist you? Baizong responded respectfully. This is Lin Chen at the entrance of Jiangbei Disneyland. I am being obstructed by your staff from entering. I require the park manager to see me within 5 minutes. Any delay will have consequences. What? Baizong gulped, his face reflecting shock. The boss was being barred by his own employees? If this news broke, it would be explosive across any industry. Understood. I shall inform the manager at once. Make it happen. By the way, can this ridiculous rule be amended? Guests should be allowed to bring their own food. Lin Chen said, somewhat irritated. Yes, understood. I will arrange that immediately. After hanging up, Baizong, visibly anxious, quickly called the manager of Jiangbei Disneyland. His voice laced with anger. Zheng Kuei, what on earth are you doing? You let Lin Chen be blocked outside the park? Who gave you the audacity? What? Lin Chen is here? Zheng Kuei's lips quivered slightly. The Greater China Disneyland had recently changed ownership, causing a stir in the financial community. Yet no one knew who Lin Chen was, as he had never made an appearance. Now he was visiting Jiangbei Disneyland incognito. In 5 minutes. If you do not arrive at the entrance to meet Lin Chen, no one will be able to save you. Chapter 74. It was all a misunderstanding. He just tripped. A thunderbolt. Zheng Kuei stood rooted to the spot, his mind racing until the sound of the call disconnecting snapped him back to reality, his body trembling uncontrollably. The new boss had directly contacted Baizong, and this was certainly a reprimand. He knew all too well that his staff could not withstand any scrutiny. It was all over. Zheng Kuei felt despondent as he hurriedly exited his office, rushing toward the park entrance. Security. Surround him. And give him a good beating before throwing him out. How dare he strike me? Does he not realize whose territory this is? The assaulted staff member fumed. Immediately, 6 burly security guards approached, blocking Lin Chen's path. A frigid glimmer crossed Lin Chen's eyes. He had not been this furious in a long time. His expression darkened ominously, resembling a sky heavy with storm clouds, heralding an impending tempest. Very well, I shall witness how you intend to expel me, Lin Chen replied coolly. Huh, utterly laughable. This is our domain. Even if we were to strike you, no one would bear witness. You are truly unaware of the gravity of your situation. The staff member sneered. Send my regards to your attending physician. Rush in and beat him. I will take responsibility for any fallout. Upon receiving the order, the security guards brandished their batons, prepared to strike. However, just then, a man's furious shout broke through the air. Wang Kai, stop right now. Immediately, a middle-aged man clad in a black suit strode forward. He was Zheng Kuei, the director of the Disney park in Jiangbei City. With a swift slap, he struck a staff member across the face, admonishing, Who gave you the audacity to obstruct General Lin from entering the park? Zheng, you're here? The brashness of Wang Kai dissipated in an instant. Zheng Kuei shot him a fierce glare, then shifted his demeanor entirely, approaching Lin Chen with a servile bow, expressing with utmost respect, I was unaware of your esteemed presence. General Lin, I beg your pardon for my subordinate's failure to welcome you properly. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the middle-aged man before him, and remarked coolly, You are the head of the park? Zhang Kuei nodded vigorously, a smile adorning his face. Indeed, General Lin, you may call me Xiao Zhang. You should have informed us of your visit beforehand. It was all a misunderstanding. Had we been notified, we could have made the necessary preparations. Preparations? Lin Chen scoffed. Are you jesting? If everything were prepared, what need would I have to come here? Zhang, I harbor serious doubts regarding your capability to manage a team of such incompetence. Though Lin Chen's tone remained unperturbed, each word struck Zhang Kuei like a hammer, sending a chill through him and causing beads of sweat to trickle down his back. General Lin, my oversight. Rest assured, I shall rectify this immediately and provide you with a satisfactory explanation. With that, Zhang Kuei turned, his expression darkening, eyes glinting with a murderous intent. He had believed his employees merely foolish, but it seemed they were both foolish and malicious, allowing their own boss to be barred from entry. You, and you, he pointed at two security guards, give him a good beating and toss him onto the street. Wang Kai, momentarily stunned, could not comprehend the unfolding events. Zhang, what are you doing? Who is this fellow? A sharp slap echoed through the air as Zhang Kuei waved his hand, anger radiating from him. You insolent wretch, how dare you speak that way? This is General Lin, who acquired all of Disney's assets in China a month ago. I am but a humble employee under his command. And you? To defy General Lin? You are courting disaster. I am nearly ruined because of you. Consider yourself fortunate that I am merely having you beaten. The proclamation of General Lin's complete acquisition of Disney's assets in China struck Wang Kai like a bolt from the blue. Before he could regain his composure, the security guards violently kicked him down, rubbing him against the ground before unceremoniously tossing him onto the street like a stray dog. Outside the park, onlookers were bewildered, unaware of the commotion occurring within. They could only see the once arrogant staff member being dragged out, battered and bruised, prompting them to swallow nervously and peer curiously inside. Is my brother in trouble? Lin Xingyu, witnessing Wang Kai's disheveled state, felt a pang of anxiety. After all, Lin Chen had vanished from their sight after being surrounded by 6 security guards, leaving no one aware of his current predicament. She pulled out her phone, ready to call for help. Just then, Lin Chen appeared before the 3 girls, impeccably dressed in a custom suit by Sterlehurst, accompanied by a middle-aged man in a black suit, whose demeanor was markedly subservient. Brother, are you all right? Lin Xingyu rushed to Lin Chen, her face etched with worry. Seeing him unharmed, the weight on her heart finally lifted. Ah, silly girl, how could anything happen to me? Lin Chen smiled faintly, ruffling Lin Xingyu's hair affectionately. Brother, we were so worried about you. We thought you had been attacked. We were about to call the police. Yes, thank goodness you were safe. But what on earth transpired in there? Why has that staff member ended up in such a state? Su Minghui and Zhang Jiejier inquired, their faces painted with curiosity. Standing nearby, Zhang Kuei interjected, it was all a misunderstanding. Upon realizing General Lin's identity, the staff member was simply overwhelmed with excitement and fell, resulting in that unfortunate appearance. Fell hard, it seems. The girls gasped in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Brother, is Disney Park yours too? Lin Xingyu exclaimed, her astonishment palpable. You are incredibly wealthy for having acquired Disney Park. Wait, if brother is the owner, does that mean we can enjoy the park freely without any expenses? They mused, considering that while entry tickets might be nominal, the cost for attractions could be exorbitant for the average person. Lin Chen surveyed the guests delayed by this incident outside and remarked, Zhang, all those waiting outside should receive complimentary tickets, along with a Disney commemorative gift for each. From today onward, visitors may bring their own food into the park. Additionally, convert the air-conditioned room at the entrance into a relaxation lounge for guests. Customer service is paramount. Establish a complaint board for guests, with employees facing dismissal after 5 or more complaints within a month, including yourself. I do not wish for any visitor to be barred from entry due to food issues, understood? Zhang Kuei nodded fervently, assuring, understood, General Lin. I will ensure everything is executed as you command. That will be all. You may take your leave. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. He retained Zhang Kuei, not for lack of consequences, but due to his understanding of the complexities involved in managing an international amusement park, which was no simple task. While Zhang had made a mistake, it was not irredeemable, and his potential value outweighed the option of dismissal. Lin Chen naturally opted for the more favorable course of action. General Lin, shall I arrange for some bodyguards to accompany you? The park is crowded, and your safety, along with that of the young ladies, is paramount. Zhang Kuei suggested respectfully. Unnecessary. We do not wish to disrupt the enjoyment of other visitors. You may leave, Lin Chen replied calmly. Given his own prowess, he deemed the security guards, who possessed only rudimentary skills, inadequate for protection. Moreover, Lin Chen was at the park to enjoy a day out with Lin Xingyu and the other girls. Having hulking bodyguards in tow would only detract from their experience. Very well, General. Should you require anything, Do not hesitate to summon me. I shall not intrude upon your enjoyment with the young ladies, Zhang Kuei concluded, retreating quietly. As it was the weekend, the park was astonishingly crowded, a sea of visitors adorned with sun hats, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The Disney-themed tram navigated through streets lined with vintage European architecture, while actors dressed as characters from fairy tales engaged enthusiastically with guests, taking pictures and playing games. The sounds of laughter and joy filled the air, as if one had stepped into a whimsical fairy tale town. While Disney may be commercialized, it undeniably crafted an enchanting ambience for its visitors, allowing both young and old to rediscover their childhood. Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, Snow White, Princess Sophia, and Tigger. Lin Chen felt his own spirits lift amidst the revelry. The world of adulthood is rife with deceit and intrigue. However, every adult has emerged from the innocence of childhood, harboring within them those precious memories of youth. Naivety and purity often resonate most deeply with the human spirit. Perhaps this is the very essence of Disneyland's existence, an oasis that preserves the childhood memories of all. Ah, look ahead, there is Mickey Mouse, my childhood idol. Haha. Let us take a closer look. It seems to be quite entertaining, as a throng of people has gathered around. Brother Chen, let us go and see. Lin Chen smiled gently and, accompanied by several young ladies, approached a makeshift stage. Behind the stage stood a structure reminiscent of Mickey's whimsical house from animated tales. At that moment, a melody that stirred nostalgic memories filled the air. Miska, Muska, Mickey Mouse, here is Mickey's fun house. Come on in, the joy is boundless. It was indeed the signature entrance theme of Mickey Mouse, and a staff member dressed in a Mickey Mouse costume emerged from the little house, eliciting peals of laughter from the crowd. The staff member stepped into the center of the stage, mimicking Mickey Mouse's iconic tone. Hi everyone, I am your old friend, Mickey Mouse. Hee hee, how wonderful. You all still remember me. By the way, to summon the Mickey's fun house, we must chant a magical spell together. Repeat after me. Miska, Muska, Mickey's fun house. Many visitors joined in the chant. Among them was a towering man, about 1.8 meters tall, wearing a glowing Mickey Mouse headband, who excitedly waved his arms, standing out in the crowd. Haha, fantastic. We have successfully summoned Mickey's fun house. Oh, I have a treasure box filled with magical tools. And to thank everyone for their support, Mickey has decided to gift it to a lucky child at random. Let me see. Who shall I give it to? The burly man fervently waved his hands, exclaiming, Mimi, give it to me, Mickey Mouse. You have always been my idol. This incited a hearty laugh from the audience. Who would have imagined that such a robust man, capable of delivering a powerful punch, would idolize none other than Mickey Mouse rather than Tyson or Stallone? The staff member scanned the crowd, and his gaze landed on Lin Chen, smiling as he said, Wonderful. I have found a lucky little friend. And now I shall present the treasure box to you. As he spoke, he handed a palm-sized gift box to Lin Chen. Is it really for me? Lin Chen asked, a hint of excitement in her voice. Hee hee. This is the treasure box I found beneath the rainbow, filled with magical tools. May you always find joy and be free of troubles. Thank you, Lin Chen smiled. How splendid. Such beautiful moments are always fleeting. A brand new day awaits. I must take my leave and return next time. Do not forget, it is me, Mickey's fun house. Another wave of nostalgia washed over the crowd. Accompanied by Mickey Mouse's signature exit theme, the staff member retreated to the little house behind. Although the visitors were aware that it was all a performance, many were still touched, especially the burly man, who appeared slightly disheartened for not receiving the treasure box. At that moment, a child of around 5 or 6 approached, tugging at Lin Chen's skirt, and in a sweet, innocent voice said, Big sister, could you give me the treasure box? I will trade you for my candied hawthorn. As he spoke, the child presented a stick of candied hawthorn. Lin Chen knelt down, gently pinching the child's chubby cheek, smiling as she said, Sister doesn't eat candied hawthorn. Just now, Mickey Mouse whispered to me that you are the lucky little friend, so the treasure box is for you. Really? The child asked with wide-eyed innocence. Of course it's true. Mickey Mouse also told me that once you open the treasure box, you will possess magical powers. Remember to study hard, understood? Big sister, I will remember, the child replied. With the gift box in hand, the child joyfully dashed towards his parents. Mommy, the big sister gave me the treasure box. Perhaps, Mickey Mouse has never been a solitary figure. Every individual who brings joy to a child becomes their own version of Mickey Mouse. Just then, Lin Chen suddenly noticed a haunted house ahead and pointed with her delicate hand. Look, a haunted house. How thrilling. Let us go play there. Chen, what are you saying? We are girls. We should choose something more lighthearted. How about we try the drop tower instead? Brother Chen, what do you want to play? At that moment, Su Minghui, clad in a blue dress, shyly asked, her beautiful eyes shimmering with bashfulness, unable to meet Lin Chen's gaze. We shall follow your lead. Let us first visit the haunted house, and then the drop tower, Lin Chen replied with a gentle smile. But the haunted house is really scary. Brother Chen, will you protect me? Su Minghui's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Could it be that this young girl has feelings for him? Chapter 76. Handsome guy, please hit me once. How intriguing. Lin Chen chuckled softly. It seems that having too much charm can also be a burden, as one never knows when they may attract the attention of women. He and the young ladies arrived at the entrance of the haunted house. After waiting in line for about 10 minutes, it was finally their turn. Before entering the haunted house, a staff member kindly reminded them, this attraction is highly stimulating. Guests with health issues are advised against entering, and minors should be accompanied by an adult. Since Lin Qingyu and her friends had just graduated from high school and were only 18, their youthful appearance led the staff to mistake them for minors, which was quite understandable. Lin Chen calmly stated, I am their brother, accompanying them for some fun. The staff member glanced at Lin Chen, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. What a handsome young man. She then smiled brightly and said, in that case, you may proceed. If you feel unwell at any point, please seek assistance from the staff. Thank you, they replied as they entered the haunted house. Upon entering, their surroundings darkened and the temperature dropped significantly. It felt as if it were only a few degrees above freezing. The air conditioning in the haunted house was quite chilly. Brother, it's so cold. Lin Qingyu shivered. Out of fear, the young ladies huddled closely together. Each step they took was cautious. Behind them, Lin Chen chuckled softly. Was this what it meant to be both inexperienced and eager to have fun? Suddenly, from a hidden speaker, the sound of a wailing ghost echoed around the young ladies, sending chills down their spines, prompting Lin Qingyu and the others to scream in fright. They quickly turned and dove into Lin Chen's embrace. The sensation of their soft bodies against him, accompanied by their fragrant scent, was a unique delight. This was no haunted house. It was clearly a haven of male pleasure. Brother Chen, let us leave quickly. This place is truly frightening. Yes. It feels as if there are real ghosts here. I will never enter a haunted house again. Look, what is that? At that moment, Su Minghui pointed with her delicate hand towards the end of the passage where a white shadow appeared, seemingly floating in the dim light. As the spectral figure drew closer, they finally discerned that it was a ghostly figure with disheveled hair and blood oozing from its eyes. I died a tragic death. Return my life to me. The sound system in the shadows emitted an ethereal melody, creating an atmosphere that was undeniably eerie. Lin Qingyu and Zhang Jejia covered their eyes and sprinted towards the exit. Su Minghui was poised to flee but found her legs weak, unable to move. Her slender, straight legs buckled, and she fell to the ground. The actor on the balanced scooter froze momentarily, caught in a dilemma of whether to advance or retreat. Was she truly that terrifying? Hey, could you give me a little nudge? The female ghost whispered. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, puzzled by her suggestion, and gently pushed her with his hand. The ghost fell dramatically, her acting woefully unconvincing. I've been vanquished, she exclaimed, then lay on the ground, signaling to Lin Chen that they could now exit. Lin Chen's lips quivered slightly, realizing her intent. The terrifying atmosphere dissipated in an instant, giving way to an unexpected touch of humor. Su Minghui, propped on the ground, lifted her delicate head, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears as she plaintively said, Brother Chen, I've twisted my ankle. Could you take a look? With that, she extended her snowy white leg from beneath her skirt. Lin Chen smiled gently, crouching down to grasp her ankle, removing her sneaker to reveal a beautifully exquisite foot. Her 5 dainty toes were adorably plump, evoking an irresistible desire to hold them. There's no fracture, just a cramp. A bit of massage will suffice, Lin Chen reassured her, having gained some medical knowledge after receiving martial arts training. Treating such a common cramp was child's play for him, easily resolved in mere moments. As he gently kneaded Su Minghui's delicate foot, she winced slightly at first. But soon the discomfort faded, replaced by a sense of comfort, as if her whole body had become weightless. Brother Chen, you really know how to massage. Su Minghui exclaimed with delight. Just a little knowledge, Lin Chen replied with a mild smile, then helped her back into her shoe and stood up. You're all set. Let's head out. Qingyu and the others are waiting. Su Minghui lowered her head, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Brother Chen, just as she was about to speak, she noticed Lin Chen had already moved towards the exit. A flicker of disappointment crossed her fair face, and she quickly hurried after him. Outside the haunted house, Lin Qingyu rested her chin on her hand, adopting a detective-like demeanor as she squinted at Lin Chen and Su Minghui emerging. Brother, why did you take so long? She inquired, puzzled. It's my fault. I had a little incident and twisted my ankle, so Brother Chen helped me with a massage, which took some time, Su Minghui replied. Her cheeks flushed. Massage? Lin Qingyu questioned, a hint of skepticism in her voice. It was really just a simple foot rub, Lin Chen chuckled. Oh, really? Lin Qingyu's beautiful eyes reflected a hint of disappointment as she turned away, pointing towards the nearby drop tower. Let's go ride the drop tower. Just as they were about to head towards it, Su Minghui shyly said, "You all go ahead. I need to visit the restroom." With that, she turned and walked towards the public restroom, her dress swaying slightly in the breeze, giving a hint of dampness. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. "Brother, what are you thinking about? Hurry over here." From a distance, Lin Qingyu and Zhang Jejia called out to Lin Chen, who smiled faintly and approached the drop tower. As they took their seats, the machine roared to life, gradually elevating them to a height of 20 meters. Looking down was nothing short of breathtaking. "Brother, I'm a bit scared." Lin Qingyu grasped Lin Chen's hand tightly, her palm slick with sweat. "Don't worry. It's just a bit thrilling," he comforted, but at that moment, he felt another hand grip his other arm. Zhang Jejia, her eyes tightly shut and her face pale, swallowed hard and confessed, "Qingyu, I forgot to mention, I have a fear of heights." Before she could finish, the drop tower plummeted suddenly, descending from 200 meters to the ground in a mere 2 seconds. Chapter 77. A girl knocks at the door in the middle of the night. "Qingyu, that was exhilarating," Zhang Jejia exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock as she turned her head, only to realize she was not next to Lin Qingyu, but Lin Chen. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she registered that she had been holding Lin Chen's hand all along. A blush crept across her fair face, and she shyly murmured, "Brother Chen, I'm sorry." Lin Chen merely smiled gently, choosing to say nothing more. At that moment, Su Minghui returned from the restroom, and the three girls gathered to discuss what to do next. Time passed slowly. Before long, the day was quietly drawing to a close. Lin Chen and the three girls had nearly exhausted all the attractions the amusement park had to offer: roller coasters, swinging pendulums, pirate ships, bumper cars, and trampolines. At the heart of the park stood a brightly lit European castle where many visitors were taking photos. Lin Chen and the three girls squeezed through the crowd, eagerly awaiting the grand finale. Here it comes, shouted a visitor, pointing to the sky. Bang, bang, bang. A dazzling array of colorful fireworks erupted across the sky, illuminating a vast expanse and casting a dreamlike glow on the castle's ancient walls. In that moment, everyone felt as if they were part of a fairy tale. The three girls gazed up, their beautiful eyes sparkling with the vibrant fireworks. "Brother, it's so beautiful. We've had such a wonderful time today." "Thank you." Lin Qingyu beamed sweetly. "Haha, silly girl, I want to make you the happiest little sister in the world." Lin Chen replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling Lin Qingyu's hair, his expression warm and paternal. After the fireworks display, the girls felt a bit tired after a full day of fun. Lin Chen decided it was time to take them back to the hotel to rest. Just then, Zheng Kuei approached, holding 4 photo albums. "Mr. Lin, these are the photos we captured of you and the young ladies during your visit, edited and beautified. Please accept them as a keepsake." The three girls eagerly accepted the albums and began flipping through them. Each attraction featured photographs, and the photographer's skills were exceptional. Even the candid shots were perfectly composed, capturing the essence of each moment. The most touching photo was undoubtedly the last one. Lin Chen and the three girls standing before the ornate castle, gazing up at the dazzling fireworks. A scene worthy of preservation. "Thank you. That's very thoughtful of you," Lin Chen said lightly. "You're too kind, Mr. Lin. It's merely my duty. You and the ladies must be hungry after a day of fun. I've arranged a Michelin dinner for you at the park. Shall we go enjoy a meal?" Zheng Kuei's tone was tinged with anticipation. After all, his performance today had left Lin Chen quite dissatisfied. Without forgiveness, his future would be irrevocably tarnished. Observing Zheng Kuei's cautious and humble demeanor, Lin Chen spoke coolly, "Let bygones be bygones. I shall not pursue the matter further. Your position remains unchanged. Starting this month, you are to report to me on the specifics of the amusement park. Excelling will be rewarded, while failure will not be tolerated." He added, "There is no need for dinner. After a day of play, we are rather fatigued. We shall return to the hotel now." With that, he departed the amusement park accompanied by the three young ladies. "Thank you, President Lin. Please take care." Zheng Kuei bowed repeatedly. Once outside in the parking lot, the driver, who had been waiting by the car, promptly exited, opened the door, and respectfully announced, "Boss, the three ladies may board." After they settled into the vehicle, the driver started the Volkswagen T6, illuminating the headlights and smoothly navigating the bustling streets of Jiangbei City. Half an hour later, the Volkswagen T6 came to a gentle halt outside the Huatai Hotel. "Lin Xiao, you've returned," greeted Chen Tianwu, who had been waiting at the hotel entrance. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Chen cast a glance, prompting Chen Tianwu to immediately fall silent. Having spent an exhausting day, Lin Qingyu fell asleep as soon as she entered the car. Lin Chen tenderly cradled her in his arms, softly instructing, "Inform the kitchen to prepare some dishes and send them directly to the room. Let Minghui and Jejia eat first. We'll wait for Qingyu to awaken." With that, he carried Lin Qingyu into the elevator. Upon reaching the presidential suite, He opened the bedroom door and gently laid her on the plush king-sized bed. The young girl murmured softly, turning over, her delicate visage adorned with a blissful smile, oblivious to the dream she was entwined in. Lin Chen smiled faintly and said, Minghui, Jia, when the kitchen delivers dinner, you may eat and then retire for the night. I will wake you in the morning. Thank you, Brother Chen. Zhang Jia replied with a sweet smile. I'll leave Qingyu in your care. I'm just across the hall. Call me if anything arises. Lin Chen exited the room and closed the door. Stretching lazily, he too felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He opened the presidential suite across the hallway, took a quick shower, and then succumbed to slumber. Time passed unmeasured until Lin Chen was roused by a faint knock at the door. Raising an eyebrow and squinting, he murmured, Old Chen, is it morning already? Upon opening his eyes, he noticed the moon still hanging in the sky. Checking the time, he realized it was just past midnight, leaving him puzzled as to who could be knocking. Donning his suit jacket, he approached the door and opened it, only to have a petite shadow leap into his embrace, enveloping him in the fragrant essence of youthful femininity. Brother Chen, I can't sleep. May I join you tonight? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, a smile spreading across his face as he beheld the girl's flushed countenance. He had sensed something amiss with this young lady throughout their day at the amusement park. Minghui, you come to me at such a late hour. Are you not concerned about Qingyu and Jia discovering this? Not at all. I waited until they were sound asleep before coming over. Yi Minghui replied in a voice barely above a whisper, her cheeks aflame. Oh, is it merely for sleep? Lin Chen lowered his gaze, a teasing smile gracing his lips as he regarded Yi Minghui. Aye. Yi Minghui bit her lip, her shyness palpable, rendering her speechless, yet her silence spoke volumes. The young girl rose onto her tiptoes and gently kissed him. From the moment she first laid eyes on Lin Chen at the airport, her heart had raced with the thrill of an infatuation. After a day spent together, her resolve only solidified. He was handsome, youthful, witty, and possessed an aura akin to that of a Prince Charming, striking deep within her heart. For a girl awakening to love, Lin Chen radiated an irresistible allure. She knew that if she did not seize this moment tonight, she might never encounter a man as perfect as him again. Love often arrives unexpectedly, catching one off guard. Chapter 78. Uncle Chen, I wish to follow you from now on. Where did Minghui go? Lin Qingyu inquired the next morning, rising to find the presidential suite occupied only by herself and Zhang Jia. The absence of Su Minghui left her perplexed. I just got up and haven't seen Minghui. She probably went out to buy breakfast, Zhang Jia responded, emerging from the bathroom, her long, elegant legs glistening with droplets of water, leaving dainty footprints on the marble floor as she settled onto the sofa to tend to her nails. Lin Qingyu stepped out of the room and knocked on the door across the hall. The sound of soft footsteps could be heard from within, and with a creak, the door opened. Lin Qingyu, covering her mouth in shock, exclaimed, Minghui, what are you doing in my brother's room? Su Minghui was equally taken aback to find Lin Qingyu outside, momentarily speechless, her face flushed crimson as she instinctively crossed her legs. Oh, I see. Lin Qingyu furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Su Minghui as if beginning to piece everything together. Do you know everything? Su Minghui stammered, a hint of panic in her voice. Of course, nothing escapes my notice, Lin Qingyu replied, her bright eyes sparkling with keen intelligence. You must think my brother took us to the amusement park and worked us too hard, so you went out early to buy breakfast for him. Su Minghui was momentarily stunned. Isn't that the case? Lin Qingyu blinked her eyes, curiosity evident on her face. Yes, that's right. You guessed correctly, Qingyu. I need to express my gratitude to Brother Chen. Su Minghui recalled the events of the previous night, her fair cheeks flushing with embarrassment, a hint of shyness crossing her brow. She was relieved that Lin Qingyu had not caught on. Otherwise, she would have been too ashamed to face anyone. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open as Lin Chen emerged, freshly groomed and clad in a stylish custom suit. Qingyu, you're up early, he remarked with a cheerful smile. By the way, what are your plans for today? Lin Qingyu approached him, her long, snowy legs gracefully moving as her fair face lit up with a smile. Brother, we want to take up your time today. You go ahead with your work. Jia and I will entertain ourselves. We'll be heading back in a few days. And the next time we meet might not be until university starts. We've all enrolled in universities in Jiangbei City, and we all got in. Lin Chen chuckled, affectionately ruffling Lin Qingyu's hair. Very well, do be careful. If you need anything, just tell old Chen. He'll make the arrangements. I'm off now. Goodbye. Goodbye, brother, Lin Qingyu waved cheerfully. As he departed, Lin Chen cast a meaningful glance back at Su Minghui. Truly remarkable, Su Minghui's cheeks flushed deeper, a hint of reluctance evident. Yet, the thought of starting school in Jiangbei City in a few months, where she would be able to see Lin Chen again, brought her satisfaction. Watching him walk away, a peculiar smile crept upon her lips. Minghui, what are you smiling about? Lin Chen asked, puzzled. Nothing at all. Where shall we go to play today? I haven't made any plans yet. I'll decide after breakfast. There are so many delightful places in Jiangbei City. I'll ask Uncle Chen later before making a decision. Outside the Huatai Hotel, across the street, stands a grand entertainment complex. Tang Mohan emerged from the private room, his bloodshot eyes betraying his exhaustion after a night of revelry. All he desired was to return to the hotel for a much-needed rest. Approaching the front desk, he carelessly tossed a bank card onto the counter. Room 12138, please process the payment. The receptionist took the card with a smile and said, certainly, sir. Your total expenditure last night amounts to 63,000 yuan. I will now proceed with the transaction. What? How much? Tang Mohan exclaimed in disbelief. Sir, that totals 63,000 yuan, which includes 2,000 yuan for internet usage and 1,000 yuan for the room rental. You also ordered 2 bottles of the premium bullhead wine, priced at 30,000 yuan each, bringing your total to 63,000 yuan. Good heavens. Tang Mohan was taken aback. He had played until 3 or 4 in the morning and, feeling a bit parched, had casually ordered 2 bottles of beer, thinking the cost would be manageable. Little did he know each bottle was 30,000 yuan, and the internet and room fees amounted to 3,000 yuan. In Guqing, it would have only cost a few hundred. Is the consumption level in Jiangbei City truly this exorbitant? The most critical issue was that his card only had a little over 10,000 yuan left. He had assumed that a few days in Jiangbei City would be comfortably manageable, yet now he couldn't even afford the internet fee. Sir, your card balance is insufficient. Do you have another card? No, I don't. Tang Mohan swallowed hard. The receptionist's expression darkened instantly, and she clapped her hands. From a nearby dark room emerged 2 burly men, their faces menacing as they glared at Tang Mohan. Kid, you order premium bullhead wine without any money? Are you toying with us? Big brother, this is my first time in Jiangbei City. I had no idea the expenses were so high. Tang Mohan felt as if he could die from embarrassment. In a moment of desperation, he suddenly recalled Chun Tianwu and hastily pulled out his phone, saying, Big brother, please wait a moment. I'll make a call. Before long, Chun Tianwu arrived at the entertainment complex, dressed in a sleek black suit, his expression somewhat grim. This is our boss Lin Xiao's friend. Do you dare to swindle him? The receptionist was taken aback upon seeing Chun Tianwu, her pale face revealing her fear. Chen Lauda, it's all a misunderstanding. Since this young brother is a friend of Lin Xiao, he need not pay a single penny. Please take him away. Humph. You all have some sense, Chen Tianwu replied coldly. It turned out that this entertainment complex did not profit from games, but rather through exorbitantly priced drinks, employing bouncers to prevent customers from skipping out on their bills. If it weren't for Chun Tianwu, Tang Mohan would not have escaped so easily. Once outside the entertainment complex, Tang Mohan finally regained his composure and asked, Uncle Chun, aren't you the manager of the Huatai Hotel? Why do they fear you so? Chun Tianwu chuckled softly, his seasoned gaze revealing a hint of depth and ruthlessness as he replied, to maintain my position as the manager of the Huatai Hotel, one must possess deep-rooted connections. Those of note in Jiangbei City owe me some measure of respect. A mere entertainment complex holds little significance in my eyes, he thought. Tang Mohan suddenly understood, his perception of true power shifting dramatically. He had previously imagined that powerful individuals were akin to characters in Hong Kong and Taiwan dramas, bursting with fervor, arriving in luxury cars surrounded by a throng of bodyguards, ready to engage in violence at a moment's notice. Now he realized that those with genuine strength often behaved kindly, welcoming others with a smile, which profoundly reshaped his worldview. Uncle Chun, after I graduate from university, I want to follow you. I no longer wish to remain in a small place like Guqing, Tang Mohan stated earnestly. You? Chun Tianwu appraised him with a knowing smile, shaking his head. We'll see. Chapter 79. Duan Luer still wants bubble tea. After leaving the Huatai Hotel, Lin Chen arrived at the street and hailed a taxi. Sliding into the car, he pulled out a 100 yuan note and casually instructed, to Uni Manor. The driver accepted the bill with a grin, saying, Boss, hold on tight. I'm about to drive. The driver could tell that Lin Chen's identity was extraordinary. Although his suit bore no branding, it exuded an air of considerable value. And he casually handed over a 100 yuan note without needing change. Encountering a big client right after starting his shift was truly fortuitous. In the passenger seat, Lin Chen closed his eyes to rest, suddenly recalling that he had yet to check in with the system. Check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in and receiving the Jiaqing law firm, valued at approximately 80 million yuan. Jiaqing law firm? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, a smile creeping onto his lips. With so many groups under his name, his annual legal fees constituted a significant expense. With this law firm, He could replace his previous legal team, saving a considerable amount. Bang! At that moment, the vehicle jolted slightly. The driver slammed on the brakes, gripping the steering wheel as he stared blankly at a red sports car parked ahead, its emblem depicting a prancing horse. The driver could only think two words: it's over. Though he didn't know the specific model, Ferraris were never cheap, and the minor collision had left a dent the size of a coin. However, repairs on a supercar would be exorbitantly costly. He wondered if the 2 million yuan commercial insurance he purchased would cover the damages. At that moment, the Ferrari's door swung open, revealing a pair of shapely legs clad in flesh-colored stockings. The legs were perfectly proportioned and straight, leading up to a black skirt and a fitted blazer. A woman in a professional outfit stepped out. Her beauty was striking, with a delicate oval face, willow-like eyebrows, and supple, fair skin. She exuded an alluring figure, easily deserving a score of 95 for her looks. After exiting the car, she walked to the rear, inspecting the damage. Her elegant brows furrowed slightly, and her gaze fell upon Lin Chen sitting in the passenger seat. Her fair complexion momentarily froze. "I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. It's entirely my fault. Please don't be angry. I'll call the insurance company immediately." The driver exited the car, bending slightly as he repeatedly apologized. The woman glanced at him and replied coolly, "It's fine. It's not that serious. You may go." Then, she looked back at Lin Chen before returning to her sports car, pressing the accelerator as the engine roared to life, and she sped away down the road. She's truly a kind person. The driver wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, quickly returning to the car with a forced smile. "Boss, sorry for the scare. I'll continue driving you home." Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, stating coolly, "Interesting." 20 minutes later, the taxi came to a slow stop outside Villa No. 1 of Uni Manor. As Lin Chen stepped out, several maids tending to the garden straightened up and smiled, saying, "Young master, you're back." The driver was left in utter shock, gripping the steering wheel tightly as he marveled. He's incredibly wealthy. Back in the villa, Lin Chen changed into casual home attire and leisurely reclined on the luxurious Becker Emperor-level sofa, casually flipping through television channels with a remote control. Ding dong. At that moment, someone knocked on the villa door. Ling Shui approached and opened it to find an elderly gentleman in a Zhongshan suit standing outside. It was the butler Fu Bo from Villa Number 2. With a smile on her face, she asked, "Fu Bo, is there something you need?" "Ling Butler. I'm looking for your young master. Has he returned?" Yesterday, while Lin Chun and Lin Qingyu were at Disneyland, Uncle Fu had already made a visit, albeit in vain. This morning, he was once again dispatched by Duan Luer. "The young master has returned. Allow me to take you to see him," Ling Shui said with a smile. "Certainly. Thank you." Butler Ling Uncle Fu followed Ling Shui to the main hall of the villa, where he beheld Lin Chun reclining on the sofa. The lines of age etched into his face softened into a smile as he bowed slightly and spoke with courtesy. "Young Master Lin, you have finally returned. My young lady has sent me to seek your assistance regarding a matter." Lin Chun returned the smile faintly. "Shui Shui, please serve tea." "Uncle Fu, do sit. There is no need for formality. Pray, tell me what your young lady requires." "Thank you, young master." After sitting down, Uncle Fu continued with a smile. "It is nothing of great consequence. A few days ago, you had Butler Ling deliver several cups of milk tea, which my young lady found utterly delightful. She has since been unable to forget that exquisite flavor. Thus, she has sent me to request a few more cups." The scene shifts back 2 days prior. After Duan Luer savored the milk tea sent by Ling Shui, she initially deemed it merely pleasant, without any extraordinary qualities. However, upon waking the next day and stepping onto the scale, she was astonished to find she had lost 2 pounds. Naturally, she did not immediately associate this with the milk tea. It took her a considerable time to realize that the tea she had enjoyed the previous day might be responsible. "I see." Lin Chen gestured casually. "Shui Shui, please fetch a few cups of milk tea for Uncle Fu to take back for Miss Luer to enjoy." He added, "Uncle Fu, should Miss Luer desire milk tea in the future, she may simply ask me directly." With a beaming smile, Uncle Fu expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, young master. My task is complete. I shall not disturb you further. Farewell." Uncle Fu departed from Villa 1, hurrying towards Villa 2. Before long, he arrived outside Duan Luer's study. "Miss, I have brought back the milk tea." He entered, placing the weight-loss tea on her desk. Duan Luer, clad in a delicate black chiffon dress, showcased her graceful figure. As she picked up the milk tea cup, her beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it truly be the reason for my weight loss? Standing nearby, Uncle Fu shook his head. "Miss, I have never heard of milk tea inducing weight loss. It would be wise to temper your expectations, lest you be disappointed." "I understand. You may leave now," Duan Luer replied softly. Uncle Fu sighed, wishing to say more, but seeing Duan Luer's focus solely on the tea, he decided against it and exited the study, shaking his head outside the door. How could milk tea possibly lead to weight loss? It defies logic. Inside the study, Duan Luer took a sip through the straw, savoring the taste, yet found nothing particularly remarkable beyond its pleasant flavor. Her brows furrowed in contemplation as she murmured, "Could it not be the milk tea after all?" A hint of disappointment crept into her mood. In Villa 1, within the main hall, Lin Chen casually perused his phone when suddenly a message notification from WeChat caught his attention. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from Lu Shi, "Brother Chen. Do you remember the graduation party we discussed last time? It's happening tonight. Could you come to the school and play the piano for us?" "Huh. My appearance fee is rather steep. Can you afford it?" Lin Chen chuckled, intending to tease the young girl. There is an appearance fee," Lu Shi replied, surprised. Followed by another message that made Lin Chen widen his eyes and smile. "We don't have much money. We're still students. But if Brother Chen can come, we'll fulfill any request you have." This young girl certainly had a charming wit. Lin Chen smiled faintly, agreeing to her request. He placed his phone on the crystal coffee table, accepting a peeled orange from the maid and gently holding her delicate hand, drawing her into his embrace. "Why, young master?" The maid stammered, her beautiful eyes trembling as she shyly gazed at Lin Chen's handsome profile. Lin Chen smiled subtly, silently removing himself from the moment. As time slipped by, night fell, and around 7 o'clock, Lin Chen made his way to the underground garage. He casually retrieved the key to his Lamborghini Veneno, pressing it to activate the headlights that flashed sharply. Opening the car door, he settled into the driver's seat and pressed down on the accelerator. Roar! The engine of the Lamborghini Veneno erupted with a primal roar, echoing throughout the manor as it transformed into a sleek black shadow, darting out onto the bustling streets of Jiangbei City. Half an hour later, the sports car came to a gradual stop at the entrance of Jiangbei University, where a striking figure awaited by the roadside. Lu Shi, dressed in a JK uniform, showcased her youthful exuberance with her pleated skirt and slender legs adorned in white knee-high socks. Upon seeing the Lamborghini Veneno, her fair face broke into a sweet smile as she dashed over. Once Lin Chen exited the vehicle, she wrapped her arms around his, beaming, "Brother Chen, the party is about to start. Let me help you prepare." "Prepare?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "Is there something to prepare?" "Oh, Brother Chen, just follow me." Lu Shi tugged on Lin Chen's hand, leading him into the school and to a small room beside the playground, where several students were already getting ready for their performances. "Brother Chen, are you ready?" Lu Shi asked mysteriously. "Ready for what?" Lin Chen queried, still baffled. "Hee, of course, to get you made up." No sooner had she spoken than two girls wielding makeup tools approached, both in JK uniforms, likely Lu Shi's fellow performers. "Is this really Brother Chen?" "She, how could you not share such a handsome guy with us?" "Exactly. How could you keep such a stunning man all to yourself? You ought to be punished." Before Lin Chen could process what was happening, the three girls had already unleashed their makeup tools upon him, leaving him no chance to escape. After a flurry of activity, Lin Chen's already handsome visage was further enhanced to an extraordinary degree, devoid of any flaws, a visage that could captivate any woman's heart. "Too handsome. Brother Chen, if you don't become an actor, it would be a significant loss for the film industry." "What are you saying, Fei? Brother Chen is so wealthy. Why would he need to act?" "True, Jala, I was being shallow." Lu Shi's two roommates, both with beauty scores exceeding 9, were indeed the flowers of their department. Named Cheng Jiala and Lu Fei, excelling in their respective fields of performance and music. Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. Did he not know how handsome he was? Such a lack of courtesy from Huaxia University, inviting me to perform without providing a dedicated resting room. These boisterous students from Huaxia are so bothersome. At that moment, a sharp and disdainful voice pierced through the air. "Miss Jing Kong, please calm down. The school's resources are limited. This is the best arrangement possible. This performance fee is quite substantial. We ask for your patience." A young man nearby wore an apologetic smile. "I've had enough. I don't want to stay here another second. Inform the school that I will be the first to perform, and once I finish, I shall leave." The woman crossed her arms, her expression one of disdain. "Miss Aiko, please hold on for a moment. The gala is about to commence." The young man's demeanor was exceedingly humble. Observing this scene, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and inquired of Lu Shi, "Pray tell, who are those two individuals?" Lu Shi cast a glance, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of disdain as she pouted her cherry lips, saying, "They are stars from Sakura country. Quite popular domestically of late, with a multitude of female university students as fans. The school has specially invited them to attend the gala, but I must admit, I am not particularly fond of her. She comes across as excessively pretentious." Cheng Jiala nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed. This individual plays the role of a pure-hearted heroine on screen, cultivating an image of utmost innocence, yet she is entangled in numerous scandalous rumors and affairs, which is rather off-putting. I cannot fathom why the school would extend an invitation to her. It dampens my spirits. Brother Chun, let us not concern ourselves with her. We must prepare, for the gala is about to begin, and we are the first act, which holds great significance. Lu Feifei exclaimed with delight. Lin Chen, what role shall I undertake? Well, Brother Chen, you could simply play the piano on stage. It matters not if you are skilled or not, even if you play haphazardly. No one will discern the difference. What truly matters is your presence on stage. Lu Shi blinked her watery, enchanting eyes. After all, with Lin Chen's striking looks, his performance alone would undoubtedly captivate the audience, igniting the atmosphere without a doubt. As for the quality of his piano playing, it was likely that few would pay any mind to it. Lin Chen chuckled and shook his head. Very well. I shall do my utmost. Should anything go awry, do not hold it against me. That will not be the case. Simply having you agree brings us immense joy. The girls chimed, swaying in their little skirts with glee. At that moment, a staff member entered the dressing room, addressing all the performers. The show is about to begin. Everyone, please prepare yourselves. The first act will feature the special guest, Miss Aiko. He then approached Aiko, bending slightly in deference. Miss Aiko, are you ready? At this juncture, Aiko's expression shifted dramatically. Her clear eyes radiated innocence, devoid of the previous sharpness, and she replied with a touch of excitement. Yes, I am ready. I can hardly wait to meet the students. This is utterly ridiculous. Truly a master of performance. The Oscars owe her a little golden statuette. Very well, Miss Aiko. You will be informed to take the stage in 3 minutes. Please make your preparations. Once the staff member departed, Aiko immediately donned a different countenance. Her expression marred by disdain as she remarked, At last, it is nearly over. Assistant, please book the presidential suite at Huatai Hotel. We shall head there post-performance. The young man beside her nodded repeatedly. Of course, Miss Aiko.